The Wanchu Nest Secret Realm was a medium-sized secret realm under the 9 Provinces Federation. It contained 7 major central cities, and White Scale City was one of them. Land here was extraordinarily expensive. Every inch was worth its weight in gold. Yet, right in the heart of such a city stood an entire private villa surrounded by mountains and water, known as the City Lord's Mansion. This young man was the young City Lord of White Scale City, and he was a transmigrator. In his previous life, Baizian had been a soldier who died during a mission, but his fate had not yet run out, and his soul had transmigrated into a world filled with all kinds of spirit beasts and beastmasters. Unlike other transmigrators, Baizian had not taken over someone else's body. He had been reincarnated into a completely new body, born anew while retaining the memories of his previous life. Having just finished his morning shower, Baizian looked at himself in the mirror and could not stop sighing. Even though he had looked at this face for more than a decade in this life, he still had to marvel every time, damn, I'm ridiculously handsome. Suddenly, a gate opened in the air, and a creature emerged from it. Baizian turned around, clearly not at all unfamiliar with the creature. It was a gold-rank, red-eyed silverfish. The fish swam toward Baizian and said, "Little one, breakfast is ready." "Got it. Tell Dad I'll come down after I finish tidying up." Baizian replied. The fish reminded him not to keep everyone waiting too long, then slipped back through the spatial gate and disappeared. That red-eyed silverfish was a gold-rank beast, as well as Baizian's father's bonded spirit beast. In this world, it could be considered a formidable powerhouse. When Baizian went downstairs, he saw that everyone was waiting for him. The beautiful woman was his mother in this life. Beside her was his younger sister, Baiziu. The man grumbling nearby was his father, while the silver-haired old man seated at the head of the table, with a resolute expression, was Bai Jingchong, the city lord of White Scale City and Baizian's grandfather. "Grandpa, when did you get here?" Baizian asked as he pulled out a chair and sat down. "Today is the annual awakening ceremony. As city lord, I need to be there to give a speech and encourage the students. Little one, you are also a candidate this year, so you must take part in the awakening ceremony today." "Perfect timing. We can go to the awakening hall together later." "Yes, Grandpa." Baizian obediently replied. He had been looking forward to the ceremony for a long time. The Awakening Ceremony, formerly known as the 9 Provinces Federation's annual Beast Taming Awakening Ceremony, was held by the Federation every year around this time to help young people awaken their potential. Those who succeeded could enter beast taming academies and study knowledge related to beast taming. Those who failed could only attend ordinary schools. Therefore, the ceremony was much like the college entrance examination from Baizian's previous life, a crucial moment that determined one's future. Beast taming talent determined a person's status in this world. Without talent, not even a passing ant would spare you a glance. However, the god of transmigration had favored Baizian, so he had no need to worry. A month earlier, he had independently awakened an A-rank beast taming talent called Direct Sense. It belonged to the psychic category and granted its wielder astonishing combat intuition. At times, it could even provide special premonitions and reveal the thoughts of spirit beasts. It was an exceptional beast taming talent with extremely broad applications. It not only granted outstanding intuition and allowed him to avoid danger in battle, but also enabled communication with spirit beasts, making it highly useful for combat and taming them. The awakening ceremony no longer held much significance for Baizian, which was why he remained so calm. His A-rank psychic talent was outstanding, and independently awakening, it was absolutely no easy feat. His grandfather knew this as well. Even in the origin world, Baizian would have been a genius whom great clans would fight to nurture. Bai Jingchong did not have the ability to provide that for him, but his grandson might be able to achieve it in the future. Still, Bai Jingchong was somewhat worried. His grandson was still young. If he truly went there, those old monsters might devour him without leaving even a bone behind. Therefore, he wanted to temper Baizian, allowing him to truly become steady and composed. Thinking of this, Bai Jingchong called out to him. Baizian, who was taking a sip of tea, hurriedly looked up. "Little, and don't underestimate the awakening ceremony. The awakening stone used by the 9 Provinces Federation is an exceptionally precious top-tier treasure. There is only one in the entire 9 provinces federation. Bai Jingchong reminded him. The awakening stone he spoke of had an extraordinary origin. When the era had just begun, monsters descended upon their world, creating a great crisis for humanity. Humankind had nearly gone extinct. In that desperate situation, the predecessors of humanity discovered this awakening stone. The first Beastmasters awakened their talents through it, allowing humanity to survive and ushering in the age of Beastmasters. It could be said that this special awakening stone was the foundation of the 9 provinces federation's beast-taming civilization. To become a Beastmaster, one needed to undergo 3 stages: awaken a beast-taming talent, construct a beast-taming space, and finally form a contract with one's first beast. Members of great clans and disciples of certain special sects sometimes had geniuses who awakened early. Even so, they still had their disciples and descendants attend the annual awakening ceremony, because they could use the power of the awakening stone to construct their beast-taming spaces earlier. After explaining all of this, Bai Jingchong concluded that the awakening stone was an invaluable treasure, and its power would greatly benefit Bai Ziyan. Therefore, he needed to take the awakening ceremony seriously. Bai Ziyan understood his grandfather's guidance and obediently nodded. He had previously been occupied with studying beast-taming knowledge and awakening his talent, so he did not know much about the awakening stone. Now that he understood how remarkable it was, he naturally had to seize the opportunity. A real man shouldn't let his thoughts wander. Taking the awakening ceremony seriously and constructing your beast-taming space are what matter most. Bai Ziyan's father suddenly slammed his hand on the table, startling both Bai Ziyan and Bai Ziyu. "Why are you being so fierce?" His mother put her hands on her hips and scolded her husband. Upon seeing this, Father Bai immediately wilted. "I was only speaking a little loudly. I wasn't being fierce." After breakfast, their private driver took Bai Jingchong and Bai Ziyan to Awakening Square. Bai Jingchong told his grandson to head to the hall first, while he himself needed to prepare his speech. When Bai Ziyan arrived, the place was already crowded. The moment he appeared, the girls' eyes lit up like stars. "Young Master Bai, hello. Long time no see." They rushed toward him, making Bai Ziyan feel awkward. He could only scratch his head and smile sheepishly. "Young Master Bai, you haven't been to school for a month. You must be fully prepared, right?" "Young Master Bai, it's only been a month, but you've gotten even more handsome." These people were Bai Ziyan's schoolmates from the White Scale City Affiliated Academy, the finest academy in the city. Most of its students were descendants of White Scale City's generals, children of officials, or heirs of wealthy families. Naturally, as the young city lord, Bai Ziyan was the leader of this group. Suddenly, someone pushed through the crowd and charged straight at Bai Ziyan. Brotherin, a fat young man with a jiggling belly, ran over while shouting loudly. Bai Ziyan immediately dodged aside, causing the fat youth to crash face first onto the ground. The youth then turned back to him and continued, "Brotherin, I've missed you to death after not seeing you for a month. Didn't you miss me? Hey, fatty, can you stop talking to me in that resentful tone? Anyone who doesn't know better will think we're a couple," Bai Ziyan said disdainfully. "How can you say that? We've been best friends since childhood. Fatty, you really are hopeless. What a waste of such a domineering name as Yuan Patian." The two had indeed been childhood friends. Because of the name Yuan Patian, Bai Ziyan had once thought that he was the one destined to be the protagonist. But as time passed and Yuan Potion's figure became increasingly round, that idea was gradually dismissed. While Bai Ziyan was still lamenting Yuan Potion's former tall, slender build, an arrogant voice rang out beside him. "Bai Ziyan, you haven't come to school for a month. I thought you were scared. If you obediently admit defeat now, I can let you off this time." The speaker was Feng Tianyu, daughter of Vice City Lord Feng Yangyan. She had an outstanding appearance and was quite capable, but unfortunately, she was too arrogant and competitive. It was Feng Tianyu herself who had proposed their wager over whose beast-taming talent would be better during the awakening ceremony. Yet she was still acting so arrogantly now. Was she not afraid of being humiliated? Even Bai Ziyan felt embarrassed for her. "What's wrong? Looking at you. Are you planning to go back on your word?" Feng Tianyu said proudly. Sigh, little phoenix, the wager is still in effect. I'm truly looking forward to seeing you lose and fulfill the terms of the bet. A month ago, Feng Tianyu had said that whoever lost would have to grant the winner one request. Of course, she had believed that she could never lose. As for Bai Ziyan, he was 90% certain of victory. After all, an A-rank talent was second only to an S-rank talent, and S-rank talents were difficult to find even in the entire 9 provinces federation. Not to mention that the one Chu Ness secret realm was merely a secret realm under the 9 provinces federation. After Bai Ziyan left, Yuan Patian hurriedly followed him and cautiously warned him to be careful. Feng Tianyu had come well prepared this time. He had heard from his father that the Feng family had obtained a special treasure that could aid in talent awakening, which was why Feng Tianyu was so confident and arrogant. It's fine. The Feng family has a special background and deep connections. It's normal for them to use some special methods. Bai Ziyan replied indifferently. He neither disliked nor was overly wary of Feng Tianyu, because his direct sense told him that she posed no threat and bore him no ill will. She was simply a headstrong young woman who always wanted to prove she was better than Bai Ziyan. Before long, all the students gathered in the square. Bai Jingchong, as the city lord of White Scale City, gave a speech from the platform and offered them a few words of encouragement. After the speech ended, all candidates were guided into lines and entered the Awakening Hall. Inside the hall, the Awakening Stone hovered in midair. They were guided to their seats, sat cross-legged, and began awakening their talents. Bai Ziyan knew what would happen next. Once the 9 Provinces Federation activated the Awakening Stone, it would use spatial projection to cast the stone's power throughout every area of the Awakening Hall. It truly was an astonishing miracle. At first, Bai Ziyan entered the process with complete confidence. He could feel the talent energy within his body blazing to life. However, an unforeseen change occurred when the awakening energy began to exceed his control. Bai Ziyan felt as though he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Every part of his body was in excruciating pain. The energy spread through his body before surging directly toward his head. Bai Ziyan tried to control it. The brain was the most important part of the body. If it were damaged by awakening energy, he might become an idiot. He had to immediately break free from this awakening state. Yet at that moment, his direct sense gave Bai Ziyan guidance. Perhaps this was not a bad thing, but a tremendous opportunity. As an A-rank talent, it was highly unlikely that direct sense would give him false guidance, much less betray its owner. Therefore, Bai Ziyan chose to trust it. He continued enduring the awakening state and tried his best to control the energy. Until at last, the violent energy fluctuations around Bai Ziyan alarmed several ceremony supervisors. When they confirmed that the candidate was the city lord's grandson, they panicked. Quickly notify the city lord and Elder Wu. If anything happens to him, none of US can bear the consequences. The man hurriedly went to inform Bai Jingchong that Bai Ziyan's talent awakening process had encountered a problem. Specifically, an enormous eye had appeared above his head. No one knew what this anomaly meant. When Bai Jingchong saw that eye, his own eyes widened in shock. Ordinary people could only produce special anomalies when awakening an S-rank talent or above. How could this happen when Bai Ziyan had clearly already awakened an A-rank talent? Only one explanation came to Bai Jingchong's mind. Could Bai Ziyan's direct sense have mutated and surpassed S-rank? In the beast taming world, mutated spirit beasts possessing special abilities or constitutions occasionally appeared. Humans were also living beings in this world, so they naturally possessed the possibility of mutation as well. Human mutations were essentially mutations of beast taming talents. However, throughout the history of human beastmasters, those whose talents had mutated were exceedingly rare, few enough to count on one's fingers. Every one of those people had become a legendary figure whose name endured through the ages. At this thought, Bai Jingchong felt more worried than pleased. If Bai Ziyan's talent had truly mutated, then this awakening would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. With that in mind, Bai Jingchong wanted to enter the Awakening Hall and stop his grandson. But Elder Wu, the person in charge of this ceremony, refused. "Oh Bai, don't make this difficult for me. The Awakening Hall belongs to the 9 Provinces Federation. As the city lord of White Scale City, you are absolutely forbidden from entering." After saying this, he comforted Bai Jingchong. He said that the hall contained the 9 Provinces Federation's protective mechanisms, so Bai Ziyan would definitely be fine. A young man of such talent is truly rare. "Old Bai, your family is indeed blessed," Elder Wu praised repeatedly. But Bai Jingqiong remained worried. Meanwhile, Bai Zian was still struggling through his awakening. A line of words appeared before him. Heaven and earth have 3 branches: the heavenly branch, the earthly branch, and the human branch. No one knew how much time had passed. After seeing those words, Bai Zian let out a pained roar and abruptly opened his eyes. What greeted his eyes was the vast hall with the awakening stone still hovering overhead. Bai Zian's breathing had not yet stabilized, and his mind was filled with thoughts of those words. The heavenly branch, the earthly branch, and the human branch? This was utterly insane. Even more insane was the notification Bai Zian received afterward. It stated that he had obtained a mythical, mysterious type talent known as the Eye of Heavenly Genesis. It granted him extraordinary intuition and the power of foresight, allowing him to perceive the beginning of heaven's way and discern all things within a certain radius. Bai Zian was so shocked that he nearly lost his footing. In the beast-taming world, talents were divided into 9 ranks, from lowest to highest: F, E, D, C, B, AS, SS, and the highest SSS. SSS rank talents were already the highest level available to Beastmasters, yet he had obtained a mythical rank talent. Bai Zian had never even heard of such a rank, unless it was a level above SSS rank, and it was even a mysterious type talent. This notification seemed determined to scare him senseless. At that moment, most candidates in the hall had already completed their awakenings. Some were fortunate enough to awaken A-rank talents, while others were thrilled just to awaken D-rank talents. Some even cried because they did not receive an awakening notification. Bai Zian could see all of it with perfect clarity. So this was the effect of the Eye of Heavenly Genesis. If so, he truly possessed a heaven-defying ability. With it, no essence of anything within a certain range could escape his sight. Suppose that before a battle even began, Bai Zian learned his opponent's beast-taming talent, their spirit beast abilities, strengths and weaknesses, and even which skills were needed to defeat it. Wouldn't his chances of victory be virtually guaranteed? The more Bai Zian thought about it, the more excited he became. Eager to test his ability, he began examining which talents these candidates had awakened. Most of them possessed D-rank or C-rank talents, though a few exceptional people had even awakened A-rank talents. It seemed that this generation still had its share of geniuses. Then Bai Zian suddenly remembered something. Right, he should examine that awakening stone first. Bai Zian raised his head and stared intently at it. The information he received utterly shocked him. That stone was actually a life-type spirit beast. It possessed the SS rank talent life inheritance, low-tier spirit aptitude, the gold quality innate skill awakening, and the orange quality skills life plunder and withered would revives in spring. It had originally been the seed of an ancient tree of life, but due to a lack of nutrients, it had been unable to grow and had fallen into dormancy. Bai Zian was incredibly astonished. He had never expected to see a legendary divine-grade beast in this lifetime. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the hall, instructing all candidates to line up according to their student numbers and register their awakening results. Bai Zian was still lost in thought. The awakening stone had helped countless beastmasters awaken their talents and had established the flourishing age of beast taming. It was regarded as the foundation of the 9 Provinces Federation, yet it was actually a divine beast. He had no idea whether the Federation's leaders knew about this. If they did, that was good. It meant they had already made preparations. But if they did not, the implications were troubling. The Awakening Stone possessed 3 skills: 1 gold quality god-level skill and 2 orange quality top-tier skills. If it ever emerged from dormancy and came back to life, it would surely shake the entire 9 Provinces Federation. It seemed this beast-taming world held far more hidden secrets than he had imagined. After thinking for a while, it was finally Bai Zian's turn to be tested. Like everyone else, he placed his hand on the testing device. However, the machine reported that Bai Zian had awakened an A-rank psychic talent, Direct Sense. Huh, A-rank, Bai Zian blurted out. His talent had clearly mutated. Perhaps the machine understood his thoughts because it immediately began issuing a string of error alerts. Beep beep. Unable to evaluate. Unable to evaluate. Exceeds A rank. Beyond evaluation range. Unable to evaluate. The incessant beeping made both Bai Zian and the testing staff anxious. That continued until Elder Wu appeared and looked at him with kindly eyes. This evaluation device can only assess beast taming talents below S rank. Whitescale City has not seen anyone with an S rank talent in a very long time, so it is only natural that you do not know this, he explained. During Bai Zian's awakening, an unusual phenomenon had occurred, and his talent had originally been A rank direct sense. Thus, Elder Wu instructed the staff to record that Bai Zian had awakened an S-rank talent, Enhanced Direct Sense. S-rank was still insufficient to describe Bai Zian's talent, but he decided it was better to conceal some of his abilities. After the announcement that Bai Zian had awakened an S-rank talent, his classmates immediately surrounded him to offer congratulations. An S-rank talent from the legends. That's unbelievable. Young Master Bai is definitely going to soar to great heights. His grandfather is a diamond-rank beast master, and his grandson awakened an S-rank beast taming talent. He truly is heaven's chosen child, just a little luckier than everyone else. Haha, Bai Zian replied awkwardly. They were already making such a fuss over a mere S-rank talent. If they learned that he had actually awakened a mythical talent beyond even SSS rank, it would certainly cause an enormous uproar. Still, the fact that a mythical talent lay beyond the device's evaluation range was a new discovery. As Bai Zian left the testing area, he saw his grandfather waiting for him. The instant Bai Jing Song saw his grandson, he anxiously asked, "Shaoan, how do you feel after your talent mutation? Are there any abnormalities?" Feeling slightly guilty, Bai Zian lowered his head and said, "Grandfather, I feel very well. It's just a pity that I missed the chance to establish my beast taming space." Bai Jingsong patted him on the shoulder and gave him a gentle smile. "Shaoan, that is no big matter. Your A-rank talent mutating into an S-rank talent is the truly important thing. As long as you are all right, that is enough." Bai Jingsong also said that the City Lord's mansion had enough resources to help Bai Zian quickly establish his beast taming space, so there was no need for him to worry. Bai Zian had originally intended to tell his grandfather the truth, that he had awakened a mythical talent, but at that very moment, the Eye of Heavenly Genesis warned him not to reveal it. So Bai Zian immediately kept quiet. It seemed that even his family could not be told about his mythical talent. He would have to be more careful from now on. Bai Zian was eager to test one of the Eye of Heavenly Genesis's functions. First came intelligence detection. Centered on himself, he could scan everything within a 10-meter radius. Whether human or pet beast, nothing could escape Bai Zian's sight. This thrilled him immensely. He thought that once his strength improved, he would surely be able to expand the scanning range further. Perhaps he could even scan the entire world and become an omniscient god. The thought alone filled Bai Zian with delight. Just as he was preparing to go with his grandfather to the lounge and relax, he suddenly noticed something unusual from within the awakening hall. A beam of light shot into the sky. Looking closely, he saw that it was a blazing phoenix spreading its wings and soaring upward, radiating an overwhelming presence. A phoenix? Could it be the cry of the phoenix and the fire of phoenix form? Bai Jingsong lifted his head to observe the phenomenon. He then confirmed that it was the S-rank talent phenomenon, Phoenix Flame. The person who could awaken such an ability was most likely a descendant of the Feng family. Bai Zian immediately felt somewhat uneasy. He had originally planned to show off in front of Feng Tianyu and had even imagined the embarrassed expression she would wear after being defeated. Unfortunately, Feng Tianyu's displayed talent was also S-rank. Although Bai Zian's true talent was mythical grade, outsiders would see them as equals. Thinking of that, Bai Zian felt displeased. Feng Tianyu had finished awakening as well, so there would probably be no more excitement to watch. Bai Zian asked his grandfather for permission to return home first, but after he had taken only a few steps, Bai Jingsong summoned two of his trusted attendants, Bai Ji and Bai Xiao. They were an exceptionally capable pair of twins. Bai Jingsong guessed that, after awakening an S-rank talent, his grandson would inevitably attract the envy of many people. Therefore, he ordered Bai Ji and Bai Xiao to accompany him from then on and never allow him to act alone. Looking at the two gold-rank beastmasters before him, Bai Zian knew his grandfather had arranged everything thoroughly. To be honest, he did not enjoy being watched so closely, but he could not object to Bai Jingsong's decision. Then Bai Zian's grandfather handed him a key and told him that it was the key to the treasure vault. After returning home, he was to use the spirit jade crystals inside to establish his beast taming space. Seeing the key, Bai Zian's expression finally relaxed somewhat. The city lord's mansion truly was wealthy. The spirit jade crystals Bai Jingsong had mentioned contained crystalline energy and were extremely beneficial for developing a beast taming space. They were generally used only when beastmasters were making breakthroughs, helping their beast taming spaces advance to a new realm. For that reason, spirit jade crystals were incredibly valuable, normally costing at least 19,000 province credits each. Even at such exorbitant prices, countless wealthy families were willing to spend lavishly for them, yet they were not always available. And the city lord's mansion actually kept such treasures in reserve. Bai Zian returned to the mansion and headed straight for the treasure vault. He instructed Bai Ji and Bai Xiao to stand guard outside and not allow anyone to disturb him. The twins obediently complied. Bai Zian inserted the key into the lock. Then he had to undergo a highly stringent iris scan and blood sample verification. Only after completing both procedures was the gate activated. The great doors of the treasure vault slowly opened before him. This place stored the treasures accumulated by the Bai family over hundreds of years. Anything worthy of being kept here was a rare treasure that could scarcely be found outside. Bai Zian casually picked up one such item. For example, this rainbow spider heart core had appeared at an auction 5 years ago. Numerous families had fought over it at the cost of bloodshed, but in the end, the Feng family had auctioned it for 150 million province credits, and it had fallen into the Bai family's hands. Bai Zian did not linger. He immediately began searching for spirit jade crystals. They were stored in sturdy boxes. An ordinary person would have enough to boast about with just one spirit jade crystal, yet there were around 300 in that box alone. Converted into province credits, they would be worth roughly 300 million. And there were more than a dozen similar boxes nearby, meaning Bai Zian was standing amid a mountain of money. Being reborn into this life was simply too wonderful. Even if he ran backward for 100 meters, he still would not reach the starting line. That said, the strength of one's beast taming space was definitely connected to one's beast taming talent. Simply put, an F-rank beastmaster needed only one spirit jade crystal to establish a beast taming space. But an S-rank beastmaster needed around 30. So someone with a mythical grade talent like Bai Zian might need 200 or 300. The moment Bai Zian thought of this, before he even actively asked a question, a status panel containing the information he needed appeared before him. Ordinary mythical beast taming space, 333 spirit jade crystals. Enhanced mythical beast taming space, 666 spirit jade crystals. Perfect mythical beast taming space, 999 spirit jade crystals. Bai Zian could barely contain his astonishment. Could the Eye of Heavenly Genesis directly provide answers as long as he had a question in his mind? It was far more incredible than any search engine. And that mythical grade talent, the Eye of Heavenly Genesis, seemed to contain many functions Bai Zian had yet to discover. The mere thought of it excited him. But for now, the most important task was establishing his beast taming space. Thus, with the attitude of a wealthy heir, Bai Zian immediately chose the perfect mythical beast taming space at the cost of 999 spirit jade crystals. While Bai Zian busied himself opening his beast taming space in the treasure vault, his father was feeling immensely pleased as congratulatory calling cards poured into the Bai residence. Ever since the news that Bai Zian had awakened an S-rank talent spread, every powerful official and influential figure wanted to build ties with the city lord's mansion, specifically with Bai Zian. Madame Feng was even asking yesterday whether Xiao already has a marriage arrangement. Haha. Bai Zian's mother was so delighted that she could not stop smiling. In her eyes, Bai Zian had always been a child, but it seemed that after the beast taming awakening ceremony, he had grown up in the blink of an eye. At that, Bai Zian's father appeared worried. Bai Zian had been inside the treasure vault for an entire week. Although he always acted stern, he was actually terrified that something might happen to his son. By contrast, Bai Jingsong, as his grandfather, remained very calm. Don't worry, Xiao An's S-rank talent is unprecedented. Naturally, establishing his beast taming space will require more time and effort than it would for others. Bai Jingsong reassured his son. But just as he finished speaking, Bai Jingsong sensed an extraordinary aura. It was so powerful that even he abruptly rose to his feet, despite having maintained a composed demeanor until then. Bai Jingsong knew that his grandson had successfully established his beast taming space. Bai Zian had spent 999 spirit jade crystals and finally created a space so vast that it was frightening. When Bai Zian opened his eyes and beheld his beast taming space, even he was shocked. This space was unbelievably enormous. The textbooks had clearly stated that a newly established beast taming space was a white space of roughly 10 square meters. Yet Bai Zian's beast taming space seemed capable of containing 1,000 such white spaces. It even had mountains and water, resembling an ordinary world. At that moment, the system issued another notification. Thanks to his talent's effect, his perfect mythical beast taming space had gained additional effects. First, it could shorten the growth period of pet beasts. Second, it could effectively remove negative conditions from pet beasts. Finally, it had a certain chance of stimulating a pet beast's hidden talents. Bai Zian could not help exclaiming in amazement. Additional effects? He had heard of this concept before, but ordinary beast taming spaces did not have additional effects. Even when they did, it only happened under extremely special circumstances. Yet the moment his beast taming space was established, it received 3 additional effects, each one a heaven-defying existence. There was an established rule in the beast taming world. The greater a spirit beast's potential, the longer its growth cycle. Many beast masters died of old age before their spirit beasts could fully realize their strength. Yet in Bai Zian's beast taming space, spirit beasts with immense potential could have their growth periods shortened. The 3 additional effects of his beast taming space alone were enough to make him the strongest young genius beast master in the history of the 9 Provinces Federation. Next was the effect of removing negative conditions. Normally, if pet beasts were controlled, poisoned, frozen, or burned during battle, they would lose their ability to fight. An ordinary person would need to spend a great deal of time and effort nursing them back to health. But Bai Zian only needed to place them back into his beast taming space, wait long enough, and release them again. They could then return to a perfectly healthy and cheerful state, with their combat power restored to its peak as if nothing had ever happened. Finally came the effect of stimulating hidden talents. This was the most heaven-defying additional effect of all, because a spirit beast's talents were fixed from birth. Only legendary top-tier treasures could strengthen or alter them. Yet Bai Zian's beast taming space could perform the role of those treasures, and it had no limit on the number of times it could do so. It seemed that spending 999 spirit jade crystals to establish a perfect mythical beast taming space had been an extremely worthwhile investment. Bai Zian was immensely satisfied. In an ordinary family, if they were asked to spend more than 1 billion province credits to establish their child's beast taming space, they would certainly be unable to afford it. Fortunately, he had known how to choose the right family to be reborn into, Bai Zian thought. Then he opened the door and walked out of the treasure vault. At that moment, the 4 members of the Bai family were all waiting outside. When they saw him emerge, they anxiously began questioning him. Xiaoan, how are you feeling now? You went a whole week without eating or drinking. You have lost so much weight. Bai Zian returned to his daily life. The first thing he needed to do was make up for missed meals. Normally, he had grown tired of the exquisite delicacies laid out before him, but today Bai Zian did not complain at all. He simply devoured everything like a starving ghost. Bai Jingsong and Bai Zian's parents sat across from him, watching their precious child closely. Only after he had eaten his fill did he remember something and immediately say, "Oh right, grandfather." Establishing my beast taming space used up 999 spirit jade crystals. Bai Zian's words struck like a bolt from the blue. 999 spirit jade crystals, worth over 1,000,000,009 provinces credits. His father seemed to be the most shocked of all. Unable to remain standing, he collapsed into a chair and kept muttering, "Bai Zian, you really are a prodigal son." Bai Jingsong did not react as dramatically as his son, but cold sweat was still streaming down his face. Fortunately, the Bai family possessed immense wealth. Otherwise, they truly would not be able to afford raising this grandson. He had never expected an S-rank mutated talent to consume so many spirit jade crystals. As Bai Jingsong wiped away his sweat, Bai Zian wanted to tell him that it was actually because his talent was mythical rank that the cost had been so staggering. However, he could not reveal that, so he continued focusing on his main task, eating. Only when his stomach could not hold another bite did Bai Zian stop. Just then, Bai Jingsong remembered something. Not long ago, his bonded red-eyed goldfish had laid eggs. He suggested that his grandson go take a look. If one caught his eye, he could form a contract with it as his pet. The moment he heard red-eyed goldfish, Bai Zian sat upright in excitement. However, he had eaten too much and nearly vomited his entire meal. Once he had settled his stomach, Bai Jingsong led him to the spirit beast egg vault. The staff there worked with extraordinary care, not daring to make a single mistake. The Bai family was a water element beastmaster family, so they placed enormous importance on breeding water element spirit beasts. They also possessed special breeding methods that ensured a stable supply of water element spirit beasts. Moreover, they had all the resources needed for those beasts to grow. Thus, the first pet of every Bai family descendant was always a water element spirit beast. With their family's abundant resources, they could quickly obtain the strength needed to become beastmasters. Bai Zian had long known about this egg vault, but seeing it in person still left him stunned by its immense scale. Most of the spirit beast eggs here were low silver rank, and some could even reach gold rank after maturing. However, for someone with a mythical rank talent like him, that was still not enough. His spirit beast had to be of the highest and best grade. That was why Bai Jingsong took him directly to the diamond rank red-eyed goldfish. Though it was called a fish, it looked more like a dragon. Bai Zian stared at the spirit beast before him, and the Eye of Heavenly Genesis activated automatically, providing him with its complete information. As expected, its species was the water element red-eyed goldfish. It was at peak diamond rank, with the S-rank talent rending water current and peak diamond aptitude. However, its origin had been damaged. This spirit beast possessed 3 skills: the purple quality rending water current, as well as the blue quality water surge and roiling sea waves. Overall, it was an extraordinarily gifted spirit beast, but its damaged origin was a pity. Bai Zian was puzzled. What exactly had happened for this spirit beast's origin to be injured? Bai Jingsong waved his hand, and the red-eyed goldfish immediately swam toward him. "Old friend, Little and has successfully awakened his beast taming talent. I hope you can let one of your children accompany him." The red-eyed goldfish nodded. At that moment, Bai Zian was still looking for an opportunity to use the Eye of Heavenly Genesis to see whether it could restore the fish's origin. When he finally looked closely, he saw 2 spirit beast eggs appear beside the red-eyed goldfish. One was a water element white-scaled fish egg. It possessed the A-rank talent rending water current, low diamond aptitude, and 3 skills: the blue quality rending water current, along with the green quality water spear charge and layered water cannon. "Littlein, which one do you prefer?" Bai Jingsong urged. Bai Zian then turned to look at the other egg. It was also a water element white-scaled fish, but this one was different. It unexpectedly possessed 2 talents: the A-rank rending water current and the S-rank swift water control. Its aptitude was also 1 level higher than its siblings, at peak purple aptitude. It had 4 skills, including the 2 purple quality skills rapid water control and rending water current, as well as the 2 green quality skills water spear charge and layered water cannon. The Eye of Heavenly Genesis further explained that this creature had been born with 2 talents. Because its aptitude was too high, its energy consumption was immense, resulting in nutritional deficiency that could endanger its life. Xian stared at it, peak purple aptitude, and born with 2 talents as well. Among the offspring of the red-eyed goldfish, such an anomalous creature had actually appeared. Without giving another thought, he immediately chose it. Yet Bai Jingsong was puzzled. Little one, this egg's body is withered and dull-looking, and its vitality is weak. It clearly has an innate defect. It may not even be able to hatch. Bai Jingsong spoke at length, then apologized to his old friend, the red-eyed goldfish, for his remarks. Although he had said unpleasant things about a child, it was ultimately because his grandson was involved. Still, Bai Zian firmly chose the frily-looking egg, explaining that his intuition told him this was the partner most suited to him. He believed that nowhere in the entire 9 provinces federation could he find a water element spirit beast with better aptitude. Seeing how determined his grandson was, Bai Jingsong naturally did not stop him. However, to take either egg as his contracted spirit beast, Bai Zian still needed the mother's approval, the red-eyed goldfish's approval. Originally, Bai Zian thought he would need to coax and flatter the red-eyed goldfish. Yet when he turned around, grandfather and grandson saw it use its mouth to tear off a scale from its abdomen, then attach it to the egg Bai Zian had chosen. "Is this for me?" He could not hide his astonishment. Little one, that is the red-eyed goldfish's core scale. It can strengthen the origin of water element spirit beasts. When carried by a water element spirit beast, it increases the effectiveness of water element skills by 10%, Bai Jingsong explained. Perhaps they no longer needed to ask for permission. That scale alone was the red-eyed goldfish's gift of thanks for Bai Zian choosing its naturally frail child, greatly increasing its chances of survival. "I promise you, grandfather, that I'll do everything I can to raise it well." Holding the water element white-scaled fish egg and the golden scale in his arms, Bai Zian spoke resolutely. It was both a promise to his grandfather and a promise to the mother red-eyed goldfish. Afterward, he returned to his room and placed the still unhatched white-scaled fish and the red-eyed goldfish's core scale together in a tank of clean water. Then he added nutrient solutions refined from high-grade medicinal ingredients: heart-winding flower, dragon whisker root, snow lotus seed, scaled dew grass, purple orchid leaf grass, sandwood fruit, crimson blood ginseng fruit, and blood-grade grass, pouring all of them into the tank. This mishmash looked no different from poison, yet after acting on the white-scaled fish, it caused the previously weak egg to become astonishingly vigorous. The eye of heavenly Genesis truly was formidable. It had actually transformed the frail white-scaled fish egg into something so healthy and perfect. With that settled, Bai Zian could finally form a contract with the white-scaled fish without worry. Acting immediately, he quickly established the contract with the spirit beast and succeeded at once. The moment the contract was formed, a hole was pecked through the egg, and the white-scaled fish swiftly wriggled out. Over the following month, Bai Zian kept raising it inside his beast-taming space. It soon benefited from the enhancement effect and awakened a new talent, the S-rank Nether Strength, along with the skill Eroding Nether Water. This spirit beast's aptitude had also risen directly to mid-king rank. Like its master, this fish had been born under the halo of a protagonist. Though it was only a newly born little spirit beast, the white-scaled fish could already defeat a level 5 unranked spirit beast. Its future was limitless. Bai Zian was immensely satisfied. His white-scaled fish was indeed exceptional. None of the water element spirit beasts of the same rank in the household were any longer a match for it. Unless it fought higher-level spirit beasts, it would be difficult for it to rapidly grow from unranked to black iron rank. Spirit beast realms were divided into unranked, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, amethyst, king, epic, legendary, and finally divine. Unranked was the realm of immature spirit beasts, and it was further divided into 9 levels. Only after a spirit beast matured and entered black iron rank could its evolutionary path be considered. Going out a train was unavoidable. With that thought, Bai Zian summoned the white-scaled fish, then instructed Bai Ji and Bai Shao to make preparations and accompany him to Fire Bamboo City. The secret realm of the 9 Provinces Federation had 7 main cities in total. Beneath each main city were 7 smaller satellite cities surrounding it. Fire Bamboo City, where Bai Zian was headed, belonged to White Scale City and was one of those 7 smaller cities. There was a volcano there, inhabited by a fire element insect-type spirit beast known as the fire bamboo spider. These spirit beasts were generally unranked, and even the more gifted ones only reached black iron rank, making them perfect opponents for the white-scaled fish's training. The three of them headed together to White Scale City's high-speed railway station. Just as he was about to pass through the checkpoint, Bai Ziyan heard someone loudly call his name. Gai Ziyan, how dare you avoid meeting me? Who else could it be but the Feng family's little phoenix? Bai Ziyan did not even turn around. He told her that since both of them had awakened S-rank talents, it was a draw, and their bet was therefore void. Yet Feng Tianyu was still furious. That's right, it was a draw. But after the awakening at the hall, you left without saying goodbye. Do you really think I'm not worthy of your attention? Bai Ziyan had not expected her to make such a big issue of it. Feng Tianyu said she had been searching for Bai Ziyan after the awakening ceremony. Now, seeing him at the station preparing to travel to another city, she assumed he was deliberately avoiding her, making her even angrier. Heartless bastard! Traitor! Feng Tianyu shouted, leaving Bai Ziyan extremely embarrassed. What nonsense was this girl spouting? Anyone overhearing them would surely think he had deceived her feelings or something of that sort. Bai Ziyan had originally planned to ignore Feng Tianyu and board the train, but she reached out, trying to grab him. Wait, don't leave. If you don't listen to me today, I'll never let you off. Unfortunately, before Feng Tianyu's hand could even touch the corner of Bai Ziyan's clothing, Bai Xiao coldly stopped her. Miss Feng, please conduct yourself with dignity. Feng Tianyu shuddered, turning toward Bai Xiao and finding herself completely suppressed by her aura. Before a gold-rank beastmaster, even someone like Feng Tianyu, who had only just awakened an S-rank talent, was no match at all. Embarrassed, she withdrew her hand. Still, she had to state the purpose of her visit. After going through so much trouble to come here, Feng Tianyu won another bet with Bai Ziyan. Specifically, after they enrolled, she wanted their pets to battle one another. Whatever you want, Bai Ziyan replied casually before boarding the train. Although his expression remained calm, he was truly going crazy inside. This little phoenix's personality was incredibly irritating. If their parents and elders had not been friends, he would have knocked some sense into her already. The station announced that the train bound for Fire Bamboo City was about to arrive, and Bai Ziyan put Feng Tianyu out of his mind to focus on the important matter at hand. Between the main city and the smaller cities lay an extremely dangerous wilderness, where spirit beasts roamed everywhere. Other than beastmaster teams heading out to hunt, few people dared to wander the wilderness alone. However, people still needed to travel between cities, so a special form of transportation capable of crossing the wilderness had been created. It was a train modified from a spirit beast called the Thousand-Legged Centipede. Its body was as hard as steel, and its defenses were extraordinarily strong. The train was 100 meters long, with each carriage modified from one segment of the centipede's body. The higher the Thousand-Legged Centipede's realm, the safer the train made from it, and thus the more expensive its tickets. However, that was no issue for Bai Ziyan. As a young master born into wealth, even reserving an entire carriage would not have been a problem for him. Yet he had been frugal even in his previous life, so he did not need to be so extravagant. Still, there was one thing Bai Ziyan had not anticipated. When he boarded the first-class carriage and presented his ticket, the scanner informed him that he only had a second-class ticket. The staff then asked Bai Ziyan to move to the second-class carriage behind him, making him feel thoroughly humiliated. It seemed his grandfather had interfered. Before he left, Bai Jingsong had reminded his grandson to live like an ordinary person while training outside, to experience more hardships and setbacks, ideally even getting swindled a few times to gain experience. But Bai Ziyan had not expected him to go so far as to make his grandson ride in second class, or even forbid Bai Ji and Bai Xiao from accompanying him as guards. This carriage was truly noisy. Unable to bear it, Bai Ziyan used the eye of heavenly Genesis and discovered that the noisy group were students from a Beastmaster Academy in Rockmine City, a subordinate city of White Scale City. He also took the opportunity to inspect their spirit beast information. They had already been enrolled for a year, yet their pets had not even reached black iron rank. They really were pathetic. Bai Ziyan felt even more smug. This was the difference between people with ordinary talents and ordinary spirit beasts, and someone like him with an overpowered advantage. They were simply far too inexperienced. However, Bai Ziyan's thoughts were quickly interrupted when he noticed a female student named Gubai. She also possessed an S-rank mystical talent, capable of stealing another person's luck with a single use. Gubai had been sitting alone in a corner the entire time. But just then, another female student walked past her. The girl had been walking normally, yet as she passed Gubai, she suddenly twisted her ankle and fell backward. She had fallen by herself, but her first reaction was to get up and curse loudly. "You jinx! Why did you suddenly bump into us? What terrible luck! If something happens to me, can you take responsibility?" Gubai seemed accustomed to such things. Though she had done nothing wrong, she still softly apologized. But seeing that, the other girl shouted again, "Don't talk to me." Bai Zian silently observed Gubai. Like him, she possessed an S-rank talent, and it was also of the mystical type. Someone with such exceptional aptitude should have caused a sensation during testing. If so, why had Rockmine City not reported her to White Scale City? Why had they instead allowed someone so gifted to remain in a small city, attending such an uncultured Beastmaster Academy? He felt that something was wrong and silently resolved to investigate it thoroughly. Train Z was extremely fast, and before long, it entered Fire Bamboo City's territory. As soon as the train stopped, Gubai quietly got off alone. Bai Zian silently followed behind her before calling out, "Bai Xiao, young master, what do you need?" Bai Xiao appeared behind Bai Zian like a ghost. It seemed that although his grandfather had forbidden the two attendants from following closely as guards, Bai Xiao had still been assigned to observe Bai Zian from afar in case he needed help. "Investigate her background thoroughly for me." Bai Zian raised his chin toward Gubai, who was walking ahead. Bai Xiao, who had always maintained a cold expression, now revealed a meaningful smile and asked quietly, "Young master, did you fall for that girl at first sight?" Bai Zian immediately denied it, saying only that she was somewhat special. If they could recruit her before she grew powerful, the Bai family's strength would surely increase greatly in the future. Afterward, Bai Zian returned to the purpose of his visit. Throughout this city, fire bamboo spiders could be found everywhere. Bai Zian immediately summoned his white-scaled fish and had it battle the spider swarm. Although the spiders were not particularly high level, their numbers were large, and every one of them was ferocious, so the white-scaled fish needed a little more time. However, the outcome was still the same. In just over a minute, it had defeated 4 level 5 fire bamboo spiders. It was far stronger than it had been in the training arena. Bai Zian also noticed that under normal circumstances, the water spear charge was only powerful enough to punch a hole through those spiders' heads. Yet this time, the white-scaled fish's attack had blown them apart. He was deeply puzzled. Water flow burst can enhance the effects of water element attack skills, his talent explained. Bai Zian let out a sound of realization. He had not expected the white-scaled fish to possess such an ability. It seemed he would need to find stronger fire bamboo spiders. Only by fighting spirit beasts stronger than itself could it experience the pressure necessary for growth and improve its skills. Based on proficiency, skills were divided into beginner, proficient, minor mastery, major mastery, and the highest level perfection. The white-scaled fish currently possessed 5 skills. If it did not work hard to improve them, those skills would remain at the lowest level and display only their weakest power. Take a swordsman's slash skill, for example. At the beginner or proficient level, a swordsman could only cut down a single bamboo stalk. But after years of accumulated training, once proficiency reached perfection, a single sword strike could split an entire mountain in 2. That was the difference skill proficiency made. Different spirit beasts could produce entirely different effects and power with the very same skill. As Bai Zian was lost in thought, he was surrounded by fire bamboo spiders once again. And so, he and the white-scaled fish fought here for an entire week. After that week, the white-scaled fish's strength had increased considerably. At times, it would be struck by the fire bamboo spider's silk, yet instead of putting the white-scaled fish at a disadvantage, it made its attacks more ferocious and far more destructive. Bai Zian carefully observed his spirit beast throughout every battle. At this rate, in about another week, the white-scaled fish should be able to advance to unranked level 9. Just then, Bai Ji suddenly appeared behind him with a report. She and Bai Xiao had finished gathering information on Gubai. Gubai's parents had died in a car accident when she was young. It seemed as though she had been born to bring misfortune upon all her relatives. After that accident, none of her family members dared take Gubai in. Her parents had left behind a debt after their deaths. Had she not awakened her talent and received the protection of the Awakening Hall, she most likely would have been sold off by the creditors. After entering the academy, Gubai made a few new friends, but they all encountered misfortune. From then on, she was shunned and despised. Fortunately, she was strong-willed and not easily defeated by bad luck. After school, she worked part-time to support herself, saving whatever remained to repay her debts. Though every place where Gubai worked either declined or went bankrupt, Baizian fell into thought. Gubai's talent actually brought misfortune. Still, her background was clean and her character was steadfast. She was a very good person. He asked Baiji whether anything unusual had occurred on the day Gubai awakened her talent. Baiji nodded. Something had indeed happened. Gubai had been the last person to undergo talent appraisal that day, and right after she successfully awakened, the machine malfunctioned. All the staff present also suffered mishaps. Since they could not afford to delay, they could only replace the machine and conduct the appraisal again. That was why her appraisal report listed her as F rank. Only Baizian had seen that she was truly S rank. He found it increasingly interesting. Gubai's talent could even affect objects. He immediately ordered Baiji to send someone to Rockmine City to settle Gubai's debts, then transfer her to the Beast Taming Academy in Whitescale City. At once, Baiji wore the same smile Xiao had worn before. She thought to herself, the young master's spring has finally arrived. How domineering. He is directly using money to help someone transfer schools. Is this what love is like for the rich? Baizian immediately knew that Baiji was entertaining absurd thoughts again. He was just about to reprimand her when he suddenly heard someone crying out. Then they saw Gubai being chased by a fire bamboo spider. He immediately sent out the white-scaled fish, saving her life. When Baiji saw the scene, she immediately classified it as a hero saving a beauty. She swiftly disappeared, leaving the two of them some private time. Gai Zian Sigid. She had not even given him a chance to explain. Gubai was sprawled on the ground nearby. If he did not help her up, it would hardly be gentlemanly. Thinking this, Baizian moved to do so. But perhaps Gubai was afraid her bad luck would affect him, so she struggled to her feet by herself. She then recognized him as the person from the same train carriage earlier. The two greeted each other and introduced themselves. Gubai secretly assessed him. He had defeated an iron-rank fire bamboo spider with a single move. He was truly formidable. Seeing her staring blankly, Baizian took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Why are you here? Where are your classmates? At the mention of her classmates, Gubai looked noticeably uneasy. She said that she and her classmates had been separated after encountering a mutated fire bamboo spider. To anyone else, this was clearly terrible luck. But upon hearing that, Baizian became so excited that he grabbed Gubai's hand and told her to take him there immediately. His action made her blush furiously in embarrassment, and she hurriedly pulled her hand back. But that place is very dangerous. Besides, I might bring bad luck to you, she murmured. But Baizian did not care about that at all. He grabbed Gubai's hand again and told her to lead him to the mutated spider. He even promised that his white-scaled fish would open her eyes. He was genuinely delighted. This was truly killing two birds with one stone. It would let the white-scaled fish train, while also allowing Gubai to see how powerful he was, making it easier for her to join the Bai family. After leaving, Baiji continued watching her young master secretly from above. When she saw Baizian holding Gubai's hand, she was as excited as a teenage girl watching a romance drama. Yet when she saw Baizian smile, Baiji felt a chill run down her spine because she sensed a strong killing intent hidden within it. Gubai quickly led Baizian to the mutated spider's cave. Although this spider had low potential, it possessed two talents, so he still needed to assess the situation carefully. A mere bronze-rank spirit beast possessing two talents meant that there must be some heavenly treasure within that cave. With that thought, Baizian summoned the white-scaled fish and prepared for battle. Gubai had tried to persuade him to leave, saying that a mutated spider was not something new students like them could handle. But Baizian firmly replied, "It's fine. Step back and wait. Just watch." Baizian then instructed the white-scaled fish to first use water spear charge to reduce the number of fire bamboo spiders. Once the leader, the mutated spider, entered the battle, it was to use water flow burst to finish it off. The white-scaled fish nodded before charging forward bravely. The mutated spider was disturbed and immediately awoke. After confirming that the enemy was an unranked level 8 spirit beast, it flew into a rage. How dare this opponent, possessing only a little strength, attack its territory? The mutated spider immediately ordered its subordinates to rush in and tear its enemy apart. But Xian's white-scale fish was no ordinary spirit beast. The strength it displayed while dealing with the fire bamboo spiders astonished the mutated spider leader. The white-scaled fish dealt with almost all its subordinates in a single move, which enraged the mutated spider. It too unleashed all its strength, wanting to shred the white-scaled fish to pieces. Under the fierce barrage of fire, the water summoned by the white-scaled fish was completely evaporated. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Xian immediately ordered it to use flow-riding swiftness to evade the enemy's attacks. The white-scaled fish obediently complied and successfully escaped danger. Flow-riding swiftness was a skill that greatly increased its speed. Combined with the white-scaled fish's major mastery of water control, evading the mutated spider's attacks was as easy as pie. Seeing this, the spider attacked even more viciously. Its attacks came almost without pause, yet the white-scaled fish dodged every one of them with ease. After weaving through them for a while, it even approached the mutated spider from directly above. Xian immediately shouted a warning to his spirit beast. Don't let it provoke you. Focus on clearing out all the lesser monsters around it first. Only then will the real battle begin. At its master's reminder, the white-scaled fish seemed to come to its senses and quickly shifted its attacks from the mutated spider to the remaining fire bamboo spiders. Watching all its subordinates get wiped out before its eyes, the spider's rage reached its peak. Xian guessed that he and his spirit beast had forced it to use its strongest move. Sure enough, this attack was significantly more powerful. The white-scaled fish remained calm, using flow-riding swiftness to weave through the assault before launching a water flow burst at the spider's legs. Xian narrowed his eyes as he watched the battle unfold. Water flow burst was just as powerful as water spear charge, and now that water was facing fire, the white-scaled fish naturally held the advantage. At this pace, victory would certainly be theirs. However, because everything was going too smoothly, Xian began to feel uneasy. And sure enough, what he feared happened. The spider had long since been scheming during the battle. Although the white-scaled fish easily evaded all its attacks each time, the mutated spider left strands of webbing behind in the air with every attack. The longer the evasive maneuvers continued, the more webbing filled the cave, greatly restricting the white-scaled fish's movements. If this continued, Xian and the white-scaled fish would be the ones at a disadvantage. Therefore, he ordered his spirit beast to use dark water corrosion and finish the opponent once and for all. Receiving the command, the little fish immediately unleashed its killing move. The attack it unleashed was as violent as a tsunami and split into countless streams that struck from every direction, leaving the mutated spider unable to respond in time. Victory belonged to the white-scaled fish. However, because it had been injured earlier, the white-scaled fish was exhausted after using dark water corrosion. Xian hurriedly caught it. At that moment, the system notified him that the white-scaled fish had successfully advanced to unranked level 9. The purpose of this trip had been achieved. Now, he only needed to place it in the beast taming space to rest and recover. Only then did Gubai timidly step forward and ask, "How was the white-scaled fish?" "It's fine. It has only exhausted itself. It will recover after resting." Then, he approached the mutated spider's corpse, preparing to collect the spoils. But the moment he drew his knife, Gubai snatched it away. She seemed very familiar with dissecting spirit beast corpses, and her movements were extremely skillful. Xian could only step aside and let Gubai handle it herself. Meanwhile, he used the Eye of Heavenly Genesis to inspect the cave for heavenly treasures. Yet before he could discover anything, he heard Gubai call out to him excitedly, Xian, look at this. I found it inside that spider leader's body." In Gubai's hand was a handful of awakening origin stones. These were divine stones containing the power of awakening, capable of helping living beings awaken new talents. Before Xian could even use the Eye of Heavenly Genesis, Gubai had found the most valuable treasure in the cave. It seemed her fortune-gathering talent was also highly useful for finding treasures. Xian had previously encountered only 2 things capable of awakening talents. One was the Awakening Stone of the 9 Provinces Federation in the Awakening Hall that day, while the other was his beast taming space. Yet Gubai had now found something with a similar effect. Any item capable of awakening talents was unquestionably a treasure within the 9 Provinces Federation. Gubai lacked appraisal abilities, so she did not know this. Bai Ziyan could not tell her either. He knew that she had decent character, but he feared that even she might develop ill intentions when faced with such immense temptation. Therefore, Bai Ziyan said, "I don't know what this is either. When we return, I'll ask one of my family's elders." Gubai nodded repeatedly while continuing to dissect the spider. Watching her, Bai Ziyan decided that the time had come and invited her to join his family. Gubai stopped what she was doing, turned around, and looked at him in confusion. "Are you inviting me?" Bai Ziyan nodded. Gubai turned back and stabbed the mutated spider's corpse again. Bai Ziyan was so powerful, while she had been nothing but an unlucky omen since childhood, rejected by everyone. She was a monster in every sense of the word. She did not dare believe in the invitation, much less accept it. "That's not true. You're not a monster. You're just a little special." Bai Ziyan took the knife from her hand, preventing her from venting her emotions on the spider any further. Then he continued inviting her to work for the young master of the Bai family in White Scale City. In the future, Bai Ziyan would surely take her to see the sights of Spirit Taming City, a place with an even higher level of development. The Bai family? You mean the family of the Diamond Rank Beastmaster, Bai Jingsong? Gubai asked doubtfully. "That's right. So, will you join our Bai family?" Bai Ziyan replied, extending his hand. Looking at his hand, Gubai suddenly had a thought. Perhaps she should try once more. Maybe this time, the result will be different. So she reached out, took Bai Ziyan's hand, and agreed. At that moment, Gubai swore in her heart that she would work twice as hard to repay the benefactor who had extended a hand to her during her darkest hour. Once they had reached an agreement, Bai Ziyan said that he had a gift for Gubai. He then parted the webbing and discovered a cluster of eggs belonging to the mutated fire bamboo spider. The mutated spider's eggs had also inherited its mutation, which was equivalent to the birth of an entirely new spider species. If they could make use of this and cultivate new type of spirit beast, it would certainly bring tremendous benefits to the Bai family. Therefore, he told Gubai to choose an egg as a condition of joining the Bai family. "A condition for joining the Bai family? You want me to form a new contract?" Gubai asked cautiously. Gai Ziyan nodded. Contracts between beastmasters and spirit beasts could be dissolved. As beastmasters grew stronger, contracts with low-level pets often became unsuitable for combat. Choosing pets with greater potential was a common occurrence. There were 2 ways to form a new contract. The first was to dissolve the old contract, and the second was to kill one's old pet. Gubai hesitantly stepped forward, but the very first egg she chose was the one with the highest potential. Bai Ziyan had been right. Her talent was extremely useful for finding treasures. Now, it was time to dissolve her old contract. The first method would cause backlash to the Beastmaster and could even cost them their life. But the second method was far too cruel, so Bai Ziyan wondered which one she would choose. Without nearly any hesitation, Gubai chose to dissolve her old contract with her pet beetle. When the process ended, she coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Bai Ziyan rushed over in alarm. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Though Gubai was in great pain, she still forced herself to sit down and properly say goodbye to the beetle. After all, they had been companions for a long time, and parting from it was still painful. Gubai watched the beetle for a long while, until it disappeared from sight. As for Bai Ziyan, after this incident, he became even more certain that he had chosen the right person. Afterward, the 2 of them went to the black market in Fire Bamboo City to buy and sell a few things. The spirit crystal vendor feigned outrage, pointing at a pile of crystals as he said, "The moment you opened your mouth, you knocked a 0 off the price. 9,000 credits. I can't go any lower." But who was Bai Ziyan? He was sharp and handsome. How could he be so easily fooled by that old man? He asked, "Boss, are you trying to take advantage of me because I'm young? You're acting even angrier than I am. What a scammer. This crystal is practically shattered. It doesn't even have the slightest residual energy." Hearing that, the old man dropped his act and stammered defensively. "Although it is a little damaged, it may still contain the original imprint of a spirit beast. Perhaps a spirit beast of the same element could even comprehend its skill." Bai Ziyan thought about it, then nodded. "What the boss says does make some sense. The odds that a shattered crystal like this still lets one sense its skill are 1 in a billion. If it weren't so pretty, I probably wouldn't even have thought of it." The system's voice sounded. Crimson Radiance Rending Sparrow Crystal. Super King Rank Spirit Beast Crystal. Due to severe damage, the remaining skill imprint is Purple Meteor Fire. Bai Zian's expression suddenly turned rather sly, startling Gu Bai. He had never expected such a treasure to be hidden in a small city like Fire Bamboo City. Gu Bai's luck had really come through. The vendor became more earnest and proposed, "How about this? Let's both be honest with each other. 90,000 credits." But Bai Zian pretended to lose patience. Forget it. Sure enough, that trick still worked. No wonder mothers always used it when bargaining at the market. The vendor hurriedly stopped him. Wait, 10,000 credits. 10,000. That's the lowest price. If you agree, take it. Bai Zian replied with satisfaction. Fine. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Hold it. A purple-haired man walked over, clearly intending to compete with him for the spirit crystal. He declared bluntly, "I'm interested in that crystal too." That irritating look of his made it obvious he was looking for trouble. The purple-haired man smugly brushed back his hair. "I'll pay 20,000 credits." Bai Zian swatted his hand away, thinking he's got some nerve trying to cut in line. He said irritably, "Friend, isn't it a little excessive to snatch someone else's deal?" The purple-haired man shamelessly replied, "The boss hasn't sold the crystal to you yet, so of course I can make an offer." He pointed at Bai Zian mockingly. "Don't tell me a great beastmaster like you can't even afford 20,000 credits." He added proudly, "I'm the mayor of Fire Bamboo City's grandson. I could even arrange a job for you, so you can make enough to get by." So he was one of those privileged rich brats. Then his gaze met hers. The purple-haired man looked past Bai Zian and greeted Gu Bai. He had not noticed her before. Her delicate hands and fair, rosy skin made her truly adorable. His face became utterly lecherous as he sighed. What a rare beauty. Bai Zian could no longer tolerate him. Since we both want it, why not settle it in a fight to the death? He stepped in front of Gu Bai, thinking this is exactly the sort of weak villain who likes to swagger around. His face practically had the words, "Evil scum," written on it. "Let me use you for some practice." The eye of Heavenly Genesis opened. The purple-haired man also flared with hostility. Trying to play the hero and save the beauty? You're courting death. The spirit beast beside him began to emit flames. The system's voice sounded. Race, Crimson Flamehound. Fire Element Beast. Rank, Peak Silver. Talent, Molten Body, B rank. Potential, Mid Black Iron. Skills, Blue Flowing Fire, Green Blazing Flame. He ordered, "Go, good dog. Kill him." The hound lunged at Bai Zian as though it wanted to tear him apart. Bai Zian was not panicked at all. Calmly holding Gu Bai, he lightly dodged aside. Bai Zian found it somewhat interesting. As someone who had always been protected by his family, opportunities for a life-or-death fight against a real beastmaster were rare. The purple-haired man's spirit beast charged at him viciously again. Gaizian Merelai Smeded. I just took down a bronze rank spirit beast. I wonder how strong a black iron rank beastmaster is. He effortlessly evaded the spirit beast's attack again. The purple-haired man taunted him. "If you've got the guts, stop running away, you piece of trash." More and more spectators gathered, whispering among themselves. "Isn't that Mayor Zhou's grandson, Zhou Zi? This is bad. Zhou Zi is best at bullying people. I heard he loves launching sneak attacks during one-on-one fights." The spirit beast charged again, becoming increasingly frenzied. Gu Bai shouted anxiously, "Watch out, Zian." The old vendor could only sigh. That kid is dead for sure. But Bai Zian did not look worried in the slightest. He was still completely relaxed. "If you don't want me to dodge anymore, then I'll face you directly." As the hound pounced, he moved his arms in a circular motion, spinning it around and around as though washing rice. Finally, he delivered the finishing blow, sending the purple-haired man's spirit beast flying with a palm strike. The spirit beast lay there miserably like a frightened little puppy, looking quite pitiful. Seeing that, Bai Zian showed him no respect. The mayor's grandson threatened, "Brat, even when you beat a dog, you should consider its owner. I'll make you regret this." Ignoring his spirit beast's injuries, he ordered again, "Crimson Flamehound, use blazing fire." The spirit beast obediently condensed a fireball and launched it at Bai Zian in a spiraling arc. Bai Zian dodged it in time. Looking at the crater left in the ground, he decided it was time to summon his spirit beast. It was time for the white-scaled fish to appear. Fire and water were natural opposites. Acting at once, Bai Zian summoned his water element spirit beast. "Come forth, white-scaled fish." But as soon as it appeared, Bai Zian sensed that something was wrong. A giant serpent suddenly emerged from behind him. It opened its enormous jaws, trying to swallow Bai Zian whole, but he dodged in time. It turned out that the purple-haired man had used a despicable sneak attack, yet he still proudly boasted, "I didn't expect you to dodge even that." The system's voice sounded. Race, mysterious flame serpent. Fire element beast. Rank, mid-silver. Talent, swift speed, B rank. Potential, mid-black iron. Skills, blue sky filling fire sparks. Green basic toxicity. Even the white-scaled fish felt that this was despicable. Bai Zian felt the same. This was going to be troublesome. He gave his command. White-scaled fish, let's end this quickly. The white-scaled fish understood and cooperated immediately. The purple-haired man still did not know his limits, snorting, "Perfect. Crimson Flame Hound, Blazing Flame." But 2 against 1 was never easy. The white-scaled fish was surrounded by fireballs. "This is bad." The fireballs suddenly exploded, drowning the white-scaled fish in red flames and smoke, making its condition impossible to see. The purple-haired man was smug. "You're merely an entry-level beastmaster with a tiny spirit beast, yet you dare challenge a black iron rank beastmaster like me? What a pity for such a capable spirit beast." He arrogantly declared, "You've lost, brat." But Bai Zian had the opposite reaction. Seemingly sensing that the white-scaled fish was fine, he asked, "Don't you think it's too early to draw conclusions?" The white-scaled fish burst out of the smoke without a single scratch on its body. Enraged, it swept its tail and sent the purple-haired man's spirit beast tumbling over. The domineering strike sent the Crimson Flame Hound flying a great distance. Dizzy and disoriented, it fainted on the spot. The remaining Blazing Flame Serpent used its long body to coil around the white-scaled fish, attempting to trap it. The white-scaled fish swiftly slipped free, condensed a water ball, and fired it straight at the Blazing Flame Serpent's head. The Blazing Flame Serpent was officially out of the fight. Seeing this, the purple-haired man stammered in shock. "How? It's clearly only an ordinary beast." The white-scaled fish had finally vented its anger. Bai Zian recalled the white-scaled fish. "To be honest, your spirit beasts are quite strong." What a shame. Now, it was his turn to mock the man. They chose the wrong master. How could someone as arrogant as him swallow such provocation? "You brat." Since he was already acting like a petty villain, why care about his reputation? He pulled out a dagger from somewhere. The purple-haired man charged in fury. "You're just an ordinary beastmaster. What are you so proud of?" Bai Ji suddenly flew over and kicked him squarely in the head. "Hiya!" She struck a flamboyant pose, smiling as she delivered a message to Bai Zian. "Young Master Zian, the city lord has sent a letter." Kicked painfully, the purple-haired man could only lie on the ground and curse. "Die." Bai Zian continued his transaction with the old vendor. "Boss, here are your 10,000 credits. Give me the spirit crystal." The scene shifted to a city filled with towering buildings. In a private room, Bai Zian stood before a pile of herbs, lost in thought. The letter sent by the city lord spoke aloud. "Zian, I have finished gathering all the materials you requested regarding the evolution of the white-scaled fish. You do not intend to use the Bai family's evolution formula, choosing instead to use your extraordinary intuition to create a new one. Your grandfather respects and trusts your choice, but you must remember that walking a path no one has ever traveled is extremely dangerous." Gai Zian pondered silently. Evolution. As expected, the white-scaled fish had surpassed the black iron rank and could undergo its first evolution. According to the Bai family's evolution formula, it would eventually evolve into a red-eyed goldfish. But the Eye of Heavenly Genesis had given him an evolution route he could not refuse, the Kuanping. From entering the sea as a Kuan to soaring into the heavens as a Peng. Then from fish to whale, whale to Kuan, and finally Kuan to Peng. It would require a total of 9 evolutions to attain these 3 forms. Bai Zian was excited. It would become the legendary divine beast that ruled both the ocean and the skies. He summoned the white-scaled fish again. "Little flying fish, come here." It flew straight into his back as if it had no eyes. Damn it! Bai Zian felt like his spine needed replacing. A voice came from outside the door. "Zian, are you all right?" Bai Zian grabbed the white-scaled fish, then irritably spun it around. "White-scaled fish." He pointed to its cheek. "We're beginning your evolution now." The white-scaled fish looked at its master with pitiful eyes. Without further words, Bai Zian began the evolution process. He took out the materials needed for this evolution. As they all merged together, the evolution entered its initial stage. the white-scaled fish's appearance gradually changed. Its tail and fins slowly grew longer. It had entered the final stage of evolution. The white-scaled fish emerged in an entirely new form, as though it had grown from a 1-year-old child into a 5-year-old. Race: White Phantom Giant-Scaled Fish. Water Element Beast. Rank: Early Black Iron. Talents: Flow Riding Swiftness, S rank. Dark Water Power, S rank. Water Flow Burst, A rank. Mysterious Phantom Trail, A rank. The system's voice sounded. Potential: High King rank. Skills: Purple Beginner Flow Riding Swiftness. Purple Beginner Dark Water Corrosion. Blue Beginner Water Flow Burst. Blue Mysterious Void White Phantom. Green Proficient Water Spear Charge. Green Proficient Foam Layer. Description: Born with exceptional talents. It possesses abilities far beyond ordinary white-scaled fish. It also possesses the mysterious phantom talent of the whitewater whale, which can confuse enemies and reduce their chance of landing attacks. As the system's voice ended, a small explosion occurred. The white-scaled fish's body suddenly expanded out of control, nearly crushing Xian flat. Damn it, why are you so huge? He hurriedly ordered it back before he truly became a pancake. Brother, hurry and return. The white-scaled fish obediently flew back into the beast-taming space. Xian let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, I almost got crushed to death by my own spirit beast. Fortunately, the room is only a little messy. A knock at the door drew his attention. Hearing the commotion, Bai asked worriedly, Young master, are you all right? Looking at the wrecked room, he reluctantly replied, I'm fine. I was researching beast taming skills. Go prepare a new room for me. This one can't be used anymore. Xian considered the matter carefully. He had to find a solution soon, or this would become very inconvenient. He noticed that he had overlooked something. There was still another letter. Only one line was written on the paper. Verdant Origin due, Crimson Wing City. Xian thought, great. Grandfather found news of the Verdant Origin due so quickly. I must obtain it. His mood immediately brightened again. While I'm there, I might as well see whether Crimson Wing City has any other treasures. The scene shifted to Crimson Wing City. Vendors' cries rang out constantly. Fresh spirit crystals and spirit beast eggs. Come take a look. Spirit beast distribution maps for Crimson Wing City. Come and see. The Black Crow Adventure Team is recruiting. Insurance, meals, and lodging included. Xian found it rather irritating. It's so noisy. He had nearly finished walking through Crimson Wing City's market without finding anything worthwhile. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, Xian regretted it. The system issued a notification. Black Iron rank Fire Breath Beast Crystal detected. Bronze rank Fossil Material detected. Nether Owl Feather detected. It seemed Xian was about to make another huge profit. As the two looked around the street, a voice suddenly came from nearby. I heard this auction will attract quite a lot of people. Two young men were chatting. One said, there'll be resources of diamond rank at the auction. The other continued, that old woman from Azure City, who travels everywhere collecting diamond rank resources, will be coming too. The more they talked, the more excited they became. Then there's nothing to look forward to. Whoever gets the diamond rank resource will surely be decided already. Hearing this, Xian worried, this is bad. The Verdant Origin due is very important to me. If the Azure City Lord gets involved, this auction will be difficult. A shout from the vendor behind him drew his attention. Hey, are you buying it or not? If not, don't touch it. Gubai held up an item and asked timidly, Boss, how much is this stone? The vendor to you immediately snapped in anger. What stone? This is a treasure. You can't afford it, so get lost and stop interfering with my business. At that moment, the system displayed its information. Diamond rank material detected, radiant fruit. Xian could scarcely believe his eyes. Gubai had picked up something at random, and it was actually diamond rank. Without thinking further, he rushed over and placed a hand on her shoulder. Excitedly, he said, Boss, name your price. I want this. The man immediately quoted an enormous sum. 30 million 9 provinces credits. Yet inwardly, he thought, another rich, foolish brat. Gubai trembled in anger and advised, Xian, it's too expensive. Let's forget it. The Ulaft Smugly. Kid, whether you're courting a girl or putting on a show, you have to pay the price. Xian could only grit his teeth, pull out his card, and shout, run the card. Inwardly, he thought, 30 million credits for a diamond rank resource? That's a massive bargain. The vendor was delighted after receiving the payment. Thank you for your patronage. A spirit beast circled through the sky, and the people below began to whisper curiously. What kind of spirit beast is that? Its presence is incredible. It's a crane. A man stood atop the crane as his voice rang out. Phoenix-crowned cloudwing crane, let's go. Information appeared beside the crane. Race, Phoenix-crowned cloudwing crane. Rank, mid-diamond. Talent, storm summoning, a rank. Potential, high diamond. Skills, blue storm summoning, blue cloudwing blade, green cloud rain dance. Jing Chong glanced down and called out, "Tell that old crimson ghost we've arrived." The crane continued circling through the sky, leaving brilliant pinkish-purple, sparkling trails in its wake. On the other side, someone rode a crimson wing crow. The rider laughed heartily. So, is the renowned city lord of White Scale City. Standing with his hands on his hips, he said, "Your presence makes my crimson river city shine all the more brightly." Jing Chong was greatly displeased by his attitude. "You old crimson ghost, why is a grand patriarch like you pretending to be civilized?" The man immediately put on a respectful expression. "A guest is a guest. Old Bai, please come in." Below, Bai Zian stared in astonishment, deeply moved. Grandfather had personally come just to ensure that he could obtain the verdant origin due. In the dusky sky, the two birds flew off in the same direction. The next day, the scene shifted to a magnificent palace. He anxiously asked his grandson, "Zian, are you sure you want to do this?" Zian answered with absolute certainty, "Yes, Grandpa. I'm determined to obtain the azure cloud due." Suddenly, a voice sounded behind them. "Old Bai, what do you want with me?" Dong Li spoke in an exceedingly serious tone. "If this is about the azure cloud due, there is no need to say more. Whoever bids the highest gets it." This was Dong Li, the city lord of Blue City, with her granddaughter Chi Chi standing timidly behind her. She stared at them, and Zian seemed to recognize the girl. Jing Chong immediately laughed. "Isn't this your granddaughter? I heard you've been continuously gathering diamond tier resources to treat her illness." Dong Li replied angrily, "Are you beating around the bush because you want to threaten me?" A terrifying pressure erupted from her body as she shouted, "You and I are both diamond tier beast tamers. Why should I be afraid of you?" Zian raised his hand to shield himself from the green aura that had just been released, thinking, "This is my first time directly facing the might of a diamond tier beast tamer. It is suffocating." In contrast, Jing Chong remained completely calm. "City Lord Lan, you misunderstand. You and I are competing for the azure cloud due. Whoever offers the higher price gets it. It is no different from an auction." Jing Chong formed a protective barrier. "It seems you have no particular need for diamond tier resources. Why not make a deal with me and settle this peacefully?" Zian was amazed by the sight. Only silver tier beast tamers and above could condense a protective barrier. Dong Li calmed down somewhat and frowned. "What deal?" Jing Chong took out a box. "I have a diamond tier resource here, a dawnlight fruit. As long as I obtain the azure cloud due, I will sell this to you at the same price as the azure cloud due." Zian immediately stepped forward and whispered, "Grandpa, wait a moment." He looked at Chi Chi and smiled. "This little sister is sick. It is truly pitiful. How about we give her the dawnlight fruit?" Though Jing Chong appeared stern on the outside, inwardly he was dumbfounded. "Give it to her? It was supposed to be sold, but now it has become a gift. That is rather different from our original agreement." She seemed unable to believe it. "Young man, diamond tier resources are precious and rare. Why would you give one to us?" She continued looking at them with a sorrowful gaze, but Zian merely smiled brightly. "Didn't you say she needs a diamond tier resource to treat her illness?" Chi Chi blushed at his words. "I like this little girl, so I'm giving the dawnlight fruit to her." Jing Chong looked at his grandson suspiciously. Little one is not someone obsessed with women. Even if he really likes her, this child from the Lan family is far too frail. She would not be suitable as my granddaughter-in-law. He could only smile awkwardly as he handed the box to Dong Li. "Please forgive us for making you laugh. My grandson is too straightforward. Since he said he would give it to her, then we must give it to her." Yet inwardly, he thought, perhaps that straightforwardness means his keen intuition noticed something, which is why little one suddenly changed his mind. Dong Li looked down at the box in her hand. She led the child away, then turned back to say, "City Lord Bai, I have accepted this gift. I will no longer compete with you." Jing Chong watched their departing figures and replied, "Thank you, City Lord Lan." Chi Chi shyly turned back and asked Zian, "Big brother, what is your name?" Zian smiled brightly at her. "My name is Bai Zian. I live in White Scale City. When you get better, come visit me." She memorized his name. As she turned away, she called out reluctantly, "Brother Zian." Zian stared ahead and muttered, "I gave away a diamond tier resource for free." His expression turned grave. "I'm not someone who spends money like water." The system issued another notification. The system notification continued. The female auctioneer walked out and announced, "Strength determines victory." She then prepared to begin the event. "Dear guests, welcome to today's auction." The lights shone upon the first item. Today's auction officially begins. Without further delay, let us begin with the first item. The people below began discussing it nonstop. A gold-tier spirit beast egg, a purple rock eagle. The starting bid is 1 million. A purple rock eagle? I heard they are difficult to raise and train. Zian and his grandfather watched the projection in their private room. Zian was startled when he saw the item. This is... The auctioneer raised her hammer, ready to strike. A genuine gold-tier purple rock eagle egg, offered at a fair price. Does anyone wish to bid? Someone called out from a private room. 1 million. The audience was astonished. What a rich person. They must be buying it just for fun. The world of the wealthy truly is beyond comprehension. The auctioneer sighed in relief. The first item is usually not easy to sell. What a relief. Jing Chong looked at him worriedly. "Little one, do you want to reconsider? Purple rock eagles are not easy to raise." Zian looked at the system notification. The auctioneer brought down her hammer. "Congratulations to the guest in private room 3 for successfully bidding on the purple rock eagle egg. The next auction item is..." Everyone in the hall applauded. 1 hour later, the auctioneer looked at her booklet. "Next is the final auction item, Azure Cloud Dew." The lights once again illuminated the gleaming stone. There is no starting price. Bidding is open, and each increase must be at least 1,000,009 provinces credits. The people in the hall immediately clamored. "I bid 10,000,009 provinces credits." 10 million, and you think you can get a diamond tier material? Keep dreaming. "I bid 30 million, 50 million 9 provinces credits." Everyone, please do me this favor. In front of a diamond tier material, your reputation is worthless. "I bid 100 million. Jing Chong advised Zian, "Little and stay calm. It is not time yet. Let the people below keep bidding. Then we'll make a much higher offer." Zian frowned slightly. "This Azure Cloud Dew is the key to awakening my second talent." He took out the green stone. "How should I use the awakening stone I obtained from the mutated fire bamboo spider leader?" Zian looked at the system notification and thought, "You're currently researching the use of an awakening stone and have received a revelation from the heavenly Tao. Method 3. Use the awakening stone as the primary material, supplemented by rainbow glow secret leaves, Azure Cloud Dew, Skyfar pears, and other materials to create an awakening solution. Soak in it for a full day and night for a certain chance of awakening an S rank to SSS rank talent." At that moment, someone made an enormous bid. 500 million. Tangdis Maid Smagli. "Once I obtain the Azure Cloud Dew, I will advance to the diamond tier." A larger number came from a private room above. 700 million 9 provinces credits. He immediately pleaded, "I am Tangda, a top-ranked gold-tier beast tamer. This material is extremely important to me. I hope this friend can understand." Then he shouted, 800 million 9 provinces credits. Everyone around him was bewildered. Boss Tang is only one step away from diamond tier. Of course, he wants to take that next step. Anyone seated in private room 3 must be extraordinary. They are probably another powerful expert. Have you not noticed that City Lord Lon in private room 2 has not bid yet? Yet Tang still dares to make such a fuss. An immense pressure erupted from the private room. The person inside spoke disdainfully. "A top-ranked gold-tier beast tamer? You must be very impressive." Tangda was immediately terrified. A diamond-tier beast tamer. Even the auctioneer trembled. That is the powerful expert personally welcomed by the city lord yesterday. Who exactly is that person? A cough came from inside the private room. The auctioneer shuddered in fear. 900 million 9 provinces credits, going once. Is there any higher bid? Tangda immediately became respectful. This junior was discourteous. I hope you will not hold it against me. Those around him secretly mocked him. How could a gold-tier beast tamer dare compete with a diamond-tier beast tamer? Was he tired of living? The auctioneer continued her work. 900 million, going twice. If no one bids, there will be no more chances. She looked delighted. 900 million, going 3 times. Does City Lord Lon not particularly favor diamond-tier materials? Why is she not participating in the bidding? Everyone looked toward that window. The woman in red pointed toward the private room. Congratulations to the guest in private room 3 for successfully bidding on the Azure Cloud Dew. Old Crimson suddenly burst through the door. Old Bai, how did you make that old hag from the Lon family stop competing with you? Jing Chong did not seem pleased. That was my grandson's doing. Old Crimson looked at Xian and immediately disparaged him. This is your grandson? His face is pale, and his limbs are skinny as sticks. Can he even be a beast tamer? But Xian only cared about the item. That settles it. My second talent. Old Crimson slapped Jing Chong hard on the shoulder. Good, then it is decided. Xian looked over in surprise. Decided what? Jing Chong then informed him. Littlin, in 3 days, you will fight the granddaughter of the city lord of Crimson Wing City. Xian was confused. Huh? The setting sun shone down upon the city lord's manor of Crimson Wing City. An angry girl kicked open the door and stormed in. Grandpa, I'm back. She grabbed his beard and threatened him. Old man, why did you call me back? If it is not something important, I will shave off all your beard. He grimaced in pain. My little treasure, let go quickly. My beard is about to fall out. Old Crimson smiled awkwardly. You are about to advance to bronze tier, aren't you? I found you an opportunity to obtain a spirit beast with diamond tier potential. She was startled upon hearing that. What opportunity? He pointed towards Xian. As long as you defeat him. Jing Chong also encouraged Xian from the side. Littlin, seize this opportunity. Enter Crimson Fong Valley and find yourself a flying spirit beast. The two sides silently sized each other up. Old Bai, you arrived quite early. It is better to settle this quickly. Waiting any longer would only waste time. We still need to go to Crimson Fong Valley to choose a young spirit beast. Old Crimson had not even finished speaking. I hope your grandson loses so badly. Ren and I looked at Xian with great interest. Big brother, and you are so handsome. My name is Ren and I. What is yours? Her enthusiasm made him rather awkward. Xian. Old Crimson angrily separated them. Hurry up and start. Ren and I also assumed a ready stance. Big brother, make sure you take this seriously. At that moment, the system displayed information. She ordered her spirit beast, Winged Fong, quickly take control of the skies. Ren and I pointed directly at Xian. Call out your spirit beast already. Do not say I did not give you a chance. Xian did not make her wait. He raised his hand to the sky and shouted, Appear, white phantom giant scale fish. A massive figure appeared. The scale fish immediately fell flat on its face. It looked at Xian and smiled awkwardly. I lost weight, but then I gained it all back. Ren and I could not help laughing at the scene. Your spirit beast is really adorable. Xian felt as though he were falling apart. This spirit beast was giving him a headache. It had obtained an elastic apricot crystal at the auction, granting it the ability to grow larger or smaller. He had not expected that shrinking it would make it look like this. Winged Fong immediately swooped down. She smiled smugly and gave the command, Winged Fong attack. Use Wing Slash. The bird unleashed its technique. Xian and his spirit beast easily dodged it, but one attack still grazed his hair. He had to bend backward to evade the next strike. Xian was furious. Use Water Cannon. Knock it flat on its face. The scale fish immediately fired its water cannon. Powerful streams of water made the bird cry out miserably. Ren and I immediately commanded Winged Fong. Winged Fong, get out of the water cannon's range. The bird obeyed and instantly flew away. Xian could not help praising his spirit beast. Well done. After evolving, the scalefish's firing speed and water cannon's power have both increased greatly. Suddenly, something flew toward them, and the system displayed its information. Talent: A rank Fire Vortex. Potential: Mid-Diamond. Skills: Blue rank Fire Arrow, White rank High Speed Movement. However, Xian scale fish absorb the flames. Fortunately, it is only a level 9 unranked spirit beast, so the damage was not high. Xian continuously comforted the scale fish. You still lack combat experience against beast tamers. I put you through a lot, brother. Ren and I launched another attack. Your defense is pretty strong. Let us see how you block the next move. Both birds charged forward with powerful force. Xian used telepathy to ask the system, just how much can an A-rank talent increase a spirit beast combat power? The system immediately answered, threefold. Winged Fong charged straight in, while the Golden Talon Eagle breathed fire at the same time. A thick cloud of dust rose. Jing Chong was extremely displeased. Why has Little and not taken the initiative to attack? Old Crimson mocked him. Bai, do not worry. My granddaughter will not hurt your grandson. But Xian had actually formed a protective barrier. All three of them were shocked. How is that possible? He is only at the black iron tier. The power of flowing water surrounded him. Xian could finally smile. I have discovered that protective barriers are not something only silver tier beast tamers can use. As long as one has sufficient ability, one can use them. And my inner space contains an immense amount of spiritual energy. He seriously commanded his spirit beast in this battle as usual. White phantom giant scale fish, finish it according to the plan. The scale fish immediately used its technique. As you wish, great sea, water cannon. It transformed into a whale. Old Crimson's eyes widened in shock. Old Bai, what kind of monster is your grandson? Even Jing Chong trembled. I do not know either. The scale fish created torrents of water. Its water columns shot directly at its opponents. Wing Fong was swallowed by the torrent, and the golden talon eagle did not escape disaster either. It fell directly at Ren's feet. Ren and I could no longer remain calm. Wing Fong, blazing fire assault, rammed directly into Xian. The bird immediately charged straight toward him. Wing Fong rushed forward, its eyes blazing like fire. Its sharp beak seemed ready to tear through the air, while fierce smoke and flames enveloped its body. The Crimson City Lord was utterly astonished by the sight. He could not help exclaiming, "That little girl has gone mad. She refuses to admit defeat. Such a fierce attack will only hurt herself even more." Ahead, the giant-scaled fish and its blue energy surged directly forward, while Wing Fong rode the momentum and charged in as well. Below them, Bai Zian watched intently, his nerves taut. Seeing that the giant-scaled fish showed no signs of stopping, Bai Zian broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, "Don't hurt it!" A moment later, the two spirit beasts collided head-on. A massive wave of blue energy shot forward, meeting blazing flames that made the air hotter than ever. Immediately afterward, the giant-scaled fish lunged toward Ren and I, throwing her into panic. Seeing this, Bai Jingsong turned to reassure the anxious Crimson City Lord. "Don't worry, little one knows what he's doing. He won't harm your granddaughter." Ren and I hovered in midair, raising her hand and shouting in resignation, "I surrender. Hurry up and let me down." Bai Zian immediately smiled and formed a sealing hand sign. "Thank you for yielding." The four of them turned and headed inside together. Then the Crimson City Lord spoke first. "A loss is a loss. Your grandson may go in and choose one, but you may not enter." Excitedly, he thought to himself, that brat probably can't even tell the good ones from the bad ones. Meanwhile, Bai Jingsong thought to himself, little Anne's intuitive talent is even more formidable than my own appraisal ability. The Crimson City Lord raised his hand, gathering crimson energy in his palm, then firmly pressed the green switch. A flash of light erupted. Bai Zian and Ren and I were dazzled by the radiance of Crimson Wing Valley and instinctively shielded their eyes. With his hands on his hips, the Crimson City Lord looked at them and reminded Bai Zian, "Brat, I'll give you 1 hour. Whether you finish choosing or not, you must come out when the time is up." Then he turned to Ren and I. Go keep an eye on that brat. Don't let him cause trouble." Bai Zian readily agreed. "City Lord Crimson, I understand." Behind him, Ren and I crossed her arms in displeasure. "Phoenix." With that, the Crimson City Lord stepped aside, and Bai Zian slowly entered Crimson Wing Valley. The moment he stepped inside and looked around, he received a stream of information. Crimson Wing Valley was a fragment of an extinguished planet. The Crimson Ancestor had refined it into a small secret realm using a secret art. It was rich in fire element energy, though that energy was continuously leaking away. Bai Zian was thrilled. Raising his hand to examine the surroundings more closely, he could not help sighing, "How amazing." Ren and I, standing beside him, answered proudly, "Of course. Our Crimson family is famous for its fire element spirit beast nests. Without something like this, how could we have established ourselves?" The entire landscape glowed red, giving off an intensely scorching sensation. Dead, withered trees stood all around. Bai Zian followed Run and I and asked as they walked, "Miss Run, could you introduce some of the spirit beasts in Crimson Wing Valley to me?" Ren and I stopped and pointed toward the sky. Bai Zian looked up and listened to her explanation. "That's Wing Fong." It was a massive orange-feathered bird with blazing eyes, and 4 black birds flew in front of it. Ren and I continued. "They possess both wind and fire attributes. but I don't think they like you very much. Bai Zian turned away, his forehead covered in sweat. It's no longer a matter of dislike. Those are looks of pure hatred. Ren and I looked confused. As soon as he finished speaking, a flock of golden-feathered birds suddenly appeared all over the sky. Seeing one dive toward them, Bai Zian reflexively stepped back, energy gathering around his entire body. Ren and I quickly moved in front of him, raised a card in her hand, and seemed to shout something. She held a red card, and the light emitted from it immediately drove the birds back. Their eyes widened in shock. When it was over, Ren and I turned around, pointed at Bai Zian, and said arrogantly, "A water element ability user like you standing here is like a bowl of water poured into a frying pan of oil. It's already fortunate that they didn't swarm you as a group." Bai Zian nodded, continued looking around, and replied, "So that's how it is." He then approached a bird's nest and stared at it. More information appeared before him. Bai Zian jumped to another nest and inspected it with wide eyes, startling the bird inside. He moved from nest to nest in succession beneath the tranquil golden-orange sky. 1 hour later, Bai Zian was still searching diligently. Rin and I sat on a rock, resting her chin on her hand as she complained impatiently, "Hey, have you chosen yet? Time is almost up." Bai Zian did not answer. He remained immersed in thought. There's nothing particularly good here. Diamond grade is already the highest in this place. Seeing that he was ignoring her, Rin and I turned around and angrily shouted, "Did you even hear me?" Bai Zian still paid her no attention. Resting his chin on his hand, he made a serious decision. "Forget it. I'll take that Diamond Grade 1 after all. I might not form a contract with it, but I can leave it for the Bai family." Rin and I was furious behind him and kept shouting. Just as he was thinking, a yellow-orange feathered bird suddenly caught Bai Zian's attention. He exclaimed in surprise, "Huh." Bai Zian approached it curiously, his eyes sparkling with interest. This one's feathers are quite unusual. It had sleek, lustrous orange feathers, a golden tail, and half-closed blue eyes. Mutated fire element Wing Fong species. Talent, Blazing Sun's Fire, SS grade. Aptitude, High Bronze grade. Origin, severely damaged. Skills, Point of the Blazing Sun, orange grade. Blazing Charge, purple grade. Smoke Soaring Charge, blue grade. Fading Crimson Scorching Flame, blue grade. Bai Zian looked up as more information continued to appear. A mutated fire element spirit beast that has discarded all other attributes, retaining only pure fire. Because of this, it possesses the nurturing power of the sun flame. Its growth rate is extremely fast, but the special nature of the sun flame demands a vast amount of fire element energy, causing severe damage to its origin. If its damaged origin can be repaired, it may grow to epic grade. Otherwise, it would not be worth passing over a diamond grade option for it. Bai Zian lifted the wing fong and studied it closely. Under the astonished gazes of the blackbirds, he gently asked, "Hey, little fellow, would you be willing to come with me?" Perched on his hand, it coldly shook its head, showing no interest in Bai Zian at all. Bai Zian quickly understood and muttered to himself, "Looks like you won't come with me without a little temptation." The next moment, he somehow produced a sparkling pink crystal. Its dazzling gleam caught Wing Fang's attention, and it could not resist stealing a glance at it. Once it got a clear look at the crystal, it immediately turned back and stared at it closely, its face filled with shock. Wing Fang hesitated for a moment, but still replied stubbornly, "I am the incarnation of the sun. You think a mere crystal can tempt me?" Bai Zian immediately smiled slyly and coaxed it, "Come with me. I guarantee you'll be able to eat your fill of fire element crystals." Wing Fong began to sweat as it slowly wavered. It truly could not withstand such temptation, and its eyes repeatedly drifted toward the crystal. Bai Zian supported Wing Fong in one hand and waved the crystal with the other, trying to entice it. Wing Fong hesitated inwardly. "Wealth cannot seduce me. Poverty cannot sway me. I absolutely will not become a slave to crystals." It lowered its head and tried to restrain itself. "No one can tempt me." The blue sky remained calm and peaceful. Yet after a while, Wing Fong could no longer endure it and hugged the crystal. Its eyes became intoxicated as it thought, "It's not that I lack resolve. It's just that he's offering far too much." Ren Ni's eyes widened in utter disbelief at the scene. Bai Zian held Wing Fong in one arm, and turned to look at her in surprise. Then he thought to himself, the Crimson City Lord is an expert at raising wing fangs. It'll be troublesome if he recognizes this mutated wing fang and refuses to let me take it away. The next second, he decided to form a contract right away. Better to sign the contract directly here. Witnessing his actions, Ren and I urgently shouted, "Are you crazy? You actually want to form a contract here?" A blue and red aura spread out, enveloping the contract paper and wing fang. Ren and I was blinded by the glare and instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. At that moment, Bai Zian seemed to be losing control. His eyes sharpened, and the blue energy around him steadily grew stronger. This is bad. Wingfang lowered its head solemnly and silently folded its wings. Bai Zian's eyes widened in agony, and his mouth opened as though he wanted to scream. Before him, Wingfang gave off an immensely powerful crimson aura. It's absorbing my water element power. Seeing this, Rin and I could no longer remain still. She rushed over to help, though she did not forget to mock him. "You really are crazy." She raised her hand and launched a stream of fire straight ahead. The stream of fire shot toward the kneeling Bai Zian. After the ordeal, Bai Zian was terrified, his face drenched in sweat. Panting heavily, he thought, forming a contract directly with a mutated spirit beast really is incredibly dangerous. It nearly drained me dry. Wingfang sighed softly beside him. Bai Zian formed a hand seal and sent Wingfang into another space. Hugging the crystal, Wingfang closed its eyes tightly and landed directly inside. A message appeared. Wingfang nestled against the crystal when it suddenly noticed something. An eye and a stream of water appeared in the air. They lifted Wingfang up. More information about Wingfang appeared. It was the giant-scaled fish, watching without understanding what was happening. The scene shifted. Rin and I crossed our arms with a contemplative look as she listened to Bai Zian, who was still panting. "Thank you for helping me, Miss Ren. If you ever need anything in the future, I will definitely repay you." After saying this, he thought gratefully, if that fire spirit power had not suddenly appeared, today's contract would not have gone so smoothly. In both reason and sentiment, I owe her. Rin and I became a little embarrassed at his gratitude. She blushed, looked away, and softly explained, "I didn't do it for you. If you died here, the Crimson family would have no way to explain it to the Bai family." She hesitated before continuing, "The Crimson family isn't afraid of the Bai family, but I don't want to start an unnecessary war." Hearing that, Bai Zian immediately replied, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Ren." Ren and I denied it in embarrassment. "I told you, I wasn't concerned about you." Gai Zian smiled helplessly. At that moment, Bai Jingsong and the Crimson City Lord were waiting outside. The instant the two emerged from Crimson Wing Valley, they turned to look at them. Bai Jingsong supported his trembling grandson and gently asked, "Little one, what's wrong? Are you injured?" Bai Zian raised his hand to show that he was fine and smiled at his grandfather. "Grandpa, I'm fine." Forming a contract with my second spirit beast just took a bit of energy. Upon hearing that, Bai Jingsong exclaimed in shock. "What? Forming a contract with a spirit beast without adequate preparation can endanger your life. Don't you know that?" Bai Zian looked up and used 2 fingers to open another space. Wingfang, still hugging the crystal, fell from above, and Bai Jingsong followed his grandson's gesture with his eyes. Bai Zian glanced at Wingfang, sitting on top of his head, and continued, "See, I'm fine. I thought it was rather special among the Wing Fangs in Crimson Wing Valley, so I formed a contract with it." Not only Bai Jingsong, but also the Crimson City Lord was instantly stunned. A thought arose in Bai Jingsong's mind. No wonder Little and was willing to take such a risk. One look is enough to tell that this spirit beast has extraordinary aptitude. That old Crimson fellow has suffered a huge loss. Naturally, the Crimson City Lord recognized it as well. That's a mutated Wing Fawn. Bai Jingsong held his grandson's hand and turned to bid the Crimson City Lord farewell. "Crimson City Lord, now that everything has been settled, we won't trouble you any longer. Goodbye." Ren and I narrowed her eyes as she watched. The Crimson City Lord forced a smile. "Travel safely." Ren and I could no longer bear it. Pointing at Bai Zian, she shouted, "Bai Zian, having good talent doesn't mean everything. True powerhouses are forged through countless battles. Just wait. The road ahead is long, and I will catch up to you." Bai Zian fell silent for a moment. Then he smiled and replied, I won't wait for you. If you have the ability, then run after me. As he departed, he thought to himself, let's meet at the summit. Back in White Scale City, the spirit beast gently descended to the ground, stirring a circular breeze over the grass. Bai Jing-song did not forget to remind his grandson, Littlin, once you get back, absorb plenty of fire element crystals to replenish the energy you lost. Bai Zian obediently answered, I understand, Grandpa. Bai Zian's figure gradually disappeared into the distance when someone suddenly called out to Bai Jing-song from behind. It was Cui Cheng, the former city lord. Hearing someone call him, Bai Jing-song turned around. Cui Cheng continued breathlessly, You've finally returned. Seeing him like that, Bai Jing-song frowned and sternly reminded him, Xiao Yuan, you're not young anymore. Be more serious. Cui Cheng leaned close and reported something to him. After hearing it, Bai Jing-song angrily exclaimed, Those little brats. The scene shifted. Bai Shi and Bai Ji stood guard outside. Bai Ji raised a finger and spoke first. The young master is really working hard. He went into seclusion as soon as he returned to White Scale City. Bai Shi did not respond. Bai Ji continued, Why did the young master specifically instruct us not to let Gu Bai meet any descendants of the Bai family? The young lady clearly passed the marquee assessment. Inside the room, Bai Zian had heard everything, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Bai Ji continued, Would this count as the domineering CO keeping someone confined? Bai Shi finally spoke. Stop gossiping about the young master. Bai Zian poured 5 bottles of liquid medicine out. Then he stirred them together. He seriously ground a green crystal into powder. Once he was done, he wiped away his sweat and said, The auxiliary ingredients for the awakening elixir-based solution have been processed. Next comes refining the main ingredient. Holding the bowl of powder, Bai Zian cautiously approached the water. He did not forget to cover his nose with one hand. This smells even worse than rainwater from sewer. The eye of heavenly revelation wouldn't trick me, would it? He poured the bowl of powder into the black water, and the two gradually blended together. When it was finished, the water turned green and began bubbling slightly. Bai Zian frowned and waved his hand. It changed. The pungent smell is gone too. A message appeared. Bai Zian removed his clothes, revealing a well-built body with clearly defined abs. He said to himself, This vat of medicine cost 10.9 billion. Don't disappoint me. Then he jumped in. The water rippled lightly, and he said with satisfaction, This feels great. Bai Zian relaxed in the medicinal bath. Green electricity ran from his brain throughout his skeleton, and every place it passed emitted a strange radiance. Large golden chains gradually appeared in the air, interlocking tightly before piercing straight into Bai Zian's body. Lightning flashed outside, illuminating the entire dark district and startling even a drunken man awake. His hazy eyes reflexively looked toward the gloomy sky as he rubbed his muddled head. What's that? Golden chains rose from a high-rise building, shooting into the sky, piercing through the clouds, and creating a vortex. Watching the scene before him, his mind became even more befuddled. How strange. There's an awakening energy surge in the city. Could someone be awakening on their own? The thought had barely surfaced before he dismissed it. Impossible. The Awakening Institute is hundreds of kilometers from the inner city. Even if someone could awaken on their own, the energy waves couldn't reach all the way here. Still clutching his bottle of liquor, he slumped onto the sofa, letting out a breath. He curled his lips slightly. I must be drunk and hallucinating. The long chains continued to sway through the air around Bai Zian, gradually shattering into countless smaller chain fragments. 2 days later, Bai Zian finally woke from his deep sleep. After being active for so long, he stretched to loosen his stiff muscles and rubbed his eyes. At some point, golden chain patterns had appeared in his eyes. A system notification appeared. Heavenly Tao chains, an SSS rank rule type talent. Heaven and earth possess spirits, yet the rules of living beings cannot be completely fused. However, the power of the Heavenly Tao can forcibly break through the barriers between living beings and resonate with the origin power of other life forms. Bai Zian stared at the system and muttered, break through the barriers between life forms and resonate with their origin powers. He burst into loud laughter, drawing the attention of the attendants downstairs. Then another idea surfaced in his mind. He needed to find someone to test it on. As soon as he finished speaking, he called out loudly again, Bai Xiao. Bai Ji, standing outside the door, was already sweating at Bai Zian's unusual behavior today. She signaled to Bai Xiao, "What is the young master doing now?" Bai Xiao was equally bewildered. "Who knows?" Bai Xiao gently pushed open the door and walked in, only to see an embarrassing sight she definitely should not have seen. Bai Zian paid it no mind and kept talking rapidly. "I have something urgent that I need your help with. Don't move. Stay still." Unable to bear it any longer, Bai Xiao's face turned bright red with embarrassment. She hurriedly ran outside, but did not forget to respond, "I'm sorry, young master. I can't help you with that." Realizing the issue, Bai Zian fell silent and curled up, trying to hide his embarrassment. Blushing, he sank down into the bathtub. Ahem, it was just a misunderstanding. Once he had calmed down, Bai Zian got properly dressed and went to Bai Xiao to handle the real matter. Bai Xiao, stay still. Relax and don't resist. Golden chains appeared in Bai Zian's eyes once more. The heavenly Tao chains gradually became tangible and wrapped around Bai Zian's hand. At his command, they shifted and tightly coiled around Bai Xiao's body. She was baffled by the sudden action. Before she could understand what was happening, the pointed cone-shaped end of a chain rose high into the air and drove straight into her xiphoid process, piercing her body. Golden energy radiated out, flowing through the chains connecting Bai Xiao and Bai Zian. Bai Zian focused and produced a blue light, like electric currents linking the nodes within his body. Success. He smiled as if his goal had been achieved. Heavenly Tao chains, first link, successfully linked with host Bai Xiao. Acquired B-rank water element talent. The golden chains remained connected between them, and Bai Zian immediately proceeded to the next step. Bai Xiao, deploy your defense. Bai Xiao obeyed at once, entering a focused state and raising a hand to form a sign before her. In the blink of an eye, Bai Zian appeared in front of Bai Xiao. Resting his chin on his hand, he stared at her appraisingly. He leaned close to inspect the chains still tightly wrapped around her, which had not disappeared. Bai Xiao trembled beneath his unblinking gaze. Without any explanation from him, she could not help wondering, what on earth is the young master doing? He isn't trying some strange stunt again, is he? Despite Bai Xiao's worries, Bai Zian remained immersed in thought. We can proceed to the next step now. Dismiss your defense. Her anxiety only grew. There's another step. The scene shifted to a quiet alley in West City, where Bai Xiao called Bai Zian. "Young master, I've arrived in West City." He answered the call, looking somewhat concerned. "All right, Bai Xiao." The golden chain still remained connected to Bai Xiao, even passing through the door. Bai Zian looked in the chain's direction. "You can come back now." It hasn't disappeared. Bai Xiao hesitated, her speech halting, which left Bai Zian confused. Is something wrong? There is something, young master. This subordinate may be overstepping. She did not dare speak bluntly, cautiously watching Bai Zian's reaction as she spoke. "Your actions today have been extremely strange. First, you let this subordinate see you naked. Then you made such strange movements with me, and you kept staring at my body. Young master, if you're under pressure, you can talk to us. Bai Ji and I will definitely help you, but you cannot." Bai Xiao launched into a long speech, making Bai Zian realize something. "Oh no, could it be? Bai Xiao, can't you see anything on your body?" Faced with this strange question, Bai Xiao answered firmly, "There's nothing there, young master." Having understood how the chains worked, Bai Zian became more serious. "Then go home. I'm hanging up." Sure enough, Bai Xiao could not see the chains. Faced with the incomprehensible situation, Bai Xiao felt as if a cold wind had blown through her heart. Who am I? Where am I? What is even going on? Meanwhile, Bai Zian continued diligently analyzing the rules. No wonder it is a rule-based existence. As long as the link remains, it will not be affected by other factors. Holding a pen, he crossed out one line after another as he sought the proper conclusion. The heavenly Tao chains have 3 characteristics. He began listing them. First, concealment. No matter what I do, Bai Xiao cannot detect their existence. The image in his mind made it seem as though he were bullying Bai Xiao. Second, restraint. As long as I use the heavenly Tao chains, I can forcibly link with Bai Xiao and resonate with her talent. Thinking of the advantages offered by the chains, he could not hide his smug smile. Third, initiative. Normally, resonance does not require consent from either side, but as long as I establish a channel, I will hold the initiative during resonance. Therefore, it can be concluded that The chains currently provide 3 characteristics. The 3 chains can link 3 different Beastmasters, and together with my Eye of Revelation. Baizian rested his chin on his hand and pondered. I can obtain 4 beast taming talents. Inside the beast taming space, he stood amid green grass. 3 sharp rocks formed a strange claw-like shape, while stars high above illuminated the sky. Baizian suddenly noticed something unusual. Why is my beast taming space? As he observed the surroundings, it seemed to have expanded outward significantly. There was now a coastal terrain where water covered the rocks and blue stones rose from the surface. There was also volcanic terrain with molten lava everywhere. Baizian fell into thought. It seems that every time I advance a rank, the beast taming space changes as well, gaining more corresponding terrains. A strange figure suddenly streaked through the sky at tremendous speed. Wingfong flapped its wings, producing flames as it flew straight ahead. The attack struck the water below, causing a series of explosions. Enraged by the assault, the giant-scaled fish burst from the water. My turn now. It unleashed its power, shooting a jet of water toward the airborne Wingfong. Seeing this, Baizian shouted, "You chubby blue fish, stop!" The giant-scaled fish trembled as it explained, "It's not what you think." Baizian did not listen and continued scolding them loudly. "You are partners. In the future, you will be comrades fighting side by side. How can you attack one another?" Tears welled up in the giant-scaled fish's eyes as it complained indignantly. "Sniff. It attacked me first." Wingfong chimed in as well. "It keeps spraying water everywhere, making the whole place wet. I don't like it." It shook droplets from its wings, its feathers soaked through. Baizian finally understood and fell silent. So that's it. The giant-scaled fish was practicing its skill according to the plan, but Wingfong dislikes that environment. A new idea emerged in his mind. That works out perfectly. Baizian extended his hand toward the giant-scaled fish, creating a sheet of water that enveloped it. "Giant-scaled fish, I'll give you a bigger place. You don't need to feel cramped in that little pond anymore." As soon as he spoke, Baizian teleported to the coastal terrain. "In my beast-taming space, I can teleport wherever I want. How convenient." The giant-scaled fish was overjoyed by the sight before it. Its round eyes widened and sparkled brightly. Without waiting, it plunged deep into the water. It gradually returned to its original enormous form, then shot back out of the water, spraying the lake's surface everywhere. Seeing the giant-scaled fish so happy, Baizian felt happy for it as well. Having to keep your body shrunk down must have been extremely uncomfortable for you. He glanced at Wingfong, perched on his arm. "As for you, you restless little fellow." Baizian teleported again, this time to the volcanic terrain. A notification appeared. Phoenix Blood Fire Parasol Tree. A tree that serves as a perch for God-rank spirit beasts. Infused with the Phoenix bloodline, it can enhance fire element talents. Teleporting before the massive tree, Baizian said, "The volcano will be your home." As he walked and examined his surroundings, he pinched a crystal embedded in the tree between 2 fingers, his expression thoughtful. "The fire element energy here is abundant. It can quickly replenish the origin energy Wingfong lacks." Wingfong comfortably found a spot filled with crystals, crossed its legs, and laid down contentedly. Seeing its laziness, Baizian glared at Wingfong with murderous intent. "Have you practiced the skill I told you to train?" Sensing the murderous aura directed at it, Wingfong could only fall silent and look at Baizian. It quickly changed its attitude, putting on an arrogant expression. "I am destined to become an existence like the sun, allowing a mere mortal like you to broaden your horizons." Baizian saw its conceited manner and pointed ahead. "Wingfong, use 9 Yang flames and shatter that lava rock." Wingfong soared into the sky and, without making Baizian wait, breathed out a massive blaze. Using its wings, it pushed the flames rapidly forward. The attack created a tremendous explosion, with smoke billowing upward in a dazzling spectacle. Before that terrifying power, the lava rock shattered into smaller fragments. Wingfong paid no attention to the result, proudly flapping its wings and puffing out its chest. "Human, have you seen how powerful I am?" Baizian felt annoyed. His face tightened, but he forced out a smile. "Wingfong, do you need me to teach you something? I guarantee that under my guidance, your strength will improve by leaps and bounds." Wingfong still narrowed its eyes and raised its head proudly. "No need. I am destined to become an existence like the sun." Its tail swayed back and forth in delight. Baizian looked at the crystal in his hand. just as I expected. Did you think I couldn't handle a little troublemaker like you? He held the crystal close to it. Wing Fong, look, what is this? Wing Fong could not conceal its excitement at the object before it. It muttered, a monarch-rank crystal core. Its feet were already hopping, and its wings beat fiercely as it prepared to rush over and embrace the treasure. Wing Fong rushed over but grabbed at empty air, as Bai Zian had already anticipated its move and had no intention of giving up the treasure so easily. Bai Zian's expression at that moment was no different from a demon plotting mischief. No ruse. Do you want it? Wing Fong trembled and looked at him suspiciously. Wing Fong, how about we make a bet? It flew up and nodded repeatedly. All right, all right, all right. Bai Zian smiled as he laid out the terms. Follow my training method and use your skill. If you find it effective, I win. Otherwise, you win. Wing Fong was ecstatic. With conditions like these, did it not have victory in the bag? This human was truly stupid. No matter what the result was, it could simply say it did not work. Wouldn't that guarantee its victory? Under Bai Zian's dangerous smile, Wing Fong did not think much further. I agree. Having reached an agreement, Bai Zian gathered a ball of energy in his hand while patiently explaining to the creature on his shoulder. Watch carefully. When we release a skill, we must condense energy. Wing Fong did not seem to care much, propping itself up with a bored expression as it watched. Bai Zian ignored its disrespectful attitude and continued demonstrating while explaining. If you can compress the energy and improve the skill's quality, its destructive power will become stronger. He gathered energy into a water sphere with both hands, applying as much pressure to it as possible. Wing Fong was confused by the strange technique. It seemed to be the first time it had seen someone do this. Before Wing Fong could remain confused for more than a few seconds, Bai Zian bent forward with force and compressed the energy sphere straight ahead. The sphere shot forward like a bullet, hurtling toward a huge nearby rock. Its destructive power was so great that the rock shattered into pieces instantly. Wing Fong trembled at the terrifying sight. A tiny water ball is stronger than my fireball. It seemed it had underestimated this beastmaster. Seeing the spirit beast on his shoulder, staring wide-eyed with cold sweat dripping down, Bai Zian could not help smiling smugly. Wing Fong would never know that the demonstration had been planned in advance. Behind its back, he revealed a sinister, frightening smile. That lava rock had just been scorched by Wing Fang's extreme heat, then struck by cold water. It would have been stranger if it had not exploded. But Wing Fong was not willing to be outdone. It immediately copied his technique, soaring high into the air and gathering an enormous fireball in its mouth. It then launched that terrifying mass of energy downward, even kicking with its feet to add more force to the fireball. The enormous blast of flame plunged down like a bullet, carrying horrific destructive power. In an instant, that formidable attack pierced straight through an entire mountain range. Rocks and earth flew everywhere. The towering mountains, majestic just moments before with their steep peaks, were suddenly left devastated, their summits and a round section of terrain blasted away in the shape of the energy sphere. The sphere flew so quickly that it created violent winds, making Bai Zian's hair stand on end. He himself stood dumbfounded as he watched from beginning to end. When the energy sphere hit the ground, it created a colossal explosion that hurled dust and debris in every direction. Smoke rose in the shape of a mushroom cloud, like a nuclear blast, while its energy illuminated the entire area. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Bai Zian stood wide-eyed in amazement. Wing Fang's talent is truly extraordinary. With only a little guidance, it already comprehended it. Its skill has even reached the minor mastery realm. Though stunned for a moment, he did not forget to extend his hand for Wing Fong to land on. A few seconds later, he regained his composure and smiled smugly at the spirit beast in his hand. Now you have seen the results of today's training, haven't you? He confidently continued persuading it. As long as you follow my training methods, I guarantee you will grow quickly, with the results right before it. How could the spirit beast refuse such a bargain? As expected, Wing Fong agreed without even thinking, chirping a few words to show its sincere submission. The little spirit beast had no idea it had fallen into a trap and happily played with its newly acquired crystal cores. It paid no attention whatsoever to the sinisterly triumphant expression on the Beastmaster's face behind it. Bai Zian smugly thought to himself, "Got you." When Bai Zian stepped into the house, the first thing he saw was Ziyu and Petion laughing and chatting merrily in the dining room. Realizing her older brother had returned, little Ziyu's Ziyu's eyes lit up. She innocently pointed at him and shouted, "Ah, big brother." Patian also turned in surprise and instinctively blurted out, "Brother-in." Bai Ziyan walked over to Ziyu, gently rubbing her head as he asked about the situation at home. "Good girl, Ziyu. Where are father, mother, and grandfather?" Behind them, a Fu silently served food to the young master as professionally as ever. Hearing her brother's question, Ziyu puffed out her cheeks in anger. They still haven't come back. She looked deeply aggrieved, tears gathering in her eyes as she tugged on her brother's clothes to complain. Seeing that, Patian felt the pain of a fellow sufferer and sighed gloomily. "My father hasn't come home for several days either." Bai Ziyan could not help feeling uneasy. Uncle Yuan has not returned either? Could something have happened to the Azure White Scale? As he considered the situation, he glanced at the system panel. The words "Cursed Demon Cult" and "Chung Ing" appeared, yet there was no detailed information. Seeing Bai Ziyan lost in thought, Patian quickly waved a hand in front of him. Brother-in." Once the food had been served, Bai Ziyan bluntly questioned his close friend. "Fatty, why are you here?" Patian was baffled. Although question marks practically filled his mind, he still answered honestly, "Brother-in, school starts today. I came to find you so we could go to the Beast Taming Academy together." Bai Ziyan scratched his head and muttered, "School starts. Right, I'm still a student." Patian found this even stranger. "Brother-in, don't tell me you even forgot about the start of school." To be honest, he was nearly speechless with this guy. Bai Ziyan swiftly organized his plans in his mind, then waved a Fu over and ordered, "A Fu, prepare the car." A Fu respectfully accepted the command. "Yes, young master." Against the backdrop of a bustling, magnificent city beneath a clear blue sky, a young woman was already waiting beside the car. When she saw him approach, Gubai respectfully greeted him. "Long time no see, Lord Ziyan." Her beautiful face, shoulder-length azure hair, and sparkling violet eyes made his heart stir. It was as if the scene before him had been tinted with a rosy glow, breathtakingly beautiful. Bai Ziyan scratched his head awkwardly and asked the girl before him, "Gubai, how do you find life in White Scale City?" Blushing shyly, she brushed her hair back and replied, "Thanks to your help, young master, I've been doing very well in White Scale City." The blue Rolls Royce sped through the streets. Before long, it arrived at the Beast Taming Academy. Bai Ziyan and Patian strolled down the corridor toward their classroom, with Gubai quietly following behind them. Patian could not help wondering. As he whispered to Bai Ziyan, he warily glanced back. "Brother-in, who is that young lady behind us? I've never seen her before." Even at the classroom door, he continued chattering. "Brother-in, there are lots of people from the subordinate cities in our class. Just wait a moment." The instant the two entered, the atmosphere fell into an unnatural silence. Everyone turned to stare at Bai Ziyan. A group with blue and red hair looked at him with undisguised hostility, their contemptuous gazes treating him as an enemy. Another group erupted like fans meeting their idol, repeatedly calling out, "Greetings, young Master Bai, young Master-in, brother-in." Witnessing this scene, Bai Ziyan was speechless. Instead of cultivating properly, these kids are forming cliques here. Ridiculous. Patian was still looking around behind him as he muttered a warning, "Brother-in, you're the top freshman from our main city. You can't let them push you around." Surrounded by a tightly packed crowd, Bai Ziyan helplessly greeted them out of courtesy. "Hello, everyone." He seriously began considering how to escape this awkward situation. "After today, I definitely need to talk to grandfather about taking a leave from school." The more he considered it, the more Bai Ziyan felt that something was wrong. The academy's cultivation environment was too leisurely, and its efficiency was far inferior to fighting desperately outside. Images of surviving in the wilderness surfaced in his mind. In a corner at the back of the classroom, someone had silently observed the lively crowd from beginning to end. That person was A.O. Tion. He possessed an SS-ranked Dark Contract talent, was an unranked Beastmaster, and had yet to contract a Spirit Beast. Behind him stood an S-ranked talent holder and an A-ranked talent holder. A bowl-cut youth leaned close and whispered into his ear, "Brother Long, he seems to be the leader of those from the main city. Should we test him? Nobles like him definitely got in through connections. He looks like nothing but a fraud." At those words, A.O. Tion's fury surged, startling even the S-rank and A-rank youths behind him. Sensing invisible flames flaring up, Bai turned and immediately saw A.O. Tion brimming with rage. A sinister smile appeared on his face as Gubai exclaimed in surprise, "You want to test him?" The two stared each other down, and the air filled with the scent of gunpowder. One was fire element, the other water element. They confronted each other without yielding. A.O. Tion remained ablaze with anger and killing intent, while Bai was far more relaxed. He silently assessed his opponent. His talent is decent, but he doesn't even have a contracted spirit beast. He is far beneath me. The two continued their staring contest until Gubai suddenly rushed between them, leaving both of them stunned. Standing in front of Bai, she gathered her courage and berated A.O. Tion. "Stop this unreasonable provocation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." That beautiful face stole another young man's heart. A.O. Tion's heart pounded, his legs trembled, and his face turned red. He hurriedly scratched his head and apologized. "Sorry, boss." The two youths behind him stared blankly. "Boss, why did you surrender just like that?" Suddenly, a girl's booming voice rang out from the classroom doorway. "Bai, you haven't forgotten what you promised me before, have you?" Tion Yu stood arrogantly at the entrance and challenged him. "Fight me, Bai." Bai felt as though he had struck gold. Little Phoenix came at exactly the right time. "I'll use this fight to broaden these fools' horizons. They don't need to waste all their energy on internal squabbles." As he thought this, he glanced at the chaotic classroom. Smiling, Bai slipped his hands into his pockets and accepted the challenge. "I accept, Little Phoenix." He cheerfully suggested the venue. "We'll use the Academy Arena. You have no objections, right?" Tion Yu became even more fired up. "I couldn't ask for more." With her arms crossed before her chest, she confidently thought, "I trained hard for 2 whole months for this very moment." Looking Bai straight in the eyes, she urged, "Then let's go." He merely smiled and nodded. Behind them, a crowd of eager onlookers followed. They discussed it excitedly. Some were astonished. Young Master Bai and young Lady Foam are actually going to fight, and it's a spirit beast battle. Others eagerly urged, "That's right, hurry over, or there won't be any seats left." Some impatiently added, "This kind of battle is rare. Let's go watch." The two youths behind A.O. Tion also began discussing it. The black-haired one spoke first. "Those two seem to have some grudge against each other." The blonde added, "And they're going to have a spirit beast battle." This was an opportunity for them to understand the strength of White Scale City students. A.O. Tion nodded as well. "That's right. Let's go take a look." Under the blazing sunlight, the arena was alive with excitement. Two figures stood in the center of the vast battleground, ready to begin. Bai beckoned to his opponent. "Let's begin directly, Little Phoenix. I don't want to waste any more time." Tion Yu placed her hands on her hips and confidently declared, "Fine. I'll defeat you completely in front of everyone, so they can see my true strength." She began gathering energy, gradually forming a blazing red fireball. Then she summoned her spirit beast. A pair of brilliant fiery wings unfurled behind her, making the scene even more dazzling. A purple phoenix appeared, its eyes gleaming with a light that struck fear into everyone who saw it. The system promptly displayed its information. Bai could not help smirking. "Interesting. It seems the Feng family has quite a few secrets." Tion Yu, however, was full of confidence. In a sharp, mocking voice, she taunted him. "Bai, don't you find my spirit beast unfamiliar?" She looked down at him with even greater pride, as though he were insignificant. "You've never seen my spirit beast before, have you? Do you need me to tell you its name?" Bai was not shaken in the slightest. He calmly rested his chin on his hand and reasoned like a detective. "The Feng family is quite capable. I didn't expect them to help you contract a crimson-plumed, purple-feathered wand, a creature that does not exist in the 10,000 Spider Nest secret realm." Then he looked up with a bright smile and delivered his conclusion. "However, the outcome of this battle will not change." Tion Yu was briefly stunned that her opponent had seen through her so quickly and even identified the crimson-plumed, purple-feathered wand. Bai further provoked the furious girl. "Little Phoenix, hurry up and attack. I'm afraid that if I summon my spirit beast directly, you won't have another chance." Naturally, Tion Yu became even angrier and shouted at him, "Damn it, you're far too arrogant." She ordered her phoenix to dive down and fire a barrage of flames. Bai Ziyan could not help sighing. That move again. Bai Ziyan lightly whistled as he dodged the huge, scorching blast of fire. The phoenix gathered energy again, then suddenly launched a fireball down at him from behind. Turning his head, Bai Ziyan sighed helplessly. Just as expected, that moved from behind. A massive fireball descended, enveloping Bai Ziyan and leaving him no room to escape. The spectators in the stands were stunned by the blazing scene. Only Ao Tian remained calm. Has the winner been decided so quickly? Tian Yu triumphantly watched her opponent trapped in the fireball. Then, suddenly, a hand slowly extended from within. Bai Ziyan casually waved away the flames surrounding him and continued to provoke her. Is that all? Hurry up and use your strongest move. Cold sweat broke out on Tian Yu's forehead. What? She could barely accept the sight before her. The stands erupted into commotion again. They're both freshmen, but that girl has already mastered beast taming to such a degree. Another person objected. Didn't you see that young man? He actually blocked a spirit beast skill with his bare hand. Gubai was even more excited and proud. Young master and is so amazing. Tian Yu cursed inwardly. Damn it. Then quickly decided to use her ultimate move. Crimson-plumed, purple-feathered Luan. Use that skill. She shot into the air and channeled energy into the phoenix, helping it gather an enormous sonic wave. With a boom, the entire arena shook. The sound wave created violent gusts of wind, and the onlookers hurriedly covered their ears to protect themselves. Bai Ziyan formed a barrier around himself to defend, trying to withstand the formidable sonic wave. He gritted his teeth and resisted, causing everyone in the stands to watch in alarm. Seizing the advantage, Tian Yu ordered the phoenix to continue attacking. Hurry, you've been stunned. Teach him a lesson. Bai Ziyan staggered out from behind the barrier and taunted her with a few words. I didn't expect that skill to be able to pierce a defensive barrier. The phoenix swooped toward him like a predator pouncing on its prey. Bai Ziyan promptly summoned his own spirit beast. Giant-scaled fish, come out. A colossal whale-like beast suddenly emerged in midair. Its mouth alone was as large as hundreds of phoenixes. Though the crimson-plumed, purple-feathered Wan was no ordinary creature, it trembled upon seeing such a gigantic opponent. The giant-scaled fish proudly flicked its tail, sending the majestic phoenix flying. It crashed down beside Tian Yu. The proud phoenix she had always boasted about had suffered a crushing defeat right before her eyes. Meanwhile, Bai Ziyan and his spirit beast looked coldly down at the ruined scene. Amid the swirling dust, Tian Yu collapsed to her knees. Holding back her tears, she raised her head and said, I concede. Bai Ziyan looked at her. Little phoenix, haven't you forgotten something? Her whole body trembled, and fury filled her eyes. Sweat rolled down her cheeks as anxiety filled her face. The victor is king, and the loser is the bandit. What do you want from me? Just say it. Bai Ziyan gave an even smile and leaned close to whisper something in her ear, making her freeze. Tian Yu was startled, her cheeks flushing red as if she were about to cry. Just you wait. Bai Ziyan laughed and waved his hand. There's no more show to watch. Everyone disperse. Suddenly, all the surrounding high-rise buildings began to shake. Bai Ziyan slipped his hands into his pockets and frowned slightly as the crowd panicked. What's happening? What is this? Everyone screamed in fear. It's an earthquake. Bai Ziyan looked up just as something plummeted from above toward the ground. Earth and stones flew everywhere. Before Bai Ziyan could react, Bai Shi and Bai Ji appeared. They raised their hands and unleashed a technique, creating a barrier that stopped the falling debris. They stood beside him, shielding Bai Ziyan. Bai Ziyan frowned and looked upward. Bai Shi urged, Young Master Ziyan, this place is very dangerous. Bai Ji continued, Please return to the city lord's manor at once. Bai Ziyan turned to them and asked, Bai Ji, what happened? Bai Ji replied, I'm not sure either. Buildings began collapsing, and rubble was flung everywhere. Watching the scene, an ominous feeling arose in Bai Ziyan's heart. Thick smoke rose into the air. At the same time, spacecraft appeared above White Scale City, filling the sky. A purple ship bearing a spider-shaped emblem hovered in the sky. Inside, red-haired and blonde-haired terrorists, along with monsters, operated the vessel. A woman shouted loudly, Why haven't the people inside finished arranging the defensive positions? The blond man stepped forward to report. Number 2 just sent word. An earthquake delayed them somewhat. The woman looked at the display on the screen and shouted in satisfaction, "Excellent." The earthquake came at just the right time. She ordered the blond man, "Prepare the blazing demon fire spiders." The blond man respectfully answered, "Understood." Across the city streets, electrical wires tangled together as buildings collapsed. Bai Zian, Bai Ji, and Bai Ruo rode together in a moving car. Looking out the window with a worried expression, Bai Zian asked, "I have revelation. What happened?" A blue eye appeared, radiating mystical blue light. The system displayed a notification. The result is tremors and thunderous roars. Bai Zian froze and frowned. What? A collision between two worlds. He raised a hand to his chin, his gaze uncertain. What will happen when two secret realms merge? He delved deeper into his consciousness, where the eye of revelation opened and spoke. Certain regions of the 10,000 spider nest secret realm will experience varying degrees of tremors and the roars of giant beasts. 3 months later, the clash between the worlds will subside, forming a spatial rift as the two worlds begin merging. 1 year later, the 10,000 spider nest secret realm and the unnamed world will merge completely, forming a high-level secret realm. Bai Zian curled his lips into a faint smile, his eyes filled with calculation. This is not necessarily a bad thing. On the contrary, it may be a good thing. As Bai Zian traveled along the highway, loud explosions rang out and several buildings burst into flames. The spreading flames tore open the protective barrier. Bai Zian looked outside thoughtfully. White-Scale City's protective shield has disappeared. Has someone damaged the barrier? The terrorists' aircraft had bombed the protective shield, heavily damaging it as buildings burned fiercely. The terrorist woman laughed with delight and directed her subordinates. Excellent. Begin the operation. She kicked enormous spiders out of the ship. They fell one after another from the sky like balls. Wave after wave of them were thrown down from the flying craft, blanketing the heavens, while Bai Zian's car raced along the road. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. Danger detected. Bai Zian's eyes widened in shock as the warning blared. Warning! Warning! He urgently ordered the two beside him. Bai Ji, Bai Ruo, activate the defenses now. As soon as he spoke, a protective barrier enveloped the car. The places where the spiders landed exploded, sending up white smoke tinged with green. The atmosphere was tense. In the City Lord's Manor command room, officials monitored the situation and issued an announcement. Emergency! Emergency! White-Scale City has entered a Level 1 war alert. A soldier rushed in to report to Jingcheng. White-Scale City has suffered an earthquake above magnitude 8. The exact cause has not yet been determined. He anxiously recounted the situation within the city. The shield's energy core was bombed by the demonic spider cult and severely damaged. The city defense forces are resisting an invasion by ferocious beasts. The situation is extremely critical. Jingcheng did not panic. Instead, he calmly gave orders. Send people to repair the central energy core. Mobilize every beastmaster in the city to assist in defending the city. His stern voice rang out. Public Security Bureau, all personnel of the City Lord's Manor, proceed immediately with earthquake relief operations. The soldiers obeyed at once. Yes, City Lord. Jingcheng's face darkened. The demonic spider cult has always stayed hidden, yet it appears at a time like this. Could they be connected to this? The deputy city lord beside him burst into laughter. Old Bai, you're overthinking it. How could the demonic spider cult, that bunch of insect-worshipping thugs, possibly cause an earthquake? It's only a coincidence. Suddenly, the surveillance screen transmitted an urgent report from patrolling soldiers. The awakening altar has been attacked, requesting reinforcements. Jingcheng was horrified. He slammed the table and stood up. This is bad. The demonic spider cult's target is the awakening altar. They intend to destroy the foundation of White-Scale City. He gave the order sternly. Hurry, go reinforce the awakening altar. Old Wu can't hold out much longer. Explosions rang out throughout the city. Bai Zian appeared, standing dazed beside the vehicle. Bai Ji walked around to inspect it, then reported, "Young master, this vehicle is completely wrecked. Unable to repair it," she informed Bai Zian. "It looks like we'll have to go on foot." Suddenly, a tremendous explosion sent smoke and dust billowing everywhere. Looking toward the blast center, Bai Zian was stunned. That direction, he was startled to realize that the place under attack was the city's most important location. Someone was attacking the awakening altar. As Bai Zian worried, An aircraft suddenly approached. As he watched it draw nearer, a notification appeared before his eyes. Demonic Spider Cult. Baizian said in surprise. The Demonic Spider Cult? Beside him, Baiji said angrily, "It's them." Numerous aircraft headed toward the awakening altar, where flames and smoke were rising thickly. Inside one of the aircraft, a terrorist said, "Looks like the time has come." Below, patrol soldiers were struggling to put out the fire. One of them shouted, "Put out the fire first. There are injured personnel over there." At the same time, something was flying in through the sky. When their shadows fell over one of the patrol soldiers, he looked up in shock. Something was falling from the sky. They landed, kicking up clouds of dust. An arm emerged from the smoke, followed by a swarm of spiders as the haze gradually cleared. The patrol soldiers were terrified by the sight. "We're done for. They're cat shadow, ghost-faced spiders." The cat shadow, ghost-faced spiders attacked at once. Swift and agile, they broke through the soldiers' encirclement, forcing them back in fear. All they could do was shout, "Cover us! Fall back!" Hearing the commotion outside, Xing Han asked, "What's happening out there?" The soldier beside him immediately contacted the outside. "Unit 1, calling Unit 2. Unit 1, calling Unit 2. Respond if you receive this. Respond if you say." But before any reply came, the door was suddenly struck again and again. Seeing this, Xing Han ordered, "Prepare yourselves." Something was battering the door, and it was about to give way. The violent impacts darkened Xing Han's expression. Suddenly, the door exploded apart, and cat shadow, ghost-faced spiders charged in. Before the soldiers could recover from their shock, the spiders immediately attacked. Xing Han quickly realized that armor was useless against those cat shadow, ghost-faced spiders. He immediately summoned his spirit beast. A Qilin appeared as he shouted, "Qilin, charge!" Xing Han ordered, "All soldiers, form a shield wall." Immediately, rows of soldiers rushed forward and raised their shields before him. The shields connected one after another, forming a defensive line. Xing Han then activated his ability, Crystal Guardian. Massive rocks instantly appeared, covering the front of the shields. A sturdy stone wall rose up as Xing Han shouted, "Core Fortress Pillar." After establishing the solid defense, he quietly instructed the soldiers, "Be careful later. Don't risk your lives. Just buy us time." King Ansahit, "It's been years since anyone dared attack the awakening altar. Can't they just let me retire in peace?" Behind a stone wall, Xing Han shouted, "For the temple!" Outside, the cat shadow ghost-faced spiders refused to be outdone and immediately sprang into action. They accelerated and rushed forward. A dreadful screeching sound echoed through the air. The cat shadow ghost-faced spiders sped up and shot forward like arrows. The ferocious collision shook the defense Xing Han had created, and thick white smoke rose into the air. Behind the defensive wall, Xing Han remained calm, reassuring the soldiers in a steady voice. "Don't worry, it won't be able to break through anytime soon." However, cracks had already begun to spread across the outer wall. Through one of them, part of a shield inside was exposed. Seizing the opportunity, a spider shot silk toward it. The silk wrapped tightly around the shield, clinging to it as though it had fused with it before the spider gave it a powerful tug. The soldier holding the shield lost his balance, was dragged away, and was knocked unconscious in an instant. A huge gap appeared. Xing Han's face turned pale at the sight. A thought flashed through his mind. This is bad. Immediately, the swarm of cat shadow ghost-faced spiders surged in like a flood. They shattered the solid defensive wall Xing Han had painstakingly erected, reducing it to rubble in moments. Xing Han's expression hardened, his eyes icy as he shouted, "Concentrate your fire. Hold them back." Gunfire erupted like a raging storm. The soldiers fought back fiercely. Bullets flew in dense volleys, and flashes of muzzle fire lit up the entire battle line. Yet the cat shadow ghost-faced spiders were unimaginably fast. Their spider-like movements slithered like phantoms, weaving and dodging every barrage with ease. Xing Han froze at the sight, thinking they're far too fast. Suddenly, one cat shadow ghost-faced spider appeared right in front of him, so close that there was almost no time to react. But Xing Han did not panic. Instead, his eyes gleamed as though he had been waiting for this moment. He shouted now. The instant his spear struck the ground, the earth shook violently, and sharp rocks burst from below like wolf fangs. The stone spikes pierced the bodies of the cat shadow, ghost-faced spiders. Xing Han let out a faint sigh of relief, his grip on the spear easing slightly as exhaustion filled his face. At last, it's quiet, but he could not help complaining inwardly. Why hasn't old Bai arrived yet? I've already played my last card. Suddenly, a human figure silently emerged from the body of a giant spider. Everyone was stunned, including Xing Han, whose eyes widened in shock. It was a terrorist. She had crawled right out of the cat shadow ghost-faced spider's body. Xing Han immediately shouted, "There are people inside the spiders." Before anyone could react, the terrorist and her companions entered the fight carrying cannons. Her voice boomed across the battlefield as she shrieked furiously, "Demons who have invaded our world, accept your punishment." With a wave of her hand, a cannon shell launched from the weapon mounted on her arm, tearing through the air toward Xing Han. A deafening explosion rang out, and the blast threw soldiers into the air. Yet Xing Han remained standing. At the critical moment, he had activated his ability in time, creating a shield that blocked the shockwave. While smoke blanketed the area, the terrorist and her companions made their move. Taking advantage of the soldiers' daze after the explosion, they rushed forward with a fierce assault. But the defensive line would not fall so easily. The soldiers who remained standing immediately opened fire in resistance, their bullets roaring down like a torrential rain. Amid the smoke, the terrorist suddenly appeared directly before the defensive formation. She yelled, "Tired of living?" At that instant, a spear shot toward her. Xing Han appeared, and the spear in his hand transformed into a sturdy shield. He immediately blocked her powerful attack. Startled, she quickly leaped away. Xing Han looked back at the soldiers behind him and shouted, "Those of you still alive, take the wounded and retreat." Then his expression turned solemn. Lowering his head, he quietly said to his spirit beast, "From here on, it's up to us, old friend." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his head, his gaze stern. The surrounding space trembled as huge boulders seemed to grow from the void, spinning through the air after he shouted, "Crystal space." They hurtled toward the terrorists at terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the boulders interlocked and gradually formed a ring around Xing Han and the terrorists. The enemies could only stare upward in shock as the walls around them slowly closed in. A prison of giant stones was completed. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent as though holding its breath. Taking advantage of this, the soldiers immediately withdrew, carrying the wounded out of danger. Inside the stone cage, the terrorist remained calm. Looking at Xing Han, she mocked, "Old man, you're just a hired hand." She laughed loudly. "You earn so little. Why throw your life away protecting this place?" Xing Han did not get angry. He merely curled his lips into a faint smile, never taking his eyes off the enemies before him. "You wouldn't understand." Seeing this, she ordered her subordinates, "All of you attack." The blonde-haired terrorists rushed forward one after another, their swords flashing as they slashed repeatedly. Xing Han and his spirit beast immediately met them in battle. The two sides fought fiercely, steel clashing without pause as neither yielded. Whenever Xing Han attacked, the blonde-haired enemies swiftly evaded before counterattacking. Amid the chaos, the terrorist had somehow drawn a crossbow. Its purple glow was aimed directly at Xing Han, who was still fighting the blonde-haired enemies. She pulled the trigger. A powerful bolt streaked toward him. At that instant, Xing Han stiffened as a deadly premonition washed over him. He turned his head and froze upon seeing the bolt approaching at terrifying speed. "I'm finished." The Qilin suddenly roared, and a stone wall rose from the ground behind Xing Han, blocking the bolt fired by the terrorist. Immediately afterward, Xing Han swung his sword, forcing the blonde-haired enemies back. Before they could react, the Qilin suddenly appeared behind the terrorist. The blonde-haired woman turned around in alarm, but she had no time to dodge. The Qilin flung her into the air, and she crashed heavily into the wall behind her. Seeing the opportunity, the spear in Xing Han's hand burst into blazing light. He swung his arm forcefully, sending a blast of power ripping through the air and knocking the crossbow from the terrorist's hand. But at that very moment, a shadow shot toward him from behind. It was the blonde-haired woman. This time, she wielded two gleaming scythes. Xing Han remained calm and summoned a glowing shield between himself and the sudden attack. A thunderous impact rang out as her scythes smashed into the shield. Xing Han thought, "That's it." Each slash from the blonde-haired woman made him more delighted. "Keep going." Suddenly, he broke into a triumphant smile. Now, in an instant, a terrifying force erupted from Xing Han's spear. Crystal tremor break. a massive boulder slammed into the blonde-haired woman's abdomen, hurling her toward the wall beside the terrorist leader. Xing Han mocked. "It's been many years, yet your demonic spider cult hasn't changed at all," he shouted. "As long as I, Xing Han, am here, I will never allow the demonic spider cult to take even half a step into the central core." His words enraged the terrorist leader, who shouted, "You damned old man. You sure do talk too much." She drew a sword enveloped in green lightning. With a single slash, she destroyed Xing Han's boulder, leaving him shocked. His face paled as he thought, Kun and Jen are earth, Sun and Jun are wood. The 5 elements counter one another. Wood restrains earth. This is bad. I'm being suppressed. The Qilin quickly moved to protect Xing Han, and the terrorist leader promptly dodged back. Xing Han nodded lightly and whispered, "Thanks, brother." The Qilin roared, causing numerous boulders to burst from the ground and form a protective barrier. But she was not intimidated. She launched a volley of throwing darts at Xing Han. One dart embedded itself near his feet. There was a bomb inside it. Xing Han's face went pale. "Damn it. A tendre explosion érupted." Leaning against the Qilin, Xing Han gasped for breath but still forced himself to speak. "As long as I'm not dead, the crystal wall will not disappear." Severely injured, he struggled to add, "But if you kill an awakening altar counselor, you'll face a full-scale manhunt." The terrorist leader interrupted with a mocking voice. "Stop acting tough." She grabbed Xing Han by the collar and pulled him close, sneering, "An old man like you? We investigated everything about you long ago." Leaning close to his ear, she said coldly, "Your beast-taming space has powerful defenses, but even it has its limits." She continued in a low voice, "This time, we came prepared. We brought cat shadow ghost face spiders specifically to break your crystal space." As soon as she finished speaking, dull impacts sounded from outside. She sneered, "Listen, they've already begun." Outside, the cat shadow ghost face spiders were ramming the stone barrier. Their legs dug deep into the ground, clawing and eroding the sturdy stone walls layer by layer. The giant stone prison was soon destroyed. Xing Han dropped to his knees, his eyes filled with despair. "Damn it." He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Old Bai, I can't hold on any longer." Then a terrifying sound came from above. From the distance, a massive fist descended like a meteor. A gigantic ape appeared, smashing the stone prison apart as though it were made of paper. The terrorist leader looked up in horror. "What?" The giant ape roared, raising its fist to strike her down. But at that moment, a cat shadow ghost face spider rushed in to block the blow. A figure leaped down from atop the giant ape. It was Cui Cheng. He went to Xing Han and called out, "Old Wu, help him up." Cui Cheng asked anxiously, "Old Wu, are you all right?" Xing Han replied in a low voice, "Do I look all right to you?" By then, the giant ape had gained the upper hand against the cat shadow ghost face spider. Hearing Xing Han's words, Cui Cheng reproached him. "You're still joking at a time like this?" Old Bai and the others. Before he could finish, Xing Han cut him off. "They should be here soon, right? They're taking far too long." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge bird flew in. Cui Cheng smiled when he saw it. "See? Old Bai is here." Xing Han smiled as well, still as imposing as ever. At that moment, Jing Chong arrived with his spirit beast. In an instant, the divine crane lifted the spider monster high into the air. Seizing the chance, Jing Chong shouted urgently, "Catch it, old foam." The divine crane suddenly dropped the spider monster from above. Below, Old Foam, riding a warhorse with an imposing aura, immediately received the command. Wielding a powerful staff and accompanied by a fire element Qilin, Old Foam charged forward like a knight. He ordered, "Use that move, Fire Qilin." Old Foam raced straight toward the giant spider as it prepared to land. The moment he approached the giant spider, Old Foam used his staff to create a powerful wall of fire. With everyone gathered, Jing Chong spoke disdainfully. "Thieving demonic spider, cult vermin." His eyes widened, killing intent radiating from him as he growled, "Your operation has failed. Surrender immediately." The underlings called out uneasily, "Boss." Seeing this, the blonde-haired woman ordered, "Plan B. I'll hold him back." "You all." Before she could finish, the blonde-haired terrorist wearing the strange, smoke-emitting mask stepped forward. "Boss, wait. Leave this suicide mission to me." She removed her mask, revealing a delicate face and healthy bronze skin. She said, "Boss, you still have a younger sister to take care of. I've been alone since I was young. I have no family and nothing holding me back." Seeing her subordinate swiftly leap onto the giant spider's head, the leader cried out, "Go." The masked blonde woman merely said softly, "Let me handle it this time." She tossed a gun to her and said, "Catch." Holding the weapon in her hand for a moment, she fell silent. The gun emitted a faint glow of power. With determination, they shouted together for the holy cult. The terrorist quickly regained her composure, taking out several small spheres. "I'll cover you." Thick smoke spread from the bombs. Seeing this, Jing Chong created a protective barrier for everyone behind him. But then he realized they were smoke bombs. Staring at the dense fog before him, Jing Chong ordered, "Disperse it." At the same time, he commanded the divine crane, "Quickly, chase them." Receiving the order, the divine crane immediately pierced through the haze in pursuit of the spider carrying the masked blonde terrorist. The terrorist swiftly disappeared and headed toward the central core. Seeing this, the giant ape and Old Fong immediately gave chase. The terrorists were no pushovers either, swiftly leaping over the obstacles. Behind them, the ape kept roaring to alert the others. There are still two of them here. They're getting close to the central core. But from afar, the spider continuously spewed balls of slime. One struck the ape squarely in the back, and the fire Qilin, flying overhead, immediately lost its balance. The slime trapped both the ape and the fire Qilin, leaving them unable to move. Old Fong and the soldier following him were also covered in slime. The soldier could not help cursing. "Damn it!" Riding on the divine crane's back, Jing Chong thought, "I didn't expect this spider to be so fast." From afar, Old Fong shouted, "Old Bai, hurry after them. Leave these spiders to me." At the central core, the two terrorists had already arrived. Jing Chong, riding the divine crane, reached the area as well. One terrorist reported, "Boss, he caught up with us." The spider had arrived too, but unfortunately, it was one step too late. The masked blonde woman immediately realized in panic, "This is bad. The boss is in danger." At the same time, the giant ape and Old Fong arrived. The ape, the fire Qilin, and Old Fong charged in to finish off the spider. The giant ape struck first, slamming the spider demon into the ground and launching it high into the air. At that moment, Old Fong closed in above the spider demon, leaving it no time to react. He immediately drove his staff straight through the spider's body. The blow tore open part of the spider demon's body, exposing the terrorist inside. Old Fang's attack pierced through the spider and smashed into the ground, ripping it apart as dust filled the air. The demon was now completely exhausted. Seeing this, Old Fong said, "Surrender, little brat." The soldier added, "Your carefully laid plan has failed." Faced with this dire situation, the terrorist could only remain silent. At the central core, the divine crane landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jing Chong dismounted and said, "You demonic spider cult fanatics are obstinate and tyrannical. You insist on opposing us." With a cold gaze, Jing Chong raised his wooden crutch. It immediately transformed into a leather whip. As he advanced calmly, he lashed the whip with tremendous force and said sternly, "You deserve to die." Each lash tore wounds across the two terrorist bodies. At the same time, Jing Chong commanded, "Gale Cannon." The divine crane surged toward the two terrorists like a whirlwind. Seeing this, they immediately drew their weapons and prepared to counterattack. One terrorist swung her sword powerfully, striking the divine crane head-on. Seeing the energy radiating from the terrorist's sword, Jing Chong thought, "Wind, shock, thunder. What element?" He considered anxiously, "There's no elemental advantage to suppress it. I'll have to think of another way." The terrorist ordered her companion, "I'll cover you. Go take the central core." The two terrorists seized the moment and charged straight at Jing Chong, determined to obtain the core. They coordinated flawlessly. The woman leapt high into the air and brought her sword down at Jing Chong, while the blonde terrorist took the opportunity to rush toward the central core. Jing Chong immediately noticed and swiftly ordered, "Divine Crane, stop her." The divine crane immediately used its massive body to block the terrorist's path. But suddenly, the blonde terrorist threw her sickle high into the air, where it lodged in the ceiling. Just as the divine crane stomped down, the blonde terrorist was a step faster. Using the sickle, she formed a line and swung across to evade the attack, then continued forward. The moment she passed the divine crane, she took out another sickle and hurled it forward. The sickle immediately hooked onto the central core. Using the momentum, the blonde terrorist weaved through the air and shot straight toward the core. Meanwhile, Jing Chung was still fiercely battling the other terrorist. Glancing at the situation behind him, his face darkened as he thought, this is bad. After entering the central core, the blonde terrorist quickly approached the energy hub and skillfully activated its system, causing the core to emit a mysterious blue glow. Looking at the light before her, she thought excitedly, at last, the day I've waited for is finally here. As she pressed the control panel, she thought that was close. Then the blonde terrorist raised her hand, preparing to press the core's button as she shouted, "For the holy cult." But suddenly, her hand began trembling and weakening, as though she had a strain just to move it. It turned out that a chain had tightened around her neck. From afar, Jing Chung had used his whip to deal with both terrorists at once. The blonde terrorist cursed, "You damned old man." Jing Chung glared at them sharply and growled, "It's over, invaders." Elsewhere, the white-haired terrorist, who had been captured by Old Feng's group, said, "This place is clearly our home. You are the invaders. What gives you the right?" Hidden in her right hand was a gun. She shouted emotionally, "What gives you the right to act like you're the victims?" She immediately pulled out the gun and fired, catching everyone by surprise. The bullet shot straight ahead, and Old Feng had no time to react, though he narrowly dodged it. The bullet sped toward the red-haired terrorist still fighting, then headed directly for Jing Chung. Trapped with no way forward or back, Jing Chung thought, "It's too fast. I can't dodge it." But then a pair of wings suddenly shielded him. Jing Chung realized the divine crane blocked it. The divine crane took the full force of the powerful bullet. In an instant, its limbs were destroyed from within, as though a powerful electric current had coursed through its body, making it convulse. Jing Chung cried out in shock, "Crane!" In an instant, the divine crane vanished. Jing Chong's whip vanished with it. Seeing this, his heart sank. This is bad. That was when the blonde terrorist was freed, while the red-haired terrorist seized the chance to rush over and assist her. They pressed the button. Once they were done, they said to each other, "Success. Time to go." Then they quickly fled. By the time Jing Chung realized what had happened, it was already too late. They left behind a time bomb. It exploded violently before Jing Chong's eyes. Elsewhere, the news reported, yesterday a magnitude 7.8 earthquake struck White-Scale City. The death toll has reached 18,213, while 51,235 people remain missing. They announced that White-Scale City's barrier generator had been destroyed by mysterious terrorists, causing a level 3 monster tide to flood into the city. Soldiers on the defensive line were desperately resisting. The news anchor said the terrorists simultaneously launched attacks across the provincial districts. City Lord Jing Chung personally led officials from various departments in a counterattack against the terrorists. The media also reported one member of the terrorist group has been captured, and the situation is now under control. At this point, Bai Zian suddenly remembered grandfather. The report continued. Following the attack, Bai Chengji, the son of City Lord Jing Chung and Deputy City Lord, has issued a statement regarding the incident. Meanwhile, the number of casualties continued to rise. Doctors kept shouting, "Make way." Bai Chengji appeared on screen, saying, "Together, we will get through this ordeal." But no one there had the heart to watch. Doctors wheeled patients through the halls, encouraging them, "It's all right. Hang in there." Then a voice said, "Everyone, White-Scale City has outstanding soldiers serving the people. They are rescuing lives on the front lines, faced with severely wounded soldiers, some of whom could even lose sight in both eyes. The doctors could only encourage them, hang in there." Seeing this, Bai Zian felt an indescribable ache in his heart. Passing another ward, he heard the same words, "Hang in there. I'll wait. The doctor will be here soon." The man lying in the hospital bed was covered in wounds, both his legs completely amputated. He looked hazily at his comrade beside him. Seeing this, the person beside him could only grip his hand tightly and say with a faint hope, "Hang in there." Looking at their clasped hands, Bai Zian suddenly recalled a memory from his previous life. On the battlefield, a comrade had once held his hand the same way and weakly called Zian. Amid the fierce barrage of gunfire, the heavily wounded comrade leaned against a wall and said, "I really didn't expect you to come save me." Bai Zian called out worriedly. Captain. The captain maintained his strong appearance, smiling confidently as he said, "You little brat. You usually look so unreliable. I thought you were just a cold-hearted bastard." The captain took off his hat. To Bai Zian's surprise, he placed it on Bai Zian's head and said, "What a surprise." Bai Zian could only remain silent, unable to say a word. The captain adjusted the hat for him and said, "If you make it back alive, don't forget." Before he could finish, he drew his final breath before Bai Zian's eyes. Seeing Bai Zian clench his fists, Bai Shi and Bai Ji called out worriedly, "Young master." Bai Shi stepped closer and asked, "Are you all right?" Bai Zian's face darkened, as though he had just awakened from a nightmare. Though pale, he still answered, "I'm fine. I'm all right." In the silent corridor, he said, "Don't say anything for the rest of the way." Bai Zian wondered, what happened to grandfather? At that moment, the door to the hospital room opened. A voice called out, "Zian." In the spacious white hospital room, Old Feng and Shui Chung stood guard, while Bai Zian's mother was also there. Everyone looked troubled. His mother hesitated before saying, "Zian, your grandfather." Behind her, Jing Chong, his body covered in wounds and one arm missing, removed his oxygen mask and said, "Is that Zian?" He told the others, "Everyone, leave us for a moment. I'm fine now. I have a few things to say to Zian." Once only grandfather and grandson remained in the room, Jing Chong asked worriedly, "Zian, you weren't hurt, were you?" Bai Zian sat beside him and respectfully replied, "I'm fine, grandfather." Looking at the consequences of the battle etched across Jing Chong's body, Bai Zian added worriedly, "But, grandfather," raising his sleeve, Jing Chong said calmly, It's nothing serious." Then his expression turned grave. "Compared with this arm, what I'm about to tell you is far more serious." Bai Zian was deeply alarmed. He thought, grandfather is a diamond rank powerhouse, yet he's this tense. This is the first time I've ever seen him like this. Jing Chong asked, "Zian, do you know anything about the demonic spider cult?" Bai Zian replied, "I only know that they are a terrorist organization of heretical believers from other races." Jing Chong explained, "That's right. Before this incident, they only ever deployed silver-rank spirit masters. But this time, judging by their ability to materialize objects with spiritual energy, the demonic spider cult members involved are all diamond rank." He continued, "And compared with their previous raids, this attack was clearly far more organized and confrontational. Their plans are now ahead of ours." In the quiet hospital room, Bai Zian guessed, was this earthquake part of their plan too? At this point, Jing Chong could no longer endure without putting his oxygen mask back on. He said no. It is something even more serious. At the same time, a notification appeared. Jing Chong knew that a secret realm was approaching the 10,000 Spider Nest secret realm and believed that the 10,000 Spider Nest secret realm was about to be destroyed. Bai Zian placed his hand over Jing Chong's remaining thin hand and replied, "My super intuition tells me the 10,000 Spider Nest secret realm will not be destroyed. It is merging with another secret realm." Jing Chong asked in surprise, "Are you certain what you're saying is true?" Bai Zian affirmed, "Yes. Those are the visions I foresaw. The two worlds are merging, which is why the earthquake happened." Jing Chong looked somewhat relieved. "That's good." Then he suddenly said, "Zian, I am actually from the Bai family of the origin planet," startling Bai Zian. What? The truth came too suddenly for Bai Zian. A thought flashed through his mind. The origin planet? Jing Chong continued. "Back on the origin planet, I was chosen by the Bai family patriarch. But I was arrogant and conceited then, looking down on everyone." He said, "Later, I made a mistake and was expelled from the Bai family." Jing Chong continued. "In the end, I was exiled to the 10,000 Spider Nest secret realm. But they still gave me a second chance." He recounted, "As long as I killed the purple gold rank spirit beast, the mother ring spider, I would be allowed to return to the origin planet." He said, "I was too impatient and underestimated the strength of the amethyst rank ferocious beast, the red-eyed, golden-patterned fish. I suffered a crushing defeat, and my origin was damaged. I can no longer advance." Recalling the divine crane's defeat, Jing Chong said somberly, "Now my phoenix crown cloudwing crane is dead as well." He said sadly, "In this life, I have no hope of reaching the amethyst rank." Bai Zian stepped forward and said firmly, "You will definitely have another chance." But Jing Chong only replied, "Child, you do not understand." He placed a hand on Bai Zian's shoulder, entrusting him with his hopes. "You are now the future of the Bai family. Didn't you once say that you would become the strongest beastmaster?" Jing Chong proposed, "Then go to the origin planet," taking Bai Zian by surprise. Jing Chong glared seriously and said, "Participate in the secret realm selection a year from now. As long as you make it into the top 10, you can go to the origin planet. Only there will you have a chance to become the strongest spirit master. He gripped Bai Zian's shoulders with trembling hands, his resolve and trust unmistakable. Bai Zian supported his hand and called out, "Grandfather." Removing his necklace, Jing Chong said, "I know you are gifted and possess great spiritual energy. The Bai family's resources will fully support you." He handed Bai Zian a card and instructed, "If you use the resources in the treasure vault sparingly, they will be enough for you to advance to the diamond ring." Jing Chong added, "But Zian, do not be like your grandfather when he was young. You must remember this." The image of Bai Zian's captain from his previous life seemed to overlap with Jing Chong's face. Jing Chong smiled with strength and emphasized, "The most important thing in this world is the bond between people." Seeing this, Bai Zian thought in shock, "Captain." He accepted the necklace and replied, "Yes, grandfather." Elsewhere at the Bai family residence, Bai Ziyu sat on the front steps and asked worriedly, "Is second brother sick like grandfather too? Why isn't he home yet?" The two maids reassured her, "It's all right, Ziyu. Young Master Zian will be fine." Suddenly, Bai Zian pushed open the door. Holding the pendant in his hand, he fell into thought, unable to forget the words, the bond between people. The moment she saw him, Bai Ziyu rushed over excitedly, shouting, "Second brother!" To Bai Zian's surprise, the little girl charged straight into him. In an instant, Bai Ziyu had latched onto his head, causing him to lose his balance. Bai Ji, Bai Shi, and the two maids were all speechless at her mischievous behavior. Bai Ziyu said, "Second brother is finally home." She asked anxiously, "Second brother, are you all right?" Looking at his adorable little sister in his arms, Bai Zian thought, "I have such a lovely family in this world. I must cherish them." He gently stroked Bai Ziyu's head and replied, "I'm fine." Recalling the past, Bai Zian thought, "Having experienced death in my previous life, I was always afraid of weakness. That was why I wanted to become the strongest beastmaster." He realized, "Now I understand there is something more important than anything else." Remembering how this small family had reached out and pulled him from the mire, Bai Zian thought, "It is the bond with one's family." Elsewhere, Bai Zian was preparing something in his room. Holding his grandfather's necklace, he changed into an exceptionally stylish outfit. Taking out a box containing a purple crystal, a letter, and a pendant, Bai Zian instructed, "Ziyu, father and mother will be back soon. Help me give this box to them, all right?" Bai Ziyu obediently replied, "Yes." Bai Zian gently patted his little sister's head and reminded her, "Second brother has something important to take care of outside. Be good and listen while I'm gone, okay?" At that moment, Gubai stepped forward and shyly called, "Young Master Zian." He looked at him and smiled gently. "Gubai, are you ready to go on an adventure with me?" Gubai replied shyly, "Wherever young master goes, I will follow." As they walked side by side, he asked, "Gubai, aren't you afraid?" Gubai declared confidently, "With young Master Zian here, there's nothing to fear." Bai Zian turned to him. "Could you stop calling me young master?" Gubai promptly replied, "Yes, young Master Zian." They arrived at a half-finished building. Gubai turned to him and asked, "Zian, have you decided where we're going?" Bai Zian gazed into the distance. "Not yet. I haven't chosen a specific destination." He had his own objectives in mind. This trip was mainly to raise his strength and gather some materials along the way. Then he opened the system panel. "Let me look up some information first." He seriously asked the Eye of Apocalypse, "Eye of Apocalypse, how can I heal Grandpa's severed arm?" The system immediately displayed a vial of medicine. Water of Life. Bai Zian also thought of that dragon. How could he heal Grandpa's red-eyed, golden-patterned fish? The system immediately displayed Spirit-Nurturing Heavenly Water. Jing Chong's red-eyed, golden-patterned fish has suffered damage to its origin. It requires Spirit-Nurturing Heavenly Water. Spirit-Nurturing Heavenly Water, an amethyst-rank material containing astonishing water element origin energy, exceptionally beneficial to water element spirit beasts. He lightly tapped the system panel. Water of Life. Spirit-Nurturing Heavenly Water. Suddenly, something startled Bai Zian. "What?" The system returned an unwelcome result. Water of Life. Search result, 5.5 fortune points. Spirit-Nurturing Heavenly Water. No information found. He muttered to himself, "There's still information on the Water of Life, but Spirit-Nurturing Heavenly Water has completely vanished without a trace." Bai Zian communicated with the I using his spiritual power. How can the core of the awakening altar be repaired? An encrypted interface appeared. The origin spirit awakening altar currently cannot be repaired. He recalled the egg he had left behind. After the battle, Grandpa had clearly lost hope. He had left behind the purple lightning eagle egg, already set on its evolution path toward the amethyst ring. It was meant to give Grandpa a little hope that White Scale City on the origin planet could truly be saved. He was at a loss and questioned himself. What should I do? Now, even the clue to spirit-nurturing heavenly water has been cut off. Where am I supposed to go? His entire body trembled as he looked at his arm. What? I can't move my body. Byzian stared blankly at the hand resting on his shoulder. The divine I could actually... That hand pointed to a location on the system panel. Go here. Gubai noticed something as well. Xian, did you find something? But Byzian still seemed confused. Let's leave the city first. The East Gate is closest to here, so we'll head out from there. However, Gubai voiced his concerns. Do we have to cross the wilderness? I have a bad feeling about this. Byzian smiled to reassure him. We're both beast tamers. There's nothing to be afraid of. Besides, we can catch a ride with an exploration group. The two continued down the broken road. What were exploration groups? They were mercenaries who ventured beyond the city to explore the wilderness. The sky above remained blue, while cars crowded the road below. East City Gate. Please submit to inspection and queue up before leaving the city. The sight before him startled Byzian. This. He pointed at the huge crowd ahead. Gubai, your premonition was right. At that moment, a car came speeding toward them. He hurriedly pulled Gubai aside. Watch out. They barely leaped away as the vehicle rushed past. The driver quickly brought the car to a halt. The two awkwardly looked at their tightly clasped hands. Embarrassed, Byzian turned away. Are you all right? Gubai did not dare meet his eyes either. Mifine. Looking at the scene ahead, Gubai was astonished. The beast tide has only just retreated. Why are so many people leaving the city? Byzian looked straight ahead and began analyzing the situation. Some wealthy people probably think White Scale City is finished and want to use this opportunity to escape, but they lack the strength to survive in the wilderness, so they can only hire exploration groups to protect them. A convoy was gathered ahead of them. If one wealthy person hired a whole group of people, naturally there would be many vehicles. The East City Gate was an enormous area. A woman from the military stepped forward and issued a warning. Remain alert for ferocious beast attacks. Inspect all vehicles leaving the city. Keep the military vehicle lane clear. Byzian watched the stern-looking woman. All personnel leaving the city must surrender weapons and equipment, present identification, and submit to inspection. Jingquan was also inspecting Byzian. Just after such a disaster and attack, Father had not sealed off the city for a search. Was it to create an illusion of safety for the outside world? Byzian's personal information appeared in the system. The two entered a long, narrow corridor. All those leaving the city, please wear protective masks. Byzian obeyed and put on a mask. Naturally, Gubai did not dare disobey either. They emerged into a desolate expanse. The two split up and ran in different directions. Byzian continued looking around. He stared at the scene before him. It seems this defensive line has buried countless ferocious beasts. Byzian used binoculars to search for his target. First, I need to find the exploration group outpost. Ahead of him lay a scorched landscape that looked like it had been burned by fire. It was unbearably hot, but that was precisely the place he had been looking for. Found it. The sky remained a brilliant blue as they passed people still hard at work. Byzian blushed as they passed several scantily dressed women. The two soon reached the main tent. He looked ahead and said, "That should be the exploration group outpost. Let's go there." A strange, tattered flag fluttered in the wind. This had to be the place, the Red Monkey Mercenary Group. At that moment, Feng Ling spoke inside the Red Monkey Exploration Group's camp. Old Duan, look, there are two rookies at the entrance. What do you think? Old Duan looked interested. They seem to be pretty good quality. Old Duan chuckled and put on a friendly expression. You two little friends. His gaze carried an ambiguous meaning. Did you get lost? Feng Ling whistled from behind him, startling Gubai. Xian, they don't look like good people. Byzian turned to look at him and thought to himself, ever since Gubai came to the Bai family, who knows what switch got flipped? He keeps drawing everyone's attention. Gubai's entire body trembled as he watched them approach. Byzian instantly unleashed his power. Old Duan flashed toward them. It's so dangerous outside the city. Why not let your uncle protect you? He moved between the two of them with astonishing speed. Old Duan pressed close to Byzian and gently lifted his chin. Little one, Byzian se Facha Darkinid. You want to make a move on me? Gubai froze for several seconds at the sight. Old Duan seemed delighted by his expression. Is the little darling angry? Baizian immediately threw him to the ground, smashing Old Duan's head into the dirt. Then he twisted Old Duan's hand. In excruciating pain, Old Duan kept calling for his teammate. Feng Ling, help me. He attacked me. Blue flames rose from Baizian's body. You can try me. Feng Ling was horrified by the sight. That killing intent is intense. Sunlight shone down upon the loudspeaker overhead as everyone turned toward the front. Deputy Commander, what's going on? Why is it so noisy? Deputy Commander Chi Ming casually ran a hand through his hair. What else could it be? Ferocious beasts are coming. Zijing immediately checked the system. Thermal scans indicate approximately 200 to 300 of them. A voice came from the watchtower. Feng Ling, what's the situation? He was aiming at some target. Deputy Commander, are you done over there? The situation doesn't look good. A thick cloud of dust is approaching from the east. Ferocious beasts will reach the outpost in 5 minutes. Old Duan continued pleading. Listen, kid, let me go. We're tied to the same rope now. You don't want us to stay like this when the ferocious beasts get here, do you? But Baizian's face remained expressionless. Baizian then flung his arm away. Stay away from me. Old Duan called out to someone afterward. Quick, notify the deputy commander. It's chaos outside. A figure above them radiated flames. Don't panic. Chi Ming roared as if announcing it to everyone. It's too late to run back to the city. Everyone, resist together. We can only survive by holding out until reinforcements arrive. The people below seemed not to understand what was happening. Qiming, after watching for a while, Baizian could not help secretly praising him. At least there was someone here who understood the situation. Qiming stood there and called out, I am Qiming, the silver rank beast tamer and deputy commander of the Red Monkey Exploration Group. Leave the frontal battle to me, but we still need a defensive beast tamer over there. Who will do it? Baizian looked helplessly at the iron rank beast tamers. The capable ones did not dare take the risk. At that moment, a blonde girl in the crowd spoke up. I'm silver rank too. Another person raised his hand nearby. Me. The scene before him left Baizian speechless. Seriously? You're even competing to volunteer. A wealthy young man stepped forward amid everyone's exclamations. Give me some firepower, and I guarantee I can hold the line. Isn't that the eldest young master of the Ming Corporation? Young Master Ming is already silver rank. Chi Ming was clearly displeased to see him. A rich kid? Can he really do it? Then he ordered his subordinates, Old Duan, Feng Ling, take some of the group and retrieve the heavy weapons. The two immediately responded, understood. Chi Ming then shouted a rallying cry. Survive! Baizian stared at the young man and warned Gubai, stay behind me later and protect yourself. That guy will definitely mess things up. The entire area seemed to burn beneath the sun. The young man strode forward majestically and called out, come out, Crimson Fire Monkey. There's no time to be lazy. The sky remained as blue as ever while everyone worked frantically. Alpha prayed fervently, Lord, be with your servant. Grant me wisdom, so that your servant may have the courage to overcome today's trial. He focused on the Bible before him. Let us pray that the Lord's Spirit will be with all our brothers and sisters. We humbly receive your words. The wealthy young man warmed up his arm muscles. For the Lord's word has the power to save us from the sin of pride. Old Duan gripped his weapon tightly. Grant us courage and humility. Gubai watched everything anxiously. Save us from despair, suffering, and weakness. Old Duan approached Baizian with a gun slung over his shoulder and asked, Kid, you're a beast tamer too? He kept staring at Baizian. You look like you know what you're doing, so you must be quite strong. I think you're more capable than that young master over there. Baizian's attitude toward him softened slightly. Looks like you're not just some perverted brute with nothing but muscles in your head. Old Duan glanced at the two of them. You really went for both the mouth and the rear, huh? Your little boyfriend seemed scared. Gubai's entire body was trembling nonstop. Baizian's pat on his shoulder nearly made Gubai jump out of his skin. Gubai, are you all right? His face had turned pale as he hesitantly replied, I am fine. I'm just a little nervous. Baizian looked at him very seriously. When the ferocious beasts arrive, just stay close to me. Everything will be fine. The two stood shoulder to shoulder and waited. Old Duan activated his weapon and shouted loudly, The ferocious beasts are almost here. Prepare for battle. The beasts surged toward them in a torrent. A voice came from the watchtower. Don't fire yet. They're about to enter the minefield. The mines detonated beneath the ferocious beasts, burying them in smoke. Witnessing the scene, he could not help exclaiming, "Zijing's fireworks are really brutal." The surviving beasts continued charging. Feng watched them through his scope. "They're pretty tenacious." He immediately pulled the trigger. "Try this." The ferocious beast's head instantly exploded. Another bullet left the barrel. Another ferocious beast was brought down. Feng prepared to attack again. "Old Duan, several are charging toward your side." The automatic guns fired without pause. The ferocious beasts dodged the bullets. "Zijing, I just saw a beast slip through beneath your automatic machine gun." Zijing was furious. "You saw it, so why aren't you chasing it down?" "Damn it." Old Duan ran over to the automatic machine gun. "I told you already, the barrel on your rotating machine gun is too small. It's useless." He aimed the gun at the enemy. "A bigger barrel is the only truth." Old Duan fired both guns continuously. A large number of ferocious beasts had their heads blown off. The others began climbing the city wall. Bai Zian's expression turned grave. Bronze-rank ferocious beasts are about to charge in. The wealthy young man smiled smugly. "Finally, it's my turn." Old Duan continued firing as he gave the order. "Not yet. Throw down the vehicle fuel barrels." The others hurriedly rolled the fuel barrels forward, blocking the ferocious beasts. Feng continued shooting. His target was the fuel barrels. The oil ignited, engulfing the ferocious beasts in flames. Bai Zian could not help marveling at the sight. "Your exploration group does have some skill," Old Duan proudly replied. "Of course. The strength of our Red Monkey group ranks at the top throughout the wastelands." The flames made the beasts hesitate, but one distinctive creature rose to its feet. It displayed its authority. Old Duan narrowed his eyes at the beast. "The real boss is about to show up." Bai Zian immediately summoned the system. "I have Apocalypse." The system then displayed its information. Race, Steel type, Ferocious Beast. Rank, High Silver. Talent, Iron Mist, C rank. Potential, High Silver. Skills, Green Grade Steel Charge, Blue Grade Shredding Iron Teeth, Green Grade Rusted Iron Covering. A red-silver rank beast appeared, staring at its target. Feng watched it roar through his scope. His expression was tense. "Old Duan, there are around 7 or 8 silver rank beasts on our side." Old Duan was stunned. 7 or 8? Are you serious? He immediately pointed behind him. "Rich kid, whether the rear can hold depends on you." The wealthy young man remained as confident as ever. "Leave it to me." He summoned his own beast. "Come out, Golden Horn Frog." A giant frog appeared. Race, Metal Element, Golden Horn Frog. Rank, Mid-Silver. Talent, Flexible Body, B rank. Potential, High Gold. Skills, Green Grade Frog Barrage, Blue Grade Giant Tongue, Blue Grade Metal Body. Qi Ming summoned his battle beast. "There are too many silver rank ferocious beasts around us. We need to deal with them first." He ordered the Crimson Fire Monkey. Crimson Fire Monkey, Blazing Fist Charge. It raised a fist blazing with flames. With just one attack, the ferocious beast's head was sent flying. Another ferocious beast charged in. Both sides immediately clashed, launching attacks at the same time. Qi Ming stood behind it and gave the order. "Crimson Fire Monkey, it's time to use that move." It lightly dodged the enemy's attack. Its arm burst into flames once more. The Crimson Fire Monkey pummeled the ferocious beast repeatedly. Crimson Lotus Explosive Flame Fist. The beast's body was torn to pieces. After unleashing a barrage of punches, the Crimson Fire Monkey bared its fangs fiercely. "Deputy Commander, the military is on its way. They'll arrive in about 8 minutes." Qi Ming's face darkened, his gaze complicated. Behind the city wall, everyone cheered in delight. Qi Ming turned around and carefully told them, "Brothers, just hold on a little longer." While everyone was brimming with excitement, a red streak suddenly flashed past one man's head. He immediately let his gun drop. The man beside him saw the sight and turned pale, stammering, "Old Zhang." The man trembled, unable to understand what had happened, when a towering black shadow suddenly appeared behind him. He turned around in panic. "What the hell is that?" At that moment, the thing behind him struck. That red streak once again sliced cleanly through the man's head, sending fragments flying through the air. Bai Zian's expression gradually became tense. He raised his hand and gathered energy, ready to join the battle. Bai Zian moved with lightning speed, launching powerful attacks. Brilliant blue energy struck the monster, pouncing down from above with overwhelming force and precision. Yet many more monsters were eyeing him from afar. He had not expected this and thought, "This is bad." Just as Byzantine was at a loss, huge spider webs suddenly appeared in the air and swooped down, tightly binding the monster. Byzantine was slightly stunned by the sight and raised a hand to shield his head. He quickly regained his composure, immediately dropping to one knee and raising both hands to gather energy. Byzantine swung his hands toward the monsters, and the energy around him surged forward to attack them. Afterward, Byzantine turned to look at the person who had helped him. Seeing a familiar figure, he exclaimed, "Goodbye." Then he could not help asking, "Has your spider advanced to the bronze rank already?" The person who had helped Byzantine was Gubai. He awkwardly tucked his hair behind his ear and replied, "I bought some materials for it at the black market, so it advanced." Beside him stood an enormous purple spider. Fire element lava spider. Early bronze rank. Talent, lava body, a rank. High gold grade aptitude. Skills, blue grade molten spider silk. Green grade candle fire burning cluster. After looking it over, Byzantine was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes bulged as he thought, "What kind of luck is this?" Elsewhere, the city wall and gun emplacements had been smashed apart by the monsters. They wildly lifted and hurled them down until they were reduced to rubble. Thick white smoke filled the scene. Old Duan observed the battlefield and said to the Ming Corporation eldest young master behind him, "The firepower is gone. Send out the spirit beasts quickly." The eldest young master immediately pointed ahead and ordered the golden horned frog. Golden horned frog used giant tongue. It swiftly shot out its enormous tongue. With one sweeping strike, the defensive monsters were all knocked backward. Byzantine clenched a fist against his chest, his face solemn as he thought, "Everyone is doing well. I cannot become dead weight." He waved his hand and summoned Wing Fong into battle. "Come out, Wing Fong." Wing Fong quickly flew over and unleashed 3 lightning-like firebolts toward the ground. Seeing this, Byzantine shouted, "Wing Fong, don't act recklessly." The firebolts did not miss by an inch, piercing straight through the monster's body. Byzantine was furious. Raising a clenched fist, he yelled, "I haven't even given you an order yet." Wing Fong flew closer, glaring arrogantly at him as it replied, "I am the incarnation of the sun itself. Why would I need your command?" Without thinking, Byzantine smacked it on the head. It landed with a bump swelling on its head. Gubai and his spider were utterly shocked by the sight. Elsewhere, Chi Ming, the crimson fire monkey, and another man hid behind a cargo crate. Outside, that enormous monster kept pacing back and forth. Recalling the man who had been attacked by the creature, Chi Ming's expression turned complicated. He frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking, "This monster is incredibly fast. I am no match for it at all. The most important thing right now is to stay calm." Lost in thought, Chi Ming turned and saw the man beside him shouldering his gun. He could not help shouting, "Hey, what are you doing?" Seeing that the man was about to rush out, Chi Ming raised a hand to stop him, his voice becoming more urgent. "Hey, outside." The man gripped his gun, pulled the trigger repeatedly, and shouted defiantly, "I'm risking my life against you." As expected, the bizarre monster swung its hand again and sliced off the man's head. This monster was a hammerhead sand beast. She was enormous, clad in sharp, glossy black armor, while purple lines around her body glowed brightly. Her claws were deadly, and in one hand she held the head of the man from before, hidden behind the crate. Chi Ming quietly broke out in sweat, repeatedly wondering in alarm, "What kind of monster is this? Could it be gold rank?" At that moment, he received a report. "Deputy Commander, the eastern defensive line has been breached. The ferocious beasts are entering the camp." Hearing this, he clicked his tongue. Misfortunes never come singly. Chi Ming ordered Feng Ling provide support. 6 o'clock from your position. Feng Ling promptly answered from afar. Understood. Feng Ling aimed his rifle towards 6 o'clock, exactly where the monster was located. Chi Ming and the Crimson Fire Monkey were hiding behind crates on either side. Feng Ling teased, "Deputy Commander, you'll have to treat me to a meal." After adjusting his aim, he pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the hammerhead sand beast in the head, knocking her backward. Seizing the chance, Chi Ming immediately poked his head out and shouted angrily, "Now!" The Crimson Fire Monkey tore off the cloth covering its eye. Its left eye burst into flames, and it gritted its teeth in fury. Using all its strength, it fired a powerful blaze from its left eye straight ahead. Roaring, flame impact However, the Hammerhead Sand Beast was incredibly agile. She darted away and easily evaded the attack. A massive explosion erupted within the construction site. Old Duan, Feng Ling, and Bai Zian were all stunned, sharing the same thought. What happened? Bai Zian immediately turned to Wing Fong and ordered, "Wing Fong, go provide support." Wing Fong obeyed without hesitation, flapping its wings and flying away. Meanwhile, Qi Ming's side was in grave danger. The Hammerhead Sand Beast advanced toward him step by step. She swung her sharp claws forward, producing a terrifying purple flash. Qi Ming quickly created a protective barrier, temporarily shielding himself from her attack. But her attack was far too fierce, and cracks began spreading across the barrier. Qi Ming glanced back and saw the Crimson Fire Monkey still sitting behind him, grimacing. He ordered, "Crimson Fire Monkey, go back first." At once, the Hammerhead Sand Beast shattered the barrier, fragments scattering through the air. She violently grabbed Qi Ming by the throat. In pain, he tightly gripped her claw with both hands. Wing Fong had already arrived, and the Hammerhead Sand Beast quickly noticed it. She viciously hurled Qi Ming at Wing Fong, but Wing Fong flew aside in time to avoid him. On Qi Ming's side, Old Duan appeared just in time and caught him. The impact was so strong that it blasted a huge hole in the wall behind them. Old Duan anxiously asked, "Deputy Commander, are you all right?" Qi Ming grimaced, his face covered in scratches, and gritted his teeth. "I'm fine, but..." Wing Fong continuously fired bolts of flame from above, while below, the Hammerhead Sand Beast formed a purple shield to block them. Seeing this, Qi Ming continued, "If we cannot deal with it, we will die. Someone has to hold it back for us to have chance." Qi Ming immediately ordered, "Feng Ling, the alchemical bullet Zijing gave you earlier. Now is the time to use it." Feng Ling's face was extremely serious and focused, but his voice still carried a teasing note. "Fine, Deputy Commander. Make that 2 meals. Don't try to dodge the bill." Feng Ling loaded the bullet into the magazine and added, "I hope this thing does not ruin my precious sniper rifle." However, the bullet was nothing like he had hoped. Its immense energy shattered the gun barrel. He stared in shock and thought, "Damn it, this is bad." The bullet and its energy shot straight toward the Hammerhead Sand Beast, blocking her entire field of vision. Realizing his situation was not good, Feng Ling reported, "Qi Ming, my sniper rifle is broken. Only the scope can still be used." At that moment, Bai Zian came running from the distance. Before him, Old Duan and Qi Ming shielded their eyes and squinted, trying to see the Hammerhead Sand Beast. Qi Ming replied, "As for Zijing's matter, go collect from her." Bai Zian quickly came to stand beside them, while Wing Fong landed on his arm. Old Duan spoke first. "This time, it cannot possibly get back up, right?" Though Qi Ming remained focused, he immediately refuted him. "No, look." The Hammerhead Sand Beast still stood tall, as if nothing had happened, completely unaffected by the bullet and its tremendous energy. Feng Ling continued aiming from his position. But in the next instant, the Hammerhead Sand Beast vanished from his sights. Feng Ling was utterly shocked and could not help cursing under his breath. The Hammerhead Sand Beast had found his hiding place. She shot upward like a rocket, extending her claws to attack him. Feng Ling still tightly gripped his rifle. An explosion immediately erupted from the watchtower above, and dazzling purple light seemed to tear apart the sky. Bai Zian looked up in terror. His eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, that speed. No wonder it is gold rank. The Hammerhead Sand Beast fell silent. In her hand was only a bundle of electrical wires, not Feng Ling's head. The Hammerhead Sand Beast looked down and saw 4 flickers of purple, blue, white, and red flame. This sight enraged her. She blew up the entire watchtower, filling the surroundings with thick white smoke. Below, Bai Zian was still looking upward. The Hammerhead Sand Beast seemed to appear and vanish like a ghost. A few seconds ago, she had been high in the air, but now she was directly behind Bai Zian. He seemed to sense the presence at his back, and his face stiffened slightly. The Hammerhead Sand Beast lunged at Bai Zian, reaching for him with both hands, but all she caught was his barrier. Bai Zian raised his hand and cast a spell, thinking, even the naked eye can barely keep up with its speed. The Hammerhead Sand Beast pressed both her head and sharp claws against the barrier. Realizing it was about to be pierced through, he thought, the barrier will not hold much longer. Just as he predicted, the barrier shattered a second later beneath her razor-sharp claws. The massive creature stood imposingly before Bai Zian, who was holding his head. At that moment, a sticky mass of spider silk shot forward. Under Bai Zian's bewildered gaze, it stuck to his waist amid the surrounding debris. As the hammerhead sand beast prepared to attack, the spider silk pulled him up from the ground, successfully bringing him to safety. Bai Zian squeezed his eyes shut and crashed into Gu Bai's chest. Both of them blushed. Bai Zian spoke first. Gu Bai, thank you. No, wait, I'm sorry. Gu Bai did not dare look him in the eye and awkwardly replied, you're welcome. It's all right. Gu Bai then supported Bai Zian with one hand and raised the other to command the Candlefire Spider. Candlefire Spider, launch the lava. The Candlefire Spider slammed the ground, creating glowing cracks. The scene was chaotic as the hammerhead sand beast repeatedly evaded the Candlefire Spider's attacks. Bai Zian and Gu Bai watched while sweating profusely. Bai Zian said tensely, "It dodged again. Could it be?" He recalled the moment when the hammerhead sand beast dodged the bullet. Its speed was obviously incredible, yet it had not dodged the gunfire. Then he remembered how nimbly it avoided the spirit beast's spiritual energy attacks. He continued his deduction. That is to say, it can probably only sense spiritual energy fluctuations, not physical optics. Bai Zian turned and called over to the others. "Hey, mercenary group, I have figured out how to deal with it. I need your help." Before Bai Zian could finish speaking, Old Duan and Qi Ming were already running for their lives. Bai Zian immediately yelled, "Hey, what are you two doing?" Qi Ming said to Old Duan behind him, "Run." Seeing them like that, Bai Zian could only place his hopes on Gu Bai. "Gu Bai, it is up to us now." Gu Bai hesitated, uncertainty in his eyes. But then someone sitting atop a spirit beast shouted, "Wait!" It was the Ming Corporation eldest young master. Pushing up his glasses, he smiled and continued, "Have you all forgotten about a beast tamer of my caliber?" Behind him was the Golden Horned Frog. He arrogantly ordered, "Golden Horned Frog, bodyguard." At his command, the Golden Horned Frog immediately swallowed him whole, leaving the two nearby spectators dumbfounded. Inside the Golden Horned Frog, the eldest young master stretched his body. White light shone from him, while the frog emitted golden light. The frog transformed. Its face came to resemble the eldest young master's, complete with his glasses. It braced itself against the ground. Bodyguard, an A-rank talent that allows the beast tamer to merge with their contracted spirit beast, enhancing all attributes and granting access to new skills. Witnessing this, Bai Zian rested his chin on his hand and thought. Though it was somewhat ugly, it seemed to be a useful skill. Behind him, Gu Bai grimaced in disgust. "That is revolting." The Golden Horned Frog pressed its whole body low to the ground, green energy swirling around it. Baring its teeth at the hammerhead sand beast ahead, it shouted, "Let me show you the strength of young Master Ming." It charged forward with a mocking laugh. Marsh charge. However, the hammerhead sand beast nimbly dodged again, leaving the Golden Horned Frog charging straight ahead. It curled up in surprise and pain. Bai Zian observed everything from behind and said, "Just as I thought, it only sees targets with spiritual energy. It must judge its surroundings through spiritual energy." He continued, "Gu Bai, our plan might work." Gu Bai hesitated, his eyes full of doubt. "But I am afraid I cannot do it." Bai Zian seriously took his hand and reassured him, "It is fine. I believe in you, and you need to believe in yourself too. Didn't you just manage it earlier?" Gu Bai's face flushed faintly at those words. Bai Zian gave a cold smile, while Wing Fong followed with sharp eyes and an imposing declaration. "Let's go. I am 100% confident." Behind them, Gu Bai raised a hand, wanting to stop him. Bai Zian stared straight at the hammerhead sand beast and shouted, "Hey, hammerhead sand beast!" His eyes lit up, and the energy gathering around him shone brighter and stronger than ever. He declared, "Come over here." Catching sight of the hammerhead sand beast somehow already behind him, he thought, just as expected, it attacked from behind. He glanced sideways and continued thinking. Although it moves extremely fast, it always hesitates briefly when attacking. This time is the same, so I only need to... He brought his hands together and blue energy flared around him like blazing flames, illuminating the entire area. Looking at the startled hammerhead sand beast, he thought, it must be now. His energy surged ever more violently, surrounding the hammerhead sand beast and forcing her to shield her eyes. Bai Zian thought, in your eyes, there should only be blinding light like sunlight, right? Then he shouted, now, Wing Fong. Wing Fong obeyed and swiftly flew up, unleashing a pillar of flame that smashed into the hammerhead sand beast and knocked her backward. Wing Fong's blazing column struck directly into her area. The surroundings were chaotic, with strands of spider silk scattered everywhere. Bai Zian pointed forward with one finger and commanded, keep it pinned down. Wing Fong flew high into the air and exhaled a spiraling torrent of fire like a hellish vortex, rapidly surrounding the hammerhead sand beast. This was the skill flame vortex. In an instant, the fire made the entire area hotter than ever. The flaming cyclone rose higher than the hammerhead sand beast head. Though she was enormous, she still had to look up from within the flames. On Gu Bai's side, he immediately ordered the candlefire spider. Candlefire spider, fire your silk. The candlefire spider rapidly shot out thick, sticky strands of webbing. They swiftly attached themselves to enormous cargo crates and stacked them together. Bai Zian seized the moment to finish it. Wing Fong, the final move. Wing Fong's eyes blazed as it put all its strength into this final attack. This was the skill nuclear ray. Its wings spread wide like two sharp blades as it fired a powerful crimson beam of flame from above. The fire beam slammed into the ground with a thunderous explosion, sending white smoke and shattered cargo crates flying into the air. Elsewhere, a pair of binoculars watched everything from afar. At the border watch post outside White Scale City, someone holding binoculars looked on and exclaimed, "Damn, that is incredible." The person beside him was astonished. Blue light appeared from within a crack in the ground. Bai Zian looked down into the hole and asked, "Gu Bai, are you all right?" Gu Bai replied, "I'm fine." Suddenly, a hand with sharp claws emerged from the ground. Gu Bai tensed, seeming to realize something as he hesitantly called out, "Bai Zian is still alive." Bai Zian gradually became more alarmed. Could I have been wrong? The hammerhead sand beast rose powerfully from beneath the ground. Although one side of the armor over her chest had been torn apart, it did nothing to lessen her terrifying presence. Gu Bai watched from behind, while Bai Zian stood calmly atop a rock and snapped his fingers. Then we can only do this. He summoned his spirit beast, the scale fish, and used Devour. It swiftly opened its huge mouth and swallowed the hammerhead sand beast. But the moment the scale fish shut its mouth, its eyes suddenly rolled white, and red, thorn-like strands appeared before it. It was being attacked from within. Blood-like thorny threads appeared in its eyes and all around its body. It stiffened in pain. Bai Zian was horrified by the sight of the giant white shadow scale fish. Cold sweat broke out on him as he wondered what was happening. He suddenly dropped to one knee as blood-red thorny vines wrapped around him. What's going on? Something is invading from the inside. Gu Bai hurried over in concern. Bai Zian raised a hand to brush them away and silently ordered it, "Go back first." At that moment, Duan climbed out of the underground base, looked around, and said, "That should settle it, right?" Chi Ming climbed up after him and replied, "Go check whether any monsters are still alive." The area was filled with white smoke. Duan picked up one of the golden horn frog's legs from somewhere. Its mouth blew apart like that too. There shouldn't be anyone left alive. Chi Ming answered, "Look over there." Zi Jing was slowly climbing out of the underground shelter. In front of them, Gu Bai was supporting Bai Zian. "They're two bronze ranks," he said. Bai Zian's eyes were gradually drooping shut. Duan, Viper, Zi Jing, and Chi Ming all looked at him. Duan threw down the golden horn frog's leg and mocked. "Looks like that young master didn't survive." Bai Zian's vision grew darker and darker. Chi Ming trembled. "Duan, don't just stand there. Come help." He called out, "Hey, Bai Zian." Then he told the others, "Damn it, he passed out." By then, Bai Zian's eyes had completely closed. As he lost consciousness, it felt as though his body were sinking into the depths of the sea. The voices continued calling, "Bai Zian, Gai Zian." In his haze, he could still sense them. Who was calling me? That blue eye, wrapped in blood-red threads, appeared before him again. Bai Zian was terrified by the sight and shot awake in a hospital bed. Viper and Gu Bai stood on either side of the bed, watching him anxiously. Gubai called out, "Doctor, he's awake." Bai Zian sat up. Viper put her hands on her hips and said, "Looks like he's fine. He probably just exhausted too much spiritual energy." Bai Zian held his head with one hand, deep in thought. "My spiritual energy limit shouldn't be this low." Gubai replied, "But I don't think that's it." Duan opened the tent flap from outside, and both of them turned toward him. "Oh, you're awake? Our boss wants to talk to you about something." Bai Zian walked outside with Duan. Ming was making a fire. Seeing him, he asked, "Bronze rank Bai Zian, you're awake?" He gave a sinister smile. "Honestly, I never expected someone named Bai Zian to be this capable." Duan and Bai Zian approached. Bai Zian replied, "Is that so? Is that why you abandoned us and ran away?" Ming said, "You really don't hold back when you speak." He scratched his head awkwardly. "I can't blame you for holding a grudge, but I'm still the deputy commander. I have to protect my own people." He looked up and smiled faintly. "If I'd known you were this capable, I wouldn't have." "Never mind the roundabout talk. Are you interested in joining us?" Gai Zian snitted. "Join you? Do you think I trust you just because of a few words?" He thought, this man could abandon us once. He'll definitely do it again. Ming looked away awkwardly and answered, "We lost several people on our side too. Our combat strength isn't what it used to be. Our mission is to escort a client to Sky Forest Town, but with the situation as it is, we definitely don't have enough manpower." Bai Zian folded his arms and examined him closely. "Sky Forest Town? Isn't that on the only route to Giantwood City? I can go with them while I'm at it." Ming met his eyes. "Don't reject us yet. We won't make you work for nothing. We'll pay you." Smiling, he held up 3 fingers. 3%. "How about it?" Bai Zian smiled and agreed. "Deal." Looking at Ming's crafty face, he thought, "But I'm not working for you." Seeing that he had agreed, Ming teased excitedly. "Even gentlemen love money." The night remained as dark and bleak as ever. At the Red Monkey Exploration Group's base near Sky Forest Town, 3 tanks slowly made their way into a narrow forested area. Duan looked around in confusion. "This road is way too rough. The engine breaks down, we fix it, then it breaks down again." Bai Zian stood beside a blushing Gubai and thought, "Looks like Gubai's talent is taking effect." Duan instructed them, "We'll stay here for the night, then head to Sky Forest Town tomorrow." Bai Zian hurriedly asked, "Why don't we enter the town directly?" The night was utterly silent, with moonlight illuminating the land below. Duan explained, "Because Sky Forest Town is extremely dangerous at night. Even gold-rank spirit beasts could be killed here." Sky Forest Town. Azure Sky Forest. Suddenly, a voice complained from somewhere. "Why haven't we arrived yet?" The 4 of them turned around in confusion. The voice belonged to a blonde woman in a tight blue dress, with a white scarf around her neck. She angrily shouted, "This road is torturing me to death. You useless lot." Beside her stood a resigned-looking man wearing round glasses, while a blonde man cowered beside one of the tanks in the distance. Viper glanced at the woman disdainfully. "If you don't want to die, shut up. You're going to attract ferocious beasts over here." The woman froze. With an angry expression, she pointed at Viper and shouted, "Do you know who I am? My brother is the mayor of Sky Forest Town, a gold-rank powerhouse." Viper paid her no attention. This only made the brown-haired woman even angrier, despite her boyfriend trying to persuade her from behind. "Honey, she's right." Still furious, she kept cursing. "I paid to enjoy myself, not to suffer like this." Bai Zian and Ming watched, unable to bear it any longer. "Tisish." Ming rolled his neck in irritation. "Out in this desolate wilderness, she dares offend her own bodyguards. She's unbelievably stupid." Bai Zian stood beside him, looking weary but saying nothing. Ming turned around and pointed at the tree houses. "We'll rest here for the night and leave tomorrow." The 4 people went inside and sat around the flickering fire. Bai Zian surveyed the room and thought, "It really is crude, and I have a feeling there's something wrong with this place." He noticed the blue smoke rising from the fire. "This smell. Damn it." Gubai looked dizzy and raised a hand to support his head. "Gai Zian, I'm so dizzy." At that moment, Ming, Viper, Zijing, and Duan entered through the curtain wearing gas masks. Duan asked, "How is it? Are they unconscious?" Zijing replied, "See for yourself." He looked at the 4 people lying unconscious on the floor. "They're all out. This anesthetic is pretty effective." They looked suspiciously at Bai Zian. Zijing crouched down and poked him. Carrying supplies in both hands, Duan asked suspiciously, "But now that I think about it, why did we wait until now to make our move?" Ming put his hands on his hips. This kid is quite strong. Taking him along can fill Wind Wolf's position. Besides, it'll be easier to get him under control after making him trust us first. They cuffed Bai Zian's hands. Qi Ming squatted down, scrutinizing Gu Bai and Bai Zian. Besides, he's probably the descendant of some powerful family who came out here to train. We could demand a high price for them. With White Scale City in trouble, we can make one big score, retire early, and stop living these bloody days. Duan counted the unconscious people, then realized one was missing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why is one person missing? Just then, clapping rang out, drawing Viper's group's attention. Alpha appeared with an eerie smile and began speaking. The Lord said, "Let there be light," and there was light. The Lord said, "Let there be land," and there was land. May the Lord's wisdom, grace, and protection shelter me, his most loyal servant. Qi Ming looked at Viper in confusion. What's he talking about? What's wrong with him? Viper frowned at him, equally baffled. Impossible. My anesthetic is strong enough to knock even Duan unconscious. Duan raised his gun angrily. Damn it. Pointing it at Alpha, he shouted, "Who the hell are you? Stop calling yourself my goddamn lord." Alpha raised his hands in surrender, his strange smile unchanged. Calm down. Let's negotiate. When Viper's group saw the symbol on his palm, they became even more wary and assumed defensive stances. Qi Ming spoke up. So you're from a demon spider cult. Sitting in a corner, Bai Zian silently observed everything. So that Godfather lunatic is from the demon spider cult. He had already put on his gas mask and merely pretended to be unconscious so he could observe the situation. This really is an unexpected gain. The Eye of Revelation had detected the anesthetic long ago and warned him, allowing him to activate his mask and play along. He thought, I assumed this was just an ordinary kidnapping, but the demon spider cult is involved too. I can only watch quietly for now. Qi Ming signaled Duan to lower his gun and looked toward the cultist. So what does the demon spider cult wish to negotiate with me? Alpha adjusted his glasses and smiled. I am Alpha, a special agent directly under an outer priest of the demon spider cult. My specialty is recruiting talented individuals for the organization. He pointed at Bai Zian's group, lying unconscious. I accidentally interrupted your work, but I only want the 2 beast tamers over there. A talent capable of defeating a gold-rank ferocious beast is precisely the kind of person I'm looking for. Qi Ming placed his hands on his hips and gave Alpha a sinister smile. That's unfortunate. Those 2 are our merchandise. If you want to buy them, then since we've met, we're friends. Name your price. Alpha waved a hand in denial and sneered. Friends? I think you misunderstand. The demon spider cult has never conducted business. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 terrifying blonde men suddenly appeared behind Qi Ming. Qi Ming said angrily, So you mean to take them for free? The system suddenly issued an alert, holographic projection. Bai Zian stared at the scene in surprise. What's going on? How did 2 people suddenly appear? He looked to the side and saw the notification for a holographic projector, finally understanding what was happening. At that moment, someone in the distance was aiming a sniper rifle at the cultists. Suddenly, a loud gunshot rang out. The bullet struck one of the cultists and blew off his arm. Qi Ming was startled. Who fired that shot? A voice came over the communicator. It was me, Captain. He immediately replied, Wind Wolf? You're alive. Hidden in the bushes with a large rifle, Wind Wolf answered. That's right. You owe me a few meals after this. Alpha fell to his knees after losing his arm, clutching the wound as tears streamed down his face in agony. Qi Ming spoke through the communicator. Stop saying me all the time. The kid isn't dead. You missed. Wind Wolf explained, My gun is broken. It's already good enough that I hit him. At that moment, Duan held up the holographic projector and reported, Boss, those 2 are holograms. There's only one real person. The 4 surrounded Alpha with scornful looks. Qi Ming grinned viciously. Brat, with only this much skill, you wanted to defeat us? Trembling all over, Alpha crawled backward in fear, suppressing his pain as he said, Lord Priest is on his way. If you lay a hand on me, you will all die. Duan's group immediately swarmed him, kicking and beating him repeatedly. You'll die without a grave, you little bastard. I'll send you straight to hell. I'll take one of his kidneys first. In the forest beneath the night sky, a group of people rode spirit beasts through the air. A man dressed in black flew up to Arthur. Lord Priest, we have reached Azure Sky Forest. Arthur replied, Prepare yourselves. Let's hope Alpha was right this time. They continued riding their spirit beast straight toward the treehouse. Hearing the strange noise, Duan looked around. Qiming asked in confusion, "What was that?" Hearing the cry, Alpha became excited. He laughed viciously and shouted, "You're finished. Lord Priest has arrived." Something crashed directly into the roof with a tremendous bang. Xian cracked open his eyes. "What is that?" It was Arthur and his spirit beast crashing straight in. Seeing him, Alpha stretched his remaining arm toward him and said, "Lord Priest, you finally came." A system panel appeared behind him. A murky purple-black aura spread behind Arthur. Xian broke out in cold sweat. This man is incredibly powerful. Arthur released his pressure, threatening Duan's group. "Please step aside." Duan warily aimed his gun at him. "What are you trying to do?" Qiming cursed furiously. "Damn you." Arthur's pressure enveloped him, and he thought in confusion, "What's going on? My body can't move." Arthur's pressure had immobilized Viper's group, and he simply walked past them. Arthur walked over to Xian and Gu Bai, murmuring a prayer. "Mother of 10,000 spiders, please redeem these two children who have lost their way." Xian peeked through narrowed eyes. Arthur suddenly took out a purple vial filled with liquid. Still praying, Arthur moved the syringe-tipped vial toward Xian. "May your soul guide them out of the mist and into the promised land." Xian sweated nervously. Damn it, he wants to use that to control us. He could no longer pretend to be unconscious, so he shattered the handcuffs around his wrists. He reached out and grabbed Arthur's hand, stopping him. "Sorry, but I'm not interested in the services of a man who warms beds." As soon as he spoke, he fired a blast of water at Arthur. Arthur raised a defensive barrier to block it and said disdainfully, "Just a child's trick." Taking the opportunity, Xian helped the still unconscious Gu Bai to his feet, repeatedly calling, "Gu Bai, Gu Bai, wake up." After assessing the situation, he finally made his decision. "Retreat first." Xian waved his hand, sending a cloud of mist toward Arthur. Arthur released his pressure with a wave of his hand, instantly dispersing it. Xian used the chance to smash through the wooden wall behind him and escape. Arthur swiftly ordered his subordinates, "Pursue them." In the terrifying depths of the night forest, Xian supported Gu Bai as he slowly moved farther inside. He tried to wake him again. Gu Bai, are you feeling any better?" However, he received no response. Damn it, this anesthetic is far too strong. He looked into the distant forest and ordered the Eye of Revelation system, scan the surrounding environment. The system spread across every tree and blade of grass. The system detected a towering tree bearing clusters of strange golden fruit. He looked up and saw numerous people riding spirit beasts in pursuit overhead. There are pursuers in the sky, too. What do I do? He could only use his beast tamer space to hide Gu Bai inside. He recalled what had happened before. He had used the same method back then, which was why he had not been affected by the nut explosion attack. Standing beneath a huge rock, he continued thinking, "I've sent Gu Bai somewhere safe. Now all that remains are the pursuers." He looked toward the hunting green banana tree and the surrounding banana forest. Xian smiled knowingly. Tonight, in the hunting green banana tree forest, the advantage was finally his. Meanwhile, in the treehouse, Duan and the other three still stood frozen in place, watching Alpha speak to Arthur. "Lord Priest, in agony." Alpha knew he would not survive. He reached out to Arthur for help. "Save me." Arthur merely watched in silence. Then he began to pray, "May the mother of 10,000 spiders guide your soul to the promised land." Alpha was so confused that he cried out, "What?" After finishing the incantation, Arthur raised his staff. A stream of purple energy shot from it and struck Alpha, burning him alive. Duan was horrified by the sight and could scarcely believe his eyes. "I can't believe he even killed his own subordinate." At that moment, Qiming contacted Windwolf. "Windwolf, how are things on your end?" Windwolf looked at the gun wrapped in white bandages and replied, "The gun is completely ruined. I have no way to help you now." Qiming broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, were they really going to die here? Above them, one of Arthur's subordinates rode a spirit beast and reported, "Lord Priest, we found him." From the sky, they had spotted Xian walking through the tall grass. The subordinate continued, "But we don't know where the other woman went." Arthur immediately ordered his subordinates, "Bring him here first." The group mounted their spirit beasts and flew after Xian. As Xian ran, he looked back with an excited smile. They took the bait. The spirit beast attacked him with its sharp claws, but he quickly raised a defensive barrier. Suddenly, numerous long tendrils sprouted from the hunting green banana tree's vines. They wrapped around and seized the spirit beast, then coiled around the demon spider cult members. They cried out in shock. What? Vines? Only then did one of them realize the truth and shout, "It's a wood element spirit beast." Before they could resist, they were devoured by the hunting green banana tree's vines. Gaizian wa kid smugli. Just as I thought, the hunting green banana tree only attacks creatures that enter its territory. Their beast forms are huge, so all I had to do was stay at the edge of its territory. It would definitely see them as enemies. Once the hunting green banana tree identifies someone as an enemy, it punishes them in its most terrifying state. The system displayed: hunting green banana tree, perfect form. The banana tree transformed into a humanoid shape, grabbed the two men, and absorbed their spiritual power until nothing remained but white skeletons. Within the hunting green banana tree, its fruit was growing larger and larger. The system displayed: hunting green banana fruit, silver-grade material, contains abundant life, energy, and can be used to heal any wound. Zian stared at it. With life energy, it can replace certain ingredients in a life potion. He immediately waved his hand, releasing water energy that severed a bunch of fruit. Zian swiftly caught it, inhaled deeply, and remarked, "It smells so good. This fragrance is incredibly addictive." Then he suddenly realized, oh no, I got carried away and forgot about the situation. I crossed the boundary. He looked toward the hunting green banana tree, which was still capturing people, and thought, it doesn't seem to have noticed me. Is it because it's focused on absorbing spiritual power? Zian quietly prepared to run. In that case, I'll help myself. But the moment he stepped down, he stepped on a green frog. He lost his balance and fell backward, landing inside the hunting green banana tree's territory. Looking at the creature that had jumped onto him, he thought, a frog again? Why do I keep running into frogs? Behind him, the hunting green banana tree's fierce face and gleaming green eyes drew closer, sending a chill down his spine. Zian turned around and cried out in fear, this has gone a little too far. Elsewhere, deep in the forest of enormous trees, white birds circled beneath the lofty night sky. Arthur raised his hand and contacted his subordinates. "How is the situation?" A single voice came from the other end, cleared, then the transmission cut off. Arthur stood still and gestured. "Very well. Almighty Lord, we need more manpower." He looked at the glasses left behind where Alpha had been burned to ashes. "Alpha, your soul will become part of the Great Queen." Then he waved his staff, creating a purple flame in his left hand. Several many-eyed, spider-like creatures emerged from within the purple fire. Ming stared at them in terror. "Damn it, what the hell are those things?" Arthur commanded the little monsters in an imposing voice, "Go, my children." Obeying his order, they slowly crawled forward. They crept toward Ming, Duan, Zijing, and Viper, circling behind them and clamping tightly around their necks. The four looked terrified. Forced to their knees by the tightening grip, they collapsed to the ground. Arthur raised his staff and shouted, "From this moment on, you must obey me. Otherwise, the spider bombs around your necks will explode." Ming glanced at the creature constricting his neck and clicked his tongue in annoyance. The scene shifted back to Zian, where the hunting green banana tree was reaching for him. Terrified, Zian could only run as fast as he could. Looking back, he thought, I'm really done for this time. The hunting green banana tree slammed down its huge hand, but Zian nimbly leaped away. However, the force was so immense that it launched him all the way up toward the moon. Have a safe flight. He then crashed down into a forest. He poked his head up, covered in leaves, and squinted back at the hunting green banana tree. My luck is actually pretty good. I landed right outside its territory. He scratched his head, opened his beast tamer space with a wave, and put away the bunch of bananas he had stolen. The ability of a plant-type spirit beast is this powerful. I wonder whether I can form a contract with it. Suddenly, a sound echoed from somewhere nearby, putting him on alert. Someone's here. Zian quickly slipped behind a large tree to hide and observe. The demon spider cult really is determined to hunt me down. Ming's group appeared and searched the surroundings. Duan grumbled irritably. It's pitch black. How are we supposed to find him? Arthur began another chant. Mother of 10,000 spiders, my great lord, please guide your servant. The staff suddenly ignited with purple flames. Arthur slammed the staff into the ground, and the power of the violet fire spread in all directions. The system issued Zian a warning. Warning, you have been discovered. Gai Zian panikid. Damn it. Purple beams extended from Arthur's staff toward Zian. Arthur pointed along the guiding light and shouted, "Over there!" Bai Zian saw Qi Ming's group following Arthur and was puzzled. Why has the exploration group allied with the demon spider cult? Zi Jing appeared out of nowhere, aimed his gun at Bai Zian, and ordered, "Don't move. You're surrounded." Bai Zian raised both hands in surrender. What is wrong with today? Why am I so unlucky? Suddenly, water energy flickered in his hand. I can only use the old trick. He flung his hand and fired a cloud of white smoke at Zi Jing. How many times has this been today? Seizing the chance, he quickly leaped through the branches to escape. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Duan anxiously asked Zi Jing, "Zi Jing, are you all right?" Zi Jing narrowed his eyes, searching in the direction Bai Zian had fled. "I'm fine, but I let that brat get away." Arthur furiously shouted, "What are you standing around for? Go after him." Qi Ming could no longer bear it. Pointing at Arthur, he cursed, "Other than you and me, there aren't any beast tamers here. Ordinary people can't possibly catch a beast tamer." Arthur replied calmly, "Do you need me to remind you that there are spider bombs around your necks?" Though furious, they could only look away in helpless silence. Arthur continued, "What right do you have to negotiate with me?" Qi Ming fumed inwardly. "I can't believe he thinks I'm not qualified." At that moment, Wind Wolf's voice came through. "Qi Ming, is everyone all right?" Qi Ming immediately replied, "Wind Wolf, we're fine. We just have bombs attached to our necks." Wind Wolf hid in the bushes near Arthur's group, holding his gun as he cautiously observed the situation. "I'm close to you now. I can help." Qi Ming stopped him and explained, "Wait, we still don't understand how the bombs work. Endure it until we figure that out, understood?" Wind Wolf stared at Arthur's group and answered, "Understood." Under a large tree deep in the forest, Bai Zian clutched his wrist in pain. Strange red tendrils were wrapped around his arm. Looking at those thorny red tendrils, he thought, again, the system displayed, "Warning. Origin has been damaged. Spiritual power recovery has decreased. Spiritual power limit reduced by half." He used his aura to make the red tendrils disappear. Rising to his feet while supporting his left arm, he recognized that his current situation was far from good. "I used too much spiritual power today. I don't know how much longer I can hold out." The system suddenly began issuing repeated warnings. "Warning, warning," Bai Zian said in exasperation. "Will you stop already?" Duan and Qi Ming slowly approached, followed by the ugly one-eyed monkey spirit beast. Duan shouted so Bai Zian could hear, "Hey, bronze rank brat, come out." The system panel displayed, Qi Ming. Talent, Strength Enhancement, D rank. Realm, Mid-Level 3. Spirit Beasts, Scarlet Fire Monkey, Color-Changing Earth Fire Lizard, Earth Armor Beetle. Bai Zian peeked from behind the tree as he observed Duan's group. Why is the exploration group allied with the demon spider cult? There must be a reason. He noticed something gripping the back of Qi Ming's neck. What is that thing around their necks? The system explained, "Spider bomb." Bai Zian understood at once. So they're being forced. He summoned the winged crow and let it perch on his hand. Leaning close, he whispered instructions into its ear. "Winged crow, I'll leave it to you, but don't kill them. I need to talk to them." The winged crow arrogantly flapped a wing right into Bai Zian's face. "Fine, I understand. You've come up with another plan that you think will work, haven't you?" The winged crow flew off with great momentum. Bai Zian called after it angrily, "Hey, don't be like last time." The bird replied impatiently, "You really talk too much." It shot past the bushes and appeared before Duan's group. Viper looked up at the sky, seemingly noticing something, and called out, "Hey, everyone look up!" Unable to make out the object because the winged crow was flying so fast, she wondered, is that a meteor? Duan also could not see clearly and hesitated. "I think it might be." Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he cursed, "Damn it!" A gigantic blaze erupted from the streak of light and blasted the two of them away. A fire phoenix flew through the smoke and swept past them. Qi Ming was bound to a tree, with the scarlet fire monkey in front of him. He gave an order. Obeying, the fierce beast leaped up and swung its fists at the winged crow. But the winged crow was no pushover. It dodged the fire monkey's punches. Then it lifted its head, raising its beak amid scarlet flames, and chanted, "Blazing sun fire." As soon as it finished speaking, it spread its wings and hovered over the enemy. Flames erupted from its body and struck the one-eyed monkey, making it howl in pain. The monkey was knocked face first to the ground. Chi Ming had escaped by then, and he thought in shock, damn it, I didn't expect that brat's spirit beast to be this strong. Chi Ming cautiously hid behind the bushes and peeked at the fur-cloaked, iron-helmeted figure. Looks like that guy won't make a move. Watching the giant monkey beast endure the blazing attacks, he thought, I have to find another way. At that moment, Duan raised his gun and fired repeatedly. The winged crow skillfully tilted its wings and evaded every bullet. Duan angrily pulled the trigger as he said, even bullets can't do anything to it. Suddenly, the fire phoenix spread its wings and swooped toward Duan below. It unleashed firepower at Duan, knocking him backward. In his shock, he instinctively slammed his head hard against the ground. After attacking, it returned to its original form and landed on Bai Zian's shoulder. Bai Zian held his head, looking toward the man who had just fallen, and thought tiredly, Winged Crow, you did it again. Right then, the monkey beast suddenly charged forward. Baring its teeth, it swung its enormous fist at him. Bai Zian raised his hand in alarm. Wait, we can talk this out. The beast attacked, forcing Bai Zian to form a defensive barrier. The monster's strength was considerable, knocking the protective sphere around Bai Zian into the tree behind him. Only then did Chi Ming speak. But we have nothing to discuss with you. Amid the forest, one red and one blue faced each other. Chi Ming made a request that sounded more like an order. But I do have one request. For certain reasons, I have to take you with me. Bai Zian found the proposal ridiculous and immediately replied, do you really think I'll cooperate with you? Hearing this, Chi Ming gave a sly smile. It seems a fight between us is inevitable. Bai Zian smiled confidently as well. Beneath the lush green canopy, flames erupted. The winged crow battled the giant monkey. I was not blind after all. It was actually its weapon. The two beasts created blazing scarlet flames. Meanwhile, Bai Zian endured Chi Ming's fire attacks, raising his hand to form a defensive barrier. As Chi Ming attacked without pause, Bai Zian frowned. Again, as he attacked with all his strength, Chi Ming said, hey, bronze rank brat, why do you have a barrier? Is it some kind of rich kid technology? Bai Zian ignored the provocation, worried that his spiritual power could no longer sustain the defense. Then Bai Zian's gaze hardened. Then I can only push the barrier outward. He raised his hand, gathered his inner power, and forced the flames back. Chi Ming was blocked behind Bai Zian's barrier. Pressing himself against it, he laughed. I didn't expect you to push the barrier over here. Pretty imaginative, bronze rank brat. As he spoke, dangerous flames erupted from his body, warning Bai Zian standing directly in front of him. But this isn't some school sparring match, so there aren't many restrictions. Then he chanted strength enhancement. Flames surged forward along with him. Bai Zian clenched his teeth anxiously. I can't believe he broke through at a time like this. Unable to evade, his face darkened as Chi Ming rammed his fist into his stomach. Chi Ming boasted, I've been fighting in the streets since I was a kid. Bai Zian's back slammed hard into the ground. Bai Zian gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Still unsatisfied, Chi Ming continued punching Bai Zian, who covered his face with his arms. Bai Zian said, the demon spider cult is the Federation's common enemy. Even if you help them capture me, do you really think they'll let you live? His face was now bruised and scratched. He glared furiously at Chi Ming, who was raising his fist to strike again. Chi Ming nodded. Akai mipiaka. What would a pampered young master like you know? To Chi Ming's surprise, Bai Zian reached up, grabbed both sides of his head, and held tight. He pushed himself up and smashed his forehead into Chi Ming's, shouting, I know this much. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Bai Zian pinned Chi Ming to the ground. As Chi Ming struggled, Bai Zian continued, and I know you're being threatened. Bai Zian looked at him and proposed an alliance. I have a way to deal with the spiders around your necks. Chi Ming did not believe him. Grinding his teeth, he asked, you have a way? Why should I believe you? Bai Zian still held him down, confidently glancing toward the bushes behind him. Because I know your friend is standing in the bushes behind you. Wind Wolf was in the bushes, aiming his gun at them with a dangerous look in his eyes. A shout rang out, ordering Wind Wolf stop. Something like a grenade was thrown toward Bai Zian and Chi Ming. The gas canister struck the ground and released a thick cloud of white smoke that spread through the area. Wind Wolf appeared directly behind Bai Zian and pointed his gun at Bai Zian's head. Hey, don't move. Chi Ming pointed at Bai Zian, narrowed his eyes, and sneered, that still isn't enough, bronze rank brat. Outside the smoke, Arthur stood holding his staff, watching pensively. a voice called out to him, "Hey, you there?" Zian had fainted and was dragged before Arthur by two men. They said, "We brought him to you." Ming led the group forward and frowned. "You can let's go now, right?" Arthur looked at Zian, still unsatisfied. He ordered, "What about that girl? Bring her back here." Ming flew into a rage upon hearing this and protested. "Hey, that's not what we agreed on." Purple light flashed in Arthur's eyes as he said, "It seems I need to remind you. Have you forgotten about the spider bombs around your necks?" Ming curled his lip. Forget it. It'll all be in the past soon enough." Behind him, Wind Wolf raised his gun and fired at Arthur. However, Arthur summoned a purple protective shield that blocked the bullet. Seizing the opportunity, Ming ordered the three people behind him, "Now." Arthur exclaimed in surprise. "What?" This plan had been arranged several minutes earlier. Zian had offered to help them. "I suggest you think it over carefully." They had shaken hands and agreed to cooperate with him. Within the white smoke, Ming raised a finger to his lips, signaling everyone to be quiet. Afraid that Zian would not understand, Wind Wolf covered his mouth and whispered, "The boss means we aren't sure whether that guy can eavesdrop on us, so keep your voice down if you have something to say." Zian rolled his eyes, understanding their meaning. So the smoke bombs had been used to keep the demon spider cult from seeing them. That was how it was. Then, with his hands on his hips, he smiled casually, much to Wind Wolf's alarm. "Don't worry, I've investigated them before. The demon spider cult's people can't eavesdrop. They're just ordinary mutated spirit beasts. Otherwise, why would I be talking so loudly?" At that moment, Ming demanded, "Then tell us your plan." Back to the present. Duan had already subdued Arthur. He recalled Zian's plan and remained vigilant. First, the spider bombs on everyone's necks have very low intelligence. They can only be commanded through the staff in his hand, so we need to restrain him and stop him from using it. Just as Zian had said, Arthur tried to stab Duan's thigh with the staff. Duan continued calculating. As long as they destroyed the staff, they could free everyone from its control. Viper leaped up and raised her claws toward Arthur's staff. Just as expected, he was a gold-rank beast tamer, so he would definitely resist. Arthur struggled, and strange purple light erupted from all over his body, making Duan widen his eyes in alarm. The purple flames blasted Duan backward, freeing Arthur from their restraint. Now they needed a backup plan. Arthur threw back his head and roared, "You insolent fools!" He grabbed Viper by the throat and lifted her into the air. She frowned and struggled desperately, trying to push him away, but she could not break free. Arthur then flung Viper away and growled, "It seems I've been too merciful to you." Viper crashed into Zian. He frowned and gritted his teeth against the pain as he continued with the next step of the plan. "After he breaks free from our control." Arthur raised his staff, which glowed with purple light, and said, "Accept your punishment." According to their earlier plan, his next move would definitely be to detonate the spider bombs. Ming warily glanced at the red spider on the back of his neck. Duan was also startled as the spider's claws gradually enlarged. However, the command to detonate the spider bombs took a long time to activate, so they would not explode immediately. Viper looked down at her neck, listening for any movement from the spiders, and this was when Arthur was at his least guarded. According to the plan, Zijing would attack him from behind with a dagger. Meanwhile, Arthur muttered, "O Lord, cleanse them of their sins." But as though he had eyes in the back of his head, Arthur somehow sensed their intentions and reached out to seize Zijing by the throat, leaving him stunned. Zijing gritted his teeth. Arthur shook his head and said, "It's useless. The Lord has known everything from the beginning." But the plan was not over. Zijing smiled and hooked his arm over Arthur's. He looked toward Arthur's staff. Though Arthur's shield was powerful, it was useless in close combat. Then Zijing released the dagger, catching it with his other hand. With practiced skill, he spun the blade and raised his hand, preparing to throw it and shatter Arthur's staff. Zijing smiled smugly. Now whose sins are going to be cleansed? He flicked his wrist and casually threw the dagger. The blade pierced straight through the purple gemstone in the center of Arthur's staff, right before his eyes. Standing beside Duan and Viper, Zian clenched his fists and cheered, "Success!" Zijing looked at the spider on his neck and saw its red glow gradually fading. Duan and Viper removed theirs as well. Duan sighed in relief. "Finally, we're rid of these damned spiders." Ming hurled his spider to the ground, then stomped on it hard and cursed, "Die!" Before they could celebrate for long, Arthur threw Zijing toward him. Zijing slammed into Ming, knocking him into Duan behind him as well. The four of them charged forward together. Chi Ming loudly threatened Arthur. Run while you still can. Behind them, Xian clicked his tongue and watched with a grim expression. Here they go again. Arthur clasped his hands into a triangle, purple flames surrounding him. The flames spread over his joined hands, taking on a bizarre shape. Purple light poured forth, opening the gate to a spirit domain. Arthur floated in midair, surrounded by mysterious purple waves. The purple mist spread toward Qi Ming's group as well, and everyone stared in shock. Qi Ming held Zi Jing in his arms. The two looked at each other. Is this the domain of a gold-rank powerhouse? A figure below stared at the purple flames, where flickering spots resembled watching eyes. A voice echoed from within. Windwolf, go find a captain. Windwolf, frightened, connected to the radio and called out, Boss, boss. He hurriedly extended the radio antenna and informed the others. The signal is being jammed. We can only use this. As Windwolf hurried away, he held the radio to his ear and tried to speak. Captain? Hello. Please relay this to the captain. Hurry. Inside the base, a girl in a white cap received the message and reported to the red-haired woman sitting with her feet on the desk. Captain, Windwolf has an urgent report. Someone was spreading out a map in front of the desk. Xiaohe replied loudly and irritably. Aren't I in a meeting? What is it now? A shrill shout came through the radio. The demon spider cult has trapped us in the hunting green banana tree forest. Qi Ming and the others are about to die. Xiaohe was startled, and the person studying the map before her broke out in a cold sweat. Xiaohe stood up, her voice turning serious. What is wrong with the demon spider cult? Why are they attacking my people? The person studying the map hurriedly said, There must be some misunderstanding here. Xiaohe rested a hand on her baseball bat and asked, Is that so? Red lightning crackled around her as she rested the bat on her shoulder and demanded, The guy who dared lay a hand on my red monkey exploration group last time already has grass growing over his grave. Back in the spirit domain, everything here was dyed in eerie purple. Hundreds of eyes below looked up at the newcomer. Arthur cried out in praise. Praise the Great Mother. Praise the Almighty Lord. Praise the Great Mother. Praise the Almighty Lord. Strange beasts rushed out from the gate Arthur had summoned. They rushed forward at high speed, shouting to one another, Catch him! Then he turned to Winged Crow and smiled as he ordered, You've eaten so many of my crystals. It's time to put them to use. Winged Crow arrogantly ignored him and asked directly, What do you want me to do? Suddenly, dazzling flames enveloped Xian and his spirit beast, and his clothes began to transform. Xian shouted, Possession. The flames formed armor around by Xian's body. Shining armor covered his exposed hands. His entire body was wrapped in flames, and even his face was covered by a helmet. Once the transformation was complete, Xian examined the armor formed by the flames and exclaimed, Even my attribute has changed to fire. That means I won't be affected by origin damage anymore. The possession talent is amazing. Then he thought of that fool, young Master Ming. What a waste that young Master Ming possessed such an incredible talent, but did not know how to use it. Lucky me. Riding his spirit beast in the air, Arthur called down, Possession is indeed a rare talent, but he spoke disdainfully. You're still far too inexperienced. Xian did not waste words replying. Terror-eyed spider, light of terror. A voice suddenly sounded behind him, making Xian spin around in shock. Xian froze for a moment. What? His body was caught off guard by an attack from behind and bound in place. No matter how Xian struggled, he could not move. Thousands of eyes opened around his body. Arthur was stunned for a moment as well. What was that? Those bizarre eyes opened wider and wider, looking utterly grotesque. Even Arthur had no idea what the thing was. What the hell is that? At that moment, Xian broke free from the restraint. Even he doubted his own ability. I actually broke free? That feeling of terror is truly unpleasant. He looked down at the monster and saw it trembling. Curious, he thought. It seems they're afraid of something. Arthur suddenly charged forward. Dark impact. Xian did not hesitate to counterattack. Gunpowder impact. One red and one purple beam collided, neither giving way. Xian said confidently, Earlier, I was only getting used to this body again. Next, I'll show you what I can do. Arthur refused to yield. Brat, don't get too arrogant. Those outside the battle could only watch the two powerhouses clash in awe. This really is a battle of immortals, with mortals suffering the consequences. If we can't escape, we might as well stand here and watch. They did not even have a chance to join the fight. Suddenly, Duan sensed something behind him and paled in alarm. Everyone turned around curiously. What's behind us? The sight before them made Duan's group cry out in shock. A horde of grotesque monsters had appeared from nowhere. Duan shouted, "Boss, tell your monkey to do something." Qi Ming, still holding Zi Jing, exclaimed, "There are too many." Viper was speechless at the two of them. "You're about to die, and you still have time to talk nonsense? Focus on running." Above them, Xian and Arthur continued fighting fiercely. Explosions rang out, accompanied by flames that seemed ready to blow everything apart. Arthur's spirit beast suddenly gathered power, forming a purple sphere in its mouth. Xian found the sight exciting, so he's finally willing to fight seriously. Is he using spirit energy attacks next? Perfect, I'm no longer restricted. At last, I can fight to my heart's content. As he spoke, he gathered power in his clenched fist. Xian charged toward Arthur. Take this punch. Two immensely powerful attacks were unleashed, and a thunderous explosion seemed to split heaven and earth apart. Xian continued pouring power into his fist, intensifying the spirit energy it released. Arthur was no weaker, continuously gathering power into the sphere he had fired. The ground shook violently as the two forces collided and exploded. Xian looked at his arm, still blazing with spirit energy. The stronger winged crow's spirit energy became, the greater the burden on his body. He was somewhat worried. Arthur had also been injured in the face and looked surprised. He had actually lost the exchange. Feeling humiliated, he was furious. Fragments of his mask fell away, and he offered Xian a compliment. "You bronze rank brat, you're hiding quite a few secrets, aren't you?" Arthur's true face was revealed. He looked toward Xian. "I'm becoming more and more interested in you." Xian had finally seen Arthur's real face. He had put in quite a bit of effort to make him reveal it at last. Yet Arthur's arrogance remained undiminished. He confidently declared, "You are qualified to witness my true power." Then he muttered as though chanting a spell, "Praise the Great Mother, the Almighty Lord. Let's become one. Become one." As soon as Arthur finished speaking, the many-eyed monsters suddenly split apart. They lunged at each other, their tentacles devouring the other monsters one after another. Everyone stared blankly at the horrifying scene before them. "What is going on?" Xian cried out. "What the hell is that?" Suddenly, a hand with sharp claws emerged. Once the devouring was complete, Arthur proudly said, "Now, a grotesque monster was born, and even its voice sounded like that of a creature from hell." Arthur had transformed into a giant. Let's begin the second round. Arthur reached out and grabbed Xian. Xian could not dodge in time and was caught, inwardly lamenting, "I'm done for." Arthur laughed smugly. "Just as I said before, you are still too young." Arthur raised his hand high, intending to hurl Xian down and smash him to pieces. A deafening crash rang out as his enormous hand slammed Xian into the ground. Arthur lifted his hand. Only then did he see Xian flattened beneath it, seemingly unconscious. Arthur said with delight, like a proud victor, "Well, this is the difference in strength between you and me." But Arthur was also practical and wanted to recruit a capable person under his command. "Follow me." Xian Mirlai snorted coldly. Suddenly, an explosion rang out beside Arthur's head. Arthur turned around irritably, wanting to see who dared ruin his moment of triumph. Below, though Qi Ming was frightened, he still spoke boldly. "Hey, we already told you this kid belongs to us." Beside him, the ground armor beetle breathed fire as it attacked. Qi Ming painted fiercely upward. "Besides, we still have a score to settle." Following Qi Ming's command, the ground armor beetle fired volley after volley of fireballs. Hit him hard, but they were nothing more than mosquito bites to Arthur. The harmless shots did no damage to him. Seeing that things were going badly, Duan whispered into Qi Ming's ear, "Boss, your trump card doesn't seem to be doing so well." Qi Ming sounded somewhat reluctant. "It was my first spirit beast. I couldn't bear to cancel our contract." Besides, his expression turned sly and irritating. "I have more than one trump card." As Arthur was distracted by Qi Ming, Xian seized the opportunity. He thought to himself, "Concealment. Camouflaged fire-earth lizard." As soon as he spoke, a spirit beast appeared behind Xian, leaving him stunned. Arthur also noticed it. Where did this brat come from? Using his spirit beast to conceal himself, Xian flickered in and out of sight, further distracting Arthur. Arthur furiously launched an attack, but Xian had already moved first and disappeared. Xian had safely reached Arthur's rear and reunited with Qi Ming's group. Qi Ming hurriedly turned to Viper and said, "Viper, go help that bronze rank kid." Somehow, Qi Ming confidently declared, "Leave this guy to me." Viper turned to Zijing. Zijing, check him for me. Zian was puzzled. Why do you need to help me? Qiming turned back and replied coolly. Why? Because I don't like owing anyone. Then he summoned another spirit beast. Besides, I've disliked this guy for a long time. Arthur exploded with rage at being ignored and raised his ugly foot, intending to crush them all. But just as his foot was about to come down, the spirit beast that had been protecting Zian ambushed him from behind. With a sharp tearing sound, Arthur screamed in pain. Zijing looked at the inspection panel, his voice full of disbelief. Strange. Can his body become like this? Hearing that, Viper curiously stepped forward. Let me see. Looking at the inspection panel, Zijing explained the strange condition within Zian's body to Viper. It must be his talent allowing him to fuse with his spirit beast, but his current state is still incomplete. Simply put, it hasn't fully integrated yet. Arthur, who had been so imposing moments earlier, was now struggling against Qiming's agile spirit beast. Zijing added from below. In other words, he was injured only because his spirit energy was not flowing smoothly. Viper finally understood the reason. As long as we get his spirit energy flowing properly, everything will be fine. After that, we only need to figure out how to complete the transformation. With that, she excitedly extended her sharp claws. Then let's begin the surgery. Zijing, standing nearby, wore an equally sinister expression. Bai Zian turned pale with fright. Wait, surgery? Before he knew it, Viper had leaned close to reassure him. Relax, it won't hurt. But why did that do absolutely nothing to put Bai Zian at ease? Viper suddenly plunged her claws into Bai Zian's back, channeling a stream of energy into his body. So this was the painless surgery she had promised. Sure enough, you could never trust a woman's words. Bai Zian felt something strange happening to his body, as though a tangled mess had been neatly sorted out. His strength increased dramatically, and Bai Zian's body changed along with it. When he regained his senses, his spirit beast armor had been reinforced yet again. Bai Zian was somewhat unfamiliar with this newfound power. So this was true integration, complete control. What a strange feeling. The system's voice rang out, audible only to him. Notification: Phoenix Flame is now available for use. What was Phoenix Flame again? Bai Zian thought it over. Phoenix Flame seemed to be little Phoenix's innate talent. He had not expected the Eye of Revelation to remind him of it. Then a voice suddenly answered, "You're welcome," startling Bai Zian. What? Wasn't the Eye of Revelation merely a system? How could it respond on its own as though it possessed intelligence? Arthur had been thoroughly enraged. He gathered energy into a sphere inside his mouth, preparing to fire it. Its power was exactly like when he had fought Bai Zian before. He showed no mercy at all. The ground armor beetle did its utmost to hold the attack back. Qiming anxiously encouraged his spirit beast. "Hang in there, ground armor beetle." Just as Qiming was preparing to rush in a battle, Bai Zian stopped him. Brimming with confidence, he told him, "Leave this to me." Without waiting for a reply, Bai Zian strode forward, leaving Qiming dumbfounded and assumed a fighting stance. He turned back and spoke firmly. "Find somewhere nearby to hide. I'll make him regret ever coming here." Seeing this, Qiming did not stop him. He merely snorted at Bai Zian's attitude. "You sure talk big, kid." Bai Zian took a deep breath and began activating his skill. In an instant, flames appeared from nowhere and swirled around his body in a blazing crimson vortex. He shouted, "Phoenix Flame!" The fire around him immediately erupted and gathered behind his back, transforming into a massive pair of burning wings. At the same time, the system displayed a notification: innate talent, Phoenix Flame activated, entering the flaming sacrifice state. Hearing the strange name of the state, Bai Zian could not help wondering, flaming sacrifice? What is that? The system answered his question. Upon entering the flaming sacrifice state, each use of a fire element skill accumulates progress based on the amount of spiritual power consumed. Once the accumulated progress reaches each stage, different effects will be activated. There are 3 stages in total. Stage 1 effect, Solar Flame, enhances all fire element skills. It continued its detailed analysis. Stage 2, enter the Nirvana state, which reduces the damage of critical attacks. Bai Zian finally understood. He silently marveled at its terrifying power. It was clearly just one innate talent, yet it had so many effects, as expected of an S-rank talent. But before he could celebrate, he realized something was missing and asked the system, "Wait, didn't you say there were 3 stages?" What is the effect of Stage 3? Strange symbols suddenly appeared on the information panel, impossible for anyone to comprehend. Zian was startled. Special symbols? Arthur sneered at the sight. What a flashy display. Do you think that makes you impressive? Without waiting for Zian to answer, he launched an attack. Spectral Thorn, Blazing Charge, transparent arrows, as pure as ice crystals, suddenly appeared from thin air. Dozens of arrows shot at Zian simultaneously, leaving him no path of escape. Zian said nothing. His body flashed like lightning as he darted through the narrow gaps between the incoming arrows. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in on his enemy. His entire body seemed to transform into a blazing phoenix as he soared high above Arthur, aiming at him and preparing his counterattack. Without hesitation, Zian plunged down like a meteor, concentrating all his power into his fist and striking Arthur head-on. As he attacked, he activated Flame Impact. The system displayed another notification. Flaming Sacrifice Energy Charge Progress, 73%. The powerful punch landed squarely in Arthur's face, snapping his head backward and sending blood spraying through the air. Without giving Arthur even a second to recover, Zian charged again and locked onto his target, preparing his next burst of firepower. Zian shouted, Activate. Flame Vortex. A beam of blazing crimson fire immediately shot toward Arthur's face, catching him completely off guard. The information panel appeared at the same time. Flaming Sacrifice Energy Charge Progress, 100%. Stage 1 effect, Solar Flame, activated. Zian clenched his fist and silently assessed the strength. The skills have been enhanced. Even her names had changed. The system displayed a string of skill notifications he had obtained. Skills acquired: Solar Flame Impact, Solar Flame Vortex, Solar Blazing Charge, Solar Nuclear Ray. Only then did Arthur regain his senses. Clutching his head and gritting his teeth, he said, "It seems I truly underestimated you." A mysterious purple light began gathering at the center of his body as he prepared his retaliation. He roared furiously, "Try this!" Yet contrary to Arthur's expectations, Zian neither hesitated nor looked surprised. He rushed toward him at full speed and extinguished the entire purple glow with a single sweep of his hand. He shouted, "Shut your mouth." Zian then retreated, keeping a safe distance while Arthur was still too disoriented to understand what had happened. Giving the monster no chance to recover, Zian quickly continued his assault. In an instant, he concentrated all his strength into his right hand. The flames around him continued to blaze before condensing into a brilliant fireball. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Your evil ends here." As the fireball shot forward, it immediately released a scarlet radiance that illuminated the entire surrounding area. The fireball slammed into Arthur's massive body, and in an instant, his entire body was engulfed in violent flames. Zian called it Solar Nuclear Ray. The fireball's power not only set Arthur's massive body ablaze, but also caused him to explode like a bomb. His entire body was burned away, flesh and skin melting into sticky sludge. The explosion did not merely echo through the forest. It resembled an earthquake, shaking the entire woodland so violently that even the combat helicopter dared not approach. Chi Xiaohe opened the helicopter door and stood watching, continuously commenting on the battle. Has a new powerhouse arrived in Sky Forest Town? That destructive power seems to be Diamond Rank. How did Qi Ming end up caught in a battle between such powerful fighters? Only after everything settled down did the helicopter slowly land. Chi Xiaohe and another person calmly stepped out and approached the man ahead of them. He immediately shouted, "Captain!" She ordered him to report everything. "What happened? Where's Qi Ming?" He hurriedly explained, "A lot has happened. We encountered a madman from the Demon Spider cult. Qi Ming and the others are trapped in the forest on the other side." Hearing this, she glanced toward the site of the battle and made her deduction. Such a huge commotion must have alerted the Lord of Azure Forest. At the explosion site, a vast area had been reduced to ruins. Smoke and dust had yet to dissipate, while the ground appeared ripped apart and cracked into massive fissures. Qi Ming and the others approached to inspect their surroundings. He sighed in amazement. "I never expected to see a scene like this twice in one day." Suddenly, Zian slowly emerged from the thinning smoke. Seeing him, Qi Ming and Duan shouted in unison. It's that young master. They hurried over to check on him. Are you all right? Bai Ziyan had returned to his normal form and thought in alarm. What just happened? At that moment, the system issued a warning. Medication overdose detected. The side effects of a medication overdose include elevated blood pressure resulting in bleeding, dizziness, and weakness in the limbs. Bai Ziyan held his stomach and looked accusingly at Viper. Doctor, why didn't you tell me there were side effects? She looked tense at the question, shifting her gaze away as she searched for an excuse. There wasn't time to tell you. In that situation, how was I supposed to have time to explain something like that? While the smoke had still not fully cleared and the ground continued to radiate heat from the terrifying battle, black roots suddenly began to emerge from the cracks in the earth. They writhed around the group as though seeking to strangle them, making everyone cry out in alarm. Damn it again. They immediately heightened their vigilance and looked around to assess the situation. Qi Ming readied himself for defense and ordered everyone, "This is bad. It's the Lord of Azure Forest. Duan, take the young master and retreat immediately." As he spoke, he swung the flames in his hand and burned the roots away, opening a path for the others. As he did so, he grumbled, "Before one problem is resolved, another one comes along." Then he turned and blamed Bai Ziyan. "Hey, young master, are you some kind of bad luck charm?" Bai Ziyan and Duan were now surrounded by enormous roots that tightened around them, gradually making it difficult for them to breathe. Bai Ziyan retorted, "How can you blame me for this? I just saved all of you." Zijing and Viper were no better off. More and more roots appeared, and they could not destroy them all, forcing Zijing to draw his gun to deal with them. Viper shouted irritably, "If things get any worse, just leave this young master behind." In the end, they were forced together in one spot, but the roots were still not satisfied. They wanted more, sprouting in ever greater numbers. Wriggling toward the group, they made someone exclaim, "Stop talking. We're trapped here, too now." The pitch-black roots did not merely bind them. They began merging together, intertwining to form a gigantic tree trunk. Bai Ziyan and the others were helplessly imprisoned inside. From the main trunk, chunks of wood split away and twisted together, gradually forming arms and legs like those of a human. At last, its face fully formed, a distorted face with eyes gleaming with an eerie light and sharp teeth revealed beneath its grotesque smile. The system displayed the monster's information: Hunting Green Banana Tree, Lord of Azure Forest. Those trapped inside could only remain helpless and no longer bothered resisting. Qi Ming said, "It looks like we're trapped inside the body of the Lord of Azure Forest." He then turned to Zijing, waiting for his update. "Zijing, how is the signal?" Zijing checked the readings on his device and quickly replied, "We still can't establish contact with Fengling." Then he stood up, surveyed the surroundings, measured the oxygen level, and warned everyone, "Also, this place is extremely enclosed. The oxygen in here will only let us hold out for another 30 minutes. Hearing this, Qi Ming angrily punched the tree trunk, desperately trying to find a way out. He gritted his teeth, his face filled with guilt as he spoke in disappointment. "I'm really useless. Every time, I lead my teammates into a dead end." Seeing Qi Ming become so agitated, Bai Ziyan did not offer him gentle comfort, because he knew this was not the time for that. "Save your breath. The more worked up you get, the faster the oxygen will run out." Qi Ming did not take those words well and turned to curse at him. "What would a pampered young master like you understand?" Facing his harsh attitude, Bai Ziyan calmly replied, "You're their leader." He continued, "Have you ever considered how the people who trust you will feel when they see you looking so defeated?" Qi Ming looked back at the others, unable to say anything more. Bai Ziyan continued, reminding him of what he had once said. "You said it yourself. You're people who have been through dangerous situations before. Especially at a time like this, you need to remain calm." As he spoke, Bai Ziyan wiped the grime from his face and looked at Qi Ming with unwavering determination. "And most importantly, you need to trust the people who have placed their trust in you." Outside, Xiao's helicopter hovered in the sky, maintaining a safe distance from the monster. Feng Ling saw the calculating look on her face and asked, "Captain, do you really intend to challenge the Lord of Azure Forest?" Hearing him, she retorted, "Listen to how you're saying that. Do you not believe in my strength?" After carefully observing the situation, Xiaohe explained, "Qi Ming and the others' whereabouts are still unclear, but the latest clue points here. if we want to rescue them. This creature is a major obstacle. We have no choice but to fight it. Suddenly, a sound from the communication device interrupted their conversation. Feng Ling, we're inside the Lord of Azure Forest. Having received this important information at just the right moment, she stood up and prepared to rescue them. Perfect. We just need to cut it open. With that, Xiaohe began summoning the Scarlet Fire Monkey. Come out, Scarlet Fire Monkey. She immediately ordered it. Spirit possession. It shrank down and clung tightly to her iron staff, causing the ordinary weapon to become wreathed in crimson flames. Without the slightest hesitation, she leaped from a helicopter and charged toward the hunting green banana tree. It seemed to sense her presence and immediately became alert. A figure raced along the roots connected to its body, moving like a ghost as it rapidly closed in on the enemy. In an instant, Xiaohe arrived before it. Her face was filled with a fierce fighting spirit as she swung her iron staff with all her might and shouted, "Scarlet Torrent, Tyrant Furnace Shatter. Taste this." She raised the staff high over her head and brought it down with all her strength onto the monster's head. The terrifying force split its head in two on the spot. She did not stop there, continuing to strike downward and splitting its wooden body into two pieces. Inside, a crimson bolt of lightning suddenly appeared from nowhere and struck down, making Qi Ming exclaim, "Damn it!" Recognizing the familiar sign, Qi Ming said suspiciously, "Crimson lightning. Could it be?" Then Xiaohe suddenly appeared, making him cry out in joy, "Sis!" Unlike her delighted younger brother, she calmly said, "Oh, there's my useless little brother." Ignoring his sister's indifferent attitude, he ran toward her with tears streaming down his face. Seeing that her little brother was being far too dramatic, her face darkened with irritation. Left speechless, she could only click her tongue. Even so, Qi Ming kept running toward her with his arms spread wide, ready to embrace her. The moment he got close, Xiaohe swung her fist directly into Qi Ming's head, stopping his bizarre behavior. A huge bump appeared on his head. Only then did Xiaohe calm down slightly, though she still scolded him. "How old are you? Calling for your sister the moment you open your mouth? Aren't you ashamed? Is that all a grown man like you can do?" The people around them had no idea what to do in this situation. Bai Zian asked Duan beside him, "Is your leader usually like this?" Hearing the question, Duan replied helplessly, "Yes. We're used to it by now." After the brief comedy, Xiaohe spoke up. "Everyone, use this chance to get out of here. Climb up quickly. The Lord of Azure Forest regenerates very quickly, so make every second count." She also ordered Feng Ling above them. "Feng Ling, pull us up." He respectfully answered, "Understood." With that, he operated the hoisting device to pull everyone up. Seeing there were so many people, he asked, "Everyone's aboard, right?" Duan, who climbed up last, replied, "The captain is still down there." Qi Xiaohe caught up from behind. As she climbed, she warned, "Don't stop here. Get out of this place, quickly." As she spoke, she watched the Lord of Azure Forest condition. Seeing its body slowly knitting itself back together, she shouted, "The Lord of Azure Forest is about to return to its original form." But before she had even finished speaking, the creature regenerated at an astonishing speed. Qi Xiaohe had not expected this. Shock filled her face as she thought, "Damn it, its recovery speed is even faster than I imagined." Having regenerated, the creature was utterly enraged. It roared and prepared to counterattack. A beam of green light shot from its mouth, burning through the rope ladder. Qi Xiaohe lost her balance and fell backward, caught completely off guard by the attack. All she could think as she fell was, "Damn it," seeing his sister in danger. Qi Ming panicked and shouted, "Sis!" But she quickly recovered, curling herself up and flipping over into a fighting stance. Confidently responding to her brother's panic, she snapped, "Shut your mouth. I'm not dead yet." Seeing that his sister was fine, he could only obediently reply, "Yes, sis." She skillfully used the Lord of Azure Forest trunk as a slide, reducing the impact of her fall. She then turned and clung to the trunk. "That should stop me." After saying that, Qi Xiaohe rubbed her feet against the trunk to gain momentum. Crimson lightning began to crackle around her as she shouted, "Left thunder!" Without hesitating for even a second, she lightly bent her legs and launched herself straight into the air. At that instant, a pillar of fire erupted fiercely beneath her feet, twisting into a fiery whirlwind and propelling her skyward like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, Qi Xiaohe appeared on the helicopter without a scratch on her. Bai Zian and Qi Ming were left staring in amazement. He exclaimed, "Your sister is so cool." Qi Ming clearly felt the same way and merely mumbled, "Thanks. I think so too." The moment she landed, she turned toward the creature, raised her middle finger, and said provocatively, "See you later, bitch." Once the Lord of Azure Forest finally disappeared, the helicopter safely turned around and flew away. With the danger over, Qi Xiaohe returned to her seat and let out a sigh of relief. Then she asked about her brother's situation. "So this young man is the one who saved you, right?" Qi Ming could only reply gloomily, "Yes, that's right." Hearing her brother confirm it, she thanked him and introduced herself. "Then I truly thank you for helping us. I'm Qi Xiaohe of Crimson Red, a gold-rank beast tamer. May I ask what I should call you?" "Gaizian Politili Rapid, Bai Zian, Brunzerang Biastamer." Outwardly, he remained composed, but inwardly he assessed Qi Xiaohe and her background. She is this strong, and her surname is Qi. Could she be connected to the Qi family of Crimson Wing City? Qi Xiaohe was no less perceptive. Curiously, she asked about his family. "Your surname is Bai. Are you from the Bai family of White Scale City?" "That's right. Bai Jingchong is my grandfather." Upon hearing this, she exclaimed in surprise, "City Lord Bai?" In the next instant, she leaned close to Bai Zian and lifted his chin. "Young man, do you know something? I've been a mercenary for so long that I've met quite a few city lords." Suddenly, Qi Xiaohe gave a strange smile that sent a chill down Bai Zian's spine. She called him a liar. "We've worked with Old Master Bai many times, so he counts as one of our regular clients. But there are always some ignorant brats who love impersonating members of the Bai family to deceive us." As she spoke, she moved even closer, her face taking on an increasingly eerie expression. She threatened him. "You're also the first person to claim to be the Bai family's young master. Let me tell you something. The imposters from before were all thrown to the ferocious beasts and eaten." Qi Xiaohe gripped Bai Zian's chin tightly and said in a deep voice, "Let me see whether you're making this up." With that, she brought her nose close to his face. After several seconds of what seemed like inspection, Qi Xiaohe suddenly laughed. "It seems you really are the Bai family's young master." Bai Zian could only complain inwardly. What is wrong with this woman? Behind them, Qi Ming saw the scene and shouted, "Sis, watch yourself." She turned back blankly. After Qi Xiaohe returned to her seat, Qi Ming asked, "Now that you mention it, where's the girl who was traveling with you?" The question stunned Bai Zian. "Damn it, the fight was so intense that I completely forgot." He immediately stood up and opened his beast-taming space. "Excuse me for a moment." Entering the space, Bai Zian saw purple crystal formations and muttered in confusion. Purple crystals? The scene before him shocked him. Gu Bai was bound in the middle of a web woven from purple crystals, completely motionless. Without hesitation, Bai Zian immediately brought her outside. Upon seeing this, Qi Ming shouted, "Why did you put someone inside your beast-taming space?" Qi Xiaohe also raised her voice. "Who taught you to do that?" After laying Gu Bai down, Bai Zian urgently asked for help. "Help me, quickly." Gu Bai Qi Ming looked over and froze. "What the hell is this?" He snapped, "Kid, what the hell were you thinking?" At this point, Qi Xiaohe crouched down and examined Gu Bai carefully. No one has ever put another person inside their beast-taming space, apart from themselves. She picked up several crystal fragments from Gu Bai's body, studied them for a moment, and continued, "But the crystals on her body look a lot like spirit stones. I suspect this is some kind of self-protection mechanism. Perhaps the spiritual energy in your beast-taming space was too powerful, causing this reaction." Qi Xiaohe stepped forward and asked Viper, "Viper, what do you think? You're the only doctor here." Viper agreed with Qi Xiaohe's assessment. "I think that's possible too. But to ensure her safety, we should examine her first. The equipment we have now isn't sufficient for that kind of examination, so we can only return to base." Hearing this, Qi Xiaohe made an immediate decision. "Then let's return to Sky Forest Town first." Elsewhere, a meeting room floated in the middle of a tranquil lake, surrounded by a hazy violet mist. At the center of the room stood a woman, straight-backed and imposing, her solemn presence making the air seem to freeze. 5 other figures surrounded her, each standing in a different position and forming a concentric circle. Then a calm female voice broke the prolonged silence. "I called you here today for 2 matters. The one who spoke was the High Priest Solaris. Her presence immediately made the entire room tense, and no one dared interrupt as Solaris continued in a cold, clear voice. "First matter, Priest Adher has been confirmed dead. The incident occurred in Sky Forest Town, between White Scale City and Giant Eye City. I want to hear your thoughts on this. Then the second priest, Lilith, was the first to speak, her voice low. Although Adher ranked 6th, he was already close to reaching diamond rank. The third priest, Diego Barrow, added, "Could a city lord have done it?" Solaris answered, "Jingchong was crippled in the previous battle. The only one capable of defeating someone on the verge of diamond rank will be the city lord of Giant Eye City." A gloomy male voice sounded from behind them. The fourth priest, Mephisto, said it could also have been the Moon Concealment Sect. After all, Azure Sky Forest is their territory. Beside him, the fifth priest, Asmodin, remained silent. Solaris then gave her order, her voice devoid of emotion. "No matter who it was, we must make them pay a heavy price. Asmodin, you'll handle this matter. Remember, the opponent is very strong. Proceed carefully." Asmodin, who had remained silent until then, finally lowered her head and replied briefly, "Understood." Solaris then changed the subject. "The second matter concerns the future of our people. Recently, the celestial signs have changed, and I have a very uneasy feeling." She paused before raising her voice. "This is a sign that the Spider Queen is entering hibernation and the Holy Body is entering moon concealment." Lilith nodded, her voice growing heavier as she explained. 25 astral years ago, after the Spider Queen went through the Casamarta massacre, the Holy Body remained in the sun glory state. Yet now it suddenly wishes to enter deep sleep. Solaris agreed. "I also find it strange. According to the previous rules, the Holy Body enters moon concealment only once every 90 astral years. But this did not happen without warning." As she spoke, 3 planets appeared in the air alongside her explanation. "Perhaps it is related to a celestial anomaly. Perhaps the Spider Queen needs to evolve. Perhaps." Solaris paused, then continued in an even colder voice. "Regardless, this concerns the survival of the Sun Glory sect and cannot be taken lightly." Diego spoke up. "High Priest, the Moon Concealment sect will certainly follow the signs in search of the Spider Queen. Should we send people to monitor them and stop them from obtaining the Spider Queens for blessings?" Solaris curled her lips into an approving smile. "Not a bad idea, but proceed with caution. The Moon Concealment sect is no simple opponent." Diego respectfully replied, "Yes, my lady. Rest assured, without the Spider Queen's 4 blessings, their strength is nothing worth mentioning." Within the mysterious purple space, a low chant resounded throughout the room. "Mother of 10,000 spiders, live forever. Mother of 10,000 spiders, live forever." Sometime after everyone else had left, only 2 people remained. Diego spoke with a half-smile, half-serious expression. "All right, now it's just the 2 of us, little slut. Are you busy today? I mean, are you free right now?" Asmodin coldly turned away, her voice completely emotionless. "I'm not free, and I have no interest in you." Diego said disdainfully, "You misunderstand me. I merely have something I want to discuss with you. Also, when you speak telepathically, don't make that contemptuous face at me." Asmodin did not answer. Instead, she spoke to the monster beside her. "Let's go, Xingtian." Seeing this, Diego called out, "Little slut, listen to me. And why can I still hear you when you're speaking to Xingtian?" Helplessly, Diego sighed and changed his tone. "Fine, I understand. Since the High Priest specifically assigned you, you must feel very honored right now, don't you? But have you considered that Adher was carrying out the High Priest's mission? That kid was famously impossible to kill." Asmodin halted upon hearing that. Diego lowered his voice, making it sharper. "But precisely because Adher was like that, there isn't even ash left of him now. It's not as if the High Priest doesn't know your strength. Sending you now is no different from sending you to your death." Before he could finish, she cut him off, her gaze turning colder. "Watch your words." Diego did not back down, merely brushing past her. "If I were you, I would never take this as the High Priest's trust in you. After all, as the Old Witch herself said, the celestial signs have begun to change. And in a chaotic world, only the strong have a chance to survive unscathed." Watching his retreating back, Asmodin asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll tell the High Priest everything?" But he was not frightened. Instead, he warned, "I believe you're a smart person, not a tool that knows only obedience." Asmodin stood silently, looking at the knife embedded at her feet. As dawn began to break, and the first light had yet to disperse the mist, an urgent voice tore through the silence. "Hurry, take her to the emergency room. Gubai lay motionless on a stretcher, her face pale as paper. The stretcher was rushed down the hospital corridor, its wheels clattering harshly against the floor. Someone shouted while running ahead to clear the way. "Quick, quick, quick! Move aside, everyone!" She was pushed into the examination room. Outside, Baizian's worried voice rang out. "What are the results?" Viper, standing beside him, explained gently. "For now, her vital signs are stable. She isn't in any immediate danger, but we don't know when she will wake up." Hearing this, he became even more anxious. His eyes remained fixed on Gubai in the emergency room as his voice nearly choked. "But what do we do? How can we wake her up?" Viper stood nearby, her voice carrying a trace of helplessness. "To be honest, I don't know either. Her spiritual veins are in complete disorder right now, like two ropes tangled together. After all, no one has ever tried putting another human being inside their beast-taming space, much less for that long." Qi Xiaohe comforted him softly. "Young man, don't worry too much. Viper is an excellent doctor. If she says it's all right, then it usually won't be too serious. Besides, I just met someone who might be able to help her." As soon as she finished speaking, Baizian asked excitedly, "Who is it? I want to see them." As they walked down the hallway to meet the person who could help Gubai, Baizian could not stop wondering. "I used that method before. Why did something go wrong this time? Could it be because she was inside for too long?" Up ahead, Qi Xiao warned him, "Listen, young man, when you meet him later, don't get too worked up." Suddenly, thorny vines emerged from his tightly clenched hand. Baizian was startled. "Damn it, why is it acting up now?" The thorny vines gradually began to invade his mind. "It hurts. It hurts. Kill, kill, kill." Not receiving an answer from behind her, Qi Xiaohe turned back and asked, "Young man, are you listening? Why aren't you responding?" Baizian immediately hid his arm behind his back and answered, "Ah, yes. Yes, I understand." Upon reaching a room, Qi Xiaohe violently shoved the door open and shouted, "Or, I need your help." A man's voice came from inside the room. "Sister Monkey, haven't I told you already? I'm busy right now." When Baizian saw the symbol on the robe of the person inside, his face darkened. "Why is someone from the demon spider cult here?" The crimson thorny vines were trying to control him. Demon spider cult. Kill him. Qi Xiaohe saw that, or was merely eating noodles despite claiming to be busy, and she angrily shouted, "How the hell are you busy? You're just eating noodles." Yet he calmly replied, "What do you mean? Eating is one of life's most important matters. You mustn't take meals lightly." Then he stood and asked Qi Xiaohe, "So what is it? Didn't we already have a meeting earlier?" She turned to look at Baizian. "This young man's friend needs help. Since it concerns spirit beasts, someone like you should understand this better." But Baizian was struggling to control his thoughts. A thought was gradually taking over his mind. Revenge. Demon spider cult. He clenched his teeth. What is happening? His thoughts filled with images of his grandfather and White Scale City. What he looked at, or his vision was entirely red, filled with only one thought. Kill, kill, kill. Or, however, remained calm as he said, "Oh, I think this brother needs help more than anyone." The desire for revenge was gradually taking control of Baizian. "Kill, kill, kill." Suddenly, Baizian shouted, "Who needs help from the demon spider cult?" Crimson thorny vines burst from his hand, accompanied by an urging voice. "Kill, kill, kill." The vines grew at a horrifying speed, smashing through the entire building. Or nimbly escaped from inside. Still eating, he calmly remarked, "Looks like this brother's condition is pretty bad." Looking at the spirit beast that was gradually transforming atop his house, or assessed the situation. The spirit beast core chamber has been corrupted, and its divination signs are chaotic. It looks like he ate something unclean and is evolving into a ferocious beast. But strangely enough, the giant whale is being restrained by the beast taming space despite its berserk state. Seeing that, we decided to save him. Oh, it's trapped at the gateway of the beast taming space. It seems this brother hasn't completely lost his will. Not bad, not bad. Then let's help him. He began chanting, "Merciful mother of 10,000 spiders, forgive all sins. Take the sword in my hand. Green gold radiance enveloped, or sharp blade in my hand. Sever evil beasts, break demons and monsters, yet never kill living beings. Draw the sword, let its radiance converge. Remove evil, cut off sin, reject wickedness. Let mercy remain, and let all things return to emptiness. Grant me the strength to save all living beings. With these hands of mine, help this brother." He drew a circle in the air and shouted, "Bronze sculpture summoning. a plump blue spirit beast appeared at his call. With spirit, it landed on Or's head. Looking at with spirit's round body, he instructed it, "Son, have you put on weight again lately? From now on, you're not allowed to eat spirit stones before bed." At that moment, the giant whale opened its enormous mouth and roared. Or did not panic. Instead, he raised his voice and said, "Don't rush. It's your turn now." Pointing the tip of his sword at it, he told would spirit use wind bind on it. The giant whale refused to stay still and launched a counterattack. A powerful torrent surged from its mouth. Dark water, erosion, or immediately leaped aside to evade the attack. He charged forward at high speed, using wind suppresses thunderfall, and instantly appeared before the giant whale. It suddenly closed its eyes as though accepting its fate. Just as it unleashed his power, a blue vortex rushed toward it. But then he suddenly changed his mind. "I said I was here to save the world, so why would I use such a lethal move? That's only for dealing with naughty children." With that, he flicked the horn on the giant whale's head. Sending it flying backward, he shouted, "Skull-crushing flick." After Or's attack, the giant whale vanished, leaving only by Xian lying motionless amid the rubble. Seeing his miserable state, Qi Xiaohe could not help asking, or wasn't that a little too harsh? Slurping noodles from his cup, he calmly replied, "It's fine, just a few minor scrapes. I'm more worried about the corrosion of his origin essence." Annoyed, Qi Xiaohe snapped, "Can you stop eating that damned cup of noodles while discussing serious matters?" Poking by Xian's purple-faced, unconscious cheek, she said, "So what do we do now? You knocked him out. Honestly, you hit him way too hard this time." Hearing that, or asked, "What? Are you worried about him?" Qi Xiaohe answered irritably, "Give it a rest. My idiot little brother is already troublesome enough. Do I look like I have the energy to worry about anyone else?" Or immediately said, "Then please help me carry him and his companion into the village. I'll treat you to noodles." Hearing such an unreasonable request, she roared, "Shut up. Pay properly. Transportation fees and compensation for the damaged property. Don't even think of skipping out on a single coin." Elsewhere, a stream of blue liquid flowed into a bath. Bai Zian was soaking in it, and he slowly opened his eyes. Two unfamiliar people stood before him. The girl asked the boy, "Is he awake?" The boy leaned close to Bai Zian's face and said, "Not yet." Then he shoved 2 fingers into Bai Zian's nostrils. "I'll wake him up." Gai Zian instantly sprang upright. Looking at his body, he said, "What is going on? And what is this strange liquid?" His eyes provided an assessment. Natural essence. Origin unknown. Capable of simultaneously restoring physical strength and spiritual power, with limited enemy-repelling effects. The girl standing before him said to the boy beside her, "Josh, how could you treat our high priest's guest like that?" Taking advantage of Bai Zian's inability to understand, Josh mocked him. This strange guest and his round little creature look ridiculously stupid. Watching the two whisper to each other, Bai Zian asked, "What are they talking about?" Suddenly, Or appeared behind him, chewing noodles as he said, "You're awake, brother." Bai Zian jolted and cried, "Why, you're from the demon spider cult?" Or immediately retorted, "What demon spider cult? We are the Spider Queen clan. You outsiders really do love making up nonsense names." Facing Or, Bai Zian demanded, "Where am I? And where is Gu Bai?" Or looked at him teasingly. "Are you sure she wants to see you right now?" The girl beside him blushed and handed Bai Zian a set of clothes. "Put these on quickly. You'll catch a cold." He immediately accepted them, blushing as he stammered, "Thank you." Once he was dressed, he turned to Or. "Anyway, you still haven't answered my question. Who exactly are you?" But when he looked again, Or had disappeared. Where did he go? A stone struck him on the head. Bai Zian turned around angrily. "What was that for?" Ignoring his furious expression, Josh said, "Follow me, idiot." Bai Zian looked at the two of them in confusion. "What are you two even saying? I don't understand a thing." The girl opened the door and gently welcomed him. "Welcome, stranger." Seeing the sight beyond the door, Bai Zian gasped. This is... A mysterious city lay before him. The space was pitch black, making the strange blue patterns on the surrounding structures stand out all the more. Bai Zian shouted, "This is underground." The girl grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Alarmed, he said, "Hey, what are you trying to do?" She pointed ahead and told him, "The priests are waiting for you at the temple." Bai Zian did not understand her words, but he could make out her gesture. Still, he asked, "You want me to go over there?" Looking again at the temple before him, he asked, "You mean I have to go to that temple?" The girl handed Bai Zian something, a 6-star spider. "This is for you." Pointing to the bracelet on her wrist, she demonstrated how to use it. "Wear it on your hand like this." Following her gesture, he said, "You want me to put this on?" Looking at the spider on his hand, he muttered, "This feels kind of strange." Josh had already lost patience and began moving. He did not forget to mock Bai Zian. "Hurry up and follow me, idiot." The girl immediately rebuked him. "Josh, I told you to respect our guest." Ignoring them both, Josh fired spider silk from his 6-star spider and sped ahead, nimbly crossing the strange terrain like a monkey. Watching Josh move, Bai Zian understood the 6-star spider's purpose. So that's how it's used. He extended his hand and commanded, "Fire." But unlike Josh's, the 6-star spider on Bai Zian's hand did not move at all. He asked, "Why isn't it responding?" The girl quietly instructed him. "First, you need to resonate with this child before you can use its power." Placing a hand over his heart, she explained, "Resonance means connecting your heart with this child's, trusting each other, not giving orders and controlling it." Then she placed her hand over her own heart and slowly explained, "Unlike outsiders who use contracts to control spirit beasts, we use our hearts. As long as two hearts are connected, you can know what the other is thinking, and it can understand your thoughts too." However, she had forgotten that Bai Zian could not understand her language. He gestured, "I don't understand your language." Inwardly, he complained, "And you people talk way too much." Suddenly, a notification appeared beside him. He looked at it in surprise. "Hey, the divine I can translate too?" It summarized what the girl had said. Use spiritual power to communicate with spirit beasts rather than relying on contracts. After reading it, he thought, communicate using spiritual power. He closed his eyes. "Let's give it a try." A pair of blue eyes appeared in his consciousness and asked, "Who are you?" He calmly replied, "I am Bai Zian." He repeated his name, Bai Zian. Looking at the entity behind him, he said, "I mean you no harm." Touching the entity behind him, he gently said, "I want to be friends with you." The 6-star spider accepted his offer of friendship, and a notification appeared. New skill acquired. Resonance. He immediately activated the skill. "Let's go." He skillfully crossed the city's strange terrain and landed at the temple. He was amazed by its magnificence. "I couldn't feel it from over there, but up close. It really is spectacular." The girl following him bowed. "The temple is sacred ground. Only those who are invited may enter. I will take my leave now." Once inside, he saw a bridge spanning a blue lake. Red light shimmered across it, blending with the mysterious patterns carved into the bridge and the surrounding pillars. Bai Zian looked around and thought, "This is the demon spider cult's temple. They are clearly enemies, so why did they bring me here?" Or's voice echoed inside the temple as Bai Zian entered. "You were faster than I expected. I thought it would take you a long time to understand resonance." He turned to face Bai Zian and introduced himself once more. "Then let me introduce myself again. I am Or Van Azure, High Priest of the Moon Veil Spider Queen Clan." Seeing Bai Zian's expression harden, or seemed to guess what he was thinking. "You must be wondering why Spider Queen Clan members like us would help you. As for the reason," he suddenly snapped his fingers. 3 large screens appeared. Pointing at them one by one, Or explained, "It is a very long story. This planet, Kalalan, or, as you call it, the Myriad Spider Nest Secret Realm, is our people's original homeworld. We lived in harmony with spiders for countless generations and mastered the technology of communicating with these creatures." His voice sounded like he was telling an ancient tale. "Then, one day, you outsiders arrived and began colonizing this place." Images of exchanges between the 2 planets gradually appeared on the screens. "At first, we had a good relationship with the outsiders. We traded spirit stones and our spirit beast control techniques for your technology." He continued in an even tone. "We even led you to meet the Spider Queen, our mother goddess. Everything should have developed for the better." Suddenly, his tone darkened. "But in the end, you outsiders turned against us. You plotted to use the beast control techniques. We taught you to control the Spider Queen and elevate your own ranks. But the Spider Queen was an existence close to divinity. She could not be controlled." Or continued recounting what happened. "Her fierce resistance left her injured, and she fell to the purple crystal rank. The spiritual veins of the entire planet were affected, making spiritual power unstable and imposing a limit on every creature's rank. Purple crystal became the highest possible rank. After that, the natives who lived here, including us, waged war against you foreign colonizers for hundreds of years." His story continued, but did not end there. The war dragged on for an extremely long time. With the support of technology, the outsiders held an overwhelming advantage. Many native tribes were destroyed, and amid a war with no future in sight, the Spider Queen clan split into 2 factions. Or then described the origins of the demon spider cult. The Sun Glory faction advocated force, Their faith was that the Spider Queen wished to take revenge on the outsiders through violence. They're the present-day demon spider cult. The Moonveil faction pursued peace. We believe the Spider Queen wishes to end this meaningless war through negotiation and non-violent means. Suddenly, Xian interrupted him, pointing directly at Or. Wait, you've been rambling forever, and you still haven't answered my question. Or explained, am I not explaining it bit by bit? But Xian did not accept that answer. Just tell me why you're helping me. Or suddenly appeared behind him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said, Child, do you believe in fate? Startled, Xian said warily, What are you trying to do? Hey, or waved a hand. Don't get worked up. Let me warn you, the corrosion of your origin essence has not been resolved. I advise you not to use spiritual power right now, or your young master will truly turn into a ferocious beast. As if to prove or right, blazing red thorny vines appeared on Xian's hand again. Seeing them, Xian withdrew his power, or smiled and continued, Let me finish my story. Before becoming high priest, a chosen priest must complete a pilgrimage, visiting the Spider Queen's nest at regular intervals. His story entered another chapter, one that explained why he was helping Xian. At that time, I arrived at the sacred site, but did not find the Spider Queen. Something unexpected must have happened, causing her to leave her nest. Or continued, near the nest, I found a young man and his spirit beast companion. Both the young man and his spirit beast were severely injured. I am so de Kropka. The boy kept apologizing to his spirit beast, or calmly recalled the past. I thought he was surely the first outsider I had ever seen who respected his spirit beast so deeply. So, he paused before continuing. I saved him and the spirit beast, then brought them back to our tribe. Or's tone became bright, as though recalling a cherished memory. He lived among our tribe for a time, perhaps because we truly felt his kindness. Someone who should have become our enemy instead became our friend. Or's tone darkened again. Later, that young man told us his name, Jing Chong. With the story finished, Or stood before Xian. Now you know why I helped you. But Xian still had doubts. Wait. In a suspicious tone, he said, My grandfather knew you when he was young. So how old are you now? You look like you're only around 30. Are you messing with me? Or calmly revealed something that shocked him. Didn't your grandfather tell you that our people age very slowly? Now, I'll take you to see your companion. As they passed through a gate, Or asked, Come to think of it, I really am curious. Do you truly not know? A beast taming space is a personal dimension belonging to each beast tamer. If another person enters it, an intensely violent rejection will occur. Walking farther in, Or explained, Your companion is quite exceptionally gifted as well. An ordinary person would probably have been physically destroyed. She only suffered spiritual vein disorder, which is already fortunate. When they reached the place where Gu Bai was being treated, Or told him, the crystallized spiritual power outside her body has been removed. Her life signs and spiritual vein frequency have recovered. Looking at Gu Bai lying motionless atop the flowers, he continued, But because the beast taming space affected her mind, her condition is still far from optimistic. She may never wake up. Gai Zian froned. Never wake up? Or replied somberly, But it isn't entirely hopeless. He carefully suggested, I know of a way. It depends on whether you are willing to try it. Xian looked at him suspiciously. What way? Or said, When the Spider Queen takes her Moonveil form, she secretes a mysterious liquid capable of healing all sickness and suffering. Our ancestors once used that liquid to create a divine artifact with the same effect. He explained how to find it. Because of the war against the outsiders, the artifact was hidden inside a tomb containing all the fallen warriors to keep it safe. If you want the artifact, you must enter the tomb. Or also warned him of the danger. But the tomb is surrounded by traps. I have heard that many tomb robbers either died or were crippled. Gai Zian hesitated. The traps are not even the most frightening part. It is said that a ferocious beast wandered into the tomb during the war, revived the corpses inside, and created an enormous zombie army. Xian turned pale with fear, Or slyly draped an arm around his shoulder and cheerfully asked, So, do you want to give it a try? Though afraid, Xian was determined to make amends. Gu Bai is in this condition because of me. I must take responsibility. I'll go. Or smiled to himself. Not bad, Jingchong. Your grandson is very responsible. The two walked together, and Or explained as he strode along. This city is extremely ancient. By our calendar, it has existed for about 1400 years. This tomb is likely more than 1,000 years old as well. Or's knowledge was extensive, and since this is a martyr cemetery, it has always been guarded. On the one hand, it is to prevent tomb robbers. On the other hand, he looked at Bai Ziyan. You already know, it is to prevent the things inside from getting out. The guards stepped aside as soon as they saw him. High Priest, you have arrived. Or instructed them. You have all worked hard. Open the door. With Or's permission, Bai Ziyan easily entered the tomb. Or suddenly called out, "Oh, right, Bai Ziyan." He drawled mockingly. Actually, everything I told you about the tomb earlier was just to fool you. Bai Ziyan was stunned and nearly cursed. What? You tricked me, you bastard. But it was too late. The door had already closed, and Bai Ziyan could only shout from inside. Hey, what exactly are you trying to do? Seeing that the surroundings were completely silent, he had no choice but to explore the tomb. Looks like I'm trapped in here. Let's see if there's another way out. Bai Ziyan approached the object in the middle of the chamber. This is the divine artifact he mentioned, but didn't he say he was lying to me? I understand this less and less. The moment he picked it up, dense white smoke billowed from its base. Damn it, I forgot to scan it with the divine eye first. A massive explosion engulfed Bai Ziyan, completely obscuring his vision. He coughed and struggled to look up. What happened? In stark contrast to the ancient structures, modern electric lights and exquisitely paved stone floors appeared before Bai Ziyan. Could it be? His eyes widened in shock. Did I travel through time again? Bai Ziyan calmly approached a person collapsed against a wall. This person is an enemy soldier from back then. Did I shoot him dead? He quickly followed the traces of his former self. Yes, I still remember. Bai Ziyan hurried over, then climbed the stairs. The memories grew clearer and clearer. Facing the enemy again, I remember now. My mission then was to eliminate the enemy commander, and my entire squad had been reduced to just me. He arrived before a wall riddled with bullet holes. Finally, this was the place, the room I entered at the very end. Bai Ziyan questioned himself. What am I doing? This is clearly all in the past. Yet he still put his hand on the doorknob and went in. Why do I still care so much? I should be saving Gu Bai and Grandpa instead. The heavy iron door creaked open. Someone sat motionless inside the room. Bai Ziyan's corpse had been there for a long time, slowly decomposing. What am I doing? This is clearly all in the past. He stared without looking away. How strange. A voice sounded in Bai Ziyan's mind. It seems you still haven't let go of your past self. He was alarmed. What? Who is that? The corpse before him suddenly lunged at him. It's me. Bai Ziyan panicked and fought back. Impossible. Why? You should be dead. No, I was already finished. Red branches poured from the corpse's mouth, trying to wrap around him. I am you, and you are me. It attacked Bai Ziyan frenziedly. I am dead. You must die too. He desperately reached for the gun that had fallen nearby. Damn it, just a little farther. Bai Ziyan narrowly dodged several red branches, which pierced through the hard concrete floor. You're me? No, you're not me. You're only who I was in the past. You're not me. At last, he grabbed the gun. Bai Ziyan checked it, and luckily, there were still bullets. He aimed the barrel directly into the corpse's mouth. My past self has nothing to do with me anymore. Now, Bai Ziyan declared firmly, Bai Ziyan, I'm a bystander. I still have friends and family waiting for me to save them. He fired, reaffirming his resolve. I am no longer who I used to be. The corpse swiftly dissolved into an eerie blue mist. Bai Ziyan calmly let go of his burden. Rest in peace, my past self. Now, there is only Bai Ziyan, the beast tamer Bai Ziyan. He stood up straight as the scene changed. Bai Ziyan returned to the tomb chamber and vaguely realized that everything before had been an illusion. He looked at the item in his hand and thought with relief, forget it. At least I got the divine artifact, and Gu Bai has been saved, or was already waiting outside. He applauded in praise. Not bad, Bai Ziyan. You came out so quickly. Bai Ziyan unhappily held out the item. Stop joking around. You suddenly shoved me in there because you wanted me to undergo some trial, didn't you? You could have told me beforehand, or still wore a smile. If I told you directly that there was a trial, where would the surprise be? He explained, this trial is tied to the candidate's personal experiences. Essentially, it is one's inner demon, or probed eagerly. So, what was your inner demon? Bai Zian's expression immediately darkened. Not wanting to say more, he simply replied, "He's dead," or suddenly put him in a difficult position. That's right. Besides healing your friend, the divine artifact can also heal your corrupted origin. But it can only be used once, since the Spider Queen's essence is limited. So, will you save your friend, or save yourself? Bai Zian could not hold back any longer. He rushed forward, grabbed or by the collar, and demanded, "Why are you only telling me this now? How many other things are you still hiding from me?" Or merely responded with an infuriating half-smile. That's all, really. Knowing Bai Zian could do nothing to him, he leisurely asked, "So what will you choose?" Bai Zian trembled with anger. After thinking for a while, he made his decision, or stood at the side. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Bai Zian answered decisively, "Yes," or reminded him, "Be careful. You must pierce the core of the spiritual vein, the dantian." Gubai was still lying quietly among the flowers, or watched expectantly as Bai Zian trembled and confirmed, "The dantian. The dantian." Bai Zian brought the item closer. "Below the navel. It should be here. Gubai, you're about to get better." Suddenly, she giggled. "That tickles." He froze, eyes wide and mouth agape, or was laughing at Bai Zian too. Realizing he had been played, Bai Zian roared furiously, or quickly explained, "Calm down. I was only teasing you. Misku woke up long ago. I just wanted to test you. After all, you're Bai Jingchong's grandson, so I couldn't help teasing you a little." Or revealed, "Besides, Misku came up with this idea too." Bai Zian could hardly believe it. "Huh? Are you trying to shift the blame?" Gubai admitted awkwardly, "Young master, Mr. Or is right. It really was my idea. If I made you unhappy." Bai Zian avoided her gaze. "No, I'm not unhappy. It's enough that you're all right." Or interjected with a few dry coughs. "I truly can't meddle in young people's affairs. We have more important matters now." Or explained, "The divine artifact in your hand is the universal healing terminal. Although the healing component inside can only be used once, after activation, it will continuously heal your injuries. As long as you possess the divine artifact, it will retain this effect for the rest of your life." He warned, "Therefore, in a condition like your corrupted origin, you can suppress it through continuous healing, but you cannot completely cure it for now." Gai Zian understood. In other words, I have to use this to control my corruption from now on, or confirmed exactly. He frowned in thought, his hand trembling slightly from tension. Given the current situation, this should be the best treatment. Bai Zian gritted his teeth and stabbed directly into the dantian below his navel. Symbols appeared and covered his body as a mechanical voice rang out. Connecting treatment. An extraordinary force emerged around Bai Zian's body. He calmly endured it as the divine eye reported, corruption probability decreasing. Remaining 13.8%. Very soon, Bai Zian was able to regain control. Corruption probability has reached a tolerable range. Divine artifact entering standby mode. He opened a passage to the island. "I need to quickly check on the fish." Standing before the vast sea, Bai Zian called out, "Fish." There was no response. He frowned and looked around. "What is going on?" Bai Zian ordered, "Divine Eye, check the situation nearby." It promptly replied, "A newly connected device has been detected. Would you like to update?" He guessed suspiciously, "A new device? Is it referring to this divine artifact? So the divine eye considers me a computer?" Bai Zian immediately decided, "Update." The divine eye processed it rapidly, confirming update contents, updating interface, updating display data, update complete, restarting. In an instant, the screen turned blue. Update complete. New functions installed. He was astonished. The interface changed. Is the native's technology really this incredible, or is it the divine eye? Suddenly, a whale-like cry sounded behind him. The whale thrashed wildly through the water. Bai Zian was startled. What's happening? He was swept away by the waves the whale created. Bai Zian could not understand it. Wait, didn't we solve the corruption problem? Why hasn't it returned to normal? It kept coming closer, its shadow covering more and more of him. "Hey fish, it's me, Bai Zian." The whale suddenly stuck out its tongue and licked Bai Zian's face. Gai Zian, friend, happy. He was dumbfounded. Bai Zian thought, why do I feel like this fish has become stupid? Could its illness have damaged its brain? Eyes wide, he ordered, "Divine Eye, examine the fish's condition." The screen displayed. "Would you like a detailed diagnostic report?" Two options appeared. Yes. No. Bai Zian was nearly losing his patience. Yes. Hurry up. A vast amount of information appeared. Bait beast, nickname, Veil. Species, giant shadow, netherwater whale. Its corrupted origin caused it to miss its evolution. Following treatment by the divine artifact, most of the corruption has been controlled. It is currently in a normal state. Current rank, silver, early stage. Attributes, strength A+, speed B-, physical attack A+, spiritual attack A+, origin attribute. Water, trigram. Kansas detailed statistics. Vitality 1400. Attack power 403. Current anomaly level 10. Its decline is due to missing the evolutionary stage and cannot be temporarily healed. It can improve through leveling up. Zian was slightly dizzy from all the data. This is far too detailed. Zian pondered. It seems this divine artifact has strengthened the divine eye's talent. Then, what about my own data? He immediately checked. Divine eye, show me my data. The more detailed, the better. A large amount of information appeared again. Zian, human, a visitor fallen from the heavens. Grandson of white scale cities, lured by Jingshong. A gifted beast tamer of the new era. Outwardly a student, but actually a transmigrator. Before transmigration, he was a senior sergeant in a mercenary corps. He has now realized that he has begun a new life, gained people he wishes to protect, and acquired obsessions he cannot let go of. With the assistance of the Moon Veil Spider Queen clan, he obtained and fused with the benevolent divine artifact Alanha, allowing him to suppress the state of origin corruption to a certain extent. Zian was puzzled. What is this? It isn't like the other interfaces. It continued, origin corruption detection gauge. When the gauge reaches its maximum level, origin corruption will spiral out of control, potentially resulting in berserk transformation and feral beast transformation. Origin corruption enhances bodily functions, but increases the burden on spiritual energy skills. After berserk transformation, the spiritual energy limit will continuously decline while skill power increases. Feral beast transformation is nearly irreversible. Please exercise caution. The divine artifact currently controls the progress of origin corruption and can adjust it automatically. He considered this. In other words, this divine artifact can function like a switch. When I need it, I can use the effects of origin corruption to strengthen certain aspects of myself, though the limits of that enhancement are considerable. Zian thought with satisfaction, now that the divine eye has been upgraded, I can inspect detailed data about myself and my pets at any time. This means origin corruption is not completely uncontrollable. On the contrary, it has even greater practical combat value. The whale was still licking him. This time, not only had he survived, but he had also gained countless new powers and tactical options. However, he still had not achieved the goal of leaving White Scale City, and there was no clue regarding the spirit-nurturing heavenly water. Most importantly, the fish had become stupid. This sudden turn of events was truly mind-numbing. Asmodin expertly dissected a corpse. Experiment log 100239. The dissection of Arthur Alucard, the sixth priest, has been completed. A new discovery was made near the heart. The heart was wrapped in an object resembling a spirit crystal. Preliminary speculation concerning the current phenomenon. The body was struck by extremely powerful spiritual energy, causing the spiritual energy within it to compress. Judging from the subject's wounds, the attack's intensity far exceeded Arthur's gold rank. Preparing to extract the sample for further analysis. After separation, the sample remains active and displays no abnormal phenomena. Initial assessment indicates that it is not radioactive. It will now be placed in a test tube for examination. After coming into contact with spiritual energy solution, it remains stable and displays no violent reaction. It floats in the solution, just like an ordinary spirit crystal. She ordered, Xing Tian, stop observing the Lord of the Martial Force for now. Help me bring the other samples to Laboratory Area B. Asmodin held the test tube, shook it a few times, and mused, I've discovered something very interesting. Perhaps I can continue my earlier research. If this method works, it may be able to replace certain materials. She turned to her headless subordinate, calculating something in her mind. Also, bring over a portion of the sample found at the scene. We will test it together. Having said that, she stared at the specimen contained within the huge test tube. She walked to the control console and performed several practiced operations, wondering inwardly what kind of power could compress spiritual energy into crystals. After a while, the system displayed the results. Reading the figures on the panel, Asmodin was astonished. It is actually an origin crystal. Examination complete. Origin crystal contains the fusion talent origin within Arthur Alucard's origin fragment. Stable properties. No impuritias. Grade assessment, A+. Compatibility assessment. Not only was the spiritual energy crystallized, but even the origin derived from it was crystallized. How strange. She turned to the headless figure and commanded, "Bring me the rest, quickly. The truth may lie within the remaining sample." Within the test tube container held by the monster was a strange fragment, carefully preserved inside. Asmodin thought, this must be something left behind by the killer. Without hesitation, she placed it into the testing machine and waited anxiously for the result. At last it was finished. Asmodin carefully read every line, and the result shocked her. This is Beauty and Spiritual Energy. She was overjoyed at finding such a treasure. I only intended to analyze Arthur's killer, but I found a clue to the pure yang physique that I have been unable to find all this time. Wonderful! Asmodin smiled delightedly, her grin stretching nearly to her ears in a terrifying expression. I never expected the one who killed you to possess the pure yang physique. Arthur, this is a once-in-a-century genius. Her entire face twisted with viciousness. She had to find that killer at all costs. I must find him. I must find him. Then she walked toward her child, who lay inside a test tube, muttering continuously, "Just wait a little longer, my child. You will soon awaken." Asmodin then turned and ordered her subordinate to continue searching at once. Xing Qian, find clues immediately. At first, it had only been a simple pursuit, but now every part of her burned with the desire to find him as quickly as possible. I'm extremely interested in this killer now. Elsewhere, brilliant sunlight shone across a vast expanse. Above, white clouds drifted lazily through the sky, painting a strangely peaceful scene. Qi Xiaohe leaned against a vehicle and complained, "It's so hot. Why aren't they here yet?" Just then, she heard approaching footsteps. Lowering her sunglasses, she said, "Oh, they're here." In the distance, Bai Zian or argued the entire way over. "Why are you coming with us?" "Kid, don't be so sensitive. I'm merely heading to Jinai City too. You think I believe that? Hey, I'm friends with both your grandfathers. What bad intentions could I possibly have?" Neither was willing to back down, and Gu Bai could only sigh helplessly. "You had no good intentions from the very beginning, although you saved Gu Bai and me, and I truly should thank you. You keep lying to me. You even used Gu Bai as a shield. Honestly, I find it very hard to trust you." Or protested, "Hey, don't be like that. I help you find a ride. Isn't that enough for you to forgive me?" Hearing that, Bai Zian angrily replied, "You still have the nerve to say that? You just wanted me to pay, then hitch a free ride in Sister Qi Xiao's car, didn't you?" Since Bai Zian had guessed correctly, or could only laugh awkwardly and admit it, as expected of Bai Jingcheng's grandson. "You guessed exactly right." Qi Xiaohe had watched the entire exchange and impatiently cut them off. "Are you two done arguing? I could hear you from far away." Gu Bai could not endure it any longer either, and she snapped, "Will you two just shut the hell up already?" The other two were stunned. They stopped arguing and turned to ask, "Did she just say hell?" "I think so." Even Gu Bai could not believe she had said it. Her entire face flushed red with embarrassment. She then awkwardly turned her face away and stammered, "Sorry." Qi Xiaohe walked over and patted her shoulder comfortingly, while ordering the other two, "Both of you, shut up for a while and get in the car. Look, you've embarrassed the poor girl." Once the other two had finally gone out of sight, Qi Xiaohe introduced herself. "Qi Xiaohe, what's your name?" "Gu Bai Zipli Di Mili Gu Bai." As they walked toward the car, Xiaohe praised her. "Don't take it to heart. Honestly, you looked really cool when you were cursing them out just now." Gu Bai looked surprised. "Really?" Xiaohe nodded. "Have you seen Thelma and Louise? You look just like the heroine from that movie." Once everyone was seated in the car, Xiaohe, who was driving, asked, "Before we set off, can I ask why you all want to go to Jinai City at a time like this?" Or immediately replied, "This brat Zian wants to go." Bai Zian could not help snapping, "Don't steal my lines, damn it." The car started moving toward Jinai City at Bai Zian's request. Along the way, he explained the situation to everyone. "Earlier, one of my pet beasts evolved because of an accident. It was a a blessing in disguise, I suppose. But my other pet beast still hasn't broken through, so I want to go to Giant Eye City to find the materials it needs for its breakthrough. Besides, I already wanted to go there anyway, because I need to find an extremely rare treasure. He paused and thought, to hell my grandfather. Hearing this, Qi Xiaohe cautioned him, looking for a treasure? Then this really isn't a good time for you to go to Giant Eye City. First of all, Giant Eye City itself is a city with many factions. As she spoke, the car drew closer and closer to Giant Eye City. The factions have managed to maintain a balance among themselves, and on the surface, things seem fairly peaceful. But recently, some incidents have occurred. Qi Xiaohe began telling them about a strange person who had appeared recently. Apparently, they have a very strange name and go around killing people. Their methods are especially cruel. The victims are either dismembered or parts of their bodies have been eaten. Rumor has it that some kind of monster, like a zombie or a vampire, is responsible. But the factions in the city don't believe in zombies or vampires. They all think someone is trying to seize territory. That's why every corner of Giant Eye City is now patrolled by faction mercenaries. The more Gubai heard, the more she trembled. Zombies, vampires. Bai Zian comforted her. Gubai, don't be afraid. Those are only rumors. But she was not trembling from fear. She was trembling from excitement. She raised her head and replied eagerly, no, I'm really excited. I want to get to Giant Eye City as soon as possible. Bai Zian was startled by Gubai's excitement and thought to himself, has some strange switch inside Gubai been flipped? Before long, they finally arrived. Qi Xiao announced, all right, we're here. Bai Zian got out and looked around in amazement. Before him stood an enormous ancient tree, its canopy so vast that it seemed capable of covering the entire sky. Bai Zian could not help exclaiming in surprise. Giant Forest City, while he was absorbed in looking around, or appeared out of nowhere and shouted enthusiastically, all right, time to find the breakthrough materials. Bai Zian frowned at his attitude. Hey, could you stop pretending to be so enthusiastic? Qi Xiao has stood behind them and said helplessly, you two can argue later. Pay me first. Her words left them both frozen. Kept glancing at him, Bai Zian shot him a glare. What are you looking at me for? In the end, Bai Zian had no choice but to take out his card and pay. Once he was done, he glared at and cursed. Damn it, he got another free ride. After receiving the payment, Qi Xiaohe gave them one last reminder before leaving. Across the street is the Blood Shadow Bar. It is the largest intelligence trading hub in the city. I won't be going in. I have an investigation commission concerning the zombie case. Call me when you're finished. Bai Zian turned to Gubai, about to say something. Then Gubai and I. But when he saw how eager she was to see a zombie, he changed his mind. Gubai seems. Let me help her. He began waving his arms repeatedly to signal Qi Xiaohe, but only made her more confused. Young man, what are you doing? Signaling? With flags? What are you trying to say? After a while, she finally understood what he meant and smiled. I get it. She cooperated with Bai Zian. Young man, I suddenly remembered that my younger brother was supposed to come with me today, but he's sleeping soundly. Could. Bai Zian immediately played along. Oh, how about this? I don't really understand this kind of thing, but Gubai is very good at it. Why not let Gubai go? Gubai, do you want to go? Gubai answered happily. All right, I'll go. Qi Xiaohe and Gubai both left, leaving only the two of them behind. Or said, now it's just the two of us. From this moment on, it's guy time. Seeing how excited he was, Bai Zian could only sigh helplessly. How old are you? And you still call yourself a guy? The two headed toward a nearby bar. Seeing or still chattering behind him, Bai Zian heard him say, what do you mean? I should be called a mature young man. Bai Zian said in disgust, do you have to follow me? Or replied casually, you're still a young man. How could I let you enter a bar alone? He continued rambling. Besides, I know the lay of the land here very well. Bai Zian sneered. Are you short on drinking money or something? Or immediately defended himself and pointed toward the girl at the bar counter. How could that be? I have a great relationship with the receptionist. Besides, the most reliable intelligence here all comes from her. Then he sat down and greeted her. Xiaowen, long time no see. Got any recommendations today? Hearing a familiar voice call her name, she turned around. Huh? Or, you still dare to come here? Seeing Or, she turned to her co-worker and said, Sister Xian, settle his outstanding debt. Someone answered, oh, Or? I'll do it right away. Or was left speechless. Wait a minute. He hurriedly changed the subject. I came today to introduce a new customer to my beloved sister-in-law. He shifted his gaze toward Bai Zian and explained the situation to her. I came today to introduce a new customer to my beloved sister-in-law. Xiaowen immediately refused. If it's about that, Go find Brother Chio. Bai Zian thought to himself, if the divine eye's detection range weren't limited, why would I waste my time here? Suddenly, Xiaowan's phone rang. Xiaowan, someone's looking for you. She sighed in annoyance. You gotta be kidding me. Again, or leaned closer curiously. Who is it? Do I know him? As she opened her phone, she replied, What? It's someone I met online yesterday. Xiaowan briefly explained, he's probably some spoiled rich kid from an S&M club or something, but he's incredibly full of himself. She held out her phone for or to see. Fu Baixing works hard on his abs. The overlord accepts loyal obedience. What is the purpose of lifelong conditioning? She scoffed. What a lunatic. The girl had barely finished tapping like before she went on. After we added each other, he kept sending me weird videos. Now he keeps privately messaging me too. Suddenly, someone shouted from afar, drawing everyone's attention. Little girl, a half-naked man, wearing a very strange blindfold appeared. He smiled brightly. Aren't you happier now that you've met me? I went through a lot of trouble to find this place. He approached Xiaowan in bizarre poses and asked loudly, Well, have you thought it over, little girl? Kim Hung-tai lifted her chin and grinned madly. Become my mistress. No, let me become your master. Ha ha ha. Become my slave, and I'll make you. Witnessing the disgusting scene, Bai Zian cursed inwardly. Every rich kid I've met is either an idiot or a pervert. Are there no normal rich kids at all? Unable to tolerate it any longer, he stood up, intending to teach the man a lesson. Forget it. I'll help her. Or stopped him and reminded him, Wait, don't act rashly. This is Giant Eye City. He continued explaining to Bai Zian, the people here aren't like the people in your white-scale city. Meanwhile, Xiaowan stared directly into the man's face without the slightest fear and exposed his private life. Beast tamers aren't the only ones who possess power. Kim Hung-tai, young master of the Kim Corporation and one of Giant Eye City's tycoons. 19 years old, he deeply hates his stepmother, has sadistic tendencies, and is arrogant. Recently, he has been sleeping around constantly. In just 1 month, he's gone through 49 girls, all gold-digging girls he met online. The man stiffened, unable to say anything. Xiaowan ignored him and continued. Did you think every girl would see your abs and your money, then willingly become your slave? Her eyes shone brightly as she spoke in a stern voice. But you've misunderstood one thing. In Giant Eye City, it isn't only you rich people who get to call the shots. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaowan lunged forward and injected him with a syringe before he could react. Without holding back, she injected the entire dose into Hung-tai's body. His body instantly froze, while black crystalline shards appeared all over him. Hung-tai could only scream in pain. What did you inject into my? Before he could finish, he fell backward. Xiaowan explained slowly. It's only an anti-spiritual power agent. To ordinary people like us, it's no different from saline. But to beast tamers like you, it's pufferfish poison. Your spirit veins are half ruined now. You probably can't even stand up anymore. Or, Bai Zian had watched the entire scene. Or said, Xiaowan is famous for hating beast tamers. Her nickname is the Spirit Vein Killer. Bai Zian looked at him. Then does she know you're a beast tamer? Or answered confidently, Of course she does. She's an intelligence broker, I acknowledge. The only reason she doesn't attack me is because I'm special. Suddenly, someone's arrival interrupted their conversation. A strange man walked in and said, Long time no see. I thought you would never return to Giant Eye City. His voice suddenly turned cold, especially after you angered Giant Eye City's lord. This man was Zhen Tian, nicknamed All-Seeing Eye, an intelligence expert and an ordinary man with no talent for beast taming. Zhen Tian teased, What trouble have you caused this time? Or, seeing him after so long, or spread his arms and hugged him. Oh my, brother Zhen, listen to yourself. I came to the Blood Shadow Bar today to gather intelligence. Of course. How could I dare make trouble in your place? Zhen Tian replied expressionlessly. I don't think you need any intelligence. Meanwhile, Xiaowan and her co-worker were busy dealing with Hung-tai in the background. Put him in the kitchen trash can. A garbage truck will come later. Where else are we supposed to throw him? As he spoke, Zhen Tian turned toward Bai Zian. The one who truly needs intelligence should be this young man here, or rather, the grandson of the Lord of White-Scale City. He recited all of Bai Zian's information, leaving him shocked. A prodigy capable of leveling the Azure Sky Forest. Your strength cannot possibly be limited to the silver rank. And you are a beast tamer with extraordinary talent. Bai Zian, I know all of it. Zhen Tian answered calmly. After all, I am the boss of the Blood Shadow Bar. Or rather, I am head of the 9 Provinces Federation Intelligence Trading Center. After speaking, he politely invited Bai Zian to sit down and talk. We've exchanged enough greetings. You're an honored guest, so why don't you sit first? We can talk at length. The three sat down, and Jintian spoke first. Young Master Bai, for a prodigy like you, finding the location of silver rank breakthrough materials should not be difficult, right? What you truly want must be an exceptionally rare material, like the treasures you encountered at the auction before. Meanwhile, or leisurely order to drink. Hey, Sister Xian, tequila without salt, unlike before. Whose order is it? Naturally, this young master's. Seeing that Jintian knew everything, Bai Zian thought in amazement he even knows about the auction. It seems his influence extends far beyond Jianai City. Perhaps he has eyes and ears throughout the entire 9 provinces federation. As he thought this, he replied, "That's right." Jintian then named his price. Information on materials does not come cheap. Which material do you want information about? Bai Zian answered without hesitation. Spirit nurturing heavenly water, a purple crystal rank water element material. Don't worry about the money. Seeing his decisive attitude, Jintian stated his deduction. Is that so? As far as I know, your second pet beast is Lihua. You should have no need for water element materials. Could it be that this material isn't for you, but for the gravely injured Lord Bai? Everything Jintian said was correct. Bai Zian was stunned as he thought, and asked, how is that possible? How does he know grandfather is injured? Even such confidential information? Why do you know about this? Jintian explained calmly. Although White Scale City has sealed off all related information, there is no wall in the world that is completely airtight. By inferring from the official information and the material you seek, one can deduce Lord Bai's condition. Jintian continued, with enough intelligence, one can deduce even more intelligence. That is also one of the principles of being an intelligence broker. Then he warned Bai Zian, while we're on the subject, some unknown people have recently been asking about your White Scale City. Consider this information a gift. Surprised by this information, Bai Zian wondered, who could it be? Who is watching White Scale City? Or asked, Brother Zhenwei, we came here to ask about the material. So where exactly is that heavenly water? Jintian provided the information. 3 months ago, a group of mercenaries escorted spirit-nurturing heavenly water through the wind-howling mountain range. But after entering, they were never seen again. Over the past 3 months, people have continuously entered in hopes of finding it. But without exception, no one who entered has ever returned. Hearing this, Bai Zian asked the system, help me inspect the wind-howling mountain range. The wind-howling mountain range, a mountain range under the jurisdiction of Jianai City. It was once the largest source spirit mine region, but its mineral veins are now gradually drying up. Seeing Bai Zian's determination, Jintian advised him, in my opinion, I still would not recommend that you enter the wind-howling mountain range personally. The terrain there is extremely complex, and it is easy to get lost. Even without the threat of feral beasts, it is very dangerous. Seeing his goodwill, Bai Zian lowered his head slightly in thanks. Thank you for your concern. But as you know, I have a reason why I must go. I have to find the spirit-nurturing heavenly water. After saying that, Bai Zian took out his card to pay. Seeing that he was preparing to leave, Jintian warned him, young man, there's one more thing. I think you must have heard something about it when you entered the city. His expression grew stern as he seriously cautioned them. Zombies, vampires, the serial murder cases connected to them are all real. This is advice, not intelligence. You must stay safe, especially at night. Hearing him say this, Bai Zian became more vigilant. As he left the bar, he worried about Gu Bai and Qi Xiaoa. Are those rumors really true? I wonder how Gu Bai and the others are doing. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaoa and Gu Bai walked and chatted. Back then, my younger brother and I were still living on the streets. A group of lunatics chased us through 3 whole streets. Then we ran into a girl with an incredibly fierce look in her eyes. She wasn't much older than me, and she seemed to be a student at the police academy. Because she looked so fierce, those lunatics thought she was with us. After that, we ran all over the place from the east side of Jianai City to the west. The two entered a dark alley as Qi Xiaohe continued. Later, we became friends. I heard she's a police officer now, and she's one of the rare good cops in Jianai City. Hearing this, Gu Bai understood. So, it was this policewoman who gave you the commission, Sister Xiaohe. Gu Bai was quite surprised by this information. She had not expected the police to commission mercenaries as well. Qi Xiaohe emitted his smile in reply. After all, they still had connections, and there were certain matters the police could not handle openly, so they could only leave them to us. Consider it cooperation between the police and civilians. With that, she walked over to the guards and spoke. "Oh, Chun, I'm here. What's wrong?" Hearing Chi Xiao's voice, Chun turned around, her face stern as she reprimanded her. "You're 3 minutes and 41 seconds late. And besides," as she spoke, her gaze shifted toward Gu Bai, startling her slightly. "You even brought a stranger." Chi Xiaohe quickly defended herself. "Isn't it because Qi Ming got too drunk? I thought I'd take the opportunity to show the newcomer around." Seeing how tense the atmosphere was, she teased. "But then again, Chun, have you noticed that all 3 of us have eyelashes as tiny as beans?" Gubai blankly replied, "Huh?" Chun said helplessly, "Can you be serious for once? I called you here because my other colleagues are truly not the least bit dedicated." She pointed toward a corpse sprawled nearby and reported, "This is already the 2nd victim today. I was hoping nothing would happen before you arrived. Time of death, 20 hours and 23 minutes ago. If I come a little earlier, I could have joined in on the action." Chun continued, with a trace of dissatisfaction in her voice, but neither the forensics department nor the medical examiner found what attacked the victim, though I suspect they never investigated properly in the first place. Hearing this, Chi Xiaohe comforted her. "Try to understand them. You're the only passionate policewoman in this city. The rest are all weaklings, so why bother arguing with them?" Chin took out her phone and photographed the corpse, then turned to Chi Xiaohe. "I've documented the scene. I should find someone to take the body away first." Chi Xiaohe asked in confusion, "Take the body where?" Gu Bai, who had been silent all this time, stepped closer to inspect the corpse and suddenly said, "Wait." She took a small pair of tweezers from her pocket and said to Chun, "Excuse me." Then Gu Bai reached out and collected a sample from a body. She was startled by what she had retrieved and said in shock, "This is a human tooth." Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, Chen asked skeptically, "Are you certain?" Gu Bai answered with absolute conviction, "Absolutely." She held up the tooth. Its shape was extremely strange, covered in cracks and emitting an eerie blue glow. Moreover, it was severely damaged. It had numerous fractures and did not resemble the tooth of a living person. There were still traces of spiritual energy reactions on it. Only someone who constantly used spiritual energy equipment would develop such problems. After analyzing the sample, Gu Bai finally reached a conclusion. The deceased was not aggressive. It seems the recent rumors were true. In other words, the culprit is a living corpse. Its entire face was pale and shriveled, with nothing but skin stretched over bone and broken teeth. It also had to remain constantly connected to spiritual energy equipment. They are known as Frankensteins. Meanwhile, Bai Zian were on their way to search for the item. Bai Zian glanced at or doubtful of his directions. "Are you sure this is the shortest route?" Or stammered in reply, well, perhaps it isn't this way. I may have remembered incorrectly." At that moment, a strange figure appeared behind them, staring fixedly at their backs. Sensing its presence, or warned by Zian, "Hey, look behind you." Realizing he had been discovered, the creature immediately attacked. Its shriveled arms stretched straight out, revealing a sharp blade. With a vicious expression, it prepared to rush forward and kill them, or recognized it and shouted, "A corpse spirit!" Another corpse spirit had ambushed them from behind, and there was yet another one farther back. The two creatures charged at them simultaneously, placing them in a difficult position. One corpse spirit immediately swung its blade at her. He nimbly blocked the strike and shouted, "These corpse spirits are monsters created by the madmen of the Sinflar sect, combined with the technology of visitors from beyond the heavens like you." The other one lunged toward Baizian, but it was far too slow, and Baizian easily dodged it. He shouted at, or, "What nonsense are you talking about?" or swung his sword and severed the corpse spirit's head, stopping its attack. As he fought, he explained, they use spirit crystals or release spiritual energy materials to replace biological signals, reviving people who have already died. After saying that, or did not relax his vigilance and immediately assumed a defensive stance. In a grave voice, he said, "Get out of here quickly. Your current abilities are still not enough to deal with these things. Bai Zian replied, "What? Are you looking down on me? I was already fighting monsters back when I was bronze rank." Or did not argue. He looked toward the corpse spirit whose head he had cut off, only to see it reattach its own head as though nothing had happened. Even if you cut off their heads, they can reattach them. After all, you cannot kill something that has already died. Witnessing this scene, Bai Zian could not help exclaiming, "That regenerative ability is absurdly strong." Or turned to him and patiently explained, urging him to leave quickly. "Your power truly is formidable, but with your current level of skill, destroying them would affect the entire city. Rather than waste your effort here, go outside and find reinforcements. And do not underestimate the strength of a diamond rank opponent." Bai Zian finally agreed and turned to seek help. "Then I'll go find Gu Bai and the others. If you can escape, we'll meet at the bar." Now, or was left alone with the two corpse spirits. Never taking his eyes off them, he thought to himself, "Solaris, is this how your demon spider cult treats the dead?" With that, or activated his power. Blue arcs of electricity wrapped around his body as his gaze hardened in preparation for battle. "Looks like I should get serious for once." Meanwhile, Bai Zian finally escaped the alley and hurried off to find help. A corpse spirit suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Its appearance was entirely different from those of the earlier creatures, and Bai Zian thought in confusion, "What? There's another corpse spirit?" The creature suddenly opened the eye on its forehead and activated its function, initiating scan mode. Bai Zian still did not understand what was happening. "What?" The corpse spirits I began identifying Bai Zian. Target unit confirmed. Preparing to activate capture mode. The moment the system finished speaking, the flesh on both sides of its jaw split apart like withered flower petals, creating a horrifying sight. Capture mode activated. Activating sonic wave generator. The technique was activated, and a wave of sound crashed directly into Bai Zian. It left him dizzy, forcing him to cover his ears. He tried to resist, but it was completely useless. The sonic waves were too powerful, and all he could do was endure them. Another sonic wave attack. This one is even worse than Xiao Fenghuang's. Seeing that Bai Zian could still resist, the corpse spirit increased the intensity of the sonic waves. He immediately collapsed to his knees, clutching his head in agony. Bai Zian gritted his teeth and struggled to remain conscious. But the growing intensity of the sonic waves made it increasingly difficult. "Damn it, I'm about to lose consciousness." In the end, he could resist no longer. His eyes gradually closed and his awareness faded away. Just before he completely lost consciousness, Bai Zian suddenly saw the figure of a girl appear before him. Time passed quietly. The sun gradually disappeared behind the distant mountain ranges, giving way to cold moonlight blanketing the land. Chen drove with Qi Xiaohe and Gu Bai in the car. On the way, Chen turned to Gu Bai and asked, clearly impressed by her earlier performance, "Little sister, where did you learn all that? You're nearly on par with us police officers." Qi Xiaohe joined in, "Exactly. I'm curious too. White Scale City Academy probably does not teach spiritual energy investigations, does it?" Gu Bai answered awkwardly, "It's just a hobby." Suddenly, a dark shadow blocked their view. Qi Xiaohe turned to Chen and said, "Hey, Chen, look up there. Is something falling?" Chen did not bother to look. On a highway like this, who will be throwing something down from the sky? As soon as she said that, a figure came crashing down onto their car. Qi Xiaohe cried out in alarm. "Damn it, there really is." The sudden appearance caused Chen to lose control of the vehicle. The car swerved across the road before crashing straight into a nearby wall. The figure turned out to be, Qi Xiaohe said angrily, "What are you doing?" Chen also spoke helplessly. "Sir, could you perhaps get down first?" Or's face was covered in sweat. He pressed his sword firmly against the creature beneath him and said, "No, if I get down, this thing will escape. Besides, is our only clue." The corpse spirit pinned beneath him kept struggling to break free. Or suddenly remembered something and turned to Chun. "Officer, I recall that your police force still uses old electronic hardware for confidentiality, right? Let me borrow it. I need to extract clues from this thing." Hearing that, she hurriedly went to retrieve it. "Wait a moment." She connected a cable to its neck and exclaimed as she analyzed it. "The person who made these corpse spirits is clever. They even used an old-style interface." Chen turned to Or and asked, "So what exactly are you trying to investigate?" He replied, "I want to directly read the data in its memory. I want to see where their nest is." Chi Xiaohe saw, or awkwardly covering his face, and mischievously teased him. What exactly are you trying to do? And wasn't that young man acting with you? Where did he go? Beside them, Gu Bai's eyes sparkled as she continuously took pictures with her phone. Is this really a zombie? Meanwhile, Chun frowned as she studied the information on the electronic screen. The address is... Wait, this is the Wind-Howling Mountain Range. It has become an uninhabited restricted zone. What exactly happened there? Only then did or come back to his senses. Gai Ziyan has been captured by them. His words shocked everyone present. What? Elsewhere, the unconscious Bai Ziyan was hanging against a wall with his hands tightly shackled. At that moment, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated, jolting him awake. Bai Ziyan blankly assessed his current situation. What happened? Where am I? My phone. Gubai must be calling me. His hands were restrained by anti-spiritual energy shackles, which could not be destroyed with spiritual energy. Bai Ziyan tried moving his hands. Damn it, of all times. After confirming their properties, an idea struck him. Wait, if spiritual energy cannot destroy them, then I can just force them open directly. Bai Ziyan urged the system. Eye of God, help me remove the suppression on the corroded origin. A warning appeared. This operation carries risks. But he did not care. Stop stalling. Hurry up. As soon as he said that, Bai Ziyan felt his strength surge. The probability of lifting the corrosion restriction increased. He exerted his strength and tore the shackles free from their locks. Feeling power coursing through his body, Bai Ziyan thought, this berserk transformation is quite useful too. It may be a little expensive, but the price is still acceptable. He hurriedly took the phone from his pocket. I should answer first, or Gubai will worry. However, the consequence of his increased strength was that the moment he lightly touched it, the screen shattered completely. Gubai, who was trying to call him, received a notification. The number you have dialed is currently outside the service area. Chi Xiaohe was startled upon hearing it. Huh? Could he be dead? Gai Ziyan. Bai Ziyan stared in frustration at the smashed phone in his hand. This is bad. I forgot I'm still in berserk transformation. Then the system issued another notification. 5 seconds until loss of control. He hurriedly commanded, activate suppression function. Only after that did Bai Ziyan begin observing his surroundings. It seems this place used to be a quarry or a mine. If it is a mine, he suddenly thought of a possibility. That could be a spirit crystal mine. Bai Ziyan raised his hand to sense the surroundings. Sure enough, there are still some spirit crystal veins here. If I use my spiritual energy to blow up these veins, I might be able to find an exit. Suddenly, the wall before him shook and slowly cracked open. What is happening? A powerful burst of energy blew it apart and shot straight toward him. Bai Ziyan coughed violently amid the dust and smoke. Cough, cough. What happened? I haven't even activated my spiritual energy yet. The person who appeared before him spoke. Why does he look so familiar? Ren and I playfully raised a hand in greeting. Oh, isn't this the young master of the Bai family? Long time no see. Bai Ziyan was surprised when he saw her. Renni, why are you here? Unhappily, she pointed at him. What kind of question is that? Are you unhappy to see me? Bai Ziyan was intimidated by her aggressive attitude. No, I'm happy. Ren and I dropped her teasing demeanor and looked behind her. We can talk later. Another guest is coming. At some point, several corpse spirits had appeared there. Ren and I showed no fear. Instead, she snapped her fingers excitedly. Young master, you arrived just in time to see some moves I recently learned. Wingfang, come here. At her call, a bird rushed in at astonishing speed. It appeared behind the corpse spirits and flew over to perch on Renni's shoulder. Let this kid see how formidable we are. She pressed her hands together. Come on now, fire spirit protection. Then she flew straight toward the corpse spirits. Bai Ziyan was alarmed by her actions. This is bad. She wants to deal with them directly. He hurriedly shouted, Ren and I. Those corpse spirits possess extremely powerful regenerative abilities. Ordinary methods cannot hurt them. She ignored him and threw a straight punch forward. Of course I know that. She then swiftly left a mark on a corpse spirit's face. Separated fire. Curse seal. Another corpse spirit suddenly appeared behind her and attacked. Ren and I leapt away with lightning speed, narrowly evading it. That was dangerous. I almost got hit. She gathered momentum and charged forward again. But now it's my turn. In an instant, she grabbed its head and slammed it hard into the floor. Satisfied, Ren and I punched the motionless corpse spirit heavily in the head. Brats who dare sneak attack from behind deserve some punishment. A seal immediately appeared on its head. After finishing, she turned back. One left. The final corpse spirit lunged at Rin and I, intending to attack her. She curled her lips in mockery. Your attack patterns are far too simple. Rin and I snapped the corpse spirit's weapon with her bare hands, then spun around and delivered a powerful kick. Go rest early. Another separated fire seal was branded onto it. She turned, flipped through the air, and landed beside Zian. Then she smugly glanced at him. Young master, watch carefully. The real battle starts now. Delighted, Rin and I gave an order. It's your turn now, Wing Fong. At once, a small yellow bird filled with blazing crimson power shot forward. In an instant, it pierced straight through all three creatures before they could react. The struck corpse spirits immediately collapsed, their bodies shattered to pieces. Zian was utterly astonished. What technique was that? The three corpse spirits were instantly burned until only dry skeletons remained. A notification appeared. Separated fire, curse seal. By damaging the opponent's spirit veins, it causes the opponent to burn from within. Burning caused by this method differs from ordinary combustion. The continuous burning inflicts damage only once and then ends. It does not produce intense sustained effects. Zian came to a conclusion. So you use combustion to inflict one-time damage that prevents the corpse spirits from regenerating. Rin and I bristled as though he had hit the mark. You figured it out? I spent 3 months researching this in this awful place. Hearing that, Zian asked in confusion, Wait, you said you've been here for 3 whole months? Rin and I began recounting her grievances. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I came to Jinai City for a vacation and wanted to buy some supplies at a gas station. But that gas station was a scam. By the time I woke up, I was already here. Zian wondered, Then what have you been eating here for the past 3 months? Rin and I confidently replied, Luckily, I happened to bring extra nutrient bars. At the very least, they'll last me half a year. A thought suddenly flashed through Zian's mind. Better not ask how she bathed. He asked, Do you know how to get out of here? Rin and I said, Although I've been here for 3 months, this place is a maze. I don't know how to get out either. Zian asked, A maze? Rin and I replied, That's right. So I wanted to drill through the wall and see if there was a chance of getting out. Zian continued, And then you ran into me, right? Rin and I answered, Exactly. Meeting you really was quite a coincidence. She stepped into a huge drainage pipe and suggested, Enough nonsense. Let's go this way. Zian said, Didn't you just kick this place open? Besides, there's a door over there. Shouldn't we check it out? But Rin and I warned him, If you don't want to see those corpse spirits again, I suggest you don't open that door. Zian replied, Fine. As they walked, Rin and I asked, So, how did you end up here? Zian answered, Same as you. I ran into a strange corpse spirit, got knocked out, and was brought here. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground. Zian immediately realized an earthquake. The broad path in front of them had just turned into a dead end. Zian asked what happened. Wasn't there a path here just now? Rin and I irritably grabbed at her hair and cursed. What the hell is this dump doing now? Zian ordered, Eye of God, scan this place. I want the exact structure here. The Eye of God delivered its results. This place had once been a quarry in Giantwood City, located in the mineral vein region of the Wind-Howling Mountain Range. For unknown reasons, mining operations were later abandoned, leaving behind an extremely complex network of tunnels. It analyzed. Due to the complicated terrain, humans modified it into a modular mechanism. Each section was divided into independently movable modules. At fixed intervals of location or time, the modules shifted, making the already complex terrain even more intricate. However, as long as the pattern can be found, escape remains possible. Zian immediately understood. In other words, that earthquake just now was only this section moving. And the wall in front of us means we've entered a new section. As long as I figure out its movement pattern, I may be able to find the exit. Beside him, Rin and I said aggressively, If we get blocked again, we'll just smash through it. Zian was alarmed and hurriedly stopped her. Rin and I wait. The moment he finished speaking, Rin and I pulled out an enormous drill and shouted, Crimson Drill. In a fury, she drove the spinning drill into the massive wall and roared. From childhood until now, no person and no obstacle has ever blocked my path. Today, this damned maze won't stop me either. With the destructive power of the giant drill, Rin and I blasted forward at incredible speed. She called out, Young Masterby, follow me. Seeing this, Bai Zian thought to himself, forget it. Being reckless once in a while isn't necessarily bad. A deafening crash rang out, followed by a cloud of thick dust. Stepping out of the haze, Rin and I had already drilled through every wall in their way. She said with satisfaction, "We're through. This must be the longest tunnel I've blasted open in these 3 months." Bai Zian walked ahead and said, "But this place is different from the others. It looks like a laboratory." Looking through a glass window, he suddenly noticed something. "What are these?" Inside was an entire room packed with an army of corpse spirits. The Eye of God reported, "Type 7 corpse spirits currently dormant." Bai Zian was deeply shocked. They've actually formed an entire army of corpse spirits. What are they trying to do? A large gate appeared before them. Rin and I studied it and asked, "This door is strange. I've never seen it before. Let's open it and take a look." Suddenly, the door opened by itself. Bai Zian immediately scolded Rin and I quickly explained, "I didn't touch it at all. It opened on its own." Inside stood a gigantic test tube. Within it was the silhouette of a huge, strange creature, its limbs bound tightly. Rin and I stared in shock and exclaimed, "Its mouth. What is that thing?" Bai Zian began, But then he noticed something. What? Through the Eye of God, Bai Zian saw species unidentified, a composite creature based on the rubber ape. By utilizing the rubber ape's pliability, it has fused multiple talents. A rank fusion, a rank free transformation, a rank wind transformation, a rank marsh wisdom, a rank tyrant's fury. Due to its unique nature, it can acquire new talents by absorbing the spirit cores of other spirit beasts. Bai Zian thought in astonishment, it has 5 talents, and it can gain even more? This really is a monster. What exactly has this spirit beast been through? Suddenly, a sound echoed nearby. Bai Zian and Rin and I both realized that someone was close. Asmodin appeared, wearing a bizarre expression. In a voice that made their skin crawl, she said, "Welcome, my 2 materials." Asmodin continued, "The fact that you 2 found your way here proves that you passed this maze's test. Now, I only need to determine which one of you possesses the pure yang body I need." Rin Ishchadev. "Hey, that woman isn't moving her mouth when she talks. That's terrifying." Bai Zian asked, "That isn't the important part. What exactly does she mean by a pure yang body?" Asmodin said, "Whichever one of you has the pure yang body will eventually become part of this child. Go on, play with them." At the same time, cracks began to appear across the test tube, and the corpse spirit inside was freed from its restraints. An enormous explosion erupted before Bai Zian and Ren and I, leaving both of them stunned. The corpse spirit instantly shot forward, raising its razor-sharp claws. Bai Zian thought so fast. As the corpse spirit closed in, Bai Zian raised a shield just in time and blocked its claws. Seizing the chance, he ordered, "Whale, come out." Whale immediately appeared. Charging into battle, Whale rammed directly into the corpse spirit. But with its speed, the corpse spirit dodged in time. Bai Zian thought, its reactions are incredibly fast. Then he suddenly noticed, wait, this guy's movements look a little strange. The corpse spirit clutched its head and writhed in agony, radiating dense streams of energy. Bai Zian sensed, it seems to be in extreme pain. Forget it. I can't worry about that right now. Without hesitation, he said, Whale, use Tidal Crush. Whale surged like a storm toward the corpse spirit sitting dazed before him. A violent impact exploded, sending out a massive shockwave. Whale immediately returned to Bai Zian's side. Bai Zian wondered, is it over? But as the mist dispersed, the corpse spirit appeared in an entirely different form. Bai Zian thought in shock, what? A shield. Bai Zian's eyes widened. Is this free transformation? It can actually turn its body into a shield to block attacks. This talent is absurdly powerful. After withstanding Whale's attack, the corpse spirit separated its shield-like layer. The bundles of muscle in its arms writhed violently, as though hundreds of worms were crawling beneath its skin, then condensed into solid, powerful muscles. Without delay, the corpse spirit threw a punch directly at Bai Zian. Rin and I immediately charged in, unwilling to be ignored. I'm not invisible, you know. She met the corpse spirit's attack with her bare fist. The collision of their tremendous strength generated a powerful gust of wind. From behind her, Bai Zian anxiously shouted, Rin and I, you can't fight it with your fists. It can reshape itself at will. At that moment, the corpse spirit's muscles began to move again, gradually coiling around Rin's arm. The writhing muscle bundles spread toward her shoulder, leaving her stunned. Rin and I asked, "What the hell is this?" In the blink of an eye, her entire body was tightly wrapped in muscle fibers. Rin and I panicked and cried out, "Ugh, that's disgusting. Let me go." Seeing the situation, Bai Zian immediately ordered Whale, "Quick, use Moon Mirror Counter." Whale moved close to the corpse spirit and unleashed Moon Mirror Counter. The crescent blade swiftly severed the corpse spirit's muscle fibers. As Bai Zian pulled the remaining muscle strands off Rin and I, he warned, "Your fighting style is far too reckless." Rin and I grumbled, "How was I supposed to know what abilities that monster had?" Looking at the severed pieces of the corpse spirit, Bai Zian wondered, "The parts that were cut off are still alive. What kind of life force is this?" The muscle fibers crawled back toward their host. Bai Zian thought, "This ability is truly difficult to deal with. It looks like I'll have to plan carefully this time. I can't act rashly." Then an idea suddenly came to him. "That's right," Bai Zian guessed. "If I'm not mistaken, it must be experiencing tremendous pain right now. In that case, there's only one thing I can try." But he was still worried. Resonance. If I can't defeat it by force, then I can only negotiate with it. Bai Zian instructed, "Rin and I, no matter what happens in a moment, don't interfere." Rin and I asked, "What are you planning to do?" Bai Zian did not answer. Instead, he reminded Whale, "The same goes for you. Don't make a move." The moment the corpse spirit charged at Bai Zian, he shouted, "Remove restrictions. Activate Berserk Transformation. Enhance my reaction speed." A notification appeared. Berserk Transformation activated. Countdown, 999 seconds. As he blocked the corpse spirit's attacks, Bai Zian calculated, "Although Berserk Transformation continuously reduces my spirit power limit, precise defense consumes less spirit power than ordinary defense." The Eye of God displayed further information. Precise defense condenses spirit power into a denser shield. By predicting incoming attacks, it neutralizes them. If used properly, it may consume no stamina. Watching from above, Asmodin wondered, why did he suddenly switch from offense to defense? How disappointing. She said disdainfully, "It seems this brat probably isn't the pure young body after all. His origin is water." But why did the corpse spirit mistake him for a pure young body? Looking toward Rin and I, Asmodin pondered, "And that girl possesses the origin of separated fire, but she is still far from being a pure young body. Could the earlier data have been wrong?" The corpse spirit continued to charge Bai Zian in a frenzy. Bai Zian quickly defended himself and thought, "That's enough." Just as I guessed, its attack patterns are very simple. As the corpse spirit rushed toward him again, Bai Zian confidently concluded, "And the main purpose of enhancing my reaction speed isn't merely to make precise defense easier." He continued, "It's to seize the moment it attacks, the moment when it exposes its greatest opening." Seizing that opportunity, Bai Zian reached toward the corpse spirit as it lunged at him with murderous intent. "Now!" He grabbed its head. Red veins covered his hand as he shouted, "Resonance!" In an instant, Bai Zian was drawn into a vast, desolate space. All around him was a cold, lonely red. He thought, "What is that?" Before him stood 3 crosses, with a monkey nailed to the central one. The Eye of God provided information. Rubber ape. Subspecies, wind rubber ape. A subspecies of the rubber ape, whose original marsh attribute has transformed into wind. Extremely adaptable species. To enhance its adaptability, a ferocious beast core was forcibly implanted into its core. Its consciousness suffers extreme pain from the influence of that ferocious beast core. Bai Zian thought, how pitiful. A ferocious beast core was implanted into it. If that's the case, my divine artifact should be able to help it. He gently reached out, his eyes full of sympathy. "I mean you no harm. There's no reason for us to fight. You're a lot of pain right now, aren't you?" The monkey looked somewhat surprised. Bai Zian sincerely offered, "Make a contract with me. I can share your pain." The monkey hesitantly replied, "Make a contract. Share the pain." "I agree." Outside, after receiving the monkey's consent, Bai Zian said, "Deactivate Berserk Transformation." Above them, Asmodin was shocked. "Why has it stopped attacking? What did you do to it?" Bai Zian calmly began to cast something. "All things are void. All things are equal. All beings possess spirits. All things possess causes. The way of beast taming, the way of heaven, the way of spirit taming, the supreme way. Here, I form a contract with you. You and I shall share life, sickness, suffering, and the way of origin." Within the red space, the crosses imprisoning the monkey gradually dissolved, and its bindings vanished as well. At last, the monkey was freed, leaving even itself stunned. Bizian extended his hand and asked, "Do you feel a little better now?" The monkey stammered, "I." Bizian introduced himself. "My name is Bizian. What's your name?" Outside the red space, the corpse spirit's body gradually cracked apart. Asmodin could not help crying out, "What?" Bizian realized it worked. Renin's eyes stared wide-eyed and asked, "What?" From the corpse spirit's former body, a clearer, purer energy radiated outward, astonishing everyone present. A figure emerged, accompanied by information from the Eye of God. Fusion beast, moon ape. Race, rubber ape. A composite spirit beast created through experimentation. Originally a creature of the azure sky forest, it later underwent mutation after the implantation of spirit cores from various spirit beasts, gaining multiple talents. Skills: wind, azure cloud rush, blue; marsh, stellar current passage, blue; water, moon mirror counter, blue; thunder, furious dragon fist, blue. Bizian said in astonishment. It actually possesses 7 elemental techniques. More information continued to appear. Mountain, diamond body, blue; earth, iron mountain smash, vast blue; heavenly stems, 10 deaths fall, blue. Before this sight, Asmodin trembled with rage and snarled, "Damn it, you actually stole it from me. The strongest spirit beast I painstakingly created. It was supposed to form a contract with me, summoning an even larger headless monster." Asmodin smiled eerily. "Since that's the case, I'll have to act personally and destroy this failed experiment." Bizian glared at her. "Do you really think I'll let you do that?" The headless monster immediately charged at Moon Ape. However, Moon Ape merely said calmly, "Free transformation." Moon Ape's arms instantly grew stronger, blocking the headless monster's punch. Bizian wanted to help and ordered, "Whale, we should," but Moon Ape stopped him. "Wait," he said, "don't interfere. This is my battle." Trembling as he struggled to hold back the attack, Moon Ape continued, "Originally, my people were merely rubber apes living in the azure sky forest. But that woman," Bizian felt deep sympathy. Moon Ape said, "She captured my entire clan. To complete her experiments, countless members of my people became her sacrifices." With unshakable determination and hatred, murderous intent filled Moon Ape's eyes. "Now that I've gained power, I will personally avenge my people." Moon Ape transformed his arms into sharp spikes and stabbed directly into the giant monster's cells, roaring, "I will kill everything that stands in the way of my revenge." Then he hurled the giant monster into the air and shouted, "Get out of my way!" The giant monster slammed into the wall. Moon Ape approached Asmodin, his gaze icy as he slowly said, "The vengeance of my people." But facing his overwhelming killing intent, Asmodin merely smiled chillingly and replied calmly, "Do you think that is all I'm capable of? I am the 5th high priestess of the demon spider cult." Ren and I suddenly noticed something below. "Look up there." Bizian thought, "This is bad." That's the corpse spirits had spilled out through the breach caused by the headless monster's collision. Bizian immediately realized the corpse spirits from the storage room. In an instant, they were surrounded by the swarming corpse spirits. Bizian cried out, "Damn it, we're surrounded!" Just then, Moon Ape charged forward madly, cutting down the corpse spirits as he shouted, "Anyone who stands in my way will die." Roaring, "Get out of my way!" Moon Ape fought like a madman. Seeing this, Bizian warned him, "You can't kill them all like that." He asked, "Ren and I, can you still use that move from before?" Fighting as she spoke, Ren and I replied, "There are too many of them. I don't have enough spiritual power to use the curse seal repeatedly." Bizian thought to himself, "Ren and I can't deal with all of them at once. Looks like I'll have to try it myself." He immediately summoned his power and entered Berserk Transformation. At the same time, the Eye of God announced, "Berserk Transformation activated. Countdown, 99.99 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, Bizian gave his command. "Whale, use the curse seal while activating Beast Spirit Swift." In an instant, Whale swept forward like a whirlwind, unleashing evil karma. Beast Spirit Swift. In the blink of an eye, Whale had scattered the corpse spirits. Red marks appeared above the heads of every corpse spirit that had been struck. Bizian's gaze sharpened as he ordered, "Disappear, you monsters!" Then, with evil karma, curse seal, sharp branches pierced through the bodies of the corpse spirits. Witnessing this, Asmodin went pale. What? He killed all the corpse spirits in an instant? Bizian stroked Whale and proudly explained, "If corpse spirits are controlled by spiritual power, then evil karma from a ferocious beast can destroy the spiritual power inside their bodies." At that moment, Moon Ape attacked Asmodin from behind and shouted, "Die!" But just as he was about to finish her, the headless monster appeared and blocked the blow for Asmodin. Moon Ape was stunned. "What? When did it get here?" he exclaimed. Seizing the chance, the headless monster threw a punch directly at Moon Ape. Seeing it, he thought, "Damn it." The giant's blow sent Moon Ape flying. At that moment, Byzien said, "Whale, go help him." Fortunately, Whale caught Moon Ape from behind. Asmodin sat leisurely on the giant monster's hand like a queen and said arrogantly, "To be honest, I greatly admire your abilities, but failed test subjects should be destroyed." She glared at them. "Therefore, the extermination procedure begins now." As soon as she finished speaking, the ground began shaking violently. Rin and I exclaimed, "Another earthquake?" Byzien realized, "She's changing the terrain here." At a mountain peak, a red vehicle arrived. "We're here." But Chi Xiaoha, Gubai, and all stare in shock. "Wait, what happened?" Looking at the collapsed devastation before them, the group could not help but curse. At the same time, Byzien used his power to remove the cover blocking the pipe passage. They quickly made their way down. Looking around, Byzien thought, "It seems she moved the module outside." Seeing the vehicle's lights in the distance, Byzien wondered, "What is that?" The vehicle immediately drove closer. Gubai rushed out of the vehicle, sobbing as she called, "Byzien!" Seeing her, Byzien could not hide his surprise. "Huh?" Gubai threw her arms around him. "Thank goodness you're alive. I thought you—" Byzien's face turned red. Stammering, he said, Gubai, if you hug me like this, I can't really breathe." Only then did Gubai realize what she was doing and reflexively cry out, "Ah!" Byzien awkwardly asked, "Are you all right?" Gubai stammered, "Ie me fine." Ren and I cut in irritably. "I told you." So it was that old woman from the other clan. No wonder my right eye kept twitching. Chi Xiaoha also spoke up. "Oh great, I didn't check the calendar before coming out today. Why did I have to run into this brat from their clan? What a mood killer." Interrupted the four of them anxiously. "Excuse me, whatever conflict you all have, we have a much bigger problem right now." He pointed ahead. "The corpse spirits underground have come out. Before them, an entire army of corpse spirits was advancing. Huge ice pillars stood like swords guarding the dark ravine, while dense black shadows writhed below. There was no mistaking them. They were corpse spirits. The group stood frozen, their eyes fixed on the horrifying sight before them, hardly daring to breathe. Byzien said, "This really is a zombie army." Assessing the situation, Byzien asked in his mind, "Eye of God, is my current spiritual power enough to destroy these corpse spirits?" The system panel appeared. From high above, Old Duan gripped a large gun and shouted, "Your delivery has arrived." He fired continuously at the corpse spirits, blasting them to pieces in every direction. Chi Xiaoha looked up and smiled mischievously as she spoke into her phone. "You delivery guys sure took your time. I ought to give you a 1-star rating." From the other end, Chi Ming replied in a teasing voice, "Come on, don't do that." He was sitting in a helicopter with Wind Wolf, aiming downward. Smiling, he said, "We couriers provide after-sale service. We even brought you a ride. How about you give us 5 stars first?" The helicopter flew into the center of the area and hovered above Byzien's group, lowering a retractable ladder. Qi Xiao shouted furiously, "You only lowered a ladder? What about my vehicle?" Suddenly, an eerie voice rang out. Asmodin smiled chillingly and said, "It seems there's even more trash to dispose of. Xing Tian, begin the cleanup." From a dimensional space emerged a pair of terrifying blue glowing eyes, followed by an enormous blue arm reaching toward the helicopter. Qi Ming was utterly shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Damn it, Dodge." Hearing him, the pilot quickly veered the helicopter away just as the gigantic blue hand closed in. However, the helicopter's tail was caught. Smoke billowed out, and Chi Xiaoha thought in alarm, "Damn it, Qi Ming." She stared in panic. "What is that?" Asmodin appeared, standing on her pet beast's shoulder. With a contemptuous smile, she said, "Now, I'll let you see Xing Tian's true power." Then she ordered the demonic beast, Xing Tian, begin the punishment. Xing Tian appeared in full, a headless monster with its eyes and mouth growing from its stomach. The system panel displayed its information. Byzien spoke seriously to Chi Xiaoha. Sister Xiaohe, go check on them. Leave this place to me. I have quite a bit of experience dealing with big guys like this. Suddenly, a hand patted him on the shoulder from behind. Wait, it was Or. With an unusually serious expression, he warned, this time, you can't handle alone. Don't be overconfident, kid. Zian was stunned. Why is this guy suddenly so serious? That's rare. Or continued, up to now, the strongest opponents you've fought have only been gold rank. Diamond rank is not something to joke about. Besides, this is Asmodin. This Asmodin is one of the siblings of Celine Asmodin. Her brother was the strongest warrior of the Sinflar sect, while she was the Sinflar sect's greatest thinker. After her brother died, she used a forbidden technique to refine him into his current form, Xingtian. Just as he finished speaking, Xingtian extended a massive hand and attacked them. Gaizian shouted urgently, "Hey, is this really the time to explain all that?" Or pulled back his cloak with one hand and raised his right hand with the other. Divine Shield appeared. A green barrier emerged and blocked Xingtian's attack. Xingtian refused to give up, increasing its strength in an attempt to break the barrier, filling the area with smoke and dust. Seeing this, Asmodin thought that shield, could it be? Her smile vanished. Or, TCH, this has become troublesome. Or clenched his fist, generating a surge of green lightning. He shouted and hurled his attack at Xingtian. Manifestation. But Asmodin quickly controlled Xingtian to evade it, or frowned in displeasure. She dodged it. Zian was amazed by the technique. What kind of move was that? The system panel explained. As soon as she spoke, a green vortex appeared in Xingtian's mouth. It reached inside, then drew out a great sword wrapped in spiritual power. Its roar tore through the heavens. Qiming was so shocked that even his pet beast's mouth fell open. What is that? The beast violently swung its blade toward Zian's group. Qiming shouted in terror. Damn it! A green hand emerged from the smoke and blocked the attack, or struggled to hold back the blade. As expected of a spirit beast refined from human, green lightning flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "But I am the high priest of the Moon Veil clan." He called out, "Manifestation." Multiple enormous arms suddenly appeared, reinforcing the defense against the strike. Asmodin's eyes widened in shock. What? How many arms did he manifest? The many arms worked together to lift Xingtian into the air, or gathered his strength and roared, "Die." Then he glanced at Zian and shouted, "You brat, it's your turn now." Zian pointed ahead and called his pet beast. Moon Mirror Counter. It appeared and charged forward. It nimbly curved around the blade and approached Xingtian from behind. Both of them spread their arms wide, gathered their strength into their legs, and launched an attack. They struck directly at both of Xingtian's shoulders, or swung his sword and called out, "With spirit, windbind." A deafening explosion rang out. He shot into the sky at incredible speed, then slashed directly through the monster's body, smashing it down into the ground. He continued diving from above, using with spirit to deliver a powerful slash across Xingtian's back. Rin and I exclaimed in astonishment. So this is a battle between powerful experts. That destructive power. The girl beside her was equally stunned. He must be at least diamond rank. The force of the attack burned Xingtian to ashes, and it gradually faded away, or reached out as he murmured a prayer. "Rest in peace, Ryan." The area fell silent. Looking at the ruins left behind by the battle, Zian thought, "Is it over?" As the smoke dispersed, Asmodin walked forward heavily, her eyes lowered and her face filled with helplessness and frustration. Gritting her teeth, she hissed, "Damn it, is Mercury in retrograde today? Why did I have to run into him?" A blade swiftly swept across in front of her throat, forcing her to stop, or stood tall and spoke firmly. "Enough, Celine. Stop." His eyes were resolute as he stared at her. "I don't want to harm my own people. You don't have to either." Asmodin lowered her head, her hair falling over her face, before laughing derisively. "Ah, my own people." Looking aggrieved, tears threatening to spill from her eyes, she glared at or with hatred and shouted, "When you cut off my brother's head, you didn't say that. You traitor." She erupted with power, forcing him back as he raised his sword to block her attack. Raising one hand, rage burning in her eyes, she gritted her teeth and roared, "The moment you joined the Moon Veil clan, you betrayed your own people." Behind Asmodin, Xingtian slowly emerged from the dimensional space once more. She said firmly, "Brother, I will not fail again." Zian was utterly shocked. What? It was clearly destroyed. Why has it revived? Eye of God! What exactly happened? Asmodin gave an eerie smile. Let's begin the second round. The system panel appeared. the scene shifted. Thousands of large bullets flew toward the corpse spirits. Tisha held a gun and fired at them, saying, "Boss, if we keep wearing ourselves down like this, we'll be in danger." Qiming glanced over with an irritated expression. "TCH, I know that." Looking at Xingtian, which was raising its enormous blade to attack, he said, "Those ugly things must be connected to her." Qiming frowned and thought through gritted teeth. "Wait, up there." Seeming to notice something unusual, he shouted, "Take down that crazy, ugly woman standing beside the monster." A sniper scope centered on Asmodee's head. A voice replied, "Got it." It was Wind Wolf, aiming his rifle at her. He pulled the trigger and shouted, "Die." Yet Asmodeen did not even turn to look. With a casual lift of her arm, she deflected the bullet's path. She glanced over, visibly annoyed. "Those little pests haven't been torn into pieces by the corpse spirits yet." She ordered Xingtian, deal with those pests over there first." Its mouth suddenly opened wide. Energy gathered and grew stronger, gradually forming a vortex. Qiming's face twisted in terror as cold sweat streamed down his face. He cried out, "You crazy woman, you can't even hit me." Once Xingtian had gathered enough power, it unleashed a fierce blast forward. Its destructive power was immense. Everything in its path was obliterated, illuminating the dust that filled the air. Asmodeen seemed to spot something, and her expression changed in astonishment. "Wait, that is..." A figure could be seen within a green protective barrier. Asmodeen cried out in shock. "A shield?" Or, the figure raised his head, but it was by Xian's voice. "Are you all right?" The vice captain was so startled that he fell backward onto the ground. "Wait, what is going on? Who are you?" After calming down a little, he said, "Wait, that voice, that silhouette." Bai Xian. Asmodeen grew uneasy, her eyes widening as she shouted, "Xingtian, tear him to pieces." The moment she finished speaking, Xingtian raised its enormous foot and stomped down toward him. Brilliant green lightning erupted around by Xian's armored body. His eyes radiated overwhelming battle intent as he raised an arm and roared decisively, "Come at me with everything you've got." Bai Xian shot forward at high speed, each of his blows resounding thunderously. And the others watched from afar in utter shock. Ren and I said, "So that's Bai Xian?" The girl beside her added, "How did he get over there in an instant? He's unbelievably fast." He looked up and studied the scene intently. "It was only for an instant, but I'm certain the brat fused with that fish. They must have gained that incredible speed because of the fusion." Bai Xian flew toward her, thinking, "If Xingtian can't be killed, then I'll defeat this woman first." He gathered power into his arm and charged forward. "Take this." She showed no fear, her lips still curved in a contemptuous smile. Manifestation. Asmodeen seemed to resonate with Xingtian as well. Bai Xian was startled. "What? She can too?" she shouted. "I never thought there would come a day when I had to use a gold-rank technique." Six arms shot out and tightly seized his limbs. He struggled desperately. "Damn it, I can't move." She stood before Bai Xian and appraised him with her gaze. What a surprise. A soul fusion talent. Her hand brushed across his face. "But judging by your appearance, this isn't merely soul fusion, is it? After all, that talent is normally useless." With a sinister grin, she sneered, "Ah, it seems you're not complete trash after all. I'll have to study you properly." A blade appeared in Asmodeen's hand. In a disdainful tone, she said, "Then I'll kill you here and dissect your corpse afterward. That should reveal the reason." She slashed fiercely at Bai Xian, sending him flying. Bai Xian crashed into a pile of rocks. He sat up, leaned back, and rubbed his head as he thought wearily. "After fusing with the fish, my head has become pretty tough too. Good thing she hit my head. But this manifestation is far too troublesome. I'm still not used to this new soul fusion state." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "I can help you, master." Startled, he looked around instinctively. "Who said that?" Whale added, "It is I, master." He froze. "The fish. Didn't you become stupid?" It explained, "Perhaps the soul fusion has temporarily restored my consciousness." Bai Xian was secretly delighted. "That's great." Then he paused. "Forget that for now. We're facing a diamond rank high priestess of the demon spider cult." Bai Xian scratched his head in confusion. "You and I are only silver rank right now. This is going to be difficult," it replied. "Master, Perhaps you have underestimated our strength. As a human, you may not be able to sense it, but as a spirit beast undergoing soul fusion, I can feel our origin power growing stronger. I believe our origins are rising together. Bai Zian asked, "You mean our ranks have risen too?" It promptly replied, "That's right. So long as we remain in the soul fusion state, we may be able to use exclusive gold rank and even diamond rank skills." Bai Zian extended his hand in realization. "I see. Then let's try spirit power weaponization first." He spun his hand, forming a powerful vortex. Grandpa once said this is a technique only diamond rank experts can use. He stretched out his arm, and a long blue lightning arrow of immense power emerged from it. He rejoiced inwardly. It worked, or was utterly shocked. What? Spirit power weaponization? Looking at the person before him, he wondered, has this brat already reached diamond rank? Bai Zian trembled in that form. "It's my first time using a spirit weapon, so it feels a little unfamiliar. I have God inspect my current condition. I need a detailed report." The system immediately supplied the necessary information. Target, Bai Zian, Dark Koan, fused with the power of Spirit Beast Whale. Current rank, Peak Diamond rank. Capable of using Whale skills and Diamond rank Beast Tamer skills. Attribute list, Constitution B+, Speed S, Physical Attack A+, Spirit Power Attack A+. Origin attributes, Divination, Water Trigram, Spirit Power Weaponization, Water Cutting Iron. When using the Spirit Blade, Water Cutting Iron skill, it transforms into an enhanced version. Beast Tamer Divine Speed, Lightning Current, Dark Water Erosion, Flow Slash, Moon Mirror Counter, Moon Chaser. New skills, Moon Mirror Still Water, Moon in the Lake. Bai Zian felt his body overflowing with power. Just as Whale said, "I've reached diamond rank." Then there's no reason to hesitate. Bai Zian immediately unleashed his power. Beast Tamer Divine Speed. Bolts of lightning illuminated the entire space. It was Bai Zian's power, Beast Tamer Divine Speed, Lightning Current. Even Asmodin felt fear. "What is this? Xingqian, kill him." The monster immediately attacked. Gai Zian swiftly countered. Dark Water Erosion, Flow Slash. His strike landed on Xingtian's body. She smiled smugly. Xingtian's flesh has been strengthened. An attack of this level simply can't. Asmodin stared at her monster in shock. "What? What did you do?" Bai Zian stood atop Xingtian's head. "This technique has a corrosive effect. No matter how strong Xingtian's flesh is, flesh cannot resist the corrosion of dark water." She flew into a rage and unleashed another attack. "You're nothing more than an experiment. What are you so proud of? Be a good stepping stone for my brother's resurrection." Standing atop the monster, Bai Zian swung his weapon. "What is so great about your brother? Even if he is resurrected, the world will merely gain another extremist terrorist." Asmodin screamed furiously. "I won't allow you to speak of Ryan that way." A sinister skull charged toward him. What could a brat like you possibly understand? Bai Zian easily evaded the attack. "At the very least, I understand that I must let go of my past. I understand that I shouldn't live beneath the shadow of what has already happened." Their attacks collided, scattering sparks. He summoned the skull-shaped attack again. "Someone like you, stubborn, cold-blooded, willing to sacrifice countless lives, even if you succeed in the end." Bai Zian aimed directly at his opponent. "What you resurrect will only be the fusion beast called Asmodin Ryan." Asmodin could endure no more. "Shut up." She brought down her attack with all her strength. "If it weren't for you visitors who fell from the sky, invading our homeland, if it weren't for your slaughter." The woman's eyes were filled with hatred. "Ryan would never have died. It is all the fault of the visitors who fell from the sky. It is all the fault of the Moon Veil clan." Like a madwoman, she continued attacking. "What is wrong with using colonialists and traitors as test subjects?" Bai Zian was unfortunately struck. Damn it, his body fell freely through the air. With nowhere to step, he could not use Beast Tamer Divine Speed. Bai Zian continued plummeting. He immediately unleashed a technique. Wind Trigram, Cloudburst Cannon. Asmodin smiled wickedly. "I will study your corpse thoroughly." But Bai Zian began his counterattack. "What?" Beast Tamer Divine Speed. Lightning Current. Beast Tamer Divine Speed. Lightning Current can create footholds out of spirit energy. Bai Zian twisted through the air. She was thoroughly vexed. "Just how am I supposed to kill you, you little brat?" Power erupted from Bai Zian's entire body. "I've already died once. You can never kill someone who has died before." He borrowed the power of the moon as well. Moon Mirror Counter. Moon Chaser. Bai Zian kicked directly through her defenses. He raised his weapon again. This isn't over yet, you crazy woman. Bai Ziyan thrust forward with all his strength. Xingtian was struck as well. Gai Ziyan landed safely. After slashing it, he stood proudly. Even if your brother is resurrected, he will only live in suffering, because his death has already become reality, and living while feeling one's own death is unbearable suffering. Bai Ziyan assumed his stance. I understand that better than anyone. Moon mirror still water. A stream of water emerged from his sword. Xingtian was submerged beneath the flow. Moon mirror still water. Moon in the lake. He swung his sword horizontally across its mouth. Listen carefully. This is the eulogy of the water trigram. Asmodin was growing weaker. How rare. In all these years, you're the only one who has reduced me to such a state. She still refused to surrender. But it isn't over yet. Bai Ziyan placed his sword at her throat. Enough. You no longer have the spirit power to restore Xingtian. Asmodin seemed surprised. Restore Xingtian? She had gone mad. I am not some helpless little sister who gives up without her brother's protection. Asmodin pointed her weapon straight at him. Bai Ziyan closed in, causing her to stab herself. Bai Ziyan stared at his opponent. What was that? Why did you suddenly take control of my body? A voice immediately answered. Forgive me, master. I was afraid of her. Asmodin's body kept changing. Damn it, I never expected that. It would still be him. Her outer shell cracked apart. A man emerged from inside the shell. Diego Barrow revealed his true form before Bai Ziyan. What a pity. I thought she would soul fuse with an expert capable of killing Arthur. But this girl actually injured herself with her own stinger. He put on a mask. Forget it. Barrow's entire body was covered in armor. It was bound to happen sooner or later. He smoothed his hair. Her talent was fairly useful, after all. He stood proudly before Bai Ziyan. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Diego Barrow, the third high priest of the parasitic bee order of the Sinflar sect. Whale immediately warned Bai Ziyan, Master, be careful of this man. He is extremely dangerous, hundreds of thousands of times stronger than that woman. Barrow appeared behind him. So you are that powerful expert, little brother. Bai Ziyan was bewildered. So fast. Barrow suddenly seized him in an embrace and carried Bai Ziyan into the sky. The two flew toward the moon. Originally, I intended to wait until that girl soul-fused with more powerful experts for me before taking her talent. Or, below them, was deeply worried. This is bad. It's the parasitic bee technique. He immediately ordered the others. Everyone, leave this place at once. Get as far away as you can. Barrow continued to hold him tightly. But now I must deal with you first, then seize your talent. What? The two crashed straight into the ground, shattering the surrounding earth and stone. Gubai was affected by the tremor as well, and she was terrified. Barrow looked at Bai Ziyan lying on the ground and said, So this is all there is to you. Still, you could serve as a spare body. Bai Ziyan's entire body suddenly blazed with light. Barrow was stunned by the sight. What? Evil karma? This brat has the core of a ferocious beast inside his body. Barrow no longer wanted this body. What a pity, forget it. It would only mean wasting another avatar. But Bai Ziyan cut off his head, then stared at his own hand. Barrow's body gradually disintegrated. What just happened? Bai Ziyan was utterly confused. Gubai, what happened to her? He removed his outer armor. What happened to Gubai? Or was still searching around. After that earthquake, we couldn't find her anywhere. Could it be? Bai Ziyan panicked again. She fell into the cavern. What? Before them lay a scene of utter devastation. The bee analyzed the situation, continuously beating its wings in the air. Barrow slowly approached. I never expected that even after being pushed this far, he would still be unharmed. His image appeared in those eyes. He is rather fortunate. Lilith watched the scene in shock. So this is what Asmodin experienced before her death. Barrow glanced aside. Not only that, more importantly, or the Moonveil clan has been associating with Bai Ziyan, the young master of Whitescale City. At the mention of him, hatred filled her heart. That Bai Ziyan has cost us 2 high priests. It seems, or wishes to ally with a visitor from the sky in order to oppose our Sinflar sect. Mephisto spoke as well. If that is truly the case, then it will be troublesome. We have only just managed to narrow the Spider Queen's range through short-range spirit energy waves. Solaris could no longer remain still. Then we cannot continue being so passive. We must send people to Whitescale City again. We cannot allow those visitors from the sky to join forces with the Moonveil clan. Bai Ziyan was still searching for his companion. 6 months later, it was truly like looking for a needle in the sea. He used a shovel to dig through the dirt and rocks again. Although he had found the spirit essence, heavenly water, Bai Zian tied up his hair. Yet after so much time, he still had found no trace of Gubai. He looked behind himself, and those persistent nuisances just keep following me. Corpse spirits crawled toward Bai Zian. You corpse spirits really are troublesome. He raised his shovel before them. I'll deal with you first, then continue searching for Gubai. Bai Zian summoned his spirit beast. Yaya, you've eaten so many spirit stones. It's time for you to do some work. Yaya sounded displeased. What did you say? Of course I need to eat more if I want to advance. Yaya, species, sunwheel bird, fire element. Realm, mid-silver rank. Talent, blazing sunfire, 55. Fire spirit body, level 5. Aptitude, early epic rank. Origin damaged. Skills, sunwheel ray, blazing sun shatter, solar flame, flowing fire. It immediately released several flames. Solar flame, flowing fire. The corpse spirits immediately caught fire. Having completed its task, Yaya said, Bai Zian, I truly do not understand you humans' feelings. It gave him a meaningful glance. But it has already been half a year, and you're still so stubborn. You were not like this before. Bai Zian looked back at it and said, if you had said that half a year ago, you would have been right. But now, my reasons are far more rational. At the mention of his teammate, he became sad again. Gubai's talent is extremely rare. To me, she is incredibly important support. I was only able to advance so quickly because of her. Bai Zian continued. Without her, over these 6 months I would only have reached the peak rank I had before. Not only did I advance quickly, but opportunities came one after another. Even forming a contract with you was partly thanks to her. Yaya returned to the system. Fine, then I hope you find that young tool lady soon. After that, find more spirit stones for me. Bai Zian was still saddened. A tool? She isn't. He looked up at the sky and murmured to himself. It's getting dark. I'll stop searching for today. Bai Zian returned to his hut in the mining vein district of the Wind Whisper Mountain ruins. He turned toward someone. Oha! A woman stood beside a luxury car. Little one, how have you been lately? Bai Zian could scarcely believe his eyes. You are. It turned out that the mysterious person was Bai Zian's grandfather, though his youthful appearance made him difficult to recognize. Gaizian Gwisidin Wardi, Grandipa. Seeing his grandson's amusing reaction, the old man said with delight, when I saw myself become young again, I felt exactly the same way. Hearing Jing Chong's words, Bai Zian's mind filled with questions. Wait, that's not right. Why did you suddenly become young? And why is your right arm? Jing Chong patiently explained, you foolish boy, didn't you ask Captain Cheese Group to send the spirit essence, heavenly water? As for this right arm, it was fortunate that I had the clear sky fruit. He continued explaining why he appeared in this form. As for becoming younger, I suppose it is because the Bai family has belonged to the water trigram since ancient times, and our origin is also water trigram. Perhaps the water trigram's clear sky, silver fruit stimulated my origin energy, causing this rejuvenation. But I still need time to refine it. I may have recovered outwardly, but in truth, I still cannot use spirit power. After talking for a while, Jing Chong finally remembered why he had come. His expression turned solemn as he told his grandson. However, I came to see you today for something even more important. Whitescale City is still being rebuilt, but while I was outside the city receiving treatment, I do not know whether it was the demon cult or another organization, but someone seized control of Whitescale City. They captured the major families and sealed off the entire city. Those outside have no way of knowing what is happening inside Whitescale City now. He continued, updating him on his parents' current situation. The members of the Feng and Yuan families have also disappeared for unknown reasons. But don't worry, your parents are still safe for now. Jing Chong sighed helplessly as he spoke. It's good that they escaped. I just don't know what has become of the city's residents. Zian could only silently listen to the entire story. After thinking it over, he threw the shovel in his hand onto the ground. He turned and walked away. Seeing this, Jing Chong said worriedly, Little one, I know that girl is very important to you, but before he could finish, Zian interrupted him. Grandpa! Zian stopped, turned around, and spoke with utter confidence. I understand what you mean. I haven't lost my mind. I'm going back to Whitescale City to investigate who those people really are. Grandpa, don't treat me like a child anymore. Jing Chong was stunned to see how much his grandson had matured. Then he could only chuckle helplessly. I'll leave it to you then. But before Zian departed, Jing Chong reminded him, this time is different from before. You won't have manpower or financial support anymore. His eyes were full of concern as he said, you must be careful. Don't let anything happen to you. In the end, Jing Chong placed everything in Zian's hands with complete trust. The Bai family in White Scale City are counting on you, Zian. By the time they said farewell, night was gradually falling. The last rays of sunlight faded, gilding the sky. Zian finally arrived at White Scale City. Wrapped from head to toe, he did not hesitate for even a moment before kicking the entrance open. He landed lightly and slipped inside. Returning here after so long, he thought to himself, so much has happened. I've been away from White Scale City for less than a year, yet it feels as though I've been gone for ages. As he moved through the sewers, Zian observed his surroundings. The underground tunnels had not changed much, but he had not expected the sewers of White Scale City to remain so unchanged. A loud noise from a strange man's bag put him on alert. Someone's there. But when Zian turned around, the man panicked and ran away, leaving him confused. A homeless man? Why did he react so strongly? The homeless man's appearance made him suspicious of the city's current condition. Given White Scale City's strength, even after the earthquake, it should not have produced homeless people with nowhere to hide. As he climbed upward, Zian formed his own conclusion. The people occupying White Scale City must have done something. He lifted the manhole cover and surveyed the surroundings, stunned. Is this the city center? Zian quickly climbed out. Looking at the sprawling city before him, he could hardly believe it. White Scale City. How did it become like this? He started walking, scanning his surroundings and silently assessing the situation. It had become a completely unfamiliar city, and at this hour, there were far too few people on the streets. Suddenly, a wanted poster caught his attention. Wait, this is a wanted notice? Zian picked it up and examined the person in the picture closely. He frowned. This person is. Seeing his own face and the reason for the warrant, he read aloud. Wanted by Zian for colluding with and assisting the terrorists of the demonic cult in their raid on the city. He is officially wanted. If discovered while fleeing, please contact the authorities immediately. Reward, up to 1,980,000. Zian was furious. Why is it me? They actually dare to accuse me of colluding with the enemy and call me a terrorist. Zian suddenly recalled the homeless man's reaction earlier. Oh no, that old man in the sewers recognized me. In the middle of his thoughts, he realized maybe he already went to report me to the police. The voices of two police officers behind him startled him into turning around. Tell me, if we catch that by Zian, do we get the reward too? Dream on. If we catch him, that's just carrying out official duty. At most, we'll get a second-class commendation. Hearing them discuss him, Zian quickly thought of a way to avoid them. I should find somewhere to hide first. Zian narrowly escaped, silently reminding himself, I'm acting alone now. Hopefully, I won't run into any trouble. A brightly lit sign in a dark alley suddenly caught his attention. A bar? This will do. I might be able to gather some information in a place like this. Zian walked in, glanced around, and sized up the place. Compared to outside, this place is the real, lively one. However, so many people made him even more wary. There are all sorts here. Someone might casually report him to the police. I should ask around for information first. Zian approached the bar counter, intending to order a drink. Hello, I'd like. Before he could finish, another shout interrupted him. You actually grabbed my butt. In the distance, a waitress had seized a lecherous man and shouted, Don't run, you pervert. Her voice sounded strangely familiar, making Zian curious. Why does that voice sound so familiar? He glanced behind him. Rabbit ears, red hair. Could it be? Suddenly, the lecher was sent flying into the bar counter. The bartender merely sighed. Again, even after beating him up, the waitress was still furious. She cursed directly at him. You damned pervert. Remember this well. She warned him loudly. Not every girl can be taken advantage of like that. Zian walked over and greeted her. What a surprise. Annoyed that someone had interrupted her, she frowned. He calmly continued. Isn't this the eldest miss of the Feng family? But upon hearing that, Feng Huang immediately covered his mouth. Feng! She urgently gestured for silence. Sure, don't say my name, or we'll both be finished. Feng Huang quickly dragged Zian elsewhere. Aju, this is my friend. I'm taking him downstairs for a moment. The bartender answered helplessly. You sure have a lot of friends. As they walked, the two updated each other on the situation. Little Feng Huang, what exactly is going on in White Scale City? Just like you, I'm wanted. And besides us, All the Beast Tamer clans that used to be in White Scale City are wanted too. But why? After my grandfather was injured, my father and the rest of us. We don't know either. Right now, someone of unknown origin is controlling White Scale City, but he's only a puppet. What about you? It looks like you've been forced to make a living. It's not what you think. I'm just disguised so I can gather information more easily. She continued, someone among us needs to scout for intelligence, after all. But hearing that, Zian interrupted in confusion. Wait, what do you mean by US? From the basement came the constant sounds of chewing and rapid keyboard tapping. Patian had not noticed Zian's arrival and casually reported to Feng Huang. Little Feng Huang, I've sorted out some of the previous data. The rest is up to you. Only after she reminded him, look who's here, did Yuan Fatty exclaim in surprise. Brotherin, he rushed over, his face full of joy. Brotherin, you went out to train without saying a word. You didn't even tell me. I miss you so much. The sight made Zian blurt out inwardly, oh no, this feels way too familiar. Zian hurriedly held him back. Don't come any closer. You still have snack crumbs around your mouth. And wait, how long has it been since you showered? Leaning against the wall, little Feng Huang suddenly praised Zian. You've grown stronger, haven't you? Hearing this, he replied in confusion. Huh? Why bring that up all of a sudden? She said casually, I just remembered the awakening ceremony. Yuan Fatty ran toward you like this back then, and you dodged him. Now you can carry his nearly 300-kilogram body. Zian asked, you remember what happened during the last awakening ceremony? Wait, why do you remember that? As he spoke, he thought, little Feng Huang, have you really been paying such close attention to me? Feng Huang quickly changed the subject and walked away. Patian, Yuan Fatty, let's get to work. He replied at once, all right. After chatting for a while, Zian asked seriously, so what exactly are you planning to do? Patian looked at the computer screen as he read the data. Obviously, we're going to investigate who set us up. Feng Huang suddenly remembered something. I didn't tell you before. Recently, an unidentified group of mercenaries has been active in the city. We suspect they're connected to the people who framed us. Zian quickly understood what she meant. So the information you found is related to them? At that moment, Patian finished reading the data and exclaimed, done. Feng Huang became angry at the mention of them. Most importantly, my family and Yuan Fatty's family were taken by those people. So we have to rescue everyone as soon as possible, then uncover the truth. This young lady is not a wanted criminal. As she spoke, she moved over to analyze the information they had obtained. They're heading to the lower district. It seems their commander is there as well. Can we find out what they're planning to do? It looks like they want to meet someone. This is our chance to meet their leader. Suddenly, Patian noticed something strange and hurriedly said, wait, there's a file here. It seems to be about the person they want to meet. The computer displayed an image of a red-haired woman with a long scar across her face. She looked incredibly distinctive, but there was no information about her at all. Feng Huang complained, only an image? Patian hurriedly explained, our equipment is too old. There's no way to decrypt everything. Hearing that, she could only accept it and turn away. At least we know what she looks like. Zian, who had been silent until now, suddenly proposed, I have a suggestion. Let me go meet that commander. Feng Huang immediately teased him. What, you want to join us? He shrugged casually. Of course. For the sake of society, I'm the real grandson of the city lord, so I'll join your operation. And personally, since you fulfilled our previous agreement, all our past grievances are wiped clean. As he spoke, Zian glanced at the rabbit outfit she was wearing, making Feng Huang blush bright red. Hey, this is... Without letting her continue, he quickly turned around and left. Then I'm off. Feng Huang, flushed with embarrassment, angrily shouted, by Zian, you bastard. At an abandoned construction site in the lower district, there was not a soul in sight. Zian surveyed the area and thought, this is the construction site. His eyes kept sweeping the surroundings as he searched for a place to hide. It feels abandoned. While no one is here yet, I should find a suitable hiding spot. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. Hey, little brother over there. A woman stood atop a steel structure and called down to him. The night wind lifted the hem of her clothes, revealing legs covered in crisscrossing scars. Little brother, are you waiting for someone? Zian was startled by her voice. Damn, someone's here. The long scar on her face and her striking red hair immediately made him recognize her as the woman from the photograph. She continued, what a coincidence. So am I. As soon as she finished speaking, she jumped down in front of Zian, murmuring something about being in the lower realm, a stranger in a foreign land. Xian still had no idea who this woman was and remained on guard. Who exactly is this woman? She stared at Xian and made a guess. Judging by your appearance, little brother, you must be from the lower realm. Why don't we have a chat? Sensing danger, he activated his defensive ability. What does she mean? Did my actions seem suspicious? Seeing Xian become so tense, she hurriedly tried to soothe him. Oh, so worked up? Little brother, you've misunderstood me. I don't mean anything by it, but... Suddenly, the woman challenged him. If you're a beast tamer, would you like to fight me? Hearing this, Xian silently guessed, is this woman a martial artist? At the same time, the system revealed her identity, Scarlet Flame, early diamond rank. Xian immediately refused Yin Yan's challenge. I don't want to. You're from the upper realm, while I'm just a lowly person from the lower realm. Isn't that clearly bullying? You're obviously diamond rank. Yin Yan nodded in agreement, though she still seemed unwilling to let it go. That's true. Then how about this? She made another proposal. What if we temporarily lower our ranks? That should be fine, right? The system displayed information exactly as Yin Yan had said. Yin Yan, talent, 100 battles, S rank, Crimson Spear, S rank. Rank, early silver rank, temporarily suppressed. Spirit Beasts, Demon Fire Crow, early diamond rank. Bamboo Filial Tiger, peak gold rank. Seal Bronze rank, peak gold rank. Lava Spirit, advanced bronze rank. Xian set his own condition. Also, if I win, you must agree to 3 conditions. He calculated inwardly, since she has lowered herself to silver rank. Let's see whether I can get some information from her. Ignoring his condition, Yin Yan closed the distance in an instant and urged him, stop dawdling. Xian cried out in alarm. Hey, I haven't even told you what the conditions are. She charged like a gale, saying, defeat me first, then talk. At the same time, she launched a kick straight at his face. Everything happened too quickly, but Xian's battle instincts allowed him to dodge in time. So fast. Yin Yan gave him no time to react and continued her assault. She delivered an overhead kick directly towards Xian's head. The speed was so fast that his eyes widened in shock. An axe kick. Fortunately, he managed to block it with his arms, but the force of her kick sent him flying backward. Seeing Xian activate a defensive technique, Yin Yan became extremely interested. Precision Guardian Shield? It seems I underestimated you at first. She summoned her Spirit Beast and ordered it to kill Xian. Lava Spirit, crush him. Xian was no weaker. He quickly summoned his own Spirit Beast. Whale, come out. At his command, a massive entity emerged from the void. Its enormous body startled Yin Yan. Seeing it, she thought, this little brother is pretty capable, but still too slow. She looked up at the 2 spirit beasts, struggling to determine the victor. Whale did not disappoint his master, sweeping its tail and knocking its opponent to the ground. It did not stop there, continuing to swing its tail in preparation for another attack. In an instant, Whale lashed down from above, striking the lava spirit on the head and forcing it several meters back. Smoke and dust filled the entire area. Xian, who had been watching, exclaimed happily, well done. But Whale did not dare let its guard down. Master, don't underestimate the enemy. As soon as it spoke, the lava spirit counterattacked, firing blazing red molten rocks carrying terrifying heat directly at Whale and Xian. Xian quickly activated his protective shield, preventing the rocks from reaching them. Watching the intense scene, Yin Yin smirked. This is quite rare. Once the attack ended, Xian immediately turned to check on his spirit beast. Whale, are you all right? It answered gently, I'm fine. Seeing this, Yin Yin silently assessed him. In the upper realm, no one would ever take the initiative to protect their own spirit beast. It seems this little brother really values his spirit beast. She said to Xian, in the upper realm, no one has the courage to accept my challenge. And among those who have fought me, not many can truly exchange blows with me. As she spoke, she walked toward him. Yet someone like you can trade blows with me. There are many people like that in the upper realm. Xian raised his guard as she approached. This female martial artist is very strong. It's hard to imagine how powerful she would be at her full strength. I have to go all out. Without any warning, Yin Yin and her spirit beast charged forward to continue the fight. She shouted, use all your strength. Fight with all your heart. This time, Xian was no longer caught off guard and ordered Whale to counterattack. Whale used that move. It rushed forward and unleashed consecutive attacks, preventing both of them from mounting an assault. Yin Yin could only hide within a defensive crystal sphere. Sweat covered her face as she thought anxiously, what technique did this kid just use? Yin Yin stood there, observing Whale's every movement and making her own deduction. Is that the advanced water trigram technique, moon mirror counter? In an instant, Whale swung its tail powerfully and unleashed its next move. Moon mirror counter. Yin Yin raised her hand and conjured her weapon. With a single move, she sent Whale flying high into the air, leaving Xian utterly stunned. Worried, he hurried over, crouched down, and asked, Whale, are you all right? Whale looked dizzy and weak as he replied, Master. The smoke gradually dispersed, revealing Yin Yin, her face covered in sweat as though she had exhausted all her strength. Alas, little brother, you're the first person to force me to break my oath. She continued, My name is Yin Yin. This rude martial artist has offended you. I ask your name. Xian recalled Whale into his spirit space and silently looked at Yin Yin. Given the current situation, it would be best not to let her know who I am. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A white-haired man grinned maliciously and said, Hey, the girl asked for your name. What are you embarrassed about? Or are you saying that? They were Zaheo and Zining. Zining made a face, while Zaheo raised a hand and continued disdainfully. Are you ashamed to be the descendant of an exile from the Bai family of the upper realm? Xian assumed a defensive stance and shouted, Who are you? Zaheo mocked him. Oh, I nearly forgot. Our cousin has always lived in the lower realm and never seen the world. Perhaps you don't even know what happened to our main Bai family branch. Do you, Xian? Zining added sarcastically, It's normal for a low-level world like the lower realm not to know that the upper realm exists, let alone the descendants of an exile. Yin Yin spoke up. So, the people my superiors arranged to meet me, are you two little brats from the Bai family? Her words made by Xian turned toward her in surprise. They know each other? Carrying her spear, its tip wrapped in talismans, Yin Yin walked past Zaheo and Zining. The siblings watched her retreating figure and said, Scarlet Flame, Yin Yin, you're still as blunt as ever. She replied indifferently, We didn't come here to preside over the Bai family's internal affairs. Finish the job quickly and take it seriously. At that moment, a group of black-clad people appeared behind Zaheo, along with an orange-haired man. One of them reported, Young master, we have brought her. Zaheo glanced over. That was fast. Feng Huang was restrained by the group. Struggling furiously, she cursed, You bastards! Do you know who I am? Let me go. Xian froze, his eyes widening. Little Feng Huang, you want fatty. Hearing this, Zaheo raised his hand and slapped Feng Huang hard across the face, shouting, Shut up, scum of the lower realm. How dare a lowly worm from the Feng family run around here? Xian roared in fury. Stop right now. Then he summoned Wing Fong to attack him. Wing Fong swiftly soared into the sky, creating countless sparks before firing them downward. Every spark converged on one point, erupting with a deafening boom as smoke billowed everywhere. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Zining's group was still standing there unharmed. Zaheo's voice came from within the smoke. Your status may be low, but your temper certainly isn't, my dear cousin. As the smoke cleared, Zaheo stood within a circle of people, one hand restraining Feng Huang and the other resting on his sister's shoulder. He sneered, Is this low-born girl from the lower realm really worth making enemies of us and the upper realm for? A system panel appeared. One of Zaheo's subordinates raised his gun and shouted, Insolence! You dare attack the young master? Protect the young master. You are authorized to kill the target. Zaheo waved a hand to stop them. Stand down. He is still a member of the Bai family. After all, give him a chance. We people of the upper realm are quite generous. Xian shouted angrily. Who exactly are you? Why have you seized White Scale City? What is your objective? Zaheo brushed back his hair and answered with a disdainful smile. Seized it? I merely came to my own colony, dismissed some officials, and appointed new administrators. What's wrong with that? Your grandfather was nothing more than an exile ordered to open up a new world, a criminal trying to redeem himself through service. Bai Zining struck a pose and chimed in, Exactly, exactly. What a pity he never exterminated the natives of this planet. That's why our superiors sent us here. Bai Zaheo grinned sinisterly and continued, Besides, this world is now merging with another world. Bai Zining added, We intend to use White Scale City as our base and investigate the transmission gates leading to the merged world in search of powerful life forms. Bai Zaheo turned and asked his subordinates, What is the status of the transmission gate? A subordinate promptly replied, The spirit energy in the area has stabilized. There are no signs of a transmission gate appearing for the moment. Hearing that, Bai Zaheo summoned a poison electric eel from his spirit space and smiled excitedly. Then we should first get rid of this useless trash. A system panel appeared. After reading it, Bai Zian thought seriously, gold rank. I can win. Bai Zaheo waved his hand toward Feng Huang. Then let's start with this lower realm girl. The system panel appeared again. The poison electric eel formed a massive ball of electricity in its mouth. Feng Huang gritted her teeth and shut her eyes, bracing herself for the attack. Suddenly, a streak of spirit power shot toward her at terrifying speed, circled around, and returned. It was Bai Zian. He had used his power to save Feng Huang and Yuan Fatty. Veins bulged across his face, but he still lowered his head and asked Feng Huang anxiously, Are you all right? Seeing him, Feng Huang blushed crimson with embarrassment. She turned away awkwardly, kicked Bai Zian in the chin, and shouted, Get away from me, you bastard Bai Zian. He answered painfully, No need to thank me. Bai Zaheo was stunned by what he had just seen. What the hell was that? It felt like some kind of ferocious beast. He immediately waved a hand and ordered the poison electric eel, burn them to death. The poison electric eel charged forward, unleashing an enormous violet bolt of lightning straight at Bai Zian. Bai Zaheo folded his arms, smiling as he said, Bai Zian, if you want someone to blame, blame your grandfather. Bai Zining stared from behind him in amazement. Brother, have you become stronger again? Then the siblings suddenly saw something, their expressions changing in shock. Bai Zaheo asked in confusion, What is that? His sister blurted out, A monkey? A voice called out, Bai Zian, are you all right? Bai Zian held Feng Huang in his arms and replied, I'm fine. Be careful. The enemy is a gold rank warrior from the upper realm. I don't know whether they differ from us. Feng Huang struggled in his arms and shouted angrily, Bai Zian, put me down. Bai Zaheo frowned. It seems he isn't an ordinary trash brat from the lower realm. He ordered the poison electric eel, charge over there. End this quickly. The poison electric eel appeared, enveloped in massive spirit power, and shot forward. The tree-like spirit beast raised its hand. Pale green energy slowly gathered around its sleeve before spiraling into a brilliant beam of light. In an instant, it fired an emerald energy beam that tore through the air and hurtled straight at the poison electric eel. Yet the eel was not so easily defeated. It twisted aside at the very last moment, narrowly evading the sharp attack. The tree-like spirit beast narrowed its eyes as if reassessing its opponent. You're rather fast. Without stopping, it spread its arms and watched the poison electric eel circle around it. What a slippery eel. The taunt enraged the poison electric eel, which opened its mouth wide to launch another attack. But before it could gather any power, the tree-like spirit beast's sturdy hand shot out like lightning and seized its snout. It slammed the poison electric eel into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Dazed and unable to fight any longer, the eel lay still as the tree-like spirit beast said, At last, you've stopped. At that moment, the system displayed a flashing red warning. Bai Zian glanced at it and muttered, Damn it. Patian urged him from beside him, Brethren, hurry and unlock it. What are you waiting for? One of Bai Zaheo's subordinates appeared behind him and reported, Young master, the spirit energy is unstable. The transmission gate is about to open. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath them shook gently, and a circle of blue light slowly emerged at the center of their position. The circle continuously expanded and twisted, transforming into an eerie vortex as though opening a door to an entirely different place. Startled, Feng Huang's eyes widened as she cried out, her voice louder than the howling gale. "What is that?" "A transmission gate," Bai Ziyan answered. "It's the world merger from before." She looked at him and asked, "A world merger?" Staring intently at the blue vortex, Bai Ziyan said, "That previous earthquake was a warning sign." Bai Zaheo waved a hand and ordered his subordinates, "Prepare for transfer." Bai Zining seemed to notice something, her face breaking out in sweat. "Brother, wait, there's something inside." Spiked tentacles emerged from the blue vortex. The tentacles stretched out and wrapped around Patian and Feng Huang. Patian cried out in terror, "Brother, and save me." Feng Huang, suddenly ensnared, gasped in panic. The tentacles continued wrapping around the tree-like spirit beast and Bai Ziyan. Resisting them, Bai Ziyan shouted, "What the hell are these things?" Bai Zaheo was also tightly bound, but he was still worried about his sister. Bai Zining cried out in terror, "Brother, save me." The tentacles caught everyone and dragged them into the blue vortex. Inside, they were released and left floating in midair. Fen Huang shouted, "Bai Ziyan." He shouted back, "Little Feng Huang, you want fatty." A moment later, on the other side of the gate, the blue surroundings gradually became bleak and gloomy. Bai Ziyan fell down, feeling a crushing weight. "What? I can't breathe." He slowly opened his eyes. Wait, this feeling of contact. Feng Huang also sat up, clutching her head. Bai Ziyan suddenly realized that someone was sitting on top of him. It was Feng Huang. Patian, pinned beneath both of them, said heavily, "It may not be very polite to say this, but you two are really heavy." Feng Huang flushed with embarrassment. Afterward, the three of them stood up and looked around. Patian asked, "Where did we fall?" Feng Huang answered softly, "I don't know. All we can be sure of is that we're in another world." Bai Ziyan spotted something and called to them, "Look over there." Before them stood something with a very strange shape. Feng Huang asked awkwardly, "Is that a spider?" Patian said, "I think it's a crab." Bai Ziyan replied, "Whatever it is, it only proves that this place is dangerous." A staff formed from layers of stone, leaves stood nearby. Blue flames burned at its tip, and a conch shell hanging from it emitted strange sounds. All three of them had the same thought. What is that sound? The owner of the staff was equally surprised upon hearing the three of them. Elsewhere, where Bai Zaheo's group had landed, a subordinate approached to report, "Young master, there are no survivors at this base station. It must have been caused by the native creatures here." Bai Zaheo calmly replied, "It seems this environment is even more dangerous than the secret Spider Kingdom." The subordinate continued, "Young master, there is another issue. We lost our supplies when we entered the transmission gate." This startled Bai Zaheo. "What about the supplies at this base station?" Recalling what he had seen, the subordinate answered, "Not a single bit of the base station supplies remains." Bai Zaheo frowned. "Then are we going to be trapped in this world until we die?" The subordinate bowed, reassuringly. "Young master, there is no need to worry. The terrain scanner has surveyed the cave. According to information we found on the base station terminal, there are signs of activity nearby. It is likely where the native creatures of this world live." Upon hearing this, Bai Zaheo rubbed his hands together and ordered, "Then make preparations." He smiled sinisterly. "Let's go to that settlement and procure some supplies." Meanwhile, Bai Ziyan and the other two faced Little Blue. Both sides were wary of one another. Patian hid behind Bai Ziyan and shouted, "What is that monster over there?" Feng Huang also cried fearfully, "Will it attack us?" Bai Ziyan spread his arms protectively and reassured them, "Wait. It looks like it's afraid." His expression turned serious as he thought, "Eye of God, tell me everything about the creature before me." Before the Eye of God could activate, Little Blue trembled and extended his tentacles toward Bai Ziyan. Bai Ziyan stiffened. "Tentacles? It's reaching straight toward me?" One tentacle touched Bai Ziyan's forehead, and his eyes flashed. This familiar feeling. The two floated in midair, their bodies radiating blue light. Gai Ziyan wondered resonance. At that moment, Little Blue timidly spoke. Hello, I'm Blue. You can call me Little Blue. From the way you look, you don't seem to be from this world." Bai Ziyan promptly and politely replied, "I am Bai Ziyan from the secret Spider Kingdom. My companions and I were accidentally swept into a transmission gate and brought here. We're currently trapped in this world." He thought to himself, as expected, this is an intelligent life form. Feng Huang, who had been watching the whole exchange in confusion, asked, Yuan Fatty, can you understand that octopus person's language? Why could Bai Zian communicate with it? Patian leaned over and answered quietly, I can't understand it either. Besides, is what that octopus person is speaking really a language? Bai Zian continued speaking with Little Blue. We've truly troubled you. Thank you. Feng Huang could not endure it any longer. She marched over and yelled irritably, Bai Zian, what do you mean you can simply understand it? Answer me. Ignoring her, Bai Zian continued asking Little Blue, Huh? Were these crystal stones? A system panel displayed the information. Furthermore, the plague transformed us servants into monsters known as the Soulless. Little Blue pointed out the blue crystals Bai Zian had seen before. When a soul separates from its body, it crystallizes into these. Looking at the blue crystals before him, he said, My parents died in that plague. Their souls may be inside these crystals. Little Blue's face was filled with sorrow. Perhaps this is where my family's journey ends. Seeing how dejected he was, Bai Zian patted Little Blue on the shoulder and spoke comfortingly. Although we've only just met and can hardly call each other close, he thought, it might make him feel better if I comfort him, even if it's a little pointless. Then he continued, that you have endured for 300 years. Things will surely get better in the future. Suddenly, the ground around them shook violently with loud rumbling sounds. Bai Zian asked in alarm, What's happening? An earthquake? Little Blue immediately reassured him. This isn't an earthquake. He explained, they're the Soulless. As Little Blue spoke, a crowd of Soulless came charging madly toward them. Bai Zian's group was instantly surrounded. He asked anxiously, What do we do? We're surrounded. Little Blue instructed, Stay beside me. Do not move. Bai Zian relayed this to the others. He says we must not move. Little Blue immediately raised the staff in his hand and recited an incantation. Spirits of the past, heed the whispers of the living. At his call, the Soulless charging downward suddenly flew in circles above everyone's heads, following the direction of the staff. Wandering spirits of the past, heed our command. Bai Zian stared at the scene before him in alarm. Is he controlling those Soulless? Then Little Blue shouted, You wandering Soulless, go seek the souls you have lost. He immediately lowered his staff, and the Soulless rushed off in the direction it pointed. Once it was over, Little Blue explained, Normally, the Soulless will not attack on their own. As long as there is a ferryman to guide you, you can pass safely through their territory. Gai Zian Sigid. Then your race truly is peace-loving. He looked around and asked, Judging from the terrain, this used to be an ocean, didn't it? Little Blue promptly replied, That's right, but that plague brought corruption. The ocean was contaminated and no longer held life. Our master gave us powerful adaptability, allowing us to survive even in environments without water. Perhaps she foresaw that this would happen. Bai Zian understood at once. But your master herself could not escape the fate of corruption. He said sorrowfully, That is truly tragic. The group set off again. Walking ahead, Little Blue warned them, We're about to reach the village. You'd better not touch the slime on the road. That is corruption. Bai Zian quickly stopped Yuan Fatty, who was about to touch one of the strange things by the roadside. Yuan Fatty, don't touch that poisonous stuff. At the mention of poison, Yuan Fatty's face immediately turned pale, and he hurriedly pulled back his hand. Little Blue looked ahead at his empty village and trembled speechlessly. The village has been, Bai Zaheo and Bai Zining were frantically chasing the villagers. Bai Zining waved a hand and commanded a scale fish, Little White Go. The scale fish fired an overwhelmingly powerful blast from its mouth, straight toward the village. Bai Zaheo frowned and lightly knocked Bai Zining on the head. Zining, if you smash them all to pieces, how am I supposed to hang them up as a warning? Looking innocent, she pressed the tips of her index fingers together pitifully. At that moment, Bai Zian formed a shield with his power to protect the villagers behind him and roared furiously, What are you people doing? Hearing his voice, Bai Zaheo was puzzled. That shield, is that Zian? Once he had confirmed it, he muttered, Looks like you haven't been eaten by these native creatures yet. Bai Zining shouted unhappily, Stop hitting me on the head. I'll never grow taller that way. Bai Zaheo ignored her and asked Bai Zian, As a human, why are you protecting these lowly creatures? Bai Zian glared at him furiously. How can life have a higher or lower status? Besides, this is their homeland. They are the true masters of this place. Bai Zaheo glanced at the villagers hanging above and mocked him coldly. Have you stayed in the secret spider kingdom kingdom for too long and damage your brain? These lowly creatures that do not even have language deserve to be the masters of this place. He laughed derisively and pointed at his own head. You truly are overflowing with saintly compassion. We humans can roam across the planets because we use force and determination to conquer everything. People like you are only fit to linger in the borderlands. He emphasized, the strong destroying the weak is the natural order. It is the law. His eyes widened as he raised a hand brimming with spiritual energy. Big fish eat little fish, and big fish will always remain big fish. The power of my Bai family will only grow stronger after devouring the weak. We stand at the top of the food chain. How could anything in this world possibly be stronger than us? Pointing forward, he ordered it to attack and shouted, the end of slaughter is only destruction. The future of all living things is eternity. Use strength to make up for weakness. Learn wisdom from the weak and nurture your own foundations. This is the true path to becoming the strongest beast tamer. The two spirit beasts charged at each other. Whale swiftly evaded the scalefish's attack, then bit down on the white scalefish's tail, making it panic and look back. The scalefish remained arrogant, looking contemptuously at Whale. Look at that ugly face of yours. You're pathetic, just like your useless master. Whale refused to be outdone and mocked it back. Let me tell you, your mouth stinks just like your master's. You don't brush your teeth every day, do you? It added sarcastically. Too many teeth to clean properly, huh? The two beasts lashed at each other with their tails, neither willing to yield. The scalefish retorted, you're no better. The two masters facing each other said in unison, you're no better. The two spirit beasts continued charging and attacking one another. Watching the fight, Bai Zaheo muttered, are they from the same school? Neither can break the other's moves. Bai Zian thought the same. They're both by family spirit beasts. Their techniques are far too similar. Then he suddenly realized something. Wait, there's still one move. He immediately shouted, Whale, there's enough space here. Whale understood. Finally, it's time to use that move. Bai Zaheo abruptly yelled, there's an opening. Crush them. The scalefish immediately unleashed a massive blast of power. But the attack was reflected off Whale's outer layer and failed to inflict even the slightest damage. A huge shadow fell over the scalefish, which asked in shock, what is this? Then Whale, now 100 times larger than the scalefish, said slowly, now I'll show you which one is the big fish and which one is the little fish. Bai Zaheo gritted his teeth. This is its original form? Bai Zining cheered happily. Fish, such a huge fish. Whale opened its enormous mouth and swallowed the scalefish whole. The scalefish screamed in terror. That's cheating. Whale held the scalefish in its mouth and retorted coldly. How is that cheating? I've always been this big. Bai Zaheo stared in horror. It swallowed it. Inside Whale's belly, the scalefish screamed fearfully. Let me out. It's so dark in here. Bai Zian reminded him coldly, big fish eat little fish. That is basic knowledge, and it is also the natural law. But if I truly swallow it, then what would be the difference between you and me? Whale immediately spat the scalefish out, sending it tumbling through the air as it cried, it reeks. The scalefish flew straight into Bai Zaheo. Bai Zian and Whale looked down at him from above. Bai Zian shouted, do you understand now? The values of your upper realm are wrong. Bai Zaheo held his head in his hands and spoke unwillingly. I lost. I'm the weak one. Impossible, impossible. He screamed in disbelief. I am not weak. If they're used to control spirit beasts, it will certainly save a great deal of time. Bai Zaheo fell into deep thought after hearing this. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and a strange smile spread across his lips. Very good, very good. He thought to himself, Bai Zian, just you wait. I don't know. Looking at Bai Zian, who was happily talking with the villagers, she said, I always regarded him as a rival before. I only watched for his weaknesses and wanted to defeat him. But after everything that has happened recently, I have discovered some potential in him, the potential to become a good leader. A little later, Bai Zian finished speaking with the villagers and walked over to the other two. There are two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first? Feng Huang asked blankly, huh? What is it? Seeing that her face was flushed, Bai Zian asked worriedly, Little Feng Huang, are you all right? Your face is so red. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Her face grew even redder, and she hurriedly answered shyly, I'm fine. Tell us the good news first. As long as we reach the ancient city of Rai, we can find a teleportation device. The three stood together in a triangle as Bai Zian continued slowly. As for the bad news, he began to explain, the place we are standing in is actually beneath this world, the deep sea trench. Ancient Rai is now on the surface, so we need to find an ancient elevator. But that place is currently the nest of the soulless, so we can only rely on ourselves. Bai Zian's group then arrived at a dark and gloomy place. He turned back and said, "This is probably it." Walking behind them, Feng Huang saw a corpse lying on the ground. Judging from its appearance, it was likely a mercenary who had gotten lost. Bai Zian fearlessly pushed open the door and entered. "It's possible they got here before us. In any case, we should be careful." Then he suddenly froze. "Wait, that is..." Bai Zian's group stopped and stared at the sight before them. Yin Yin held a weapon in her hand, one foot planted atop a group of monsters, and wore a proud smile. "Is that all? How boring." Bai Zian became wary upon seeing her. Yin Yin greeted him, "Well, if it isn't little brother Zian." Suddenly, armed guards approached, pointed their guns at the group, and ordered, "Don't move. Hands up." The two guards urged the three of them, "Behave yourselves." Bai Zian and the others slowly stepped forward. He hurriedly said, Hey, this isn't the time to play cops and robbers." Yin Yin became angry and shouted down at them, "You two, stop immediately. We're trapped in this world. Did your Bai family masters not teach you to assess the situation properly?" When the armed guards backed down, Bai Zian said, "It seems Miss Yin is quite reasonable. I thought everyone from the upper realm was a brainless war fanatic." She walked up to Bai Zian, pointed a finger at him, and said coolly, "First, I do not care what you think of us upper realm people. As I said before, I have my own mission. I do not wish to get involved in the Bai family's troubles." She looked down at Bai Zian with a serious expression and met his eyes. Second, she immediately hooked an arm around his neck and said cheerfully, "You are the first beast tamer to defeat me, so I find you rather interesting." Bai Zian struggled uncomfortably and shouted, "Interested is one thing, but what are you doing? Let me go first." Seeing this, Feng Huang angrily called out, "Bai Zian." One of the guards dared not look, the other scratched his head in confusion, and Petion stood to the side, not daring to stop Yin Yin. Suddenly, both of them froze. Bai Zian shouted, "What is this?" A strange creature appeared before the group. Yin Yin immediately released Bai Zian, pushed it behind her, and said, "Stand back. I'll handle this thing." A gigantic and terrifying monster stood ahead of them. Bai Zian stared wide-eyed at it and exclaimed in shock, "What is that? I have God, what the hell is this?" The creature he was referring to was a massive blue-black, carnivorous flower with drill-like limbs. After he activated the Eye of God, its information immediately appeared before him. Yin Yin was blasted backward and skidded across the ground, but she used her weapon to steady herself. Not bad at all. Suddenly, a mysterious man spoke. "How interesting." The soldier standing beside him asked curiously, "What are you doing?" The man removed his mask and tossed it to the ground. Walking slowly forward, he said, "I originally only intended to investigate whether you outsiders had joined forces with the Moon-Hidden sect. I never expected this." He was Diego, the third priest of the demonic chef cult. Seeing him, Yin Yin asked suspiciously, "Hey, wait, who are you?" Diego ignored her. He strode arrogantly toward the aberrant beast and continued excitedly, "To find such a rare aberrant beast here." He launched his sword toward it and shouted, "Then serve me." The sword streaked forward like lightning, carrying dazzling golden light, and plunged directly into the Starbranch beast. The powerful sword pierced a hole through its body, causing strange golden liquid to gush out like a spring. The aberrant beast's entire body immediately changed from blue-black to golden-black, and its information changed accordingly. Venomous parasite, a symbiotic poison that forcibly controls spirit beasts. Even spirit beasts with powerful mental strength cannot resist it. Yin Yin faced the strange beast head-on and swung her weapon at it with all her strength, unleashing a powerful slash. Yet Diego remained utterly unfazed. Standing atop the Starbranch beast's shoulder, he calmly asked, "Madam, I don't believe we know each other. Why do you seem to hold such a personal grudge against me?" Yin Yin was furious upon hearing this. "What are you pretending for? Do you need me to help jog your memory with my spear?" Diego seemed to recall something after hearing that. He asked in shock, "This is Demon Flame." could you be? Before he could receive an answer, a beam of energy from Whale shot straight toward him. However, the attack had no effect whatsoever on his barrier and was shattered the moment it struck. Diego frowned and looked down, saying irritably, I nearly forgot. There's still one easy fool to deceive. By then, Bai Zian had arrived at Yin Yan's side. Pointing at Diego, he shouted, Venomous parasite, I don't care how you came back to life, but we still have unfinished business. He glanced at Yin Yin and thought, it seems Miss Scarlet has a grudge against Venomous Parasite too. Yin Yin seemed to sense his gaze and looked back at him, thinking at the same time, little brother Xian, you too. Standing on the Star Branch Beast's back and waiting for it to gather enough power, Diego proudly shouted, I'll use you lot to test this strange beast's strength. Yin Yin took up a fighting stance before the beast and suggested, if we both have a grudge against him. Bai Zian continued, then why not join forces? He looked at her and gave a sly smile. Miss Scarlet, that's what they call. Yin Yin smirked knowingly. Great minds think alike. By the time they finished talking, the Star Branch Beast had finished charging. A massive beam of energy erupted from its mouth, surrounded by dazzling golden lightning. Diego could not help exclaiming in satisfaction, impressive. The ground before him now bore a huge trench stretching into the distance like a dried-up riverbed, while dust and smoke filled the air. Delighted by its power, Diego said, that power is at least diamond rank. Looks like I've struck gold this time. But before he could celebrate for long, a purplish-pink stream of energy shot at him from within the smoke. Diego frowned slightly and calmly tilted his head aside, allowing the attack to pass right by his face. The one who had hurled the spear at him was none other than Yin Yin. As she emerged from the smoke, she clicked her tongue in disappointment. Miss, Diego rolled his eyes, not particularly surprised by what had happened. Why am I not surprised at all to see that none of you were hurt? He turned toward someone still concealed behind the smoke, using a shield to defend himself, and asked coldly, why don't you tell me why? Yin Yin looked in that direction as well and asked in confusion, by CI? But as the smoke cleared, the person holding the shield was not who she had expected. Yin Yin immediately shouted warily, who are you? Trembling under the questioning, the man replied, I am just an ordinary mercenary. Bai Zian then emerged from behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder with a friendly smile. See, didn't I tell you? The power of this spirit energy reflecting shield is absolutely reliable. The mercenary answered blankly, huh? Ah, yes. Bai Zian looked toward the enemy and silently calculated, he forced us to activate the shields and exhaust our spirit energy first. This guy is clever. I need to see what trump card he has. Under the eye of God's power, all of Diego's information appeared before Bai Zian. The two chains instantly flew toward Diego and encircled him. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Bai Zian was filled with confusion. A copy error? This talent can't be copied? Why? The system immediately gave an answer. Another system notification sounded. After making his decision, the system notification sounded. Flowing Flame Body has been replaced by Beast Taming Spirit Armor. Bai Zian was astonished. He can sense the heavenly Tao chains. Under Diego's control, the Star Branch Beast activated its power. Blue-green and yellow energy spread around it like waves of electricity. The energy awakened the trees beneath the ground, causing them to burst through the earth and surround everyone. Yin Yin shouted in alarm. The trees buried underground have come back to life. The trees stretched outward, their roots winding around one of the group members' legs amid blue-green and yellow electrical sparks. The mercenary was swiftly restrained, his entire body bound by roots. Without mercy, the roots tore apart his limbs. Seeing this, Bai Zian remarked, using physical attacks to kill all the mercenaries with spirit energy reflecting shields first. How cunning. In a moment of carelessness, the roots immediately targeted Bai Zian, intending to ambush him from behind. By the time he noticed and turned around, it was already too late. Damn it. But before the roots could touch Bai Zian, they were shredded in a single strike. He stared in confusion. What? The one who had saved him was none other than Feng Huang and her golden claw hawk. She smiled proudly. Zian, I bet you never thought there'd come a day when you needed me to save you, did you? Bai Zian paid little attention to her taunt and merely gave her a thumbs up. Thank you very much. Feng Huang was irritated by his reaction. You're not going to argue? I feel like you're insulting me. Meanwhile, Patillon was crouching fearfully beneath his armored gorilla, relying on his spirit beast to protect him from the roots. Clutching his head, he trembled and shouted, "Armored gorilla, help me!" Seeing the situation, Bai Zian began devising a plan. He destroyed the shields first, which means he still intends to use spirit energy attacks. We're being held down, so we can only wait until he attacks and then counterattack. Thinking carefully, this strange beast was born from fungal slime. Fungi fear high temperatures, so we need fire, leaf fire. Having found a solution, Bai Zian shouted, "Little Feng Huang, I've got an idea. I need your help." Feng Huang was somewhat puzzled. "Huh, you're actually asking me for help." Bai Zian did not answer her immediately. "And you too, Alwei." Petion, still crouching with his head in his arms, asked blankly, "What can I possibly do?" Bai Zian ignored the question and continued shouting, "And Miss Scarlet as well." Yin Yin smiled at his call. "Oh, what do you want me to do?" Watching from above, Diego frowned in displeasure and arrogantly declared, "Without those damned shields, today will be the day you die." As the Star Branch beast gathered power, he said smugly, "Don't worry, I'll use your corpses as spare bodies." This attack was even stronger than the previous one, and its area of effect was far wider. Seeing the Star Branch beast unleash its attack, Bai Zian urgently shouted, "Now!" At his command, Petion used the armored gorilla to block the incoming attack. He roared, thunderous roar, energy storage voltage. "Armored gorilla, stop it!" A barrier immediately appeared around the armored gorilla, allowing it to absorb the incoming power. Diego cried out in shock. That ape absorbed the energy again. After absorbing the entirety of the Star Branch beast's attack, the armored gorilla let out a frenzied roar and raised its arms as if preparing to strike back. It slammed both hands into the ground, releasing all the energy it had absorbed. The two attacked at the same time. At that moment, Yin Yin began chanting an incantation. She raised one hand toward the sky while gripping her weapon tightly with the other. When the chant ended, a bird-shaped spirit beast with ash-white feathers appeared before them. Yin Yin looked at it and proudly declared, "It's time to hunt. Night Patrol Demon Fire Crow." As he watched the Demon Fire Crow's movements, Bai Zian thought, could stance skills be similar to human combat stances? Different stances produce different skills. The Demon Fire Crow leapt into the air, preparing to strike Diego. Then it sprang backward, widening the distance between itself and the strange beast. The Demon Fire Crow folded its wings as purplish-pink energy rapidly gathered around them. Seeing an opportunity to counterattack, the Star Branch beast gathered energy in its mouth. Then the Demon Fire Crow made its move. Two golden-purple energy beams collided, creating a violent shockwave. Watching the battle from outside, Bai Zian exclaimed in astonishment, "Karmic Rakshasa!" The battle between the two spirit beasts soon reached its conclusion. The Demon Fire Crow emerged victorious, its energy beam completely overwhelming the Star Branch beasts. The Demon Fire Crow landed on the ground, and purple energy immediately surged beneath its feet. Yin Yin, who had been silent until then, began chanting again. Diego limped out of the smoke created by the previous attack, muttering continuously, "Purge the 6 roots. Purge the 6 roots." Even a creature from another world cannot defeat an extremely rare spirit beast. He looked ahead and continued muttering, "If only it could serve me." Before he could finish, a spear was pointed directly at his face. With the Demon Fire Crow supporting her from behind, Yin Yin aimed her spear at Diego and snapped. "Scum like you from the demonic chef cult will never earn the Demon Fire Crow's recognition." Diego seemed to understand at last. He shouted, "So that's it. You are the legendary heir of Demon Flame. I never thought I would be defeated by Demon Flame." Yin Yin waved her hand, sending purplish-pink energy spreading outward. "Shut up, puppet." Watching this, Bai Zian broke into a cold sweat. Is this the strength of the upper realm? A rare spirit beast, along with such overwhelming personal power. Looking at Yin Yan's imposing and sharp figure, he continued to speculate. Her strength may even surpass Grandpa's. Bai Zian clenched his fists, his expression solemn. After this incident, the myriad spider nest secret realm will definitely provoke the upper realm's displeasure. Before that day comes, I must become stronger. As he watched Yin Yin standing before him, countless thoughts surfaced in his mind. But the rank limit of the myriad spider nest secret realm has already been fixed. If I want to become stronger, I can only go to the upper realm, the origin star. But that is something to consider after everything is over. Yin Yin lifted her sword from the ground, resting it on her shoulder as she approached the group. "It seems all of you are descendants of great clans. Feng Huang watched her with a thoughtful expression. The lingering embers of the Nirvana Phoenix clan. Judging by the flame feather behind you, you must be the current awakener of Phoenix Flame, right? Bai Ziyan thought, how does she know everything? Then Yin Yin turned to him. The Star Sea Dragon, the Bai clan. Bai Ziyan, grandson of the exile. Your grandfather once stirred up the upper realm in his youth. Finally, she looked at Petion. Ice Mountain Thunder Roar, the Yuan clan. Your ancestors were all martial pioneers of great talent. The figures of Yuan clan generals could always be seen throughout the Star Sea. She continued, as I said before, I have no interest in the grudges between your families. I came to explore this new world because I was carrying out an assignment from above, to test the power of this spear against the powerful creatures of this world. Yin Yin frowned. But as you saw, after we were sucked into the transmission gate and sent away from the original coordinates, my mission could no longer proceed smoothly. Bai Ziyan asked darkly, so, Miss Scarlet, you're trapped in here as well? Yin Yin scratched her head awkwardly and gave a sheepish laugh. Although I don't want to admit it, that is indeed the case. Bai Ziyan clapped his hands in delight. Then come with us. Feng Huang shouted from behind him. Hey, don't decide that on your own. She glared at Bai Ziyan and snapped. Ziyan, are you serious? She's from the upper realm. Then she said through gritted teeth, what happened in White Scale City? My family suffered because of people like them. Bai Ziyan patted her shoulder. Smiling, he explained, did you forget what my heavenly talent is? Super intuition. Trust my instincts. Feng Huang awkwardly pushed his hand away and reluctantly agreed. Fine, stop emphasizing that S-rank talent of yours. Bai Ziyan thought to himself, it's actually mythic rank. One by one, they left the cave. Bai Ziyan could not help asking Feng Huang again. So you agree then? She changed the subject. Hurry up and get to the surface. On the surface, in the city of Rai, Bai Ziyan looked up at the gloomy castle, its exterior covered in thick moss. Yin Yin spoke first. The civilization of this world seems fairly close to ours, doesn't it? Bai Ziyan's expression turned strange. His lips twitched as he said, why is it still so gloomy after we reach the surface? Looking at the ancient stone statues, he continued, but it's clear that Rai's civilization was once quite magnificent. They looked around. Bai Ziyan was still the first to speak. Everywhere feels about the same. Where are we supposed to look for that transmission device? Feng Huang turned to him and asked mockingly, at a time like this, why not use that S-rank talent you're so proud of? Bai Ziyan's eyes widened in surprise, as though he had just realized something. Right, a transmission device must be made from some kind of treasure. If I use the Eye of God's treasure-finding function, won't I be able to locate it? Bai Ziyan shut his eyes and raised a hand. Eye of God, scan for treasures within effective range. The Eye of God obeyed, scanning for treasures. Then it delivered its result. Due to the treasures being composed of materials from another world, they cannot be displayed normally. Only an approximate location can be provided. Seeing this, Bai Ziyan thought to himself, the throne, could that mean the castle or royal palace mentioned before? He glanced over suspiciously and continued thinking. But what does a throne have to do with a transmission device? I should check it out first. Looking at the dark surroundings, he hesitated slightly. It felt a little like searching for a needle in a haystack. Scene transition. In a dark area surrounded by countless tree roots, several luminous blue crystals were embedded in the ground. Bai Zaheo stood with his arms crossed and frowned. Any new developments? The observer beside him answered. Yes, young master. Holding an instrument, the man explained in detail, the crystals in this area have readings unlike those elsewhere. Along the way, we discovered that the closer these crystals are to a certain location, the higher their energy levels become. Only his voice echoed through the darkness. Perhaps these crystals are connected to some powerful energy source. Furthermore, I suspect that source may be the core of this world, the thing we are searching for. Based on the quantity we have collected so far, it is already equivalent to the energy of an amethyst rank beast tamer. He continued, however, these crystals seem to require adaptation to a stronger origin before they can be absorbed. Since the young master still needs time to recuperate regarding the use of these crystals, I suggest that we know Bai Zaheo abruptly cut him off. We are trapped here and must speed things up. We have no idea whether we will encounter someone even more troublesome than Bai Ziyan before we find a way back. Bai Ziyan's eyes sparkled. Holding up a crystal, she said, long, second brother, said this stone is very nutritious. Maybe it can help you evolve faster. Bai Zihao looked at her in confusion. Xening, what are you doing? Bai Xening explained, oh, Long Long is hungry. Bai Xening continued hesitantly. Long Long hasn't advanced in a long time. Long Long's eyes lit up as it stared at the crystal and silently licked its lips. I think Long Long wants to level up too. Bai Zihao's face turned strange at once. But that soul crystal's energy level is extremely high. Eating it directly could severely damage its origin. Not now. Bai Xening panicked, but Long Long had already snatched the crystal away. It shoved it into its mouth and chewed greedily. Suddenly, Long Long's eyes began shining in a multitude of colors. Bai Xening anxiously asked, Long Long, are you all right? Bai Zihao and the soldier were both utterly shocked. Damn it, it ate it. Its spiritual energy is still rising. It's about to reach the realm threshold. Long Long spread its wings, releasing an odd yet powerful violet-pink radiance. Its ears lengthened, and its neck grew thicker. In an instant, it became enormous. Tiny Bai Xening stood beneath its feet and shouted, second brother, look! Long Long got bigger. Bai Zihao held his head helplessly. At least it seems fine. What exactly is going on? The soldier replied, its power has indeed increased significantly. Looking at the information panel, he continued, but it has not broken through its rank for now. It has reached peak gold rank. Fortunately, the young Mrs. Spirit Beast is powerful enough to withstand such immense spiritual energy. Bai Zihao pondered seriously. Peak gold rank, only one step away from diamond rank. As expected, Xening's talent is higher than mine. Watching Long Long stick out its tongue and lick Bai Xening as she beamed happily, he could not help thinking, to be honest, I'm somewhat jealous. Recalling old memories, he thought, I worked hard to become stronger too. Being defeated by an insect from the lower realm, if word of that got out, it would be truly humiliating. Bai Zihao weighed a crystal in his hand. The path to strength in front of me may not be stable, but as long as the power is strong enough, can it be used? Looking at the blazing crystal, he muttered, the strong only grow stronger. He frowned. This soul crystal suits me quite well too. Suddenly, Bai Xening shouted for him. Bai Zihao was startled by the cry. Second brother, standing atop Long Long's head, Bai Xening excitedly raised both hands. Long Long, I don't want to go for a walk. It's so boring here, Bai Zihao snapped. Do you think we came here for sightseeing? Unfazed, Bai Xening enthusiastically called out, Long Long, let's go. Bai Zihao grew irritated when his sister ignored him. Did you even hear what I said, you little brat? Scene transition. The night was dark. Before Bai Xian stood a colossal stone statue. He thought, straight ahead should be Kasuna's sealed throne. Looking around, he could not help wondering, strange, why didn't these people of Rai turn into soulless after being contaminated? Then he noticed a golden sword. What is this? It seems to be preventing the contamination. Feng Huang spoke first. Is there nowhere normal in this world? Bai Xian thought. It looks like these were the people who sacrificed themselves to seal Kasuna. He asked tensely, but what exactly is that thing? He called out again, Eye of God, tell me. Information from the Eye of God appeared. Otherworldly metal. Detailed data unavailable. A high-grade alchemical product forged through the special techniques of Rai City. It can absorb souls. The people of Rai use it to seal contamination and contaminated creatures. Having absorbed a substantial number of souls, it acquired the power to continuously release the seal. However, the longer the release period, the weaker its intensity becomes. Having understood the information, Bai Xian made a deduction. In other words, these special people of Rai sacrificed their own souls to replenish this thing. No wonder they were not transformed into soulless despite being contaminated. Their souls are already gone. Just as Bai Xian was about to touch the sword, a loud shout came from somewhere. Hey, don't touch things carelessly. Hearing another person's voice, Feng Huang instinctively turned around vigilantly. Who was that just now? Jian Jian answered, no idea. It should be nearby. Sweat streamed down Bai Xian's face as he thought. Everyone heard it, so it wasn't an illusion. The blue soul crystal gripping the sword spoke again. What are you outsiders? Seeing it speak, Feng Huang cried out, that thing. Yin Yin agreed. That's right, it was that thing. Patian nodded as well. I heard it too. Bai Xian spread his arms to stop them. Don't panic. This is a divine artifact sealing the contamination. something suddenly wriggled out from the sword's body. The soul crystal was astonished. Sealing the contamination? Wait, could it be? It shouted. Why am I inside a sort of spiritual energy? And my body, why is it like this? Where's the water? Where's the water? Looking at the dark surroundings, it exclaimed, the seal has weakened. Damn it, we still failed. Byzian's eyes gleamed at the sight. He thought seriously, why can we hear its voice? The soul crystal yelled at them. Hey, despicable outsiders, help me. The eye of God provided information. The essence of the seal is a spiritually resonant sword force. Anyone within its range can hear its voice. Byzian continued listening as the soul crystal shouted, destroy this sword already. Existing like this, I can't do anything. Byzian called back, wait, you haven't failed. Recalling what he had learned earlier, Byzian explained, your descendants are still living on in the ocean trench. Their lives are difficult, but they still have hope. The soul crystal disagreed. But the seal can no longer stop the contamination from spreading outward. It is only a matter of time before the contamination completely devours this world. I refuse. Byzian answered immediately. Behind him, Yin Yin muttered repeatedly, powerless, utterly powerless. Byzian continued. We came here to find a transmission device. I don't have time to waste on some old fossil over 500 years old. Looking back at the sword, the soul crystal cautiously asked, you're looking for a transmission device? Do you want to enter the Great Hall? Recalling that terrifying scene and the enormous figure, it warned, don't go in. Kasuna is sealed inside. Entering the Great Hall will awaken Kasuna, the incarnation of contamination. Byzian immediately rejected this. I don't care what incarnation of contamination or Kasuna she is. There's still an entire city waiting for me to save. If she dares to stop me, I'll step over her corpse. The soul crystal clung to the sword as blue energy gathered around it. It sneered. Damn outsider, you're right. In any case, lifting the seal is only a matter of time. Outsider, pick me up. Byzian turned around, listening with a doubtful expression. If you have already accepted it, then I am the one who will carry out your will. The contaminated sword split into 3 sections. Blue soul crystals wriggled out through its cracks, extending the sword's length. They emitted a dazzling radiance. Turn this withered body into flame. Burn the soul as fuel. Ignite the fire with spirit. This is the final mission of this body. Byzian thought in astonishment. It can even transform. The sword plunged deeply into the ground, and the soul crystal continued. Come, outsider, lift the sword. Byzian stepped forward and grasped it, reminding it, you said this. Don't regret it later. It replied impatiently, stop dawdling. Hurry up. The moment Byzian raised the sword, the jade blue energy gathered around it began spreading through the air. All things return to nothing. All affairs come to an end. All things possess spirits. All affairs possess causes. The way of beast taming, the way of heaven, the way of spirit commanding, the supreme way. The sword was pulled from the ground, creating a massive fissure. Byzian raised the sword as jade-colored energy grew increasingly powerful, threading through the contamination. Here, I form a contract with you. I will finish everything you were unable to accomplish until your soul returns to the void. Once it was done, Byzian smiled in satisfaction. Good. The contract is complete. The soul crystal asked in utter shock. Wait, what kind of ritual was that? Byzian replied, forming a contract. Didn't you want me to take you along? Suddenly, a blue current like a tornado wrapped around the 4 of them. Byzian shouted, an earthquake? Is it the soulless? The soul crystal objected, no, it isn't the soulless. This aura is very similar to that of an outsider. Suddenly, a violet-pink pillar of light surged up from underground as though it were tearing space apart. Byzian looked up and was utterly stunned. Isn't that a dragon? The eye of God displayed its information. Jade winged dragon. Race, scale fin dragon. Species, 4-legged drake subspecies. Realm, peak gold rank. Talents, honorable wind spread, water restoration art. Skills, reversed moon white bone, plain jade sword slash, snow elegance chaotic dance marsh treading. A mutated subspecies of the scale fin dragon's 4-legged drake lineage. It is also classified as a preserved dragon sublineage, retaining some of the cat's adorable habits and appearance. Despite its cute looks, it possesses formidable combat ability. For this reason, it is beloved by many female beast tamers and was once a popular pet idol. Bai Zining cheered happily. We finally found somewhere spacious. Sitting on Long Long's head, she looked down and saw the 4 people below. Squinting, Bai Zining said, "Wait, isn't that Bai Zian?" She cried out in amazement. The strong woman from the Yin family. Seeing her, Yin Yin looked exasperated. The foolish little girl from the Bai family. Bai Zining shouted at Yin indignantly. "You're clearly from the upper realm, so why are you acting together with that stupid lower realm Bai Zian?" Yin lifted her eyes. "Didn't I tell you? The people above only ordered me to enter the transmission gate with you. They never told me I had to act with you." Bai Zining crossed her arms unhappily and shouted. Second brother said Bai Zian's grandfather was a bastard who did many terrible things. Therefore, Bai Zian is a wicked bastard too. Anyone helping Bai Zian is also a bastard. Standing on Jade-Winged Dragon's head, Bai Zining shouted at them, breaking the silence. Anyone helping Bai Zian is a bastard, which means that strong woman from the Yin family is a bastard too. Today, on behalf of my second brother, I will punish all you bastards. Bai Zian found this bizarre. What kind of logic is that? Yin replied, "Ignore her. Your cousin is just an idiot." Bai Zian broke out in a cold sweat. Somewhat embarrassed, he said, "It looks like I've dragged Miss Yin into this." Yin did not seem bothered. She answered calmly, "It's fine. I cut ties with the Bai family long ago. I mean the Bai family of the upper realm." With that, Yin raised her hand and summoned the flame-howling mad tiger. It crossed its arms proudly. Its massive body and the blazing energy behind it made it look exceptionally valiant. "Flame Howl, come burn a few things." Bai Zian looked at the sword and said, "Sorry, but we'll need to stay a little longer." The soul crystal within replied in surprise, "What? Are you planning to use me to fight that little girl? I'm a soul that needs to conserve itself. Don't waste me on something so unimportant." The flame-howling mad tiger grinned and lowered its head to reassure Bai Zian. "Little brother, it's fine. We can handle it." Hearing this, Bai Zian could not help crying out. He looked at Yin and tried to stop her. "But no matter what, this fight started because of me." She waved him off confidently. "Enough. Don't you have something more important to do? Go take care of it first. Once I defeat this little girl, I'll come find you." Bai Zining ordered Long Long, attack her. Upon receiving the order, its gleaming eyes lost their earlier innocence and became vicious. It lifted a paw, intending to stomp on Yin. Long Long's strike made the ground seem to explode, chunks of shattered stone flying everywhere. Yet a hand appeared and stopped it. Bai Zining stared in shock and shouted, "It blocked it." It was the flame-howling mad tiger. It had appeared at precisely the right moment, successfully shielding Yin. It answered disdainfully, "Is that all?" With that, it curled its hand into a fist. Brilliant energy gathered around its fist. Its expression gradually became serious. "Try this." The flame-howling mad tiger used the tiger roar fist, striking Jade-Winged Dragon's paw head-on with perfect accuracy without even looking. Yin turned and reminded Bai Zian, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Bai Zian finally agreed, though he did not forget to say, "Then be careful. That dragon won't be easy to deal with." He then called to the other two, "Little Feng Huang, Yuan Fatty, let's go." The soul crystal could not help warning him, "Outsider, I don't have much soul energy left. You only have 2 chances remaining. If not," Bai Zian answered confidently, 2 times? 1 strike is all I need." Raising the sword with a smirk, he said, "I have never missed." He swung the sword fiercely toward the ground, creating a sharp, straight line that cleaved it in 2. The beam of light cut through the tangled contamination. Bai Zian held the sword arrogantly. "Just as I said, right?" It hesitated. "Well," it continued, "you really have never missed." Then it seemed to notice something. "Wait, look," it continued. "Contamination is leaking out from inside." Bai Zian was stunned by the sight. Why is there still more? The contamination flooded over the road ahead, sealing it completely. Powerful energy radiated from a sword. Then a voice sounded. "It's all right. There is still 1 chance left. 1 final blow should be enough to stop it from regenerating." The sword emphasized, "Outsider, this is my last time." Hearing this, Bai Zian flashed a mischievous, teasing smile. "Wait a moment. You suddenly sound like you're about to die." He raised the sword, determination blazing in his eyes. "Don't you want to witness the fate of your gods with your own eyes?" The sword hesitated. "But this is the only way. Only the souls of the Rai people can." Bai Zian believed there had to be another way. He silently commanded, "Eye of God, analyze this item." Information immediately appeared. Otherworldly metal, a relic of Rai, forged from Rai metal and the souls of Rai people. It could alter its form according to its user and possess self-awareness. It could convert souls into energy to supply mental power. Its own mental power release effect had been used by the Rai people to resist contamination. Souls could greatly enhance its effects. In the phantom world, Rai possessed no spiritual power, only a special form of mental energy that could serve as fuel for soul conversion. In theory, spiritual power could replace mental energy, but mental energy possessed far greater output. Therefore, its functions could only be activated by a higher output form of spiritual power, such as the sin energy from the core of a ferocious beast. At that, Byzan immediately unleashed all his strength and declared fervently, "Then link my origin to his and activate sin energy once more." The sword immediately cried out in panic, "Hey, outsider, what are you doing?" At the same time, a notification appeared, origin linked. The energy source has been replaced, souls substituted with sin energy. Feeling Byzan's power steadily flow into it, the sword exclaimed in astonishment, "This feeling, what kind of power is this?" With power surging through his body, Byzan assessed the surrounding terrain. If he struck against the gate, then he charged forward and shouted, "Shatter together with that gate." An enormous surge of power shot forward. Byzan unleashed one crisp, powerful slash after another. His strength swiftly tore apart the vines blocking the way and even smashed through the wall behind them. At the same time, another clash of immense power was taking place. Brilliant crimson and azure energy streams collided evenly, creating a tremendous shockwave. The white tiger, blazing with azure energy, continuously released immense power against its opponent. The opposing energy streams formed a gigantic vortex of force. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon was no weaker. Both spirit beasts were straining themselves as they fought with everything they had. Byzan pointed at Yin Yin and reproached her. "You're clearly the strongest genius of the Upper Realm Academy. So why are you helping a criminal's descendant?" Yin Yin replied coldly, "Those are nothing but empty titles." Her gaze turned sharp. "After cultivating for so many years, I have come to understand one truth." Yin Yin believed that spiritual power was the foundation of the beast-taming path and also an external manifestation of one's character. One only needed to exchange a few moves with someone to know what kind of person they were. Yin Yin continued firmly, "So you're asking why I stand on his side? Because the criminal's descendant you speak of has never committed atrocities, such as massacring civilians. A fool like you probably cannot understand that, can you?" Byzan was infuriated. Her face twisted as she let out an angry snort. In her view, who could understand something explained so complicatedly? She immediately ordered the Jade-Winged Dragon to continue its assault. Seeing this, Flame-Howling Mad Tiger mocked her. "Looks like this little girl can't understand anything too complicated." Yin Yin replied, "Is the Bai family's so-called easy-to-teach problem simply a lack of independent thought? Enough nonsense. Throw me over there." "Understood," Flame-Howling Mad Tiger said. "All right." With a throw from Flame-Howling Mad Tiger, Yin Yin shot forward. "Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the Bai family." Despite the Jade-Winged Dragon's countless rain-like attacks, Yin Yin nimbly slipped through them all. Byzan's face went pale. She thought, "She's charging over here again?" With an incredibly terrifying sharp gaze, Yin Yin gripped her weapon and charged straight at Byzan. Byzan thought in horror, what a terrifyingly strong woman. Yin Yin drove her spear straight into the ground beneath Byzan and the Jade-Winged Dragon, causing a massive shockwave. The Jade-Winged Dragon was immediately stunned and collapsed amid the rubble. Yin Yin thought smugly, "You loudly claimed you would punish me, yet who is the one lying on the ground now?" Looking back, Yin Yin wondered whether she had gone too far. After all, seeing Byzan sprawled on the ground with dazed eyes, Yin Yin thought, she is only a child. Meanwhile, the huge wall before Byzan had become an enormous opening. Byzan thought, "I may have used too much power," Tian remarked. "Brother-in, is your destructive power really only at the white rank?" Then Tian you called out in astonishment. "Hey, you two look!" Before them, a gigantic monster sat motionless upon a throne. The soul crystal introduced it, Kasuna. She was once the enlightened ruler who fought contamination, yet she was still consumed by it and became its incarnation. It lamented, as both a god and a queen, she should not have met such an end. Suddenly, the monster opened its eyes. At the same time, the jade-winged dragon, its gaze now resembling the monster's, also awakened. It slowly rose behind Yin Yin. Yin Yin suddenly realized what was happening and thought in surprise. What? Facing the enraged spirit beast with its jaws wide open and the mark upon it, Yin Yin wondered, how can it still stand up? She turned back to check on Bai Zening, who was still lying flat on the ground. It looks like she has lost control of it. Yin Yin sighed wearily. Just a child? Then the jade-winged dragon went berserk, spewing huge blue flames everywhere. Suddenly, flame-howling Mad Tiger was struck by a jade-blue force and sent flying toward Bai Zening. To his astonishment, Bai Zening immediately created a barrier to shield everyone from the falling debris and warned, "Watch out." Close behind flame-howling Mad Tiger came the jade-winged dragon, its eyes now an unnatural deep blue. Seeing Yin Yin and Bai Zening protected in flame-howling Mad Tiger's grasp, Bai Zening wondered, "Miss Yin, what is going on?" But the soul crystal immediately noticed the dragon's eyes, pointing out the resemblance between the jade-winged dragon and Kasuna on the throne. The soul crystal said, "Kasuna is controlling it. It must have absorbed one of our Rise Soul crystals." Suddenly, Kasuna reached outward. The jade-winged dragon moved toward her. Seeing this, the soul crystal cried out in terror. "What is it trying to do? This is bad," the soul crystal warned. "It wants to pull Kasuna off the throne." The jade-winged dragon began tearing away the vines binding Kasuna one by one. The soul crystal shouted, "We cannot let it do that." Bai Zening called out, "Miss Yin, wake that girl up quickly. Tell her to recall the jade-winged dragon into her beast space. If it releases the one on that throne, we'll have a hard time dealing with her." Yin hurriedly tried to wake Bai Zening. "Hey, you foolish girl, wake up." When the girl remained unconscious, Yin slapped Bai Zening. Bai Zening slowly opened her eyes and saw Yin Yan's figure. She thought blankly, that strong woman. Once she regained her senses, she immediately became furious and shouted, "Get away from me, you strong woman." Yin Yin yelled in exasperation. "At a time like this, look at your spirit beast." Bai Zening stared blankly at the scene before her. Seeing the jade-winged dragon caught in Kasuna's hand, Bai Zening cried out in alarm, Long. Yin urged her, "Recall it into your beast space now." Bai Zening anxiously commanded, Long, come back." The jade-winged dragon in Kasuna's hand immediately began to vanish. Along with it, part of Kasuna's arm vanished as well. Enraged, Kasuna let out a mournful roar. She immediately unleashed her terrifying power, energy streams pouring through her body. Looking at the writhing tentacles, Bai Zening froze. He thought, those tentacles are the same ones that appeared when the transmission gate was activated. Beside him, Yin said, "Excellent." The dominant creature of this world, the staff in her hand, slowly began to emit violet energy. Burning with fighting spirit, Yin stepped forward. Taste a prototype weapon forged from demon fire crystal. But the soul crystal hastily stopped her. "Wait, do not attack. Let me." Before it could finish, Yin had already rushed toward the towering Kasuna. The soul crystal shouted, "You have to listen to me first." Kasuna's sword abruptly grew larger in both size and power. She raised it, intending to strike Yin down. Yin merely thought coldly, she can still use a sword. She quickly ordered flame-howling Mad Tiger to meet the attack. But my side is not helpless either, as flame-howling Mad Tiger held Kasuna's sword back and blocked its strike. Yin seized the opportunity and leapt high into the air. She then dived down confidently, intending to defeat Kasuna in one swift blow. But Kasuna suddenly reacted, producing cords from her arm. In an instant, the cords formed into a spear, which Kasuna raised overhead. Flame-howling Mad Tiger realized in shock. It can even deflect demon fire. Flame-howling Mad Tiger immediately retreated into a defensive stance. Seeing this, Kasuna pressed forward crazily with her newly formed spear. In an instant, she stabbed straight through Flame-howling Mad Tiger's body. Only then did Flame-howling Mad Tiger realize it was a feint. Outside, Yin was also affected by the blow and fell to one knee. Bai Zening ran over and asked, "Miss Yin, are you all right? Yin Yin watched the battle and thought, I was careless. I couldn't avoid it in time. Struggling to cast a technique, Yin Yin thought, go back and rest first. Flame-howling Mad Tiger was swiftly recalled. Seeing this outcome, Bai Ziyan could not help exclaiming, as expected of a creature called a god. The soul crystal spoke up. After all, Kasuna is a great being capable of creating life. The Eye of God then provided information. Contamination Incarnation Kasuna. Peak Purple Crystal Rank. Former Dominator. Infected by an entity even older than herself. Originally of Godhood rank, she was demoted after infection and became highly fused with contamination. As long as her soul remains undying, she can revive without limit. The soul crystal said, to kill her, all of her souls must be exhausted, and only a soul can kill a soul. It added, but the spiritual power of you outsiders can only destroy things on the physical level. It cannot harm souls. Bai Ziyan replied. In other words, we cannot inflict any real damage upon Kasuna. However, Yin Yin merely smiled. It's all right, little brother. She struggled to rise. Let me try again. Bai Ziyan stopped her. But your spirit beast was just injured. That already proves her strength. Yin Yan's gaze remained resolute. That only proves she is worthy of being my opponent, just like you. Though injured, she still rose with blazing determination. Yin Yin said, as long as this spear can strike her, I can prove to those higher-ups watching that I am right. Bai Ziyan was speechless. He thought helplessly, she really is a battle maniac. Does she not know fear at all? Then he suddenly realized something. Wait, fear. Speaking of fear, Bai Ziyan recalled every detail of what had just happened and began to calculate. She regenerates after suffering any attack. But when faced with that spear's attack, she chose to block it. Bai Ziyan thought, could she be afraid of it? Is that why? The Eye of God quickly supplied the information. Demon Fire Crystal, a special spirit stone crystal refined from unique Demon Fire spiritual power under an ultra-high pressure environment. It possesses all the attributes of Demon Fire and can be used to forge Demon Fire weapons. Demon Fire is a special form of spiritual power that can affect both the physical plane and existences beyond the physical plane. Legend says it is a power capable of killing incorporeal souls. Bai Ziyan declared confidently, just as I thought, that spear can harm souls. The soul crystal followed up, what? Then that means. It said, that spear is now the only weapon capable of killing Kasuna. Bai Ziyan walked over to Yin Yin. Miss Yin, before he could finish, Yin Yin interrupted. I heard his analysis. Bai Ziyan proposed. Then I'll be responsible for restraining her. Yin Yin smiled. And I'll be responsible for giving her a satisfying stab. Yin Yin said, to be honest, if it were not for the rotten rules of our planet, we might have gotten along quite well. Bai Ziyan replied, I think so too. Besides, it is an honor to fight shoulder to shoulder with you, Miss Yin. Thus, the two of them stood together to destroy the monster. Bai Ziyan said, then I won't hold anything back either. The sword spirit asked, outsider, what are you planning? In the next instant, Bai Ziyan was gradually covered in magical armor. He had transformed into a warrior clad head to toe in sleek modern armor. Information appeared. Beast Taming Spiritual Armor. Origin armor formed through the manifestation of origin power, enhancing the user's abilities. Its properties vary according to the user's type of origin. Bai Ziyan wondered, is this the parasitic wasp's talent? Beside him, the sword spirit exclaimed, outsider, what new trick is this? Bai Ziyan also noticed that even the sword's appearance had changed. The sword immediately urged him, hey, stop standing there. She's charging over here. In an instant, Kasuna appeared before Bai Ziyan, sword raised high as she prepared to strike him. But the moment Kasuna brought her sword down, a huge explosion erupted, sending a beam of light soaring into the sky. The monster was briefly bewildered. Bai Ziyan said, sorry about that. The soul crystal added, we are not so easily defeated. It turned out Bai Ziyan had used the soul crystal to block the attack in time. The soul crystal said, but outsider, as it struggled to hold back Kasuna's giant sword, it protested, don't use me as a shield. Bai Ziyan replied, it was just instinct. Besides, is now really the time to talk about that? Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ziyan shouted, Miss Yin now, without giving the monster time to react. Yin Yin descended from above with her spear. With blazing momentum, she drove straight down at Kasuna. But below her, Kasuna quickly extended her tentacles. They slowly coiled around Yin Yin. At that moment, Yin Yin thought this is bad. In an instant, Kasuna had restrained her. Yin Yin cursed furiously. Damn tentacles. Bai Zian immediately realized that Yin Yin was in danger. Seeing the monster prepare to attack Yin Yin, Bai Zian thought, I have to help her. He swiftly broke away from Kasuna's sword and immediately used his own sword to create a magical rhinoceros. He controlled it as it charged toward Yin Yin. The sword spirit exclaimed excitedly, Outsider, you people really have so many tricks. But Bai Zian replied in confusion, I do not even know how I just did that. Bai Zian thought, that was clearly manifestation, but I have not reached the gold rank yet. The Eye of God provided information. Otherworldly metal possesses an extremely high affinity with mental power and can amplify its user's mental power many times over. The essence of manifestation is achieving the effect of the illusory manifestation ability through the amplification of mental power brought about by the resonance between a spirit beast and its beast tamer. Reaching gold rank merely requires the beast tamer's own spiritual power, the spiritual power released by the beast-taming spiritual armor, and a combination of various other conditions. Using the metal life form and the beast-taming spiritual armor together fulfills the requirements for manifestation. Seeing that Yin Yin had been rescued by the mysterious rhinoceros, Bai Zian wondered, that technique behind this little brother belongs to the demonic spider cult. What is their relationship? Despite being injured, Kasuna still maintained a normally healthy state. The soul crystal reminded him, it seems the outsider's tricks still can't handle her. Bai Zian replied, I'm not blind. Looking at the formidable monster before him, he thought, if that's the case, I might as well stop holding back. Then, despite the soul crystal's warning, Bai Zian used Little Whale. Hey, don't push yourself too hard. He considered it. Now that I have manifestation, I should make good use of it. He immediately ordered Little Whale to attack Kasuna. But it's about time for yours truly to take the stage, he thought, then confidently called out, Little Whale. A spatial gate suddenly opened behind Kasuna. She instantly raised her guard, but it was already too late. Little Whale opened its jaws behind her and lunged viciously at Kasuna. It immediately clamped down on the monster's head. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Bai Zian charged forward with his sword. While Kasuna was still struggling inside Little Whale's mouth, he thrust his sword straight into the monster's flank. Bai Zian did not forget to taunt her. What does a whale like to eat most? He swung his blade several times, landing blow after blow on Kasuna. The answer is giant squid. At the same time, Bai Zian signaled, Miss Yin now. Yin Yin saw that the moment was right and confidently said, finally. She seized her spear, aimed it directly at Kasuna, and declared, taste this. Finding the right angle, Yin Yin forcefully hurled her spear forward and shouted excitedly, the power of demon fire. But Yin Yan's spear was abruptly blocked by a magic shield. Both of them stared in astonishment. A shield? Yin Yin cursed under her breath. Damn it, I was so close. Bai Zian drove his sword into Kasuna's severed flesh and said, I'm sorry. The sword's soul cried out, hey, why are you suddenly saying that? It asked in alarm, wait, what are you planning to do? Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling about this? Bai Zian jumped onto the sword and politely said, let me borrow your face for a moment. As he braced himself for whatever he intended to do, the sword's soul kept crying out, I'm going to break. I'm going to break. Bai Zian immediately sprang off the sword and shot forward like the wind, leaving the sword behind to furiously curse that despicable outsider. Bai Zian soared high into the air. Focusing on Yin Yan's spear, which was lodged in the shield, he assumed the stance of someone preparing to score. With a single kick, the spearhead pierced through the shield and stabbed directly into the monster's unhealed flesh. The strike sent a massive shockwave through Kasuna's entire body. Brilliant purple light radiated everywhere. Yin Yin asked, this time, it must be over, right? At that moment, Bai Zian landed on the ground, leaving behind only a monster being burned to ash. Looking at the fragments of Kasuna's body, he realized, is this the fate of becoming a god? Gai Zian Sigid. I never expected it to be so beautiful. After he removed his armor, Yin Yin approached him and thanked him. Thank you, Bai Zian. This time, those old fossils surely won't question me anymore. They won't doubt Demon Fire's strength again. Bai Zian asked, I've always been curious. What exactly is Miss Yin trying to prove? Yin Yin replied, when you get the chance to visit the origin star, you'll understand naturally. The soul crystal suddenly interrupted. Sorry to ruin the mood, but I have to remind you all, look over there. A spatial gate suddenly appeared in the area and steadily grew larger. Zian thought, it's a transmission gate. Everything before the gate was pulled toward it, and the group had to strain themselves just to hold on. As he resisted the pull, Zian asked, why would it appear at a time like this? The soul crystal wondered, didn't you want to go back? Tianyu spoke from beside him. But not now. We still haven't found the culprit. Sensing something was wrong, Zaheo exclaimed, what's happening? A subordinate hurriedly reported, young master, this reaction. Staring at the monitoring screen, the man continued in shock. It's a transmission gate. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying force emerged, like a starving beast intent on swallowing everything. The enormous vortex was like a bottomless stomach, endlessly sucking in the surrounding objects. Zaheo was baffled. Even the buildings are being pulled in. His subordinate explained, this is a fusion transmission gate. Zaheo replied, so this world and the 10,000 spider nest secret realm are merging through this transmission gate? Only then did the soul crystal shout, hey, outsider! It angrily demanded, where are you taking me? Bai Zian laozid carefully. Of course to my home. And just so you know, my home is quite spacious. The transmission gate continued to devour everything without stopping. It was like a spatial leap. When they awoke, they were already somewhere else. Zaheo asked sternly, this is your home? The leap had knocked Zaheo unconscious. Sensing someone watching him, he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was an endless range of rolling hills. Tianyu crossed her arms and asked Zian, how long are you planning to lie there? Gai Zian soudainly blushed. Damn it, what the hell are you looking at? Zian immediately sat up. Tianyu then explained the situation. It seems this transmission gate didn't return us to our original location. Maybe the time flow of the two worlds is different, which caused this. She looked around and continued, this is the desert around White Scale City, but it seems closer to Black Sand City. Still red-faced and dazed, Zian replied, yeah, this desert really is huge. Patillon suddenly pointed in a direction and shouted, everyone look, there's a city over there. Let's go check it out first. The soul crystal complained unhappily, hey, outsider, why is your home so dry? It continued, after fighting all day, we ended up in a lifeless place. What I want is a beautiful city. Zian gripped his sword and replied, be quiet. This is called a desert. Of course there's no water. He impatiently put the sword away, too lazy to explain any further. Go find somewhere with water by yourself, then. The soul crystal immediately screamed in anger. Hey, what are you doing? You despicable, shameless outsider. After putting it away, Zian could no longer hear the soul crystal's complaints. Satisfied at last, he said, let's go to Black Sand City first. In truth, there was no other way to reach Black Sand City. He sighed. There's no way we can walk back to White Scale City. The scenery around Black Sand City was indeed harsh, with not the slightest trace of life's beauty. Zaheo used a piece of building debris that had been sucked through the transmission gate to pull himself up. Looking around, he guessed, it seems we've returned to the 10,000 spider nest secret realm. A woman's voice rang out, second brother, save me. He muttered, Zening. Zening was suspended in midair, her collar caught on a piece of debris. She shouted, up here, I'm up here. Zening wore a gloomy expression, unable to understand how she had ended up in such a predicament. After being rescued, she looked much more relaxed, smiling as she lounged in her chair. A subordinate reported to Zaheo, young master, it's a video call from the clan chief. Before Zaheo could answer, Zening cheered, oh yeah, we're going home. How is the situation? Have you found the item? The young master's voice came through the call. Zaheo reported. Reporting to the family head, we found it. It is exactly as expected and has great value for exploitation. His voice carried a hint of satisfaction. Zaheo continued. Zening and I are on our way back to the Origin Star. The voice on the call also sounded pleased. Very good. Where's Scarlet Flame? Zaheo hesitated. She isn't traveling with us. Moreover, before he could finish, the family head interrupted him. I know. Keep this matter secret for now. At present, we need to unite every force we have to deal with the hostile forces in the 10,000 spider nest secret realm. A blurry image of a man appeared on the screen. He was the person Zaheo had called the family head. Speaking as though he had anticipated everything, the man said, once the time is right, wiping out those remnants before our combined fleet will take no more than an instant. Just carry out the task I arranged for you. The family head ended the call, and Zaheo respectfully replied, yes, family head. Just as the call disconnected, Bai Ziheo suddenly shouted, "Wait!" He rose from his seat and began questioning the subordinate who had reported the call. The Bai family has always revered its elders. Thus, we address the senior head of the family as the venerable master, while the head of a family is called the family head. I have never heard the term clan chief. He had seemed not to notice before, but Bai Ziheo was unexpectedly meticulous. He approached the subordinate, his voice full of menace. "Who exactly are you to dare impersonate the Bai family's family head?" Realizing she could no longer conceal herself, the subordinate removed the uncomfortable disguise. Once the clothes came off, a curvaceous figure was revealed. Short silver hair, fishnet stockings, and a tight black outfit. It was Gu Bai, using another disguise. Gu Bai revealed her true identity and admitted to Bai Ziheo, "You really do pay attention to the smallest details. I never expected to be exposed by such outdated feudal rules." The Bai family's people immediately surrounded her, and warnings sounded all around Gu Bai. "Don't move. Behave yourself." She showed no sign of concern, even teasing them slightly. These security guards react pretty quickly. Gu Bai's voice suddenly lowered, but as she spoke, she readied the weapon in her hand. Gu Bai charged forward confidently. "Do you really think I'll surrender without a fight?" When Bai Ziheo's men saw Gu Bai charge, they did not hesitate to open fire. Every bullet flew toward her, yet strangely, not a single one hit. The subordinates exclaimed in shock, "Why can't we hit her? What kind of absurd luck is this?" Bai Ziheo was caught in the crossfire and shouted at his subordinates, "Hey, stop firing wildly." By then, Gu Bai had closed the distance. Seeing her before him, ready to strike, only one thought appeared in his mind. "I'm finished." She swung her weapon straight through Bai Ziheo. Blood trickled from his mouth. Though in agony, he still demanded, "Who exactly are you?" Gu Bai had no intention of giving him a complete answer. "Isn't it obvious? I'm your enemy." With tears in her eyes, Bai Zining supported the injured Bai Ziheo. He still asked why. "You don't look like one of the lower realm's native mongrels." Suddenly, the Bai family members were ambushed. A deep voice rang out. "Who are you calling mongrels?" Diego Barrow appeared and swiftly dealt with the Bai family guards. "You people from beyond the heavens really are arrogant." Hatred was evident in his voice as he continued. "You invaded our planet, then called us mongrels. So tell me, whose life is worth more now?" Diego Barrow grabbed Bai Ziheo by the face. He looked pleased to have the advantage and said, "Humans die when they are killed. We're all the same." But they had not come to kill Bai Ziheo and Bai Zining, not yet. What they needed was the lifeboat. Diego Barrow revealed his purpose. "Today is only a warning. We'll let you go, but next time, there won't be any polite questioning. Now, tell me where the lifeboat is." On the spacecraft, something was launched out into space. Meanwhile, Bai Zian's group was still traveling toward Black Sand City, but the journey did not seem to be going well. Potian sighed impatiently. "We've already walked so far." Bai Zian surveyed the surroundings and concluded, "It seems the transmission gates here aren't limited to our location." Tian Yu is also exhausted from the heat. Compared to that, I wish the butler would send a driver to pick me up, just like before. Seeing that she was still daydreaming, Bai Zian reminded her, "Let me remind you, the matter of White Scale City still isn't over. We're wanted criminals right now." Patian could not endure it any longer. "But, brethren, it's seriously hot enough to kill us." Tian Yu brushed everything aside. "Enough. Let's talk after we reach Black Sand City." Above them, a figure stood on a wall looking down. A somewhat familiar voice rang out. "Yo, what a coincidence." Hearing that voice, Bai Zian instinctively stopped. He thought, "This situation feels awfully familiar." The figure jumped down behind Bai Zian's group. It was Scarlet Flame. She continued, "I was wondering whether you were still in the Ghost Shadow world." Without giving Bai Zian a chance to reply, she went on at length, "Since we've run into each other, let's skip the small talk. Before I leave, I'll give you a sincere warning. The higher-ups have decided to prepare for a second assault on the 10,000 Spider Nest secret realm." Something enormous suddenly appeared behind her. Bai Zian stared in shock. "That's a warship." Scarlet Flame explained, "Once the attack begins, this won't be the only warship taking part. The only thing preventing the higher-ups from acting is proof that the city-states of White Scale City hold dominion over this world. In other words, the ruler of this world must be killed." As she spoke, she grabbed a cable and climbed aboard the warship. She struck a cool pose and waved farewell to Bai Zian's group. "Personally, I hope you'll come to the Origin Star. Stop worrying about this little world. I've said enough. I need to return and report. I'm leaving. Bai Zian tried to stop her. Wait, but the warship had already disappeared. Bai Zian complained tearfully. At least you could have given us a ride. He looked up at the warship flying away like the wind and sighed inwardly. Ah, it's so fast. He continued to ponder, attacking the 10,000 spider nest secret realm, killing its ruler. Bai Zian groaned inwardly. They really won't give anyone even a moment to rest. Night fell over Black Sand City. Though the sky was covered with clouds, they could not block the stars eager to shine. Bai Zian's group finally arrived in Black Sand City. Patian cheered. We finally made it to Black Sand City. Bai Zian was utterly exhausted and suggested, it's hot enough to kill us. Let's get something to drink. Tian Yu agreed. I second that. The group stopped at a social media famous shop in Black Sand City called Nine Dragons Ice Cafe. A server's voice came from inside, 3 mint lemon teas. Patian sprawled across his chair as the news broadcast began. Today is Friday, August 18th. Welcome to the latest news report. Bai Zian sensed that something was off and said to Tianyu, wait. When we entered the Ghost Shadow world, wasn't it August 15th? She also noticed the oddity, but it seems we spent only about a day in there. The broadcast continued. Today's most important breaking news. The Border Patrol warship intrusion from 2 days ago remains under investigation. The injured parties are all government officials of the Origin Star. Tianyu suddenly turned to Bai Zian and concluded, that means 1 day inside there equals 3 days in the 10,000 spider nest world. The news broadcast continued in the background. The bilateral summit between Black Sand City and Blue Mist City concluded today. Blue Mist City Lord Dong Lizi attended today's bilateral friendship parade. Bai Zian continued discussing it, offering his own guess. Not necessarily. It could be an issue with the transmission gate. It doesn't just cross space, it crosses time as well. Tianyu spoke anxiously. No matter what, we're already late to save father. The news continued playing in the cafe. At present, the military cruiser has arrived at Black Sand City's social media famous shop, Nine Dragons Ice Cafe. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out inside the cafe. Bai Zian raised his hand to shield himself from the sharp shards of glass flying toward him. Amid the dust and sand came an urgent news alert. The military convoy of the Blue City Lord had suffered an unidentified attack. Could it have happened here? Patian cried out fearfully. What happened? Outside, damaged vehicles were scattered everywhere. It looked like they had been hit by a series of ambushes. Bai Zian and the others could no longer stay inside drinking. The 3 of them rushed out and saw someone ahead. They all thought, could that be? Through the red smoke, the silhouette of a girl gradually emerged, carrying someone on her back. Could this be a kidnapping? Feng Wutian sensed that something was wrong, covering her mouth and nose as she warned them. This smoke is poisonous. Bai Zian tried to make out who those people were. He thought, who are they? That insignia. He recognized it as the emblem of the demon extermination cult. Seeing them flee as swiftly as the wind, Bai Zian had no time to react. He could only curse inwardly. Damn it, they're fast. By then, the poison had already entered his body. He felt somewhat dizzy, but his mind kept racing. It seems the demon extermination cult has started becoming active again. Unable to hold out any longer, Bai Zian slowly collapsed, his thoughts growing hazy. They must have some new plan. I can't let them. In the end, he lost consciousness, managing only a few words. Damn it. Poison gas. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. The last thing Bai Zian saw was the military arriving to rescue civilians, led by the figure of a woman. The soldiers called out, secure the area, prioritize searching for survivors. He only had time to think that uniform color, Blue City, before passing out completely. The woman stood before Bai Zian and said, your old Bai's grandson. When Bai Zian opened his eyes again, he was somewhere else. He murmured to himself, an unfamiliar ceiling. Bai Zian lay in a clean, orderly room. He wondered, where am I? Then someone's voice rang out. Hey, he's awake. Hurry and notify the city lord. 2 unfamiliar men looked at one another and reported through their earpieces, City Lord, young master Bai has awakened. He sat up, his head still dizzy. Who are they? Is this a hospital? A blue-haired woman appeared in the doorway and said, you're finally awake. Bai Zian thought she looked vaguely familiar. Before he could figure it out, Dong Li continued, I won't ask why a wanted criminal from White Scale City is in Black Sand City. That is not my concern. But since you were at the scene of the attack, I need to ask you some questions. Do you remember what the kidnapper looked like? Or anything distinctive about them? Only then did he realize that this woman was the city lord of Blue City. Bai Ziyan thought carefully, recalling the moment the kidnappers appeared. If the city lord herself is here, then could the kidnapped person be Kichi? He recalled Lan Chiki, a lively young girl. They had met once at an auction. She was a naturally gifted genius. The recent events replayed in Bai Ziyan's mind. He suddenly realized that, at this point in time, she must already have contracted a spatial-type spirit beast. Spatial abilities could even traverse time itself. Why would the demon extermination cult kidnap her? A subordinate received a report. Yes, understood. Bai Ziyan did not conceal anything and answered honestly. It was the demon extermination cult. I saw members of the demon extermination cult at the scene. Dong Li was somewhat speechless. Tell me something I don't already know. The subordinate reported again. City Lord Lan, City Lord Lin, says the surveillance footage has been recovered and asks you to come review it. All right, Dong Li replied. I understand. Bai Ziyan was surprised. Surveillance footage? She made as if to leave the room, but did not forget to tell Bai Ziyan, you're coming with me. Bai Ziyan sat there blankly for a moment, silently judging her. Why does the Blue City Lord speak to me so harshly? Should I call her an old witch? But after thinking it over, he had not offended her at all, so he simply let it go. Dong Li led Bai Ziyan to a command room filled with advanced equipment. She called to the person inside. Old Lin, what is the current situation? A reassuring voice came from within. Dong Li, please don't worry. He was Lin Gui, known as the Black-Tailed King, the city lord of Black Sand City. Lin Gui reminded Dong Li, there's a junior here. After all, watch your image a little. Bai Ziyan looked at Lin Gui. The mask he wore made Bai Ziyan hesitate. That mask is a little scary. A familiar voice sounded out. Bai Ziyan. He turned around in surprise. Little Feng Huang? Wait, why does she seem angry? Bai Ziyan froze, thinking I should apologize first. It would be bad if she started making a scene. He stammered, Little Feng Huang, Contrary to what Bai Ziyan expected, Feng Wutian rushed over and hugged him tightly. Moved, she said. It's wonderful that you're all right. Bai Ziyan's face turned red. What is wrong with these two? He thought, I must have inhaled too much poison gas. My head is broken. Then he abruptly asked, where's Yuan? At those words, Feng Wutian's attitude suddenly changed. She tightened her grip around him. Feng Wutian said angrily, I'm worried about you. And you're asking about that damn fatso? Bai Ziyan said painfully, I can't breathe. Pouting, she replied, I ought to strangle you to death. Nearby, Dong Li stared sternly at Lin Gui. What are you looking at? He said softly, ahem. Being young is wonderful, isn't it, Dong Li? After the brief teasing, Lin Gui became serious again. He activated the system and said, let's deal with business first. System, display the projection. Footage of the previous night's incident appeared on the screen. Lin Gui pointed to one recording and analyzed it. This is all surveillance data. We can see that there was only one culprit. Bai Ziyan stepped forward as well, pointing at one recording. This is, Lin Gui answered, the station at the city exit. Bai Ziyan found the figure familiar and continued. This person looks a lot like Chi-Chi's kidnapper. Lin Gui ordered system, zoom in. Goodbye. Bai Ziyan thought in shock. Lin Gui stood behind him and asked, what is it? Is it her? Bai Ziyan admitted, yes, it's her. Yet he compared the feeling in his heart. But her aura feels different. Lin Gui gave an order to his subordinates. Notify the Secret Service. The suspect has been identified. Seeing Bai Ziyan suddenly grow quiet, Feng Wutian thought, does Bai Ziyan have something on his mind? Dong Li was anxious. Of course she was. Chi-Chi was her niece. Since the suspect has been identified, we act immediately. Naturally, I will go personally. Lin Gui intended to stop her, but said helplessly, Dong Li, you. Forget it, I won't stop you. To avoid diplomatic complications, I will join the operation as well. Gai Ziyan suddenly spoke. Lin Gui turned toward him, curious. Bai Ziyan, is there something else you want to say? The words were already at Bai Ziyan's lips, but he still hesitated. Is that person really Gu Bai? I want to investigate it properly. His hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. But White Scale City's matter has not been resolved yet. If I go with the two city lords, I won't know how to explain it to little Feng Huang and a Yuan. Feng Wutian seemed to understand and sighed. Honestly, then she suddenly raised her voice. Gai Ziyan, Gai Ziyan. Feng Wutian put her hands on her hips and came to his rescue. If you want to help with the investigation, then go. Why are you still hesitating? Bai Zian was still reluctant. But, she continued, a yuan and I will handle White Scale City's affairs. Besides, my father has a friend in Black Sand City, so there is absolutely no need to worry about us. And you have a reason you cannot refuse to go, don't you? Hearing that, Lin Gui added, legally speaking, neither Blue City nor Black Sand City is grounds to detain a criminal from another city, correct? It is not because I'm doing Old Bai a favor. You have no objection, do you, Dongli? Dongli was speechless. In any case, he is the primary witness. If he wants to go, let him. Time is precious now. Stop dragging this out. Bai Zian felt a little guilty. Little Feng Huang. He turned to look at Feng Wutian's retreating back. Afterward, she let out another sigh. Seeming to realize that she had expected too much, she mocked herself. What exactly was I hoping for? Outside, a convoy of military vehicles drove off one after another. While reviewing the documents, Lin Gui outlined strategy. We are now approaching the target, so I will explain the points requiring attention during this operation. A train sped along tracks beside the coast. The suspect had boarded it and was heading toward Jianai City. Inside a passenger carriage, Gubai silently examined the documents in her hands through her sunglasses. To avoid arousing the suspect's suspicions, we did not ask the train crew to make an emergency stop. We only had them reduce their speed. Meanwhile, 2 military vehicles have begun closing in, moving alongside the locomotive from both sides. This will allow us to board from the rear and enter the train. Once we enter the carriage, chaos is inevitable. Lin Gui monitored the situation closely on his tablet. In short, once we enter the scene, we must secure it as quickly as possible to prevent disorder. He calmly laid out the plan, then emphasized, after that, young Master Bai will identify the suspect. We will be relying on you, young Master Bai. Bai Zian looked up and answered, all right, but he could not help frowning. Why do I keep feeling that something is wrong? Bai Zian pondered quietly, his fingertips lightly pressed together. A train's destination is fixed. It cannot change course. Once her trail is discovered, it would be like getting trapped inside an iron box. The train continued onward through a sun-scorched, desolate landscape, making him increasingly uneasy. Why choose such a method to transport someone? And is that person really Gu Bai? Just then, the vehicle operator turned and announced, the commander has arrived. Lin Gui immediately gestured. Very good. Move out. At that moment, 3 fully armed Special Forces soldiers leaped onto the roof of the carriage and approached the compartment from the side. Inside, Gu Bai calmly watched every approaching footstep. Her eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing in them, and she gave a faint smile. Suddenly, one soldier spoke quietly. There's a passenger here. Approaching. He slowly raised his gun toward her. As they closed in on the seat for a surprise inspection, he said, Miss, please. But Gu Bai had vanished without anyone noticing. Where did she go? At the same time, she abruptly appeared from above, having removed her disguise and launched herself directly at him. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Damn it! Gu Bai landed and clamped his head between her slender legs, murderous intent blazing in her eyes. The soldiers immediately surrounded her, pointing their guns and shouting, Fire! Yet she suddenly leaned backward, her head plunging toward the ground, while maintaining the hold on her target as bullets from his comrades tore through the air toward her. They continued firing at the enemy in front of them, but fortunately, he was wearing bulletproof armor and was unharmed. Suddenly, Gu Bai flipped backward and delivered a powerful kick to the soldiers surrounding her. Then she repeatedly waved her hand, firing streams of purple lightning at each of them. Damn it, she's insanely fast. One after another, they fell, completely unable to resist. The enemy was a beast tamer. At last, Gu Bai defeated the final remaining soldier. She brushed back her hair and looked disdainfully at the soldiers sprawled across the floor. That did not even count as a warm-up. Just then, a hesitant voice came from behind her. Gu Bai. Gu Bai tilted her head. There's still one left. Bai Zian froze and stammered. Is it really you, Gu Bai? Why are you? Hearing that name, she repeated coldly. Gu Bai. Dong Li frowned behind him and shouted. What are you doing? Why have you not made a move? Lin Gui hurriedly raised a hand to stop her. Dong Li, calm down. Young Master Bai seems to know her. At that moment, Gu Bai's gaze became like icy blades, seductive and dangerous. She said mockingly, "The person you are referring to must be that unfortunate child, right? She is no longer here." The person standing before them now was entirely different, with none of the clarity she had before. Bai Zian hurriedly asked, "What do you mean she is no longer here?" Gu Bai curled her lips in ridicule. "It seems you know nothing at all." Her eyes suddenly turned red, eerie flames flickering within them. She smiled disdainfully. That unfortunate child was so weak, and she was an orphan besides. Who do you think was always protecting her while she grew up? As she spoke, she held a finger to her lips as though guarding a secret. "That's right, it was me. This is a secret that even she herself does not know." Only then did Bai Zian widen his eyes in shock. Could it be a split personality? He immediately recalled the image of a frail, desperate Gu Bai pleading for help. That meant Gu Bai had been in danger. Would another personality take over her body to protect her? Bai Zian then composed himself and looked directly at her. "Even so, why are you helping the demon extermination cult?" The current Gu Bai treated it as no big matter and replied indifferently, "For profit, of course." Suddenly, a voice reported, "Report. An emergency has occurred." Lin Gui immediately asked, "What happened?" The soldier hesitated. "You may not believe this when I tell you." He recalled the chaos outside, where sand and trees had been swept up by violent winds, then hurriedly reported, "A sandstorm. Since Blue City deployed its technique, there has not been a single sandstorm in 20 years. But for some reason, one has appeared today." He was startled, muttering, "How is that possible? This is not normal at all." The soldier continued urgently, "Wait, there's more." At that moment, the sandstorm grew increasingly violent. Someone quickly noticed that something was moving within the sand. Soon afterward, the ground beside the railway tracks began to shake violently. A colossal creature with rough skin and a sharp horn burst from underground, flinging dirt and rocks everywhere. The entire train carriage lurched, making it difficult for anyone to keep their footing. Lin Gui recognized the creature at once. A black sand-soft worm. Its mouth opened wide like an abyss, rows of sharp spiral teeth visible within, seemingly ready to crush the entire train. At the carriage door, Gu Bai slowly straightened and stared at the black sand-soft worm, as though she had been expecting it all along. She whispered, "It is finally here." A cough sounded behind her. Gai Zian hurriedly stepped closer. "Wait!" Panting, he frowned and demanded, "What exactly are you trying to do?" But Gu Bai did not care in the slightest. She calmly picked up her suitcase and headed outside. A figure appeared from nowhere, seemingly having waited by the carriage door all along. "Why is there still a living person?" Gu Bai answered casually, "Look for yourself, then you will know who it is." Diego Barrow asked, "The person you could not bear to kill?" Gu Bai stepped outside and answered coldly, "Didn't you say to keep him as your spare tire?" He crouched down, unable to hide his surprise at the person before him. What a coincidence! Bai Zian roared furiously when he saw the man ahead of him. "Parasite B!" Diego Barrow lowered his head and reminded him, "Stop shouting. Just stay obediently in there." Only then did Bai Zian discover that his entire body had been stuck fast by a layer of cloudy white liquid, leaving him unable to move. "Since when?" Diego Barrow calmly stood up and smiled faintly. "Wait until you have grown a little more. I will come find you myself. After all, a special spare tire like you needs to be cultivated for a while longer." Then the two of them rode atop the black sand softworm's back. Diego Barrow glanced at Gu Bai beside him and reminded her, "Our boss has been waiting a long time. Deliver the package first. So do not sit on the package." "Hey, did you hear me?" But she remained silent, her gaze fixed on some distant point as she sank into thought. Meanwhile, the train remained in chaos. Urgent calls rang out repeatedly. "Command! Command! Please respond if you can hear us." However, the communication system had been disconnected. Lin Gui turned and announced, "The sandstorm is causing signal interference. For now, we can only wait for it to subside." Dong Li leaned against the train wall with one leg bent, frowning in dissatisfaction. "You were just going to let her leave like that?" Bai Zian could only lower his head in silence, lost in thought. Finally, she firmly lowered her foot and stood up. "I do not care who you are involved with, or why you feel something is off." Dong Li then made up her mind. Saving Chi Chi is the highest priority now. Bai Zian still seemed immersed in his thoughts. No matter how he considered it, something was wrong. Given the current situation, they could have taken the hostage away directly. There was no need to board a train midway. Lin Gui placed a hand on her shoulder and reassured her. Calm down, Dongli. I know you are worried about Chi-Chi, but at least young master Bai understand the enemy. This is not entirely a bad thing. Someone reasoned aloud. That Gu Bai seemed to deliberately appear on surveillance footage, as if she was luring us into this desert. Hearing that, Dongli silently turned and walked away. I'm going to smoke. Lin Gui called after her, Dongli, but received no answer. He could only sit cross-legged on the floor of the train and comfort Bai Zian beside him. The Blue City Lord said those things only because she is too worried about Chi-Chi. Bai Zian could not help glaring at him. Why was this old man suddenly bringing this up? Lin Gui continued gently. I hope you understand, young Master Bai, tilting his head as he gazed into the distance. Lin Gui suddenly asked, judging from how dejected you look, that person must have been a very important companion to you, right? Bai Zian froze before suddenly realizing it. Wait, did this old man think he was feeling down because of that? With a cigarette between his lips, Lin Gui began speaking softly. That was a long time ago, back when I was not yet the city lord of Black Sand City. Your grandfather, Dong Li, and I, a native of the Four Origin Stars, a gifted commoner, and an illegitimate child of a great family. We all shared the same goal, reaching the Four Origin Stars. We became friends and trained together in the 10,000 Spider Nest Secret Realm. There was a secret we all saw clearly, yet could never speak of. Memories surfaced of Jing Chong awkwardly avoiding Dong Li, whose mind was filled with love. Dong Li had feelings for Bai Zian's grandfather. As Lin Gui recalled the figure that had gradually faded with the years, he continued, but just as we were about to achieve our goal, Jing Chong suddenly left. When Dong Li and I saw him again, the distance between us had grown ever wider. And the next time we met him, he was already the city lord of White Scale City. He gradually drifted away from us until we became strangers. He also revealed Dong Li's story. Later, Dong Li caught the attention of Blue City because of her strength and married Blue City's useless eldest young master, taking her husband's surname. After her husband died, she became Blue City's first female city lord. Dong Li, Lin Gui then turned to his own story and said quietly, as for me, because of my biological father, I inherited Black Sand City and received the title of Black-Tailed King. Perhaps sensing Bai Zian's displeasure, he slowly added, I'm telling you this to say that you do not need to cling so tightly to companions from the past. You will eventually discover that it is not such a big deal after all. As Lin Gui gradually walked away, Bai Zian's gaze wavered in thought. He had not expected the two city lords to be old friends of his grandfather. No wonder the city lord had always seemed uncomfortable around him. It was because of his grandfather's relationship with her. At that moment, while everyone was occupied elsewhere, Bai Zian remained lost in thought. Gu Bai's appearance had indeed affected his judgment. Inside the overturned train, Bai Zian thought to himself that instead of making groundless guesses about the demon extermination cult's purpose, he might as well change his way of thinking and quietly wait to see what happened. Perhaps once the sandstorm stopped, the answer would reveal itself. Suddenly, strange sounds came one after another from the train windows, drawing Bai Zian's attention. What was that? Then, out of nowhere, came the crisp sound of someone slurping instant noodles. As the man chewed, he remarked, "It tastes like the desert, just like these noodles. Dry." Suddenly, there was the long scrape of someone slipping. At the same time, he toppled sideways and calmly concluded, as expected, very dry. At last, the man smashed through the train window and fell freely down. It happened so quickly that nobody had time to react. Bai Zian stared in astonishment. What just fell down here? Bai Zian and Lin Gui approached and finally saw the person before them. It was Or. Or braced himself against the ground, frowned, and stood up. He muttered regretfully, what a waste of noodles. From a distance, Dong Li immediately noticed something unusual. That person's eyes. Looking directly into those deep eyes, she was shaken. His pupils were horizontal rectangles. Dong Li instantly drew her gleaming blue sword and pointed it at his throat. You're from the demon extermination cult. Unable to restrain her emotions, she shouted, What exactly is your purpose in kidnapping my granddaughter? Or hurriedly raised both hands in surrender. Don't point your sword at me like that. Besides, I'm not from the demon extermination cult. Bai Zian immediately interjected. City Lord Dong, I know this man. She glared at him. Who is he? Bai Zian hesitated, raised one finger, and explained, he is one of my grandfather's native friends. Scratching his head, Bai Zian added, the relationship is complicated, but he definitely isn't one of the people who kidnapped Chi-Chi. Dong Li lowered her sword and stared at the carefree man before her. I see. But in the next instant, her blade was once again pressed closer to Or's throat, startling him. She glared at him through gritted teeth. But he is still friends with that man. He cannot be trusted. Hearing this, Bai Zian held his forehead and sighed helplessly. Grandfather, what sort of trouble did you cause back then? Suddenly, Lin Gui stepped forward, gently lowered Dong Li's raised sword hand, and called her name. Dong Li, don't be impulsive. Let the past remain in the past. He embraced Dong Li and sighed. You really have not changed at all. Immediately raised two fingers and politely requested to speak. All right, I want to understand the current situation, so excuse me for interrupting. First, this city Lord Dong's granddaughter was kidnapped by either the Sunflower faction or the demon extermination cult, amid the wreckage of the train, or continued. Then, while you were pursuing them, something happened, and you were trapped here by the sandstorm. After that, the storm stopped, I accidentally fell down, and then I met all of you. Is that about right? Bai Zian was impatient. He raised a hand to stop him and looked coldly toward Or. Or, since you have said so much, why don't you just tell us why you are here? Or smiled and pointed at Bai Zian. You still have not realized it? My purpose is the same as yours. Bai Zian was startled. Folding his arms across his chest, he asked, You are also tracking the demon extermination cult? Or immediately replied, Of course. Our Moonshade faction monitors the Sunflower faction's activities. Those people are always stirring up trouble. Only then did Lin Gui voice his question inside the aircraft. Wait a moment. This gentleman is from the Moonshade faction, and the Sunflower faction is? Or hurriedly explained, the Sunflower faction is the demon extermination cult you mentioned. As for the Moonshade faction, you can think of us as the Sunflower faction's opposition. Also, or is merely a surname. We natives all prefer to address each other this way. Just then, a helicopter appeared in the sky, its rotors whirring. Someone reported, Commander, we have arrived. Everyone in the aircraft watched Lin Gui issue orders through the communicator at his ear. Very good. Get us up there first. The helicopter hovered in the crimson sky. Inside the aircraft, the soldier at the controls turned around and asked, Commander, where are we going now? Lin Gui turned and pointed as he gave his order. First, scout the area for traces of a gigantic creature passing through. They still have the hostage, so we need to catch up to them as quickly as possible. Below, Bai Zian sat beside Dong Li and glanced at her. Or, you must have learned something, right? Otherwise, you would not have appeared in this desert. Or looked directly at him and raised his index finger. There's indeed some intelligence, and it concerns you. Bai Zian pointed at himself in confusion. It concerns me? Or answered at once. That's right. Do you remember what happened half a year ago in the Azure Sky Forest and Giant Tree City? Bai Zian gave a cold laugh, recalling his encounter with Asha and Asmodin. Wait, are you talking about those two high priests of the demon extermination cult? Or frowned and replied, That's right. The Sunflower faction is currently facing a shortage of combat strength, so they're doing everything they can to find the Spider Empress before our Moonshade faction does, using her blessing to increase their strength. And that is because you, Bai Zian, killed those two high priests. Dong Li's eyes widened in shock. What? Lin Gui was equally astonished. Clenching his teeth, he said in admiration, So young, yet already. Dong Li sincerely praised Bai Zian. Those were diamond-tier powerhouses. Bai Zian rubbed his head, avoiding the praise as he answered modestly, It was nothing. I was only lucky. Even while being praised, however, he remained highly vigilant. The current situation was complicated. Yin Yin had once said that the 4 origin stars had already assembled an army and would soon defeat the Spider Empress. Chi-Chi had acted. Perhaps by tracing the root of this incident involving Chi-Chi, they might even find the Spider Empress. But if that happened, they would have to face both the demon extermination cult and the Spider Empress at once. There were still too many unknowns, and more importantly, there was still something he had not figured out. Dongli clenched her fist on her lap and frowned. Then what does the demon extermination cult finding the Spider Empress have to do with my granddaughter? Or was puzzled by this as well? That is exactly what I want to figure out. They have made many incomprehensible moves. The demon extermination cult keeps kidnapping people without talent and ordinary civilians. Could it be? At that moment, Bai Zian suddenly remembered something. The Chosen One had once said that Chi was, or also guessed Chi's identity. Pointing ahead, he asked with a crooked smile, "Your daughter is a beast tamer with a rare talent, isn't she?" Dongli seemed to realize it as well. That's right. It was during our visit to Black Sand City. Chi awakened her talent then, and she awakened it automatically without an awakening stone. Before countless witnesses, Chi effortlessly obtained extraordinary power. Lin Gui rubbed his head as he recalled, "I remember that everything was extremely chaotic at the time, so we did not have the chance to assess her talent." What was even more surprising was that reports said a spatial rift had appeared in the desert. Bai Zian shrugged with a smirk. In truth, that was only the merging of two worlds. When Chi awakened her talent, a blue divine beast appeared beside her. The others had been stunned. In addition, a spatial-type spirit beast, something that had existed only in legends, had voluntarily formed a contract with Chi. It truly was unprecedented, or suddenly sprang to his feet, startling the other three. Pointing ahead, he shouted, "That's it!" Frowning anxiously, he explained, "Spatial-type spirit beasts are higher-dimensional creatures. They can freely establish transmission gates between different dimensions. That is precisely what the Sunflower faction wants to exploit." He paused before continuing, "So they can only first control the person contracted with it." Chi stood before a door filled with eerie purple lightning. According to, or they would then use the transmission gate to search for the Spider Empress. He urgently pressed them. "We do not have much time left." At that moment, the helicopter passed over a massive trench. The pilot immediately reported, "Commander, we found something." Lin Gui hurried over and gripped the back of the seat as the pilot continued. "The traces below appear to have been left by a black sand softworm." Lin Gui ordered, "Follow the trail." The sky gradually darkened and time was running out. Lin Gui urged them, "Make haste and follow them." The helicopter flew along the tracks below. The scene shifted to a space densely covered in spiderwebs. Gubai walked behind Diego Barrow and sneered. "Won't our tracks in the sand be discovered? This is hardly professional." Diego turned around and gave her a sidelong glance. "I have my own plan." He then warned her, "Just like you, I know what you are plotting behind my back." Gubai was confident and directly provoked him. "Then say it. Don't casually accuse people." Diego frowned and pointed at her. "I have no interest in your goals, but remember this. Do not obstruct me." He added, "Most importantly." The tension between them rose. Diego glared, reached out, and gripped Gubai's chin. "Do not forget that without me, you would still be buried in that mine." Gubai was entirely unafraid of his actions, and even had the mood to tease him. "Then I really should thank you, shouldn't I?" In the face of her blatant provocation, Diego let go and quickly turned away. He left her with a warning. "Remember it. Do not cross the line." Gubai held her luggage and rubbed her neck as she stared at him darkly. Diego looked back once more and ordered, "Finally, do not forget to keep that spy alive. He cannot die." Night had fallen, and the red glow on the horizon was gradually fading. The helicopter arrived at an area of gray, seemingly abandoned buildings. A voice reported, "Commander, the trail disappears here." Lin Gui leaned out of the aircraft cabin. "This is Black Sand City's abandoned research institute." He then ordered everyone, "Let's go inside and take a look first." Once inside, everyone curiously looked around. Bai Zian asked, "What was this place used for before?" Lin Gui explained, "It was a comprehensive research institute studying methods of controlling sandstorms." Dongli objected, "But Blue City's technology has already helped Black Sand City solve its sandstorm problem, at least up until today." Bai Zian raised his palm and circulated his spiritual power. "Within this range, the Eye of God should be able to find something." He silently called out, "Eye of God, scan the surrounding area." His eyes flashed. There seemed to be something underground. He placed his palm on the ground and probed it. Images appeared, and he was startled. A spirit stone energy response. At that moment, a deep rectangular structure appeared beneath his feet. "This is an elevator?" he asked in surprise. "Why is there an elevator here?" Bai Zian stepped back and accidentally triggered some kind of switch. His foot paused. The underground elevator suddenly emerged, startling or so badly that he fell to the ground. Damn it! All four of them stepped up to the elevator doors. Dong Li turned around irritably and questioned Lin Gui. Old Lin, you had better explain this. Lin Gui himself was quite surprised. Rubbing his head, he hesitated, unable to explain. Seeing his reaction, Dong Li continued. It seems this laboratory was never abandoned, or finally recovered, and frowned as he poked his head inside. Very suspicious. I suggest we investigate. They stepped into the elevator. With his hands in his pockets, Lin Gui encouraged them. At the very least, this suspicious elevator proves that we have not come to the wrong place. Bai Zian rubbed his chin in thought. It was not only the elevator that was suspicious. Dong Li looked around vigilantly. Then where does this elevator lead? Bai Zian's eyes flashed blue. It felt increasingly as though they were being led around by the nose. In a confined space, the elevator slowly descended into unfathomable depths. Bai Zian continued to calculate. Even the city lord of Black Sand City knew nothing of this research facility. There was only one possibility. There was an informant within Black Sand City, or Lin Gui finally answered Dong Li's question. To tell the truth, I don't know where this elevator leads either. Bai Zian used his spiritual sense to examine him. He was not lying. Still, Bai Zian remained suspicious. Was it truly not City Lord Lin? The elevator doors opened, and the four stepped outside to look around. Lin Gui hesitated. Whatever they saw was so shocking that Bai Zian could only blurt out, "Holy shit." Beneath the black sand desert lay a city, a vibrant city of towering skyscrapers right before their eyes. Everyone was stunned. If this is the demon extermination cult's city, then it is far too advanced. A system suddenly announced. Illegal intruders detected. Armed figures appeared all around the four of them, or exclaimed, "Damn it, we're surrounded." Bai Zian recalled the monsters from before. These people looked very much like the assassins who had attacked White Scale City that day. He was on guard, yet he constantly felt that something was off. The system continued, activating enemy elimination protocol. Robots with red eyes raised their weapons, preparing to attack. Bai Zian assessed them silently. There were also some differences from what he had seen in the news. Bai Zian confidently glanced at the robots riding on the back of Whale Cub and smirked. But it seems we have come to the right place after all. Such a warm welcome proves that you intend to summon the transmission gate here. Lin Gui pointed at the group before them. It looks like we will have to break through the encirclement first. With that, he summoned the Scorpion Queen. Dong Li also summoned her spirit beast and ordered, "Azure Gray-Spine Mutant, it's time to eat." Seeing the gigantic whale cub that had appeared, or could not help exclaiming, "It has only been a little while since we last met. Has your whale cub evolved again?" Bai Zian looked at the spirit beast sleeping atop or his head and teased, "That's right. On the other hand, your matcha has not changed at all." Mu Ling sat up angrily with his arms crossed after hearing that. Ari mocked too, and honestly, you didn't come here just to save someone, did you? Tuan gave him a cold look and deliberately asked, "What do you mean?" Ari stated his conclusion plainly. "You have something on your mind. It's written all over your face." Tuan clicked his tongue, thinking irritably, this immortal old man really is sharp. By then, they had already plunged into battle. The bluish-gray, thorned aberrant insect took advantage of its long tongue, devouring several enemies. At the same time, the Scorpion Queen below fired purple beams of light to attack. Lin Gui knocked down one enemy and picked up its head, analyzing it. These things, their heads are incredibly hard, made of sturdy metal. They're biorobots. The most suspicious feature was the red circle on their faces that resembled an eye. Suddenly, something exploded, blasting everything away. A dark figure stood atop a building, looking down and saying coldly, "What a pity." Curious, Tuan looked up and wondered, "Who is that?" It was the second priestess, Lilith. She raised a hand to rub her neck and said, "Next time, shorten the fuse a little more." Ari recognized her as well and called out, "Lilith." Tuan was startled. Another acquaintance? Mu Ling also looked in her direction, readying himself to attack. Ari frowned. "Didn't you?" Before he could finish, Lilith spoke for him. "You mean I died 20 years ago, don't you, Master Ari?" Ari trembled and muttered, "Impossible. I clearly did it myself." Tuin looked at him in confusion. Ari's disciple? As Jingzi fought the robots with all his strength, Lilith continued recounting what had happened 20 years ago. "I can stand here today entirely because of the technology of those from beyond the world, just like these puppets." She spread both hands and summoned her spirit beast, Baphomet. Race, demon. Rank, peak diamond. A gigantic monster appeared. Lilith ordered, "That's enough reminiscing. Let's deal with the real business." Tuin snapped his fingers, his gaze cold and dangerous. "Another big one. Jingzi Kunzi, let's go." However, just as he was about to charge forward, an arm rose to stop him. Tuin looked on in surprise. It was Ari, with a dark expression, as if weighing something in his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, "You must not interfere. Leave this to me." After saying that, he set Mu Ling down and ordered, "Son, reveal your true form." A spirit beast with 6 arms and green skin appeared. It was Mu Ling's avatar. Race, ancient god. Rank, peak diamond. He sent Tu in a telepathic message. "This is our affair." Before Tu An's astonished eyes, he flew off, leaving a trail of white smoke below. After going some distance, Ari turned around with a guilty look. "Tuin, this is our affair. From the beginning, we never should have dragged you into it." Tuin cut him off. Wait a second. Are you about to tell me to run away by myself, or to find somewhere safe to hide?" He recalled their previous battles and waved a hand. "That's right. Many of the past battles involved you seniors. It's not that I don't respect you." But at that point, he angrily shouted at Ari, "Don't treat me like some child who gets dragged into everything. I have my own judgment. I don't need you deciding things for me." He continued with a frown, pointing at himself. "So, please understand this clearly, seniors. Whether it was saving Chi-Chi or the plan to wipe out the demon spider cult, it has all been my plan from the very beginning. So you don't need to put on those guilty expressions." With a determined look, he raised his thumb and concluded, "I can handle the consequences of my own decisions." Dong Li, who was dealing with the robots, smiled when she heard that. "You sure know how to talk. I wonder who you learned that from." Lin Gui, below them, was not silent either. As he attacked, he said, "It's obvious. That personality is exactly like our esteemed city lord Bai." Baphomet charged at Ari and Tuin, intending to attack, but the two remained where they were. Ari even shrugged and asked Tuin, "So what's your plan?" Tuin answered confidently, "They're blocking us here, which means Chi-Chi must be nearby." Mu Ling's avatar rushed over and raised a hand to shield against the huge Baphomet. Tuin continued explaining his plan. "My spirit beasts have the advantage in speed. As long as you hold them back, I can break through and search for Chi-Chi." Dong Li and Lin Gui found that reasonable and agreed. Given the situation, that's the only way. Only then did Lilith raise her leg high and launch an attack at Tuin, asking angrily, "You're standing there shouting out your plan as though I don't exist?" Tuin's cold expression showed that he had been waiting for her to take the bait. He looked at her and said, "Of course I wanted you to hear it. Otherwise, how would you take the bait?" Ari seized the opportunity and raised his blade at Lilith. Standing before her, he said with difficulty, "Lilith, I don't want to kill you again." Before her former master, red light flickered in her eyes as she answered dangerously, "The Lilith of the past is already dead, Master Ari." Amid the LED-lit buildings, Ari swung his blade down toward Lilith, but she raised her leg and dodged in time. He turned and asked Tuin, "Enough beating around the bush. I have only one request. Whatever your purpose is, don't kill the Spider Empress." Tuin thought to himself, "That's a difficult request. If we don't kill the Spider Empress, the fleet will level the 10,000 spider nest secret realm." Unable to give a definite answer, he shrank back from Ari's gaze and replied vaguely, "I'll make the right choice." Then he turned away, leaving the two to fight, and waved to Jingzi. "Kunzi, let's go." Tuin climbed onto Jingzi's back and asked uncertainly, "Will this really be okay?" Kunzi reassured him, "Absolutely. Don't worry." Only then did Tuin relax. He directed Jingzi toward the robots and waved his hand. "Let's fly." Tuin and Jingzi unleashed bolts of lightning at the obstacles around them, including the robots. As he did so, Tuin excitedly shouted, "Sorry, but I'm out of time." They broke free from the people below and soared over the skyscrapers. Tuin raised a hand to his forehead, his eyes widening as he marveled at the scene. This underground space is far larger than I imagined. Jingzi added, it feels exactly like the Master's beast-taming space. This was also a disadvantage. Tuan frowned as he considered it. If that's the case, it'll be hard to find Chi with a naked eye alone. The Divine Eye's scanning range isn't very large. Only its treasure-searching function has a sufficiently wide range. He recalled the glittering stone from before. Right? Didn't I give Chi a treasure earlier? If she still has it on her. With that thought, he gripped Jingzi's fin tightly and looked around. If we combine it with Kunzi's speed, we should be able to search this whole area quickly. He made his decision, then extended his palm forward and commanded, Divine Eye, search the surrounding area for treasures. Spiritual sense rays flashed like lightning through the nearby buildings, illuminating the sky in brilliant blue as Jingzi sped through the air. Suddenly, Tuan's eyes flashed. There's a reaction. I sense something. Kunzi slowed down. He pointed toward a building below and ordered, look over there. Jingzi immediately responded, got it, then flicked its tail and flew over. Meanwhile, the people holding back the robots were gradually growing exhausted. Even the Scorpion Queen and the bluish-gray thorned aberrant insect were no exception. Standing back to back, Lin Gui and Dong Li exclaimed, these bastards are really hard to deal with. No matter how many we kill, they just keep coming. Elsewhere, Mu Ling was fighting Baphomet and had just been slammed to the ground. His master was also enduring Lilith's relentless attacks, raising his sword to block them. Ari drew a sword mark across the ground, braced himself on both feet, and breathed heavily with a dark expression. Sweat poured down his face as he thought, this is unexpectedly difficult. I underestimated her. I never thought Lilith had become this powerful. Watching Lilith attack amid the red lightning around her, he could not help sighing. It seems this child truly has grown a great deal. However, he raised 2 fingers in a hand sign and smirked. The technology of those outsiders has greatly enhanced your spiritual power, hasn't it? Let me guess. The amplification device is the thing on your head, right? Lilith was startled and reached behind her head. This old man isn't foolish. Standing with her hands on her hips, Lilith faced Ari as he rested his sword on his shoulder and pointed at her sternly. Lilith, after all this time, you still haven't understood what I taught you. Meanwhile, Baphomet kept attacking Mu Ling, but to no avail. Mu Ling blocked every strike. Ari continued teaching. Most of you are using beast taming incorrectly. He pointed directly at Lilith, exposing her fatal weakness. If you regard spirit beasts as nothing more than tools for battle, you will never draw out their full strength. In essence, we and spirit beasts are the same. We both possess spiritual power. The essence of beast taming is to unite the spiritual power of beast tamer and spirit beast as one, producing an effect where 1 + 1 becomes 2. As a teacher, Ari advised Lilith, you currently need to rely on that amplification device because you and your spirit beast have nothing more than a master and servant relationship. Yet the way of beast taming passed down by our ancestors teaches us to respect and understand spirit beasts together, not to enslave and coerce them. As he spoke, Baphomet swung an arm and knocked Mu Ling back into his small original form. Mu Ling returned to perch atop Ari's head. Ari smiled and said, you've worked hard. Now comes the best part. Baphomet was still enraged, opening its mouth wide and roaring at Ari. Yet Ari remained calm and simply commanded, get ready. Baphomet slammed its enormous hand down, kicking up clouds of dust. It lifted its hand, revealing a huge crack in the ground, but no one was underneath. It wondered where did they go? Even that didn't hit them? While Lilith was equally astonished and wondering where they had gone, a dark figure above her raised a staff, ready to strike. Ari brought it crashing straight down on Lilith. An electric current seemed to split her body in half. Her mask shattered in 2, revealing frightened eyes staring ahead. At that very moment, all the robots short-circuited. The red lights in their eyes went out, and they swayed as though their connection had been severed. The robots all collapsed without moving. Lin Gui and Dong Li looked around in surprise. What happened? Then Lin Gui turned and asked, Dong Li, are you all right? She answered, I'm fine, then looked ahead and continued. It seems we need to thank Old Bai's friend. Mu Ling sat atop Ari's head with his arms crossed, while Ari looked down at Lilith, who was sprawled on the ground, and said pityingly, "What's wrong?" "Not going to continue." Ari thought pensively. That's right. This scar was left back then, wasn't it? Lilith was terrified and did not dare meet his eyes. She only lowered her head, seemingly trying to hide the scar running down her forehead. Ari looked at it and thought, the wound from when I killed her with my own hands. Seeing her trembling as she clutched her arm, Ari felt guilty. Perhaps I made her remember her own death. He stopped looking, turned his back, and walked away. I told you before, I would not kill you a second time. Looking at Ari as he walked away, leaving Lilith behind, Lin Gue sighed. I truly don't know how much longer this war between us and the demon spider cult will continue. Dongli narrowed her eyes dangerously behind him. Do you sympathize with them? He hurriedly denied it. No, I was only thinking, seeing Ari's conflicted expression after fighting his former disciple. Lin Gue voiced his thoughts. They're different from us, but they still feel joy, anger, love, and sorrow, don't they? While they had let down their guard, another figure appeared behind them, on the very building where Lilith had appeared earlier. The shadow looked at Dong Li and said, "There's no time to think about that. Hurry and find Chi-Chi." Lin Gue replied normally. I wonder how young Master Bai is doing over there, seemingly unaware that someone was behind them. Ari pointed upward and shouted a warning. Look up there. Gu Bai wore a dangerous smile as he held a dagger and dived down. Lin Gue was startled and only managed to say, "What?" When he looked up, the dark shadow had already fallen across his face. Meanwhile, Tuvin and Jingzi landed at the foot of a red tower. This is the place. But Jingzi seemed uncomfortable and warned, "Master, this place makes me feel awful." Tuvin stepped forward and touched the surface of the crimson glass. His eyes widened as he blurted out, "What the hell?" Inside the blood-red tower was Chi-Chi, whom they had been searching for all this time. But she was unconscious, her eyes tightly shut, appearing utterly lifeless. Duan Sautet Tiki. Chi-Chi is inside this tower. At that moment, someone emerged from the darkness behind him. The person seemed to be wearing a hat and said, "Don't worry, the young lady will be fine." Tuan turned around warily. "Who are you?" The man introduced himself. "I am Mephisto, the fourth priest of the Radiant Sun sect." He shamelessly justified his kidnapping and imprisonment of Chi-Chi. "We merely need to borrow this young lady's pet beast for a while." Tuan gritted his teeth angrily. "Borrow? Is that what your demon spider cult calls civilized behavior? You didn't sound so reasonable when you carried out terrorist attacks." Mephisto had a single red eye on his forehead, making him look terrifying. He defended himself. Terrorist attacks? So that is how you view our acts of resistance? This place was originally our home. We merely want you to understand that. Among the deserted buildings, Mephisto branded Tu and as an outsider and condemned him. "It seems you two are someone from beyond this world who cannot understand us." Tuan shouted furiously. "Even if I could understand you, I would never accept your methods. I advise you to release Chi-Chi immediately." Jingzi also felt increasingly uncomfortable near this place and remained on guard. Tuan was determined to save Chi-Chi. Jingzi hovered overhead, gathering spiritual power, while Tuan continued threatening Mephisto. "Otherwise, remember what happened to Asmodin and Arthur." Mephisto exclaimed, "So it was you." A spirit beast appeared behind him, wreathed in purple flames with red pupils flickering in its eyes. Mephisto said gloomily, "Then a fierce battle between us is inevitable." Tu and Jingzi both stared wide-eyed in astonishment. "Master, that is impossible." "Why?" A sharply defined jawline, a high-nosed bridge, strong arms marked by strange patterns, and close-fitting metal armor covering her body. Mephisto's spirit beast had appeared. It was the evil spirit queen. Race, ferocious beast. Rank, peak diamond. It was an evolved form of an alchemical ferocious beast. Under the laws of natural evolution, it could never have reached such a realm. Only human intervention could have made it evolve this far. Tuan assessed the newly appeared spirit beast, an evolved alchemical ferocious beast. "I never expected him to be able to form a contract with a ferocious beast." Mephisto spread open his palm, revealing another red eye in its center. It looked extremely dangerous, as though he were controlling the spirit beast through that eye. Tuan thought, no matter how he contracted a ferocious beasts corrode their host. That is incredibly dangerous. Meanwhile, the evil spirit queen charged toward him at high speed. Tuin clenched his fists and thought, this man and that ferocious beast are clearly no ordinary opponents. I cannot underestimate them. Jingzi opened its mouth and unleashed blue flames at the evil spirit queen, but she dodged to the side. Tuin saw through their weakness and regained his confidence. It's just like before. Her vision can only perceive spiritual power. The evil spirit queen launched the first attack, but Tu-In and Jingzi leaped away to evade it. From above, Tu-In waved his hand and said, then we'll use the same trick. Summon Winged Fong. The phoenix flew out and swooped straight downward. Winged Fong soared into the sky, breathing fire that surrounded the evil spirit queen and left her disoriented. The flames surged high into the air, and sounds came from within as though she had been burned to ashes. Tu-In and the two spirit beasts watching from outside could only remark, that was surprisingly easy. But inside the flames, she stared outward with a ferocious gaze. Her eyes flashed red, and her sharp teeth bared as her pupils suddenly changed. Her hands, tipped with sharp claws, faced Tu-In and the others behind the flames. Her claws gleamed. The evil spirit queen struck out with both hands, tearing through the wall of fire to carve a path out. Seeing the wall of fire Wing Fong had just created completely shattered by her, Bai Ziyan cried out in shock. What? He staggered back, eyes wide, gritting his teeth as he wondered, didn't it lose its sight? At that moment, an explosion engulfed the entire red tower. Mephisto narrowed his eyes at him and sneered. Is this all the strength you have? How did Asha and Asmodin possibly lose to the likes of you? Bai Ziyan emerged from the blast smoke behind a protective shield and advanced toward him. You're celebrating too soon. This isn't over yet. The evil spirit queen had now completely broken free. With a wave of her hand, she dispersed the white smoke. Bai Ziyan stood below, stunned. He had not expected this. Gritting his teeth, he blamed himself for being too careless. He had just told himself not to underestimate the enemy, yet he had immediately made that very mistake. It seems she can exchange visual signals. I need another plan. After all, I'm no longer the bronze-ranked beast tamer I once was. Bai Ziyan kept thinking of a solution, but the contracted beast's physical resistance was practically invincible. It could evade spiritual energy attacks with perfect accuracy, and even its visual weakness was gone. It was an utterly hopeless existence. Just as he pondered, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Then aside from those two types of damage, there is still a third. Bai Ziyan turned around in surprise. Who said that? Looking at the motionless evil spirit queen, he became alert. An illusion? Wait, something has felt strange from the beginning. Why does it feel as if time has stopped? The voice continued. The crystal spirit has done its part. Naturally, that is thanks to me. Consider it my thanks to you. Bai Ziyan now understood why time had stopped. He spoke to it. Wait, shouldn't you be inside the beast-taming space? How can I hear you talking? He recalled their previous battle. Something like this seemed to have happened before. Right, there had been a similar situation in the Nether Soul world. Then he analyzed it further. So this is also because of the resonance field. He had figured out how to use this ability. That makes sense. Although he moved, under the influence of the superpower, his shadow remained where it was. So, in reality, the resonance field accelerates my thinking. And you were the one behind all this, right? The soul sealed inside the sword praised him. You catch on quickly. It then further explained the ability. Not only that, the resonance field can create a space for thought. Under the resonance field's effect, their appearances were not physical. According to the crystal spirit, Bai Ziyan could link the minds of creatures with whom he had formed contracts. That meant Wing Fong and Whale could use this ability as well. But there was still something Bai Ziyan did not understand. Folding his arms, he asked, then does the third kind of attack you mentioned have something to do with this? The crystal spirit immediately mocked him. I just praised you for being smart. Why have you suddenly become so dense? Still, it continued explaining. Within this thought space, we exist beyond physical form. In other words, as souls. It continued. And this space can connect all our souls. Bai Ziyan looked at it. Behind him were Whale and Wing Fong, while beside them stood the evil spirit queen. The answer you need is right in front of you. Gai Ziyan suddenly understood. Thank you. Truly, the evil spirit queen charged at him as if she wanted to devour him alive. She grabbed at him, but a shield appeared. No matter how fiercely the evil spirit queen clawed, even generating purple lightning, she could not touch him. Inside the barrier, Bai Ziyan used the sword to protect himself. Didn't I tell you not to use me as a shield? Don't you already have a defensive barrier? Bai Ziyan turned to his two spirit beasts. Wing Fong Whale, returned to the beast-taming space first. Wingfang had just flown over and shot him a glare. What? I only just came out, and you're already telling me to go back. Whale turned and persuaded it. The master must have a plan. Let's return. Bai Zian swept his glowing sword sideways, sending one of her arms flying back. The slash threw her off balance, nearly knocking her down amid a cloud of dust. He immediately activated his own skill, covering his body in armor with extraordinary physical power. Beast-taming spirit armor. He instantly summoned an energy form of whale. Manifestation. It shot forward like an arrow, forcing the evil spirit queen to swiftly evade. Bai Zian separated his consciousness from his body and froze time. Just as expected, she used high-speed movement before launching a sneak attack. A smug expression appeared on his face. With the enhancement of thought space mode, this tactic is easy to counter. Moonvine, it's your turn. A gate suddenly appeared, and Moonvine leaped out of it, forcing the evil spirit queen to dodge aside. Moonvine launched long roots that extended past her body. Taking advantage of the thought space properties, it precisely seized a moment when she was on the offensive and launched an ambush. She was immediately bound tightly by the roots. Moonvine's freely transforming vines formed a net that restricted her movements. As long as her movements were limited, all that remained was to overcome her absurdly high physical defense. Bai Zian used his own soul to control the beast-taming spirit armor. To shatter her physical defenses, he would use the power of the soul. Whale, Wingfang, get ready. He gathered all his strength and shouted, Manifestation. The essence of manifestation was the manifestation of the soul after a beast tamer and spirit beast achieved resonance. It was a technique belonging to the soul. Bai Zian raised his sword before the bound evil spirit queen. Then, as long as I channel the manifested spiritual body into the sword, I can use the resonance field to transform it once more into the purest form of soul energy, soul pulse. He poured all his power into the blade, creating 2 rings of blue and red lightning. Power. This was a shockwave from the soul, a slash born from their bond. Bai Zian slammed his sword into the ground, releasing a wave of energy toward her. He shouted, Moonvine, get clear. You can let go now. The roots wrapped tightly around the evil spirit queen gradually released her. The distant slash cleaved her body in 2. Bai Zian's fatal strike hit her, and the evil spirit queen slowly collapsed. Bai Zian had now returned to his body. The sword spoke. Outsider, I never expected an antique like me to still be of some use in your world. Then it added, Still, this fellow is nowhere near the level of a god. We have successfully slain gods before, haven't we? Bai Zian suddenly replied, That's a terrible time to say that. I'm about to meet a god from this world. So let me see what a god is truly capable of. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared from nowhere. The figure stared directly at Bai Zian, as expected of a beast tamer who defeated 2 high priests. But I advise you not to fight the Spider Empress. When he opened his eyes, Bai Zian realized it was Mephisto. As a high priest of the Sinflar faction, protecting the Spider Empress is naturally my duty. Eradicating heretics is an even more important mission. Mephisto approached step by step. Mephisto, native of the 4 origin stars, fusion form. Fusing oneself with a contracted spirit beast was an utterly insane act, yet this man had done it. Bai Zian stared in disbelief at the sight before him. What? He fused himself with his own spirit beast. The sword joked. To be honest, even by the aesthetic standards of our world, no one would want that thing. Mephisto suddenly sent tentacles shooting toward Bai Zian. Elsewhere, on another street, the atmosphere was silent and chilling. Then the stillness was torn apart by a voice. This isn't what we agreed on. It was Dongli. Clutching her stomach and gritting her teeth, she collapsed. Lin Gui, standing beside her, asked anxiously, Dongli, are you all right? He stepped in front of her protectively and shouted at Gu Bai, Didn't we agree on this before? Or do you still intend to continue cooperating? Gu Bai spread her hands in boredom, as if surrendering. The orders I received had no additional conditions. Besides, I'm just a hired hand. I don't know anything. Lin Gui turned around hesitantly. Domli, Imsuri. She looked as though she could not believe her eyes. Cooperating with the demon extermination cult, why? He did not know how else to explain it. I have my own concerns. Dongli rose to her feet and put all her strength into a punch to his face, sending his hat flying. The hat rolled across the ground. Then tell me what concerns you have. Dongli looked at him with contempt. It was the same when you inherited the black-tailed king's power. You never said anything. Then suspicion flashed through her eyes as she noticed something strange. Wait, your eyes. You have the demon extermination cult in your eyes. Or suddenly spoke. A hybrid? You're mixed blood. Dongli was equally shocked. Mixed blood? Lin Gui did not conceal it and answered bluntly. That's right. I am the illegitimate son of the Lin family. My mother was one of the native people. A mixed blood child does not show native traits at birth, but over time, certain traits gradually emerge. It was only after my eyes began changing that I learned my true identity. Dongli shouted angrily. Is that your concern? She could not restrain herself as she enunciated every word. Because you're mixed blood, you chose the side of terrorists? Diego looked down from above, hands on his hips, and said arrogantly, Hey, don't go falsely accusing people. We only want to reclaim our own homeland. Or paid no attention to the arrogant remark. Calmly, he said, Diego, I kept hearing a buzzing sound, so there really was a little bee here. Diego looked displeased. Yeah, he jumped down beside Lin Gui and even praised him. You did well, Lin Gui. Diego frowned as he cautiously watched the two people before him. Still, I didn't expect you to actually find this place. Therefore, the plan has changed. He slowly rose to his feet. We cannot let too many people know this place exists. We have no choice but to act. Lin Gui repeated in disbelief. The plan has changed? Just as Diego was preparing to confront Lin Gui suddenly shouted. Wait, Diego. Lin Gui put his mask back on and said, I agreed to cooperate, but I have conditions. He pointed at Diego as though listing his crimes. You had the fact that you built beneath the city, took over my underground fortress, and nearly killed Dongli. Dongli clutched her stomach, her face pale as she looked toward them. Lin Gui continued, This is different from what we agreed on. Both Gubai and Diego were left speechless, sharing the same thought. This old man really does not understand the situation, does he? Diego glanced at him and left only a brief reminder. Didn't you say you wanted to end this war? Then cooperate. Then Diego immediately charged at both arms glowing as he prepared to attack. A slash came down, and light flashed before Or's eyes. Lin Gui ran over and knelt before Dongli, his hands helplessly hovering as he hurried to explain. Dongli, listen to me. It's true that I helped them kidnap Chi-Chi, but he lowered his voice. I only wanted to end this meaningless war. Those people from the 4 origin stars have always deceived us. That's why I cooperated with them. Dongli was stunned. Do you even know what you're saying? Lin Gui tried to reassure her. Don't worry. Chi-Chi will be fine. Gubai approached from behind, idly spinning her blade. Hey, old man, you heard him. Move aside. Dongli gritted her teeth and asked, You're not one of the native people either, so why are you helping them? Gubai gripped her weapon's handle and gave a faint smile. A lot of people have asked me that. I'm only doing it for profit, so don't blame me. On the other side, leaped into the air and arrogantly waved his hand. Take this giant hand. The enormous hand created by his technique slammed into the ground, causing an explosion. Diego quickly formed a bubble to protect himself. As he landed, he stared at and thought manifestation. Diego's eyes turned completely white as surging power radiated from him. He said irritably, as if I didn't know that. Then it was Diego's turn to counterattack. He gathered his strength, and the surrounding rocks and earth gradually rose into the air. A moment later, he shot skyward. From behind, Lin Gui's voice rang out, making her frown and glance over. Stop! I won't let you harm Dongli. Meanwhile, Diego gathered power beneath his feet like a bee's stinger, preparing to charge at Or refused to back down. 6 more arms emerged from his 2 arms. You came at just the right time. The instant Diego closed in, for enormous hands seized him simultaneously, leaving him no time to react. What? Or grinned smugly. Surprised, darling? He kindly added, Don't rush. The exciting part is still coming. Then an enormous arm swung over and punched Diego squarely in the back. Disappear. The blow sent him flying a great distance before he crashed into the ground with a massive explosion, smoke billowing everywhere. Gubai brushed dust from herself, frowning in irritation. What is this? But the next second, a streak of light flashed past like the wind, leaving her frozen in shock before she could react. Or's power swept past Gubai and headed towards something else. She only had time to think this is bad. Lin Gui also rushed after it, shouting, Dongli. Or's manifested arms swiftly scooped Dongli up and flew away. He even said politely, Sorry, City Lord Dong. We only have standard class service, so please bear with it. She stared blankly at the arms carrying her. What is this? Spiritual energy can be used like this. Gubai looked over in annoyance. You're not going after them? One Diego pulled the other Diego from the rubble. It's fine. We still have a backup plan. All three looked toward Lin Gue. What about that guy? One of the two Diegos spoke first. He's still useful. The other continued. After all, the resources used to build this city all came from him. Hearing that, Gubai answered cheerfully, all right. Meanwhile, and Dong Li enters city. Supporting her step by step, he analyzed the situation as they walked. It seems no one is living in this city yet. We should be safe here for the time being. Dong Li replied, after all, this is the fortress city, or did not understand and asked, fortress city? Dong Li forced herself to explain. Our homeworld, the four origin stars, has always wanted complete control over this world's spirit crystal mineral veins. They wanted to use a starship to directly destroy the 10,000 spider nest secret realm and wipe out all living beings on its surface, including both the native people and us colonists. The fortress city was Black Sand City's evacuation plan at the time, or continued listening with his arms crossed. But most city-states believed the plan was equivalent to declaring war on the government of the four origin stars, so they rejected it. Instead, they negotiated with the four origin stars and secured a 50-year deadline. During that time, we had to eliminate the Spider Empress to prove that we could govern this place. And now, the deadline is almost here. Hearing this, or was somewhat astonished. So that's how it is. No wonder that Brad has been so preoccupied. It seems his true goal is to charge straight at the Spider Empress. The atmosphere grew heavy as Dong Li moved forward. The surroundings were silent, and Or's expression was not much better. But now that I think about it, I wonder how Bai Zian is doing. It is probably going smoothly. Explosions began sounding in the distance, making Or abruptly turn around. His eyes filled with astonishment at the sight before him, and he cursed under his breath. What the hell is going on? It was Bai Zian. His trusty sword companion was in his hand, and a mischievous delight showed clearly on his face as he faced his opponent. I didn't expect you to really block that attack. Hey, I told you not to use me as a shield again. The grotesque creature before him had faintly burning red tendrils covering its body. Its vicious face made the surroundings feel even more oppressive. Interesting. You are the first person able to withstand it. It pointed a hand at him, while the eye atop its head opened and issued a warning. Unfortunately, you are about to become the last. The tentacles began to emit beams of light. He leapt upward as those rays shot toward Bai Zian. Already at a disadvantage, Bai Zian could not hold out much longer. He raised his sword again to block the beams fired by that strange monster. Again? Damn it, he's using that move again. At that instant, Bai Zian seemed to realize something. In his private thought space, he frowned slightly and parted his lips. That's right. If thought space mode can accelerate my thoughts, then that means time outside is effectively frozen. After thinking for several seconds, his body dodged the beams embedded around where he had been standing, which had been intended to block his movements. He smirked. I can dodge them. A faint blue glow flashed over Bai Zian's body. With a pleased smile, he called to his companion. Let's plan our attack, Whale. All I need to do is coordinate with Whale's movement speed. Whale surfaced from somewhere, and Bai Zian jumped on her back, charging straight toward the monster. As he moved, he calculated rapidly. He could now possess the evasion ability of a complete alchemical beast. Blue light weaved through the monster's red beams. The creature began to rage, unable to understand why its attacks were still being evaded after it had gone this far. Why can't such dense firepower hit him? Whale carried Bai Zian straight toward it, and the monster stared ahead in alarm. The sword suddenly made a sound. The crystal soul began resisting Bai Zian's excessive use of its power. Wait, outsider. This ability is useful, but it cannot be used too many times. Bai Zian was clearly displeased upon hearing this. His eyes changed, and he spoke in shock. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yet his body continued following the thoughts he had formed before. Sure enough, he had lost control from overusing the power. What's going on? My body won't listen to me. I'm still one step too late. Mephisto noticed the opening and immediately launched a counterattack. An opening. The move was overwhelmingly powerful. A single strike was enough to send an opponent flying. Byzantine landed below, as the crystal soul explained what had happened. So what exactly is going on? Your body probably has not yet adapted to remaining in thought space mode for too long. Mephisto hovered in the air, taunting his opponent. To be honest, your fighting style is nothing like that of an ordinary beast tamer. It reminds me of an old acquaintance. His voice was mocking and arrogant. But just like that person, you're no match for me. Therefore, Mephisto began preparing a new technique. A blazing red sphere formed as it readied itself to attack Byzantine. Confidently, it shouted, "Your life ends here." Though injured, Byzantine's fierce expression refused to yield. He mocked himself in a way clearly meant to provoke his opponent. It seems useful things always come at a steep price. Next time, I should hold back a little. A red light flashed, streaking forward with all the anger contained within it. That immense power crashed down on Byzantine's position, bathing a vast area in blazing red and making its terrifying strength clear. Or suddenly flew in from somewhere, loudly mocking Mephisto's display of power. Hey, don't spout nonsense like that. He landed and exposed the monster's lie. As I recall, I won that time. Mephisto was startled to see him. Byzantine, seeing his savior, immediately got back to his feet and spoke of how troublesome the enemy was. Or, you came at just the right time. This guy is an absolute nightmare to deal with. Without noticing Or's expression as he spoke, Byzantine suddenly saw a sword drawn from its sheath. The blade was pressed against his throat. Startled by Or's action, he had no time to prepare for an ally suddenly becoming an enemy. Then Or's icy voice spoke. "Is your goal to kill the Spider Empress?" Byzantine sensed something was wrong and suddenly shouted. Blood stained the corner of his mouth, and his face tightened. "Now isn't the time to talk about this. Besides, didn't I already say?" The sword began cutting into his skin, and he bit his lip, or did not appear to be joking. Frowning slightly, he pressed Byzantine for an answer to the question Byzantine had avoided. "What I need is an exact answer from you. Is your ultimate goal to kill the Spider Empress?" Byzantine gritted his teeth and glared at the man before him, deeply displeased. He frowned, wondering why, or was acting so strangely as dust and smoke made the surroundings even more chaotic. Why is this immortal old man losing his mind? But to stop the 4 origin stars plan, we definitely have to kill the Spider Empress. Or's shoulders suddenly relaxed, and he withdrew the sword from Byzantine's neck. Byzantine finally spoke with difficulty. "Yes, I did consider killing the Spider Empress. That's because it seemed, or had already known." To Byzantine's surprise, Or replied in the same cold voice, "The Outsider's fleet will wipe out all life on this planet, correct? You already know?" Mephisto flew into a rage. Sure enough, they were deliberately provoking it. It continuously attacked to draw their attention. "Are you two treating me as if I don't exist?" Or continued talking intensely with Byzantine, paying no attention whatsoever to the incoming force behind him. Byzantine ignored the attack as well and continued the conversation. "The Spider Empress's core is deeply connected to this world. It was because the Spider Empress was injured before that this world's level limit dropped to purple crystal." The two continued speaking as though no one else were around, completely ignoring Mephisto's furious assault. It is difficult to imagine what kind of mutation will occur in this world after the Spider Empress dies. Byzantine began thinking anxiously. The images and scenes he had seen before gradually surfaced in his mind. His face became somewhat less tense, though his lips remained tightly pressed together. If that is truly the case, the 10,000 spider nest world may become like the Ghost Shade world and merge in a part of another world. The two began working together to block the attacks. At the same time, they continued their unfinished discussion. Everyone's face was grim because of the smoke, dust, and severity of the issue. So killing the Spider Empress would also destroy this world. That's right. Byzantine realized something and abruptly turned around, revealing his usual mischievous, boyish expression, or seemed to have acted that way both to tease him and to teach him a lesson about the gravity of the situation. "You could have just told me directly. After all, you are an outsider. What if you simply did not care whether this world lived or died?" Or, and Byzantine had nearly finished their discussion, but someone appeared determined to ruin it. The two had to stop midway and charge in a battle together. "Let's deal with this guy first." Agreed, or wore his sly smile. When meeting an old opponent, the first thing to do was bring up the ancient past. Mephisto avoided that embarrassing subject. "How many years has it been since our last fight? Who remembers such things?" The monster launched an attack, and or refused to be outdone, striking back. Mephisto continued, shamelessly boasting about its old humiliation. That's right. In any case, you will be utterly defeated this time. At the end of our last fight, I clearly beat you back into the ground. Mephisto narrowed its eyes at, or, its voice dropping low, or understood what it meant. His face was filled with eager excitement at the prospect of another fight. Then let's have another round. The battle officially began. Mephisto and or unleashed their techniques, creating a truly insane spectacle. Mephisto launched a fierce assault. Its tentacles extended and flew toward or smiled faintly when he saw the technique, remembering their battle long ago. It's been a long time. Seeing this move really brings back memories. Unwilling to be outdone, or summoned arms that blocked all 6 of Mephisto's attacks. Mephisto's gaze turned cold as it muttered upon seeing Or's technique. At this very moment, after 1,000 years, their memories must have been excellent for them to remember each other's every movement so clearly, just like back then. But this time, you have a companion, and that companion is on my side. By Xian and Whale, together with the sword containing the crystal soul, shot a blue beam into the sky. Even Mephisto was startled. By Xian confidently smiled and gave the order. Whale used that move. She understood at once and replied ambiguously. That move, huh? By Xian leapt up with an elegant motion, clearly practiced from doing it many times. Jump! The sword descended as Whale raised her head and shot upward. The technique activated. Twin layers. Moon-facing pillar reversal. The blue beam swept downward, severing all 6 of Mephisto's tentacles. Along with the blue arms, the monster was sent flying by the attack. Seizing the opportunity, By Xian rushed forward with his sword and drove it into the center of Mephisto's body, intending to split it in two. After slashing, By Xian was blasted away, but it did nothing to dampen his spirits. The moment he finished the move, he happily shouted, "White Scale City Team, nice shot." Whale immediately lunged forward, opening her huge mouth to bite Mephisto. The monster sensed an enormous force behind it and widened its eyes at the sight amid the swirling dust. Whale charged in swiftly and swallowed Mephisto whole. By Xian rushed over with his sword, his eyes changing as his smile grew more excited. Contestant By Xian is only one step away from scoring against his opponent. On the other side, or was also sprinting over with his sword in hand. His face darkened when he heard By Xian shouting, "What are you yelling like a lunatic for? Is this a ball game?" The two slashed from above and below, sending the monster's head flying into the air. By Xian turned and urgently instructed Whale, "Spit it out quickly. This guy has a contract with a spirit beast. Don't eat random things. You might get indigestion." She obediently spat out its body, perhaps because they had not seen each other in so long. The two gradually became closer, bridging the distance of their long separation. "Kid, you've improved. If you knew where I've been recently, you wouldn't find it surprising." By Xian smirked, or gave a mischievous smile, and teased him. "Tell me honestly, did you learn that fighting style from me?" By Xian refused to give way. "Who would want to learn from an immortal fossil like you?" The monster's head flew far away, though no one knew how far. Yet its curses still echoed through the air. "Damn it, I was hit." A hand suddenly caught its head. Its eyes flashed with alarm. Recognizing the other party's ferocity, it looked away in shame. "I am sorry. I have disappointed you." A voice behind shattered the two men's celebratory mood. "I never expected us to meet again." Solaris appeared behind them, her eyes revealing displeasure over what had just happened. "Am I right, or? Even now, you choose to stand with these invaders." Her brows drew together, and her voice was thick with rage. Just as before, she pointed directly at the two of them and shouted. Even was surprised by her appearance. "You bow and scrape before invaders, yet you kill your own people. Solaris, how many more of your compatriots must you harm before you are satisfied?" Fury was written across her face. "Traitor!" Red lightning flashed, and the wind intensified. Thick dust and smoke forced By Xian to shield their eyes. Solaris' strength was no trifling matter. As the two resisted, they frowned and considered how to attack. This spiritual power, the pressure, is overwhelming. Upon hearing this, stood still and frowned in objection to her actions, seemingly helpless in the face of her behavior. "Stop, Solaris. Violence cannot solve anything. If this continues, all of the 10,000 spider nest world will be destroyed by you." Solaris removed her cloak, revealing her tall, sharply defined figure and clear features. Do you know what you were saying? The ones destroying the 10,000 spider nest world are those invaders. Or was rendered speechless by her words. Solaris glared at him, every word of her voice as cold as ice. That's right. Did we not once wear the same uniform and stand on the same front? Solaris's face darkened. As expected, she was never one to be taken lightly. Her every word seemed to carry the stench of blood. Back then, you would not soften your heart merely because your opponent was a child. You would pay any price and use any means necessary to complete your mission. She began a psychological attack, taunting him and trying to shake his resolve. Do you remember how many outsiders died by your hand? If I remember correctly, everyone called you the Sunflower Butcher. Byzian was shocked by Solaris's revelation. Wait, does that mean Or used to belong to the demon spider cult? Light shone across Or's face, and the lonely, remorseful silhouette at his back became increasingly clear. In life, there are reunions and separations. The sun and moon have bright and cloudy days, full moons and waning moons. An unidentifiable anger showed in Or's eyes, while his words carried the weight of philosophy. In the past, I pursued the light of the crimson sun. I believe Sunflower was the key to ending the war. He removed his own cloak as well, his brows knitting even tighter. But now, what I pursue is the light of the rising moon at dusk. I believe the way of the hidden moon is the hope for our people's future. It is true that I betrayed my former faith, but I will never betray this crumbling world. He glanced behind him and assigned Byzian the task of dealing with the young woman. He had already resolved to fight Solaris to the end. Byzian, leave that young lady to you. No problem. Still worried, Byzian asked, his eyes flashing with concern. Wait, what are you planning to do? Or's sturdy back straightened slightly, and his eyes shifted with a frightening glint. Blue light flashed as he gave his instruction. The situation is more complicated than you think. This time, be good and listen to the adults. He wore a sinister smile and lifted his chin arrogantly, teasing Byzian. Consider it a little faith in your senior. A junior like you should be more accommodating. Or turn back to his true opponent. A small spirit beast, named Wood Spirit, sat atop his head. A slight smile touched his lips as he challenged her. Wood Spirit, today really is unbearably busy, isn't it? In the gloomy atmosphere, Solaris wore a pensive expression. Her brows were drawn together as she lowered her gentle gaze, seemingly lost in thought. The corner of her mouth lifted into a faint, meaningful smile. How nostalgic! Solaris stood in the middle of a city shrouded in thick smoke. With an arrogant posture, she brought up the past with Wood Spirit. Perched on Or's head, it was furious to hear her words. Do you remember? Back then, we formed our contract together. A blazing red spatial gate appeared above Solaris, followed by red flames. A flame spirit emerged from the gate, looking smug as she called for it. Come out, Flame Spirit. The moment Flame Spirit appeared in Solaris's hand, brilliant red spiritual energy wrapped around its body. Solaris looked at it and explained, Wood Spirit above the ground and Flame Spirit below the ground are spirit beasts of the same origin. In the past, amid a dark green forest, 5 tiny snow-white creatures gathered atop a stone like pure souls. The image unfolded with her narration. Born between heaven and earth, they were the purest spirits in the world. Then came images of Wood Spirit and Flame Spirit enduring hardship, transforming from pure creatures into what they were now. After long years of tempering, primordial spirits gradually differentiate. Those with the same root and origin become Wood Spirits and Flame Spirits. Back in the present, both Solaris and Or's expressions darkened as they stared at one another sharply, or spoke coldly, just like you and me. Solaris smiled faintly in reply. At this point, we can no longer return to the past. Solaris released spiritual power of terrifying intensity. Her sword was enveloped in violent flames as she shouted, Flame Piercer, or was no weaker. Wind and blue lightning burst from his sword, wrapping around him as he assumed a fighting stance. Wind Wren. Solaris rushed forward at tremendous speed, reaching out with a smug expression to seize him. At the same time, Or charged forward, his face solemn as he prepared to fight. When their swords collided, a burst of light erupted. Their powers exploded, creating a massive pillar of energy that spread in every direction. Everything seemed to be blown away as smoke engulfed the area around them. Her eyes widened with excitement, while his expression remained stern and cold. Together, they shouted, "Avatar, manifestation!" As soon as they spoke, the wood spirit avatar and the flame demon avatar emerged majestically through the smoke. Four additional arms suddenly grew from the back of the flame demon avatar. With their four new arms formed, the wood spirit avatar and flame demon avatar prepared to charge at each other. The battle below was still ongoing as both of them simultaneously swung their swords behind them. The wood spirit avatar and flame demon avatar crashed together, each using the strength of 6 arms to push the other back. The two people below switched to hand-to-hand combat. As Solaris shoved Aor with all her strength, she said, "Aor, I assume you've already met Litz, haven't you? Even your own student doesn't support you. What exactly are you still clinging to?" He blocked her attack and replied, "Stop using that girl to provoke me." Thinking of Asmondan and Litz, Solaris angrily snapped, "You said yourself that you wanted peace talks with the outsiders beyond the heavens for the sake of our people. But all it brought them was suffering and pain. Do you really believe the outsiders beyond the heavens will agree to live alongside us?" He looked at her with blade-sharp eyes and answered, "One day they will." While everyone was fighting, Xian quickly ran off, thinking, "Now's the time. I have to save Chi-Chi." He ran over and stopped before the red pillar of light, where Chi-Chi was imprisoned. Pointing at it, he shouted, "Jingzi, smash that pillar." The moment he finished speaking, she flew straight at it in a powerful surge of water. Jingzi rammed the pillar, causing a violent impact. Water splashed everywhere and smoke filled the air. The smoke from a collision was absorbed into Lan Ji's body. She looked at him and said, "Master, just because I'm a strange fish doesn't mean you can order me to ram things with my head." Seeing that her attack had no effect, Xian's eyes widened and his brows furrowed. "Looks like that pillar is harder than your head." Inside the pillar, Chi-Chi slowly opened her eyes. Seeing herself floating in a water-filled prison, she thought in alarm, "Hey, what is going on?" Chi-Chi looked outside and asked, "Where am I?" Noticing someone there, she wondered, "Where is this? And that person is?" Xian stepped closer, and when she saw him, she was stunned. "Brother Xian? Why is he here?" He approached the red pillar and told Lan Ji, "This thing is too tough. We'll need another way." Xian gave Chi-Chi a gentle smile, reassuring her, "Don't worry. I'll get you out of there." Hearing that, she seemed to calm down. Xian rushed toward the pillar, following through with his command. Jingzi grew bigger. He lowered his hand and pointed directly at the place imprisoning Chi-Chi. His face hardened as he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Bite that thing to pieces." Hearing him, she opened her huge mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and charged straight at the pillar of light. At that moment, Solaris, who was fighting Aor, noticed Jingzi biting the red pillar and abruptly halted. Danger flashed in her eyes and smile. Realizing she had been tricked, she said, "So that's it. You're trying to stop me." She ordered the flame demon avatar to gather spiritual power into an enormous energy sphere, then arrogantly declared, "How naive." Aor frowned at her and calmly replied, "Solaris, you have no idea what the current situation is." He also ordered the wood spirit avatar to form a gigantic energy sphere in preparation to counter her. Aor spoke decisively and confidently. "Your plan was flawed from the very beginning." Both avatars fired their energy spheres at each other at once. When the two immense forces collided, a radiant shockwave burst forth, illuminating the entire area. The blazing light slowly pressed toward the wood spirit avatar, and its terrifying power gradually began to overwhelm it. The wood spirit avatar was completely suppressed by the flame demon avatar. Overpowered by the horrifying energy, Aor raised his hand to shield himself from the intense light and said in frustration, "Damn it, I can't hold on much longer." In the next instant, a massive explosion from the flame demon avatar's energy blew everything away, including the red pillar Jingzi had been biting. Only dust and smoke remained. The entire space was engulfed in white haze from the energy collision, and everyone had been knocked down. Only Solaris and her flame demon avatar remained standing. With one hand on her hip, she looked over the scene and arrogantly said, "Aor, don't even think about stopping me." Behind the smoke, the flame demon avatar reverted to its tiny form and floated in Solaris's palm. She walked step by step toward Aor and the others, frowning as she looked down at them. "If you do not fight back, you will lose everything. Don't you even understand that simple truth? Zin was battered all over and collapsed on the ground, leaning against Jingzi as though he had lost all strength. With a pained expression and half-closed eyes, he tiredly asked, Eeyore, why does this high priestess seem like she's specifically targeting you? Eeyore slowly rose from the smoke. Beneath him, the wood spirit had returned to its original form and looked up at him anxiously. His face was covered in wounds, yet he still wore a gentle smile. With weary eyes, he replied, You'll understand once you get yourself a girlfriend. By the time Solaris reached them, they had regained a little strength and struggled to stand. Zin got up and continued. So, according to you, she's your ex-girlfriend? Eeyore barely managed to stay upright, supporting himself with his sword as he answered. At least, that's what she thinks. She was the one who broke up with me unilaterally, after all. Even in such a dangerous situation, with his body covered in injuries, Zin still gave a faint smile and glanced at Eeyore mockingly. At a critical moment like this, you can still talk nonsense. Hearing him, Eeyore glanced back with a slightly smug expression and said knowingly, That is the refined skill of a mature adult. After their pointless banter, they returned to reality. Eeyore looked at Solaris, standing before them, with killing intent radiating from her, while smoke still lingered around them. He cautiously asked Z, and besides, neither of us can deal with her right now. Zian replied wearily and dejectedly, Is this the matriarchal society people always talk about? A cold voice suddenly came from the white-haired man above. Blow it apart. After those cryptic words, a loud explosion erupted in the sky, successfully drawing Solaris's attention. Delighted to see someone arrive, or turned to Zn and asked, Is that the reinforcements you called? In contrast, Zn's pupils shrank in alarm as he replied, Do I look like I've been calling for help? Looking up at what the man had created, Solaris's expression darkened. She frowned with disdain and said seriously, Looks like that troublesome man has arrived. A colossal crystalline iceberg fell from above and crashed down between Solaris and the others. The impact caused a powerful tremor, sending wind and smoke sweeping through the area. Seeing the ice, Zian stared in surprise and thought, That's crystal ice. The temperature around us has dropped too. From within the crystalline iceberg stepped a pair of metal-clad feet. Smoke spread everywhere, forcing Z to shield his eyes with his hand. As the smoke gradually cleared, Solaris lowered her arm to see who it was. The moment she saw his face, her expression became displeased, her brows remaining tightly furrowed. TCH, the person who walked out of the crystal ice was Jing Chong. Every step he took lowered the temperature, creating a trail of icy mist. Power still swirled around his hand from the strike that had shattered the ice. Jing Chong's face was as cold as frost as he said irritably, You people still haven't changed your habit of living underground, have you? This place was unbelievably hard to find. Behind Jing Chong, Frost Dragon stood majestically amid the mist. Jing Chong reassured it. No, you did very well, Frost Dragon. When Zian saw Jing Chong before him, his face showed both surprise and guilt. He thought, Grandpa, and his spirit beast has evolved too. Jing Chong turned around, murderous intent in his eyes. Crystal shards floated through the smoke around him, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly upward. Eeyore watched Jing Chong's grand entrance before finally greeting him, drawing his attention. You came after all? Jing Chong looked toward him and replied, Eeyore, how many years has it been since we last met? Eeyore walked toward him as Jing Chong turned around. As he walked, Eeyore teased him. You little brat, you still know how to ask that. Both men raised their hands, preparing to greet each other with a high five. The two men slapped hands with force. Eeyore questioned him as he did so. You secretly came back to become a city lord, then secretly got married and even had a grandson. You got some nerve. Jing Chong refused to be outdone and shot back. Looks like you old bastard are still alive. Time really means nothing to you. You haven't changed one bit. Or Frost Dragon then looked down at Zian and the small Jingzi on the ground. Jingzi met Frost Dragon's gaze and looked somewhat confused. Then realization lit up in her eyes. Jingzi asked Zian sadly, Master, do you think I'm very weak? Surprised by her question, he turned to look at her and replied, Of course not. Why would you suddenly say that? The spirit beasts slowly appeared, carrying themselves with pride. But when Jingzi recalled that scene, She looked sad. I'm clearly descended from dragons, but I'm still stuck in the form of a fish, and I've always been stuck at the silver rank. I've even kept you from breaking through, Master. I clearly had such great potential in the past. The more Xian listened, the tighter his trembling hand clenched. Suddenly, he smacked her on the head, making tears well up in her eyes. He shouted angrily, "What kind of stupid nonsense are you saying?" Then he grabbed her cheeks with both hands so she could not escape and said loudly, "Listen carefully." Xian gradually softened and gently comforted her. You do not need to blame yourself for this, and you certainly should not feel discouraged just because you cannot evolve into a dragon. Jingzi had not escaped her mental shadow yet and replied, "But it's embarrassing to be like this." He looked at her sincerely, his eyes glistening as he spoke. Think about it carefully. As he spoke, he squeezed her cheeks tightly, startling Jingzi, then explained, "Maybe you were meant to evolve into a dragon, but because of an accident, reality prevented you from becoming your ideal self. Even so, you have never given up, have you?" As his words cleared her mind, scenes from the past slowly emerged like a film reel. He recounted her accomplishments. Even when fate exploited our weaknesses and threatened us, we never submitted. With our own hands, we defeated powerful opponents. Think about it. Along the way, with only bronze and silver bodies, how many diamond rank powerhouses did we defeat? At last, Xian's expression turned serious, and his voice softened as he affirmed, "To achieve so much despite being restrained like that, you are already incredible." He pulled her face closer, and their faces came close as they smiled happily. But he did not forget to add, "I know you only care about how others see you. But listen to me, they do not understand anything." Xian released Jingzi's face and looked firmly toward the sky. Those who think they're always right only know how to ride dragons through the clouds. They do not realize that the road ahead is still long and full of danger. Images from the past appeared, the two of them fighting as one with their blades and wiping out every enemy. Following Xian's words, their battered bodies became blazing fire, and their shackles became sharp blades, cutting through injustice, restraints, endless oppression, and arrogance. After finishing, he turned to her with a bright smile and delivered the final reassurance. "How could you possibly be embarrassing like this? Being bound by contract to you is my honor." Xian's words and actions moved Jingzi deeply. With shining eyes, she looked at him and called, "Master." Back with Jing Chong and Frost Dragon. Jing Chong's eyes were firm and sharp, while icy air enveloped his body. He pointed ahead and ordered Frost Dragon, "Frost Dragon, go." Immediately obeying, blue mist like freezing breath gradually appeared in Frost Dragon's mouth. As it flew up and exhaled, the mist slowly transformed into a gigantic crystalline iceberg. Solaris swiftly raised a shield of fire to block Frost Dragon's attack, her expression calm. Slightly interested in the power of Frost Dragon and Jing Chong, Solaris smiled faintly and remarked, "Not bad." Solaris's eyes blazed red. She gripped her sword in both hands before her and smiled with delight. "But it's still not enough." Jing Chong's face suddenly hardened as he spoke gravely. "Her spiritual power is surging." "What is this?" Aor assessed the situation before speaking. Jing Chong turned toward him and pressed, "Has she really gone mad?" "What do you mean?" Aor frowned and gritted his teeth. "That is over-limit resonance." While observing Solaris's erupting power, he explained, "Using over-limit resonance fuses the Beastmaster's soul with that of their spirit beast. For both the spirit beast and the Beastmaster, it is an ordeal of unbearable pain." Solaris's spirit beast unleashed unprecedented power. Dazzling golden light burst forth, radiating overwhelming pressure. Aor explained, "But at the same time, it greatly enhances every ability of the Beastmaster and the Spirit Beast. She is using over-limit manifestation." As Solaris used over-limit manifestation, her eyes turned entirely white. Her brows drew tightly together, and an unprecedented fighting spirit radiated from her. Her fiery red hands, surrounded by flickering golden power from her spirit beast, slowly rose. It slammed its hands violently against the ground and let out a thunderous roar, creating an unprecedented shockwave. The earth split apart and rocks were thrown into the air. Everyone present immediately sensed danger as magma surged up from deep underground, as though it would devour everything. Eeyore hurriedly shouted, "Magma! It's erupting from underground!" Seeing the urgency of the situation, Jing Chong immediately raised his hand high, his eyes filled with determination. He then slammed both hands down against the rocky ground. Frigid blocks of ice instantly spread throughout the area. He formed enormous ice barriers around himself to avoid the attack of the scorching magma. After observing the situation for a moment, Jing Chong said with relief, "At least we managed to block it." Affected by his technique, Eeyore shivered as he hugged his arms and complained, "This guy, it's freezing me to death." Seeing him like that, Jing Chong blurted out, Sorry. Behind his master, Frost Dragon silently assessed the situation, leaning forward with pale white eyes. Jing Chong raised his arm and held up 2 fingers as though sensing something. "That's right, Frost Dragon. The opponent has revealed her trump card. We should go all out too." He clenched both hands, which began to glow with a distinctive sparkling blue light as he used his own power. Frost Dragon suddenly turned into white mist and gradually vanished from sight. At the same time, faint mist appeared above Jing Chong's hand. He shouted, "Frost Dragon, spiritual power weaponization." Instantly, a striking blue sword appeared in Jing Chong's hand, radiating extraordinary majesty. He gripped the sword firmly and lowered his large body into a stable fighting stance, his gaze resolute. The sword had striking details and an exquisite design, its emerald color reflecting its master's unyielding spirit. Jing Chong's lips curved into a small arc as he excitedly said to Frost Abyss, "Of course. You've been impatient for this for a long time, haven't you?" Solaris's red and Jing Chong's blue created a striking contrast. Seeing Solaris charge toward him, Jing Chong remained fearless. "Then let's show her the roar of the dragon of the starry sea." On the other side, Solaris's eyes glowed with crimson fire. She swung both hands behind her and roared, "Die!" Jing Chong also assumed a battle stance, his eyes blazing. Like fire and ice, Solaris's crimson and Jing Chong's blue could never merge, creating a dramatic sight. Solaris and Jing Chong both swung their swords at each other, unleashing their decisive attacks. A towering pillar of radiant energy erupted dozens of meters into the air, producing an immensely heavy shockwave. Eeyore looked around and thought, "I wonder how Z inside is doing." He turned behind him and quietly called, "Hey, brat, over there." Zian, who was holding Jingzi, suddenly sensed something strange. "Jingzi, what's happening to you?" Jingzi gradually faded, transforming into mist that rose into the air. The mist gathered into a small vortex amid Z and stunned gaze. The vortex emitted a beautiful blue glow and was surrounded by immense power. Seeing this, he could only shout, "Jingzi!" Whale had reappeared in the form of a beautiful white-haired girl, her eyes tightly shut. She looked somewhat different from before. She even seemed to have curves in the front now. And Zian were both stunned by the sight. "Zian, is this Whale?" Or's eyelids twitched. I feel like calling her Whale in this situation might be a little impolite. She too was dumbfounded by her new form, stammering, "Master, what is going on?" After looking her over, Zian concluded, "In other words, Whale has turned into a girl." Zian scratched his head, still unable to accept the truth. Whale hurriedly explained, "Why do you feel as though one of your brothers has turned into a girl? I was a girl from the very beginning." Nearby, Jing Chong swung his sword to the ground, creating massive blocks of ice to stop Solaris's attacks. After assessing the situation, he felt a sense of danger and could not help muttering, "Damn it, we are clearly both diamond rank. So why does she make me feel such danger?" Solaris shouted smugly, "How many years have you outsiders been practicing beast taming? We were the first beings in this place to use it." With a wave of her hand, her spirit beasts continued to exert immense pressure. Sensing that Jing Chong was in danger, Zian began to worry. "Oh no, Grandpa." Before he could say anything else, he was startled to see Whale dart forward at incredible speed. "Leave it to me." A silent, terrifying void quietly emerged. A young man whose face could not be seen appeared within it, sighing inwardly. It's still so cold. His tall figure walked toward the doorway as he surveyed the area. What on earth is that guy thinking? He only knows how to issue commands at random. Are they all masters of micromanagement? The door opened, and its dazzling light obscured everything behind it. Still, perhaps there would be some progress today. Two figures stood facing each other. Their identities were unclear, yet the terrifying pressure between them was unmistakable. Let's have a talk. There is nothing else to discuss. A huge man with his bare back exposed sat alone in a corner as the other person asked, "Let's continue with the question from last time. Who exactly are you?"